what the plans were. Ninetales actually going to avoid the Icy Wind here, but it will crucially...
It missed the Urshifu.
I apologize. It hits the Tornadus. I thought with the way the animation played out, the one hit point Urshifu gets to stick around.
And that was the Pokemon that you wanted to stick around, as it is going to certainly threaten both of the Pokemon that Hudson has left. Entei can always go for the extreme speed, but the Urshifu can actually protect itself from that attack.
Yeah, Unseen Fist doesn't work both ways.
Exactly. So if Riju is able to go for the detect, technically, and land the Bleak Wind and have that knockout, we can at least get the final Pokemon revealed from Hudson.
I think that's the conversation right now, Gabby. Is he's trying to understand back and forth. Iron Bundle helps secure the victory way more than the Entei does in that moment, but it also reveals information to your opponent. So are you willing to have the extreme speed mind games and you go into a detect and take a lot of damage from the Bleak Wind Storm, maybe you get critically hit and actually get knocked out from it? Or do you want to reveal info but have your full health super fast Iron Bundle help clean up some of these Pokemon?
But this is such a big piece of info to give away, as I don't think Tailwind has expired. Actually, we just got confirmation. Tailwind is still up on the field for Ryuju, and now we get to see just how the Iron Bundle with the booster speed boost will interact with the Tailwind. It is going to be the fastest Pokemon.
It is 2 ice types on the field against a steel type Tornadus on the other end, resisting Moonblast as well. So Hudson's entire turn wasted into the Tornadus. Does land the Bleak Wind, and the critical hit did go into the slot that Iron Bundle was in. So just pointing, how that one worked out there. Iron Bundle hangs on at 2 HP.
Well, now there's an interesting mind game here with Sucker Punch and that Iron Bundle, as that will certainly do enough damage to pick up the KO onto that Pokemon.
And you don't have Extreme Speed ready to stop the Sucker Punch.
No, you don't. So here's a tough question for you. Do you try and go for a Protect and hope that your Ninetales is able to pick up the KO onto that opposing Pokemon? Do you think that your opponent's going to go for the Protect and then you just avoid the Sucker Punch this turn? It's tough calls, tough calls.
Also, 53 seconds remaining of your time for Hudson in this match. The Sucker Punch into Ninetales, but it's resisted. It hangs on in the red, and Icy Wind connecting, crucially, finally onto this Urshifu single strike, which has been at 1 HP for the entirety of this game. Finally gets knocked out, and Tornadus is by itself in a 3-1 deficit.
Will be able to pick up the KO onto this Ninetales finally, and Entei will have to come out onto the field as a result. But with those speed drops and with Tailwind finally going to expire soon.tm, it will only be a couple more turns before we see Hudson wrap this game up. But still, overall, a very, very well played match from both these trainers. Riju just keeping himself in the game until this very, very last moment.
There's the extreme speed into the steel typing there, not enough for the knockout. And Rocky Helmet actually taking Life Orb and Rocky Helmet damage. But fortunately, Iron Bundle is going to clean it up, and Hudson Cho is 1 game away from moving on to Phase 2 of the Houston Regional Championship at 8-0.
Very well played from Hudson there. I think it really did come down to that final choice that you called out between the Entei and the Iron Bundle. Whether or not you reveal that information yourself and hope for the best, or do you try and send that Entei in and find an opportunity? And at the end of the day, the Iron Bundle did end up being the more consistent play, being able to land those blizzards while the snow was still up on the field, being able to have that speed on your side of the field as well was what opened the door for him. Got a little bit shaky there with the critical hit, but at the end of the day was still able to find the damage and connect the attacks he needed to connect.
And the Icy Wind, it feels like Icy Wind always misses the wrong target. I would have taken a miss on Tornadus, right? To get the knockout on the 1 HP there. And not for nothing, but if Entei was in that slot and clicked extreme speed into detect, it would have taken a critical hit Bleak Wind Storm and break through the Aurora Veil, right? So Hudson very fortunate to come out of that game by making the correct call of bringing and revealing Iron Bundles.
Yeah, so now going into game number 2, I think Riju has a couple of different adjustments he can consider here. I think one is just trying to play the weather game a little bit sooner. It's really scary when you have to play it against an ice-type Pokemon, as, you know, that Tornadus, if it doesn't terrestrialize right away, will be taking some really big damage from blizzards, from icy winds, but I almost feel like Riju terrestrialized a little bit too late in that matchup. Yes, you're worried about the Entei and Sacred Fire, but at the same time, while you're worried about that Pokemon, it was still just sitting on the field worrying about taking the Icy Wind as well. So I do think that you have to try and position the Tornadus in a way where maybe the Aurora Veil isn't in play for as long as it was. And then, or just not in play at all, really. Remove the Alolan Ninetales altogether, and then sort of find the opportunity for your other Pokemon to attack. Because the Alolan Ninetales was there for most of the game, just unthreatened.
Well, we'll see what Riju can do to force a Game 3, and it will be a switch-up with Farigiraf next to Fluttermane. Alolan Ninetales and Iron Hands is the lead again for Hudson.
Farigiraf notably having access to Helping Hand, which will certainly help this already special attack boosted Fluttermane deal a ton more damage. And there's really nothing Hudson can do to stop it, as Fake Out won't work with the Armor Tail nor the Ghost typing that the Fluttermane has. Could also opt to terrestrialize the Fluttermane into a Fairy type Pokemon if it wanted to try and do even more damage in this situation. Overall, though, does have to worry, I think, about how Hudson adjusts in this position. You know, we've seen Hudson sort of opt for Icy Wind time and time again now, and I do have to wonder if Hudson decides to change up the formula a little bit here, maybe go for the Aurora Veil a little bit sooner and catches Riju off guard, maybe going for a big attack into the Iron Hands instead. He could already be up to a very strong start.
Farigiraf will switch into Incineroar here on turn 1, so if you thought maybe there'd be a Helping Hand or clicking at something else, no. And no terrestrialization either, just a regular Moonblast. That is super effective. We saw Iron Hand switch to a Water type last game to get out of that weakness, but take so much damage from the Moonblast. Fortunately for Hudson, he is able to get the Aurora Veil up, and Heavy Slam gets the one-hit KO.
Even with the Intimidate onto that Pokemon, still able to pick up the KO onto the Fluttermane, was not able to, I think, make the trade that Riju was hoping for that turn. Does get the Incineroar on the field now, which is good. You do have Fake Out pressure once again, and you do have some decent pressure against the opposing Pokemon. You have, you know, I think Incineroar here being able to pivot, or otherwise just being able to threaten a big Flare Blitz into one of these Pokemon, you know, ignoring Aurora Veil, is something that Riju has available to him. But overall, I think he really needs to find an opportunity to open up the board for himself. And I'll be honest, Joe, the only thing that's coming to mind is that what if that last Pokemon is the big adjustment in this matchup? What if this is the Trick Room setup?
Ooh, that could be something, and that would be why you wouldn't. That's why you wouldn't terrestrialize Fluttermane, because you have to save it for Ursaluna, so you're not weak to ice.
Exactly, and if you can find a way to get rid of the Iron Hands before you go for it, it's just something to consider.
Farigiraf lending a Helping Hand to Incineroar on this turn, so he wants to do a lot of damage. Try to break through the Aurora Veil with the Helping Hand boosted Flare Blitz, and yes, Iron Hands is knocked out. So now Hudson is down one of his most crucial Pokemon. We did see an adjustment bringing a Moongus in the back, but just for now, revealing the Iron Bundle.
And Iron Bundle is in the position that it really wants to be in, like we saw in game number 1 with the snow on the field. It's going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. And even though its blizzards aren't going to be doing as much as, let's say, an Articuno in this situation, it's still going to be doing, I think, enough damage to really make Riju think how he wants to approach this turn. Now, I do think it's possible for Farigiraf to withstand a blizzard depending on how it's trained from this point. I just think you have to figure out what your end game is if you're Riju. If you did bring your Ursaluna, I think this is the confirmation you need to just try and go for that Trick Room, go for that speed control, hope for the best. If it isn't the Ursaluna in the bag, I think you just have a really tough spot here. Maybe try and go for some big damage with Incineroar, but again, really the speed disadvantage here is really hurting Riju.
I really love seeing the player perspective with Hudson there, because you can see how much he was wavering back and forth Do I terrestrialize Iron Bundle to do more damage? Decides not to, and gets rewarded anyway with the freeze into Farigiraf. Absolutely disastrous as it eats a citrus berry while frozen, which is funny to think about, and covering 25% of its HP, even though it can't move. An Incineroar with a U-turn into the Amoonguss to allow it to pivot out into Riju's 4th Pokemon.
And that is the Ursaluna. I recognize those characters anywhere. And unable to thaw out.
Yeah, I think he definitely went for the Trick Room there, yeah.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate for Riju. You can still try and play your way around this.
At least you don't have to Terra yet, because you can just protect. I guess you could try to protect as you try to thaw and click Trick Room,
yeah,
right?
Because you're not going to be able to be put to sleep because the frozen status will last until you move and try to thaw, and Trick Room will ensure that you will be slower than the Amoonguss. So you do have that opportunity this turn. And maybe you'll get lucky, maybe you'll thaw. If it gets to it, you could consider attacking yourself with Flare Blitz, but maybe don't do that.
I mean, that'd be crazy.
That'd be a little bit too crazy,
We're getting dire. He's 7-0 at this point. That'd be a crazy thing to do. Terra Ice Iron Bundle, getting rid of the water typing, now just a pure ice, but you can do way more damage with those blizzards. Amoonguss with Rage Powder will redirect any single target attacks away from the Iron Bundle and towards the Amoonguss, with the blizzard going into Ursaluna's Protect as we were anticipating, and now the Terra boosted blizzard into Farigiraf does so much damage. But it does! It's perfect time, but he doesn't click Trick Room. Instead, it's just a dazzling gleam for hardly any damage.
That is, I mean, it does do a little bit of damage there, and there is still the terrestrialization available to this Ursaluna, and depending on how it is trained, you can make sure they're pretty specially bulky. I mean, this isn't a Fluttermane we're staring up against. It is going to be an Iron Bundle, and being able to do as much damage as it can with Guts, with the Facade as well as an attack, provided it's not redirected, there are options here.
That might be the best option because you're worried about Amoonguss redirection to just Helping Hand Earthquake, because it's not likely your Farigiraf's going to make it through the turn anyway.
You could Helping Hand Earthquake, you could protect your Farigiraf and try and stall out the remaining snow turns and hope for a Blizzard miss.
There is the Helping Hand, so Farigiraf going to be knocked out this turn, giving one little boost left to the Ursaluna. Riju's entire game right now relies around this Terra Fairy Ursaluna making it through the turn. Farigiraf knocked out. Ursaluna brought down under 50% HP here, but he did get a Helping Hand boost, and it's Facade into Amoonguss for the knockout.
Will be taking a ton of damage though when you add in the Rocky Helmet recoil on top of the Blizzard. So while the snow will stop this turn, the Alolan Ninetales is going to immediately return to the field to set it right back up for that Iron Bundle, ensuring that those Blizzards are going to be fully accurate once again. Now, knowing that the Incineroar is the final Pokemon remaining for Riju does mean that those Flare Blitzes are going to be looking pretty nice against the fully Ice-type Iron Bundle, and we've seen how much this Ninetales can do against the Assault Vest in particular on that Incineroar. So if you can find a way to get the Incineroar and the Ninetales in a 1v1, it's looking pretty favorable for you if you're Riju. But it's just how do you navigate to that position knowing that your Ursaluna is at such low health?
Right, without Trick Room being up, these two ice types on Hudson's End are so naturally fast that you're going to have to eat 2 attacks first before you can even try to retaliate. And because their HPs are so high, sure, you'll do a lot of damage with Flare Blitz, but you'll also be taking so much recoil.
Exactly. Now, there is an option here where if the Iron Bundle decides to rely on Hydro Pump and it misses, that could be an opening for the Incineroar, but it will connect.
When my Iron Bundle uses Hydro Pump, it misses. But for Hudson, that's a clean knockout into Incineroar. Riju only having Ursaluna remaining at such low AP, so Hudson one knockout away from feeling on top of the world, moving into 8-0 tomorrow.
And Ursaluna, you know, one of the best Pokemon to have as your final Pokemon standing. Certainly capable of picking up these 2 knockouts, but just doesn't have the speed.
There's the forfeit, and Hudson Cho will finish phase 1 of the Houston Regional Championships undefeated, having so much momentum heading into tomorrow.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Against it, and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at his final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, they're Pokemon World Champions!
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes to the ice beam! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands
Good morning, Pokemon trainers, and a big howdy coming to you from none other than the Houston Regional Championships. We're about ready to get started with day 2 of our broadcast coverage as trainers pushing towards making their way to Top Cut and to try to even become your champion. I'm Sierra Dawn, and with me to kick off the day, we have Dweeha, we have Aaron Zhang, and we have Evan Lott. How are we feeling, y'all? Yesterday was awesome. I'm excited for today.
It was a lot to process yesterday. It was very exciting, and I feel like a lot of the teams that we've come to expect from Regulation F aren't really what is being brought. Yeah, there are pieces to it, but I feel like it's completely different, right? We're so used to balance, and now we're seeing all sorts of different things. I mean, we saw so much. I mean, leading up to the preview, we saw a snow team just kind of taking over. So it's been really exciting to see what all these players are bringing for this last Regulation F major.
Yeah, snow teams. We've seen a bunch of Dondozo out in the field as well. It's been a bit of a surprising Regulation F regional to cap things off for this meta.
There's some unique one-ofs in this day as well. Sierra, I know your favorite Pokemon has finally made it to day 2.
Take him off the board.
Yep, Slitherwing making an appearance. I know Kanto Ninetales is there as well, sitting at X and 1 right now. So yeah, lots of exciting stuff happening.
It's going to be a great day. Let's go, Slitherwing. Good job, Connor. I'm rooting for you. Totally non-biased here, right?
I think we all owe you some sort of affirmation just because we've doubted Slitherwing for so long, but you believed in Slitherwing for so long.
And you know what? I am in such a good mood that Slitherwing has made phase 2. I figured we're going to start the day off with a little hype.
Yes!
All right.
What a surprise!
Take one down, pass it along.
Let's go.
Aaron has been talking
now, I'm
all
not saying
weekend.
I've opened 4 boxes of Phantasmal Flames and not gotten either of the main Charizards, but
I open it up, see if this is the one.
all right, here we go.
We all had to touch it, right?
Bless it, bless it. Okay, thank you,
The
thank you, thank you.
blessing.
Here we go.
I believe in you, Aaron.
We believe. All right, all right.
All right, here we go.
Pack trick and everything.
What is it? Nice.
Energy.
Okay, Prinplup,
Yeah, we like that.
Palmon.
Okay.
Ooh.
Nice.
A little drum roll.
Here we go, here we go.
2 Pokemon that have not made phase 2.
I like the Vibrava. I like it, I like it.
And
Smeargle. Yo! Mega Gengar, yes!
Not bad, not bad.
That's all right, that's all right.
all right,
Yeah.
does anyone else have the Charizard? We go all together. Power of friendship.
Power of friendship.
It's been a while since I opened a pack. I can't do this.
It's harder with holding a microphone.
It is. It is.
Please, please, please.
All right, is one to the front?
Yeah.
All right. We all going together, guys?
Oh wait, I don't know if my Narada.
Oh
my
no,
Narada
Evan already saw it.
I don't know the meta.
Just let us know now. Did you get the Charizard?
No Charizard.
No
but
Charizard.
Oh.
Oh?
I did get this beautiful full art Meow.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right.
Meow.
It's up to us.
All right. You want same time?
Same time. All right.
Oddish.
Another Smeargle.
Worse Smeargle.
Another Primplup.
We are bad at this.
I got a Sableye.
Okay.
One of the most
Okay.
broken
Secret
cards
Charm.
ever.
I think I see Charizard in Dwee.
No.
I think I see it.
Is it this? Is this next?
If Dwee
one
pulls it,
in?
I still get it, right?
All right,
Oh,
Gert.
Ding
Bronzong.
dong.
Is it the last one?
Ding dong.
All right, we on the last
Ooh,
one
the
here?
punk helmet.
Oh, Genesect. All right, what'd I get?
Okay,
Ooh,
okay.
All right.
We got 3 hits.
We got some pretty good ones. Yeah.
Wait, so I got the worst one.
You got the
That's
worst
right.
pack.
You know
All
what?
right.
It's fine. It's fine. Y'all
it's-
deserve this more than I do.
It's fine. I mean, we're starting off hype here, but we got to talk about the matches yesterday because this could not have been nearly as hype of what we saw. We had 3 players that ended off yesterday undefeated. Zach Immersion, one of them, which was a shocker considering how this match was, because this was one that he kind of clawed out of the hands of defeat.
Yeah.
This did not look good.
I mean, Aaron, like, coming out into game 1 was able to just get 2 very fast knockouts onto Chi-Yu and Fluttermane. Won that one, but then in game 2, there was actually a switch here where this Regidrago was actually able to pick up a double KO, essentially, knocking out that Incineroar as well as that Weather Ball going into that Cresselia. But then game 3, again, you know, that Regidrago that was so important in your game 2 matchup gets knocked out instantly. But guess what? When there's a Fluttermane, there's a way, right? This Stellar Terra Fluttermane getting this one-hit KO against the opposing Fluttermane was so key that we didn't think it would happen, right? Aaron ran the numbers.
Yep.
He crunched the numbers backstage. I saw this guy, you know, writing down all sorts of formulas on the note cards and stuff like that, and he's like, the numbers were not in Zach's favor.
The numbers were so much not in his favor that people didn't think it could be done, but in fact, Zach was able to deal just enough damage to get that KO.
And I believe is now our only undefeated player, right? Winning
That's
his
correct,
last
yeah.
match, which is just incredible. So congratulations on that. Best of luck with the next one to secure your spot. Another undefeated that we saw here yesterday, though, taking a look back at round 4. We're talking about the old heads of VGC, Evan, Steven Morioka, and this win was phenomenal.
Yeah, if you're talking about the old heads of VGC, it doesn't get any older than Steven Morioka. I love you, Steven. This was a really great set from him, being able to show off the Dondozo that has actually been doing very well in this tournament. I think it's a surprise to most players out there, but Steven has been competing longer than some of our competitors in Phase 2 have been alive, going all the way back to the journey across America and the battle for Seattle. So I am very happy to see him still out here and still clearly at the top of his game.
I mean, you're talking about being alive longer than some of our players competing, and that is certainly true when we talk about our next player that went undefeated on day 1 of our competition, looking over at Hudson Chu. I mean, this team, it was like a team from the future, but a little bit of a blast from the past in terms of the meta. Like, this was insane, Aaron.
Yeah, I really loved watching this team. Seeing a bunch of the snow teams pop off this tournament has been really exciting as well. I know we have a few different ones in the tournament so far. And yeah, that's why, you know, you get those freezes and then you just sort of, if you're the Farigiraf, if you're the Pokemon on the losing end of that freeze, you're just like, what am I doing here?
Yeah, I mean, Blizzard's one of the best moves in the game. If you think even back to what, Generation 1 with just it being so broken and stuff like that. But I mean, this Iron Bundle just, you know,
Yeah, at least you can thaw now.
Yeah.
That definitely helps, but I mean, only one could remain undefeated, and as Beast called out, that is going to be Zach. But Trainer sitting at that 8-1, definitely getting closer to that top cut. And a lot of other really strong names as well. I mean, Carson is someone who we've been able to see compete and take down competitions at the highest level, 8-1 as well. Nicholas Morales was a breakout player, winning his first regional. Justin Burns has been around, like, and even these other names have really been putting in the work. Like, this is going to be a really tough competition.
And there's still what, like a few more rounds of Swiss too? So
Three more rounds,
yeah,
yeah.
3 more rounds of Swiss. That's a lot of Pokemon to be competing, and it takes a lot of like mental fortitude to be able to survive Phase 1, go into Phase 2, and then continue to win out, right?
And at least these players who are at 8-1 only need to win 2 more games. Zach only needs to win 1 more game to guarantee a spot in the top cut. Those players at X and 2, they're the ones who are going to be sweating right now.
100%. But for us, we're almost ready to get started with the competition. But before that, if you want to make sure you're in tune for any of the competitions coming up so you're not missing a single broadcast, Pokemon.com/broadcast. As well as if you missed out from the action yesterday, make sure to check it out on YouTube and follow along so you're notified for any of that Pokemon goodness that could be hitting your screen. But are we ready to get started, y'all? I get a big yeehaw from everyone?
Yeehaw!
Amazing. Let's send it and get day 2 of Houston started.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This 2-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Houston, we have takeoff as day 2 of the Pokemon Regional Championship is officially underway. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder. And Gabby, with how exciting day 1 went yesterday, I can't even imagine how awesome today will be.
Yeah, I mean, the World Championships is only a few months away, and we have to make it up into space to meet Pikachu up there, if you think about it.
Well, we saw Pikachu on stream yesterday, too. So all over the place, the mascot. Really, really doing great things here in Texas this weekend. And speaking of the great players that we have, let's take a look at our notable matches going into this round. So the one in red is going to be one we're going to be showcasing on stream with Justin Burns and Luho Shen, but there are just so many awesome trainers remaining here, Gabby.
Yeah, and I believe we actually have our players ready on stage, so let's not make them wait any longer, and let's just kick off this first round of Swiss we'll be featuring on stream, and of course the second round of Swiss here in Phase 2, and the 10th round of Swiss overall.
Yeah, a lot of Swiss going on here, but these trainers are ready and they are used to the big stage. One of the best trainers within the last couple of eras of VGC, Justin Burns, multiple-time regional champion, international finalist as well, having a pretty offensive core there.
Yeah, this is actually his first major of the season, and he'll be facing off against Luho Shin, who is no stranger to Phase 2 of the competition, but still looking to break through into the top cut phase of a regional championship. So why don't we go ahead and take a closer look at Justin's team, as it is pretty familiar if you've been paying attention to the Regulation F metagame, having some fan favorite Pokemon there.
Absolutely. You have the Chi-Yu and Fluttermane as a duo, Landorus Incarnate and Tornadus Incarnate, the double genies. And then, of course, you might as well slap an Amoonguss and an Urshifu Rapid Strike on the team. Yeah,
some very good Pokemon, some very consistent Pokemon, relying on the Tornadus Incarnate with Tailwind for your speed control, Icy Wind as well. You know, 2 ways that not only only can you set up Tailwind, but you can also, you know, counteract opposing Tailwinds with an Icy Wind to lower the opposing speed. Chi-Yu Choice Specs Overheat in the sun. I mean, that's that joke count that everybody...
All the calculations,
yeah. It's there. It's going to be doing a ton of damage, especially when it's able to connect against a Pokemon that doesn't resist those fire-type attacks. Fluttermane, very powerful Pokemon. Just a lot of different ways that Justin can position these powerful Pokemon to deal damage and rely on his experience to get him through whatever strategy his opponent has.
And I do like the Icy Wind on Tornadus because that does free up a move slot for the Fluttermane to be a little more defensive, holding the protect. We take a look at Lu Ho Shen, and he has a tough matchup here against Justin Burns, but definitely has what it takes to come out on top in this round. Amoonguss Bronzong, blast from the past there with that Psychic and Steel typing. Fluttermane, Incineroar, Tornadus, and Ursaluna.
Yeah, Bronzong made an appearance in Seattle a couple weeks ago, and it's a blast from the past for sure, you know. I guess resonating, maybe, let's say, in recent times. One of the more historical Trick Room setters, you know, does also have Levitate like Cresselia has, but rather than using something like Lunar Blessing to increase the longevity of the Ursaluna under Trick Room conditions, can rely on its own Iron Defense and Body Press to deal big damage to opposing Pokemon. Gyro Ball, a Steel-type attack that will deal more damage based off of the speed difference between Bronzong and the opposing Pokemon. So just another way to be a Trick Room setter that's a little bit unexpected, let's say, in this metagame. The rest of the team is familiar-ish if you've seen the more recent takes on Ursaluna. Of course, the substitute on Fluttermane is a little bit unique, but overall, let's just get this battle started.
We're going to start game 1 of round 10 of the Houston Regional Championships. Lu Ho Shen, Ursaluna Tornadus lead versus Justin Burns, Amoonguss Chi-Yu.
Yeah, Amoonguss Chi-Yu is a very unique lead for Justin, but does allow Justin to protect that Chi-Yu from any aggressive targeting from Lu Ho with the combination of the Ursaluna and the Tornadus.
I also do like the Tornadus as the duo next to Ursaluna instead of what you would assume Bronzong, as you mentioned, that Levitate combo to set up Trick Room. But because you're on a Tail Room team here with Tailwind and Trick Room, Ursaluna potentially can operate under either condition, as Justin is going to swap out here on this first turn, bringing a Tornadus of his own, wanting to potentially match those Tailwinds if Lu Ho ever goes for it. But will just protect itself on this turn. And the Earthquake is not going to hit the Tornadus that switched in as it is a flying type, but it does hit the Amoonguss, not for too much damage. It's a very bulky Pokemon, and Spore into the Tornadus. Great call by Lu Ho to protect.
A great call from Lu Ho, but still a very risky play as he left the Ursaluna vulnerable on that turn to a Spore of its own. Does not come through this time around, but will be something that Justin has to remember going into game number 2. Now that the Flame Orb has activated on that Ursaluna, though, does not have to worry about Spore anymore and can have its pick of targets going into this turn between the Tornadus and the Amoonguss on Justin's side of the field.
Justin did just terrestrialize the Amoonguss, as we're going to see here, into the Terra Fairy. Not so much for, you know, offensive usage, but to get out of a potential flying weakness on the other side. So here in turn 2, Terra Fairy Amoonguss. We'll see if Lu Ho is going to match in kind. No terrestrialization from the other end, and Bleakwind is going to miss the Tornadus, still crucially hitting the Amoonguss, bringing it down to around 30% of its HP remaining. Now Justin is going to go, and both Tornaduses can just not be targeted this turn as they both dodge their attacks. Ursaluna with the speed drop, but now with the Flame Orb boosted Facade, that's a one-hit KO.
Lu Ho correctly targeting down the Tornadus to prevent any more speed control in the future, but Justin matching that with a Spore on the opposing Tornadus.
Now Tornadus will be forced to take its first turn of sleep next turn, and that's good for Justin because now you only have to really rely or be aware of what one Pokemon's going to do on the field, and that Ursaluna did have its speed speed lowered.
Exactly. I think both trainers correctly identifying that because this is essentially so far a Tailwind versus Icy Wind versus Icy Wind battle, the Tornadus really is the Pokemon to try and focus down first. Luho's strategy being to remove the Tornadus entirely, and Justin having the opportunity to just put the opposing Tornadus to sleep. And now that both those Tornaduses are no longer a threat, both trainers can go on the offense. And because Justin's Chi-Yu is going to be the naturally fastest Pokemon on the field right now, Luho is forced to protect the Ursaluna and hope that the Tornadus can wake up.
So Tornadus taking that first turn of sleep here. Justin also not swapping Amoonguss out to get any Regenerator HP recovery, so living very dangerously as the Amoonguss is at such low HP. Sludge Bomb into Tornadus does about 45% to the Tornadus, so a lot of pretty solid damage considering Amoonguss is not trained offensively.
Yeah, I don't think this Amoonguss is necessarily in danger though, as provided the overheat hits, Ursaluna should be knocked out that turn, and you knew the Tornadus was going to stay asleep. Now, though, you are in a dangerous position, again, if the overheat misses.
Tornadus does wake up. It's going to be able to click Tailwind, and then the speed lowering from before won't matter because now Luho's Pokemon will have their speed doubled. But it's not going to be faster than Chi-Yu. Ursaluna is very slow, so even with the double speed, Chi-Yu outspeeds and gets the knockout at the cost of 2 stages of special attack from that overheat. Urshifu Rapid Strike does get onto the field this turn without taking any damage or breaking its Focus Sash.
And with the Amoonguss in the back of Justin's party, that Chi-Yu could easily swap out and get those special attack boosts back if it wants to, but even with the special attack drop, it's possible it could pick up the KO on that Tornadus since it's already taken so much damage.
And the Beads of Ruin, right.
Yeah, and the Beads of Ruin as well.
So now with Incineroar on the field for Luho, Justin does have access to Detect with this Urshifu if he wants to keep the Focus Sash intact. That is finally time for Luho to Terrasilize in this game. This Assault Vest Incineroar will Terrasilize into a Grass type now. Now you're not resisting the Fire or Dark attacks if they ever come out in that direction, but you are no longer weak to Surging Strikes. That's the defensive ability of Terrastilization. Urshifu dodging the Bleak Wind Storm. Luho's Tornadus is just not accurate in this game one. Chi-Yu flinching from the fake out, and Surging Strikes, Justin correctly calls not to target the Incineroar and instead claim the knockout on Tornadus.
Again, now that Justin is down his own Tornadus, as long as Tailwind is still a threat on Luho's side of the field, that Tornadus is going to be a problem for Justin. So with that Tornadus gone, you can now try and utilize your own D-Tex. You can switch in that Amoonguss and stall out the remainder of the Tailwind turns. Now the booster energy activation on this Flutter Mane, activating boosting the special attack, does mean that speed control is not really an option anymore for Luho. That was an unknown up until now, so it's good to get confirmation that once Tailwind expires, there really is no more speed control for either of these players.
And interesting that Luho has substitute on Flutter Mane, which you don't always get to see, right? Usually holding maybe Thunder Wave or Icy Wind or something else in that slot. So potentially Luho could take advantage of a more passive turn from Justin in this spot, swapping Amoonguss into that Chi-Yu position to reset that special attack. But no, just the Moonblast into Amoonguss and 4 HP. It's gonna force the Incineroar to have that attack into that spot. The double up takes out Amoonguss, but crucially for Justin, Chi-Yu will still be around. Amoonguss taking one for the team here as Urshifu Rapid Strike still on the field and still having that Focus Sash. Going to use these Surging Strikes to bring Flutter Mane very low. Looks like, is it low enough for the 1-hit KO? Yes, it gets there.
You know, Joe, we can ask for some of those packs later. It's okay. I know you're thinking about it. But speaking of confirmations, it's good to know as well here that this Flutter Mane doesn't appear to be trained to take a Surging Strikes from the Urshifu. So now that it's just this Incineroar remaining on Luho's side of the field, and now that it's Terrastilized into Grass typing, it should be a matter of this Chi-Yu connecting an attack against the Incineroar. Now, it does only know Heat Wave and Overheat, so
true.
We've seen some crazy things here this weekend.
It does, I mean, at least Dark Pulse, you know it's not super effective, but it will connect.
Exactly. So you do have to wonder if that's a risk opting for the Dark Pulse, but we'll have to see how much damage this Flare Blitz does. And it's actually enough to outspeed and knock out the Chi-Yu, so we're looking at a slightly different game
and
now.
that was the last turn, or this should be the last turn of Tailwind, allowing Incineroar to outspeed with choice specs. That meant Chi-Yu could not protect through the turn. So now the Surging Strikes are going to be resisted. And I do like Justin's play here on this turn. Let the Tailwind expire. No reason to take an unnecessarily defense drop. As you know, it probably wasn't going to get the KO anyway. There is the Tailwind going out. And just going to keep going for the Surging Strikes to not have a defense drop.
Exactly. I mean, you know that you're not going to be able to get knocked out in a single hit thanks to the Focus Sash. So get as much tip damage onto that Incineroar as you possibly can, and then go for that single big hit in the close combat.
There is Surging Strikes. It is resisted as Incineroar has turned into a grass type, but we know at the end of next turn, he'll be able to get that knockout. Luho can just take this turn and the next one to try to start making up his game plan going into game 2, and to make it a little bit faster with a Flare Blitz into the Urshifu, finally breaking the Focus Sash. I feel like usually there's like a curse with Focus Sash Pokemon that you don't get to be on the field for so long. Urshifu's really stuck around and had that going the whole time. Finally gets the KO, and Justin Burns is up 1-0.
All right, so we've gotten a lot of information from both of these trainers in this game number 1 about how these Pokemon have been trained. You know, we know that Luho is running a faster Incineroar because it was able to outspeed several Pokemon on that team once Tailwind had been set up on the field. We know that the Fluttermane on Luho's side of the field, despite having Substitute, doesn't seem to be as bulky as one would expect, since it was able to get knocked out by the Surging Strikes. You know, we know that the Ursaluna as well seems to be a little bit on the slower side, especially after that Icy Wind speed drop. There's a lot of information in play now for both of these trainers going into game number 2. And I think that given that Luho and Justin both relied on Tailwind in this matchup, and both were very comfortable going after those Tornaduses, as you can see, pretty aggressively at the start of the game, I think Luho's big adjustment here has to be considering his speed control mode, because yes, we did see the Chi-Yu as a lead from Justin, but ultimately it didn't seem like it was too difficult to remove that Chi-Yu from the field once it was available to be hit. And I think if you can remove the Chi-Yu and then get the Bronzong out and set up Trick Room, it would be a fairly easy path to victory from that point on for Luho.
Yeah, I do agree with you on potentially adjusting the Tornadus plan on Luho's end. One, it's just a little, it's tough when your moves keep missing, right? That's something you're relying on Bleak Wind Storm, you're relying on Icy Wind, and they're just not coming through in those. So maybe there could be potentially a more reliable move, like say Trick Room, that can't miss.
Yeah, I would be very sad the day that we'd have to worry about accuracy.
We had an accuracy check on Trick Room.
Yeah, no, let's not put that out into the universe. But also, you know, Body Press and Gyro Ball as well are, you know, very, very accurate moves. And again, Bronzong is one of those Pokemon that it tends to be on the bulkier side as well. And even though this Bronzong isn't running Heat Proof, which is why, you know, it's worth calling out, Chi-Yu is really the antithesis of the perfect counter of this Pokemon in this game. You do have the tools on your side of the field to knock out that Pokemon. I mean, even the Incineroar's Flare Blitz did a considerable amount of damage to Chi-Yu. And one thing to also keep in mind is that Incineroar can sit very comfortably in front of Chi-Yu given its natural typing. And if it can land a knockoff to remove the choice specs, that is also one way to just completely neutralize a significant portion of the damage that Pokemon can do. So you do have to, again, rely a lot on positioning here, and I do think that's sort of the risk, right? Like, you're playing one of the more stronger Pokemon trainers in this tournament. You're sort of playing them in a positioning game, which is a very difficult thing to do. But if you can get that positioning, if you can remove the choice specs and threaten that big significant damage onto that Pokemon and get Trick Room up, then all of a sudden you're just in this position where you have 5 turns, you have your Ursaluna, you can breathe a lot more comfortably than you can in that previous game.
Yeah, I really do like the options that Luho could potentially use here in this game too. And you know, from game 1, you don't often see people lead Ursaluna. You usually go for the cheeky switch in to activate Flame Orb, on the turn it comes in, because you don't want to feel vulnerable to the spore that Amoonguss can have from Justin's side. So the fact that Luho is willing to take risks, is willing to go for unconventional plays, has to get into Justin's head on what could be the Game 2 lead.
I mean, that's the nice thing, though, about running these, like, tail room teams with Icy Wind, too, is that depending on how your Ursaluna is trained, you know, you can lead it alongside Tornadus and find these positions where it can just go immediately on the offense with an Earthquake and find opportunities. And I think that is also an indication of how some of these Pokemon are trained for Luho.
Now, we did have a communication error on the stage, so they're just trying to get connected and everything. We will get our Game 2 started very shortly, so just stick around with us here. I know it gets very stressful on stage as you're waiting for the next game to happen. They're both these trainers at 8-1 right now, trying to get that 9th victory as we're heading to the later day of our, or later portion of our Swiss round here in Houston. One of those things we talked about, didn't get to see, Gabby, was the substitute on Fluttermane, and you did call out the fact that it didn't seem that Fluttermane, it is hard, you know, it's very difficult to survive the surging strikes, but was not bulky enough to endure that, where when you do see a substitute on a Pokemon, typically that can indicate its bulk, but not in that case.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting trade-off, right? Like, sometimes substitute can be an indication of bulk, but at the same time, sometimes substitute can just be an indication of, well, I don't have bulk, so I'm going to use this move as almost a second protect, right? Like, I know I'm going to be faster, maybe because of my Tailwind or Icy Wind in this case. It could also be because of a booster energy speed boost, which is not in this case. And so because of that, I am going to be able to use substitute, and all of a sudden that first hit of the surging strikes is negated, or, you know, one hit of your attack, if it's only a single hit, is completely negated. And I've seen a lot of people utilize substitute in that way to try and, you know, set it up on a passive turn, and then all of a sudden you have like this shield, to steal a word from Pokemon GO. And because you have that extra layer of protection, now you can go ahead and just attack a lot more freely. Your Fluttermane can go on the offense, even under Trick Room, when it would typically be moving last on the field. So it's always good to get confirmation on how the Fluttermane is trained when you see a move like substitute, because it really could mean a lot of different things. But in this particular situation, I think what Luho is trying to navigate is maybe you lead like the Fluttermane plus something else, you get that substitute up, and then you can protect, and then if Trick Room is set up while the Fluttermane is behind the substitute, you can still utilize it successfully, even though it's not really under the field conditions that it otherwise would prefer.
And one thing that does have to feel nice for Luho in this matchup is Justin potentially not feeling too confident in bringing Landorus Incarnate in this matchup, just looking at how the team is made, right? There's a Levitate Pokemon in Bronzong. There is a Flying type in the Tornadus on the other end, right? Amoonguss can try to take any hit you have and put you to sleep. And what that opens up is the Incineroar that we talked about. This Assault Vest Incineroar that potentially could be trained more offensively is not threatened by one of its biggest counters in Landorus.
Yeah, no, that's 100% true as well. And I also think that the Landorus just, you know, it has a lot of great opportunities when it can find matchups that it's like. I mean, we've seen Sludge Bomb just completely take out Fluttermane time and time again, but in this matchup, it's just not really the place and time, and that's okay. You have the Chi-Yu, honestly. Like, I think Chi-Yu is really the star Pokemon for Justin right now.
Yes, and we didn't even get to talk about the Covert Cloak on the Tornadus on Justin's end, and that definitely impacted Luho's decision, because I feel like you've obviously seen Incineroar in a lead in a game one way more than Ursaluna, but what are you going to bring Incineroar out to start if you can't fake out the Tornadus? So by virtue of the held item of the Covert Cloak compared to Focus Sash or Rocky Helmet or whatever Tornadus is usually like to run, that is impacting this matchup.
It is, yeah. No, you're absolutely right. And it's kind of interesting too when you look at, you know, on paper the Tornadus have the same moves, they have the same ability, and even the same, oh, actually they don't have the same Terra type, but they have different held items, and as a result, the Tornadus on Justin's side of the field can run Terra Steel, which is a more defensive Terra type, and Luho's own Tornadus has to run Terra Ghost to get around Fake Out because it's holding the Focus Sash. So, you know, just these little differences mean you have to make little different choices in team building, and it kind of just builds on each other, right?
If you were in Luho's position here, Gabby, and you think about how that game, you know, kind of slipped away, and you wonder what if the Icy Wind connects, right? What if the Bleak Wind connects? Do you run back the same strategy because you feel like if luck were to be in your favor, it could have worked out better? Or are you now in such a timid position that you're like, I have to switch it up because my first game plan didn't work?
Joe, you're talking to a Trick Room player. I see my opponent.
That's the only answer I needed.
Yeah, no, I see my opponent didn't necessarily bring their Trick Room counters the way that I would bring them, and then I would just bring Trick Room. But it looks like Luho has a different strategy going into this game number 2.
So Luho with the Flutter Mane and Incineroar in the lead, boosting its special attack on the Flutter Mane thanks to the booster energy versus Tornadus or Shifu. Now the Incineroar's in a tough spot because if you go Terra Grass to get out of Surging Strikes, you can get hit by a Bleak Wind Storm potentially, or Shifu will detect on this turn to help not take any damage from this fake out, correctly predicting that Luho would go into that slot. Does he double up? No. The Moonblast into Tornadus brings it down very low. Bleak Wind Storm does connect onto both of Luho's Pokemon though. Does it get any speed drops? Incineroar not relevant as the slowest Pokemon on the field.
Yeah, and because there was no speed drop on the Flutter Mane, that does mean that this Tornadus is almost pressured to go for a Tailwind here to ensure that the Urshifu has the opportunity to attack this turn. Yes, it will be able to hold on with a Focus Sash if the Flutter Mane decides to target it down with a Moonblast, but once it's down to that Focus Sash, that does mean another Fake Out or really any other attack will be able to knock it out easily moving forwards.
It's time for Luho to terrestrialize, and one way to not get utterly obliterated by Surging Strikes is to become a water type yourself. Be like water is the rules for Flutter Mane here. Tailwind doubling Justin Burns' speed for the next 4 turns, and the Surging Strikes goes into the Incineroar. So not actually going towards the Flutter Mane. Luho definitely potentially predicting the Urshifu to target into that slot, but he does not fall for it. Gets rid of the Incineroar, and now the Moonblast will bring Urshifu down to its Focus Sash.
But interestingly enough, though, the Flutter Mane having that defensive Terra type is not the worst thing in the world right now because it's still going to be able to resist the Surging Strikes on this turn, and I don't think another Bleak Wind Storm will be able to knock it out in this position. So Justin still has to opt for an Icy Wind if he wants to maintain the speed control this turn, as Luho can easily match a Tailwind right now. If Justin decides to try and taunt the opposing Tornadus, then you're still in this spot where if you go for Surging Strikes, you're not going to get that KO. Now, you are now vulnerable to a close combat if you're Flutter Mane because you have gotten rid of your Ghost typing. But, you know,
not just that, a Stellar Terra boosted close combat.
But do you even need the Stellar Terra to pick up that knockout now?
That's a great point. I mean, without a Life Orb or a Mystic Water or anything, the Surging Strikes was able to one-hit KO.
Too.
So, but you are intimidated.
Do.
So Justin does not have the confidence in the calculations without the Terra. So will go for Stellar Terra, boosting the damage one time of his fighting close combat here. Taunting the opposing Tornadus on the other end, so can't go for a Tailwind. And there is the close combat knockout. Flutter Mane is down. Luho has lost 2 Pokemon here already in this game, and the Tornadus is taunted.
But the Tornadus did not go for a Tailwind here, so provided this next attack connects...
Icy Wind does hit onto both of them, taking a double KO in return. And just like that, both trainers down to 2 Pokemon, but at least Justin does have Tailwind up.
Justin has Tailwind up for now, but Justin did lose his Tornadus, where critically, Luho's own Tornadus is still out on the field. And we do get the benefit of seeing Justin's final 2 Pokemon a couple seconds earlier, so knowing it's the Amoonguss and the Chi-Yu with no terrestrialization available to that Amoonguss will mean it's going to be very vulnerable to those Bleak Wind Storms. And again, the Ursaluna now, as well as Luho's final Pokemon. If Luho can find his way through these Tailwind and Taunt turns, get the speed control back up so the Ursaluna can potentially outspeed the opposing Chi-Yu, or if the Chi-Yu just misses an attack against that Pokemon, it still could be his game.
But currently, Luho can't even attack with Ursaluna because you have to protect yourself since Amoonguss outspeeds under Tailwind. Justin doesn't fall for the Spore into Protect. Instead, he'll keep himself safe with a Protect of its own. Overheat towards the Ursaluna will not do any damage, and Bleak Wind Storm doesn't connect onto the Chi-Yu. Amoonguss protecting itself, and yes, Luho being a lot more accurate on his attacks this game.
And he gets the speed drop as well, so that was not the guaranteed speed drop that Icy Wind could have provided. But now with that one speed drop, it's possible that Tornadus could outspeed here and go for a second one, which could open up the door for this Ursaluna.
This is really close. The fact that at the start of that previous turn, when Luho lost the Flutter Mane, it felt like, oh no, he's going to be down so low. But because of both Icy Winds connecting, bringing the game back to 2 apiece, this is the last turn of Tailwind for Justin, and eventually that taunt will wear off to allow Luho to set up the Tailwind. Overheat does connect into Ursaluna with the Beads of Ruin and the Choice Spec. So many damage multipliers. Ursaluna's down.
All right, so it's just going to be this Tornadus left on the field for Luho, but the Bleak Wind will connect and pick up the one-hit knockout on that Amoonguss.
Oh man, so much damage back and forth. Chi-Yu already slower naturally than the Tornadus anyway, even after a Bleak Wind speed drop. And now just one last hit. Luho has hit all of his attacks. It's way different than game 1. He just needs one more Bleak Wind to force a game 3, and here we are.
Luho finding his way through that game number 2 thanks to a critical hit on that Bleak Wind Storm. Had that been a Spore in that position, there would have been a guaranteed turn of sleep there, giving the Chi-Yu the opportunity to land a second overheat into that Pokemon, possibly even a third to break through the Focus Sash and finally get the KO there. But we're looking at a game number 3 here, so you have to think about what Luho could have done differently to get that game to a point where it didn't rely on a critical hit at that end game.
Think of the value, Gabby, that Incineroar brought, even when it wasn't on the field. You called out how the Urshifu was intimidated, so it needed to terrestrialize to get the KO with Close Combat and Stellar Terra. That meant Amoonguss could no longer get out of the Bleak Wind weakness from Tornadus. It completely altered the matchup there.
So I do think you have to continue to rely on trying to land that Intimidate on the opposing Urshifu as a result. I really like the Water-type terrestrialization on the Flutter Mane too. I just think it was the taunt landing into the Tornadus that ultimately sort of made that a little bit trickier. You could have protected that turn to try and avoid the taunt and then gone for the KO on the opposing Tornadus so you could get around that. And then you have your Tornadus, you know, free to go for a priority move the next turn as, you know, the Prankster ability will still be able to activate alongside Tailwind. You could also just try and save that Tornadus for a little bit longer in the matchup so it doesn't have to come out on the field when it could be taunted. Or you could just completely change the tables entirely.
We did talk about how offensive Justin's team is, right? How there's not really the traditional, you know, defensive and offensive, you know, breakdown where it's really only Amoonguss as your wall. And when your one wall is weak to a Tornadus on the other end, it's going to be a tough time. So both trainers breaking the Tornadus out here in game 3. Flutter Mane for Luho, and then the Chi-Yu for Justin.
So this is a tough spot to be in for both of these trainers, as I don't think we know definitively whose Tornadus is faster. Now, one thing that could happen here is that if both of them go for Tailwind, which we know that's not true anymore, that could have been an interesting position where, you know, basically nothing happens, right? So I like how Justin instead is going for the Icy Wind this turn. So if Luho does opt to go for a Tailwind, you know that you can follow up the next turn, provided your Tornadus is still going to be around, which we know Justin has a way to ensure that now. So then you know you're going to be faster regardless because you already have the -1 speed, and then your Tailwind will essentially tie things back up.
And it is kind of a tough spot to go for Tailwind on turn 1 because oftentimes you do want to stagger your Tailwind against your opponent when they also have access to speed control. Terra Steel Tornadus on turn 1 to get out of or trying to get a resisted Moonblast, but no, Luho correctly calls the Terra and goes for a Shadow Ball, bringing it down very, very low. go. Icy Wind does hit onto both of Luho's Pokemon, and the Snarl as well takes out Tornadus. No speed control for Luho in game 3.
So both of these Pokemon, both of these Tornadus even went for an offensive attack there, but because Justin's Tornadus was faster, whether that was a speed tie or just naturally trained faster, was able to lower the speed of the opposing Tornadus, and Chi-Yu able to pick up the KO there thanks to the Snarl. Now, Snarl's not going to be the most effective attack here against the opposing Ursaluna, but a combination attack against that Flutter Mane should be enough to pick up the KO, and Ursaluna has shown that it wants to protect on that first turn to activate the Flame Orb. Now, doesn't have to protect. We saw him go for Earthquake in game number 1, and with a protect on the Flutter Mane, that Earthquake's looking very tempting.
Yeah, Ursaluna doesn't protect here. You got to be on the offensive. Your back is against the wall for Luho. You have to do things that Justin will not anticipate. Snarl hitting into Flutter Mane to protect. It's going to have the Beads of Ruin into Ursaluna. Doesn't get the knockout. You don't care about a special attack drop, but Earthquake into the Fire type on Chi-Yu on the other end. There is no Guts boost, and it's a spread attack, but it doesn't matter. The Steel type on Tornadus also was so low HP, that's a double KO.
And now with no Tailwind up for either of these two trainers, you may have to switch your Flutter Mane out to regain its natural speed, but overall, you have guaranteed that you will have the fastest Pokemon that you know of, but we know that Justin has also made a Pokemon adjustment here, and it's not going to be the Amoonguss as that final Pokemon like we've seen in the past 2 games. It's actually going to be his Flutter Mane rounding out the 4.
Sometimes you have to make a decision to catch your opponent off guard. Now Flutter Mane with the booster energy, special attack raise as well, so interesting to see how much of these teams were similar with how their Pokemon were trained, but you know that Urshifu and Flutter Mane are going to be faster because of Luho's speed drop from before.
Exactly, and because Justin has that natural speed advantage, and because Luho's Pokemon are at such low health, you can see him sort of lock in the Dazzling Gleam, because you can rely on that spread damage to pick up the KO against what you've seen. You have the Urshifu to break through any protects that Luho might try and go to, and if he does switch in that final Pokemon, taking a Dazzling Gleam plus a potential Surging Strikes, I mean, that could be a knockout right there.
Do give credit to the Ursaluna taking 2 hits with the Beads of Ruin active, so bulky enough to last for this long. Ursaluna finally getting knocked out, but Luho's Flutter Mane does take that Dazzling Gleam, gonna force these Surging Strikes into that spot. Luho understood both of these Pokemon were gonna get knocked out on his turn. You don't want to switch something in to really take any damage there either, so Luho down to his final Pokemon against 2 of the Titans of VGC in Flutter Mane and Urshifu.
And unfortunately, that Pokemon will be Incineroar, which he does have a couple of options here. You know, could try and use its Terastallization to get a couple more turns here on the field. We've seen it do some interesting amounts of damage with Flare Blitz and Knockoff in return, but in a 2v1 situation against 2 of the most powerful, popular Pokemon in the metagame, it is an uphill battle for Luho here.
Luho going to Terastallize into a Grass type on Incineroar. Get out of that water weakness. Urshifu is threatening on you here, but with the Focus Sash, with full HP on these 2 Pokemon, it might be too much to withstand. There's the Moonblast doing some pretty solid damage into Incineroar, and then Surging Strikes will bring Incineroar down to probably around 35% HP remaining. And anytime you click a Flare Blitz, you're gonna take the recoil damage as well. So the Incineroar is just in too difficult of a position. There's the Flare Blitz into Flutter Mane, brings it down to 4 HP, so close to a 1-hit KO, but with so much recoil damage and so low HP, Justin Burns is 9-1 here in Houston.
It's his first major of the season, but honestly, he is back in peak form, just finding an amazing way through that matchup, just correctly prioritizing the speed control that he needed in those matchups, making a great adjustment to that Flutter Mane in that game number 3, just catching his opponent off guard and really, I think, showcasing just why some of these Pokemon have been the most popular Pokemon throughout Scarlet and Violet. They're just so powerful.
And yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are the Pokemon that you think of when you think of this era of VGC, right? So let's take a look at the replay for Game 3. The Tornadus going down. It's so scary when you both lead the same Pokemon and you both have access to Tailwind, and you kind of get playing a game of chicken, and then neither of them click Tailwind.
Exactly, and you mentioned it earlier during the match, and I want to call it out now. You know, I do think that you called it perfectly when you said that you want to try and stagger the tailwinds, and you want to be able to, you know, go for the attack, honestly, that turn, so that way you will be able to use tailwind the next turn. And unfortunately, though, if you're going for Icy Wind as the attack and you lower the opposing speed, and then you just take an attack and you can't really do anything after that, it doesn't even matter at that point. So it's a very tough sort of decision to make whether or not you go for it. But if you, let's say, have a Tornadus that's been trained very heavily in speed, and you have high confidence that you will be the faster Tornadus, all of a sudden using Icy Wind in that position is just a very comfortable decision to make.
You just have to believe in yourself. I'm simply built faster. That's all Justin had to tell himself, is I feel like my Tornadus is going to win this speed tie and help me out there. And obviously it doesn't just come down to just how the Tornadus are trained there, but we kept bringing up the lack of defensive utility that Justin's team had. And he didn't need it, because really, Amogus was a liability when it did come, because it was a Terra Hog against Tornadus, right? Gets one hit KO'd when it was not able to terrestrialize. So say, no, let's kick it to the curb and bring Fluttermane in.
A wise Pokemon trainer once said, "You don't need defense if your opponent can't attack."
Yes, absolutely. Listen, that's how hyper offense.
No, it's true.
That's how hyper offense works, right?
Yeah,
if you're putting your opponent in difficult positions, if they're gonna waste turns protecting, every protect is a turn that you're not being damaged. Your choice specs Chi-Yu is still at full HP. Your Shifu didn't have its focus sash broken for so many turns in that set, right? Like that. Sometimes the best defense is a good offense, flipping it around.
All right, well, I think we should go ahead and break that match down a little bit more. So why don't we go ahead and check in with Evan and a friend over in our Analyst Lounge.
Thanks, Gabby. Welcome to What's the Strat with Evan Lat with a bonus Dwee-ha.
How's it going, everybody? Thanks, Evan. We're friends.
We're here in Houston, so it feels only appropriate to give a big old Dwee-ha out there for you to come over here in the Analyst Lounge.
Yeehaw, Dwee-ha.
Yeehaw,
That's what I used to say.
Well, that was a really great match to kick off our first, kick off this phase 2 here. I'm really excited to dive deep into this. Two players that I've been really excited to watch, and Justin, I really enjoy this team. It's very much that's Fluttermane, Chi-Yu more, and with the Tornadus and Urshifu Rapid Strike as the other duo here on the team. But a couple of little interesting adjustments here that came up very important during this game, especially on the Tornadus. This was really a Tornadus-centered matchup for both players.
Yeah, I mean, this match really came down to the two Tornaduses facing off, and which Tornadus would get the leverage over the other, right?
Mm-hmm. And to that point, Justin has a lot of advantages on his Tornadus. So you have the Covert Cloak, which means that the opposing Icy Winds will not be able to drop the speed of the Tornadus. You also have the Taunt on this Tornadus, which means that if Justin feels confident that his Tornadus is going to be faster than the opponent's, can definitely shut down a Tailwind option from Luho. As well, having the Steel Terra type means that up against the other Tornadus, it really can't do a lot of damage back to
no Bleak Windstorms, Icy Wind, whatever. You're not even getting that speed drop anyways, right?
Resist it all. And these were really important pieces for Justin going into this game. As we pop forward to see Luho's team here, this is another variation of the Tornadus, of the sort of Trick Room Setter and Ursaluna teams that also have the Tornadus mode. Of course, the big story here is the Bronzong, but of course with Chi-Yu on the other side.
Kind of scary to bring.
Not bringing Bronzong.
Absolutely not.
Sorry, buddy. Maybe in another match we'll get to talk about the unique features of Bronzong for this team, but over here, the important thing again, looking at the Tornadus, it was a Tornadus versus Tornadus matchup, and the differences here are big. Going with the Focus Sash instead of the Covert Cloak means that Tornadus is definitely around for 2 turns, or 2 attacks rather, but does make it vulnerable to Icy Wind, which we know Justin has. No taunt here, instead going for protect. So we'll be able to stall out some turns, but otherwise not able to shut down the Tornadus on Justin's side.
Yeah. One thing to note too, Evan, is also the Flutter main, right? I mean, the Flutter main opting for that substitute never came into play here. Maybe it played out for like, you know, parts of Luho's tournament, but not having that spread move, not having that Dazzling Gleam kind of like impacted the kind of plays that, you know, Luho could have done.
Totally.
Yeah.
And with that Flutter main as well, the water terrestrialization here was very important to sort of match up better against Urshifu, but we also saw that it doesn't actually match up better. It's sort of a one trick, right? Like I get to resist one surging strikes, but then I'm vulnerable to a close combat. So
yeah. Kind of just catching it in that turn, right?
Yeah, just trying to catch it in that turn. But you have the substitute, so it makes sense to go for a more defensive terrestrialization on this Flutter main, which unfortunately we did not get to see play out in this game. Let's go ahead and hop into game one here. As you can see, Luho is going to go ahead and lead directly with the Tornadus and Ursaluna up against the Amoonguss and Chi-Yu coming out from Justin's side. So Luho is showing his hand here that he really wants to have speed control. It's going to be about keeping his Pokemon fast, keeping that Ursaluna in particular needs to be able to outspeed this Chi-Yu, otherwise it's going to be super vulnerable.
You never, again, remember, you want your Pokemon to have that speed advantage. One of the key tenets of Dwee VGC. Never operate in Trick Room when you don't want to operate. But another addendum to that is also you want to be faster than your other Pokemon. You want to be moving first.
You want to move first,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
So don't let your opponent get Tailwind when your Pokemon are slower or faster.
Yeah, just have the speed control.
Go first. Go first.
Go first.
So you can see that that's something that Luho is definitely going to prioritize here with these leads. But if we hop into game, Justin's going to make that adaptation as well, switching out the Chi-Yu for bring in the Tornadus himself to try and get some damage off. Actually is able to get an Icy Wind off onto this Ursaluna here. So this is now at -1 speed. And as it's coming through, we're going to see that this Tornadus is going to be going for a Tailwind of its own. As it goes in and gets that Tailwind set up. As it's waking up here on this turn. So is able to get the Spore onto the Tornadus to sort of stall out some turns here. But crucially, that Ursaluna with the -1 speed is still going to underspeed this Chi-Yu after Tailwind comes out. So you can see Ursaluna is just protecting here, just trying to stall out some turns, while trying to stall out some turns for this Tornadus to wake up. And as it wakes up, it goes for the Tailwind and then is able to go forward from there. There's the Tornadus waking up. You can see it's going to set up this Tailwind, going to double the speed of the Pokemon on the field, but with that -1 from the Icy Wind, Ursaluna still underspeeds the Chi-Yu, which means it is going to still take this overheat, and that is a huge deal. Knocks out a big threat from Luho there.
Yeah, I mean, knocking out that Ursaluna was definitely one of the plays that Justin was really aiming for, right? One of the lines that Justin was looking for. And you see how crucial, like, plays before, like, plays turns before have such a huge impact on the rest of the game. I mean, that Icy Wind from turns ago just making such a huge deal here and really just sealing the game for Justin.
Absolutely, and this was also another big impact on this turn, on this game, was this Urshifu was able to dodge a Bleak Wind Storm, which preserved the Focus Sash on that Urshifu. And in the end game, that means that this Urshifu is going to have extra attacks, extra stability, not going to be afraid of anything here. As you can see, here comes the Bleak Wind Storm from the Tornadus, misses the Urshifu, but will connect onto the Chi-Yu for damage there. But with this Focus Sash still intact, this Urshifu is going to feel so much safer as it knocks out the Tornadus here.
Yeah, and just having that Focus Sash around really just impacts a lot of the sequencing, right? Like, your strategy completely changes when you see that there is a Focus Sash. You know that you have to launch 2 attacks in there when, you know, you were already hoping that one of the Bleak Winds already landed in there. So it really just changed all the sequencing for Luho.
Absolutely. And after that Bleak Wind Storm miss, Flutter Mane comes out here and you have Flutter Mane and Incineroar on the field against this Chi-Yu and the Urshifu. And this is really threatening here. The Urshifu and the Chi-Yu, both capable of dealing big damage here. And Luho has to make a choice here, right? Still has Tailwind up for now, but will be losing the Tailwind and then has to worry about the speed advantage. And so has the option, do I target down the Chi-Yu because it can't protect, or do I target down the Urshifu? It still has its Focus Sash, try to break its Sash, bring it down to that 1 hit point, and goes for the Chi-Yu, but Chi-Yu does have a way to protect itself. It can actually switch out.
Great switch right there. I mean, it really just, again, like, we go back to that Flutter Mane not having that Dazzling Gleam option. Like, that would have been a perfect option right there, right? So that would have been the perfect move right there in that situation. Dazzling Gleam to be able to break the Focus Sash on that Urshifu as well as chip away at that Chi-Yu too, but instead you have to target down with a Moonblast, which doesn't even get the KO.
Absolutely, and it doesn't get the KO, and then of course the Urshifu is able to, Incineroar can't 1v3, 1v1 at the end of the day, and Justin is able to take that first game. Now, going into game 2, Luho makes the adjustment here, goes for the Flutter Mane and the Incineroar lead, while Tornadus and Urshifu are going to be for Justin. So Tornadus out on the field immediately for Justin this time, versus the Flutter Mane and Incineroar out on the field for Luho. So again, this time Justin is the one prioritizing having the speed control option immediately. What this also does is it puts a lot of pressure onto the Flutter Mane with that Urshifu on the field to use its Terastallization. This is what you have the Water Terra for, is to take 1 Surging Strikes from the Urshifu here. Yeah. Unfortunately for Luho, Justin doesn't fall for it and instead goes for the Stellar Terastallization on the Urshifu to negate the effects of the Intimidate on that Incineroar. And because he's able to bait out that Water Terra on the Flutter Mane, gets to fire off a huge close combat into this Pokemon, while also at the same time haunting Luho's Tornadus, meaning that Tornadus won't be able to go for a Tailwind. This seems like a really good turn for Justin at the start, but if you notice, Tornadus has not made a move here yet on Luho's side.
Not falling for that taunt.
Did not fall for the taunt at all, and it's going to be able to fire off a Bleak Wind Storm. And as you can see, having already had the Focus Sash busted earlier, it's a whole new ball game here for Luho.
Absolutely. I mean, you and I were backstage here talking about it. You know, the possibility of a substitute and a Tailwind from that Tornadus on Luho's side, but, you know, not falling for that. Instead, going for this nice Icy Wind, just going for that. I mean, that was such a huge double KO right there. Getting the KO on that Urshifu, which was so problematic in game 1. Just really just, man, putting it with the last 2 Pokemon versus the last 2 Pokemon. I mean, it was just the perfect setup, right?
Absolutely. And of course, Luho is able to win that game, but Justin will come back in game 3 by using some really cool positioning and getting his Pokemon out at the right time. Gives up some big KOs to an Ursaluna very early on in the game, but then ultimately has the Urshifu and Flutter Mane, and Luho just doesn't have any answers for that at the end. So really well played by Justin. I love watching how he positions and uses his Pokemon to soak up damage, make those trades, and get to where he needs to be.
I mean, it's identifying your lines, it's identifying where you need to get those key knockouts, right? Identifying the big threats and, you know, really just removing all the possibilities of having your Pokemon knocked out, right? Like, just identifying, like, hey, what are the big hitters over on my opponent's side of the team? It's the Ursaluna, it's the Flutter Mane, right? If I knock those out, there won't be enough damage for, you know, Luho to push back to me, right? And that's actually a new key tenet of mine in VGC. It's not new, but it's like something that I'm saying right now.
You saying out loud for the first time here?
Saying it out loud for the first time here to all the viewers out there. Another key tenet of Dwee VGC: knock out their Pokemon before they knock out yours.
You heard it here first. Knock out their Pokemon before they knock out yours. And let's see if our players are able to take that tenet to heart as we toss it back to the casters for our next round of Swiss.
Wise words of VGC right there, Gabby.
You know, these are the tenets I live my life by. So I'm going to keep watching and, you know, write them down in my notebook, add them to my positive affirmations that I recite every morning.
Yeah, we've always lived by these things that he just came up with for the first time.
It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle.
It certainly is, and we are excited for round 11 of the Houston Regional Championships. Zach Immersion, the only undefeated trainer remaining at this point, so he secured his spot in Top Cut here later on today. And there's so many other people there. They're so nervous at 9-1 right now. They want to win this round and get in.
Yeah, anybody at 9-1 just has to win one more match to punch their ticket into Top Cut. Anybody at Etzen 2, you gotta win 2. So we're going to be featuring one of our winning in matches this round, and probably featuring another one next round too, if I had to wager.
That would make that'd be a pretty solid wager, I would say. Dylan Matthews versus Sohaib Mufti is going to be our notable match, but you can see just how many great players. World champion Giovanni Siski versus regional champion Daniel Yu. That's pretty awesome. Yuki, Wolf, Connor, and Slitherwing have made it to round 11. Some people are rejoicing, not going to say who.
I mean, I think everybody knows who. It goes without saying who. Connor currently at X&2, so good luck to everybody out there using Slitherwing in the field and everybody out there who isn't using Slitherwing in the field. There are two types of people competing in this tournament today.
Benjamin's in is in a tough spot. If Benjamin wants Sierra's respect, Benjamin's in a tough spot, but we wish both of them well. We wish everybody as we get ready for Dylan and Sohaib. We're going to head over to the stage. This should be a pretty fun match. As we were talking about, the winner of this matchup will secure a position in Top Cut in Houston.
Yeah, Dylan rocking one of those cool hats from back in the VGC days of old. So I got to shout that one out real quick. Dylan also rocking one of those size spam teams that have been really dominating the metagame here in Houston.
Sohaib with the Cresselia instead of, we saw Bronzong potentially, you know, on the team last game, didn't come last round, but gonna go back to the more traditional Ursaluna teammate with the Moon Room, as we like to call it, with Cresselia and Ursaluna.
Is that what that's called?
That's what I've been calling it for like 2 years.
All right, so then we had the Bell Room, we had the Moon Room, and the Computer Room?
Because Cresselia, right, Ursaluna, they're both food Pokemon. Anyway, Dylan, with that size spam core we talked about with Indeedee Female and Iron Crown, Landorus Incarnate, Ogerpon Wellspring, Tornadus Incarnate, and Urshifu Single Strike. Those first 5, that feels like a lot of teams. It's really the Single Strike that's the difference here.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of size spam teams as well rock, I think, the Ogerpon Hearthflame over the Wellspring. I think the Wellspring gives a nice amount of bulk to this team that otherwise it's kind of missing. You also have the Wellspring Ogerpon provide some nice water typing that will allow you to counter a lot of the fire type Pokemon, such as Chi-Yu or apparently Kanto Ninetales out in the field that have been brought specifically to try and shut down the Iron Crown. Sandseer Storm on the Landorus, also just really powerful move. And I really do like the choice band on the Urshifu, like you were mentioning. I think Wicked Blow on the Single Striker Urshifu in particular is one of those attacks that just does so much damage. It's very easy to underestimate just how powerful that Pokemon can be. So if you're able to line it up against one of those big Psychic type Pokemon, such as the Cresselia on Sohaib's side of the field, that is going to do some significant amount of damage.
Yeah, nearly impossible for Cresselia to enjoy taking a Wicked Blow and still set up Trick Room, right? So
exactly.
Gonna be in a tough spot for Sohaib with the Amoonguss, Cresselia, Fluttermane, Incineroar, Ursaluna, and Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Yeah, this team looks almost identical to the team that we saw last week in Seattle that call it Higher Run. There's a couple of differences with Terra types and items here, which is interesting. I think the Steel type on Terra type on the Cresselia is certainly going to be a little bit difficult in this matchup, especially with the Urshifu on the opposing side of the field, as that will mean that the Cresselia will be taking essentially super effective damage depending on what move that Urshifu locks into. So I think you have to keep an eye on this Amoonguss in particular, as it's really going to help out this Cresselia, being able to redirect those attacks from that physical attacker, deal some good damage in return with the Rocky Helmet, and also potentially terrestrialize into that fairy type to resist the fighting and the dark type attacks that Urshifu Single Strike provides.
And we see with Sohaib Shirt, he understands, he appreciates, just like us, Gabby, that Trick Room is a treat to play because you flip the dimensions. You have those slow Pokemon that they're always waiting for their turn. They're always waiting for everyone else to move first. But Sohaib says, no, I'm going to twist the dimensions and invest in bulk, but then also be able to attack before you can.
Exactly, and I think it's worth calling out as well that this Ursaluna could also be one of those Ursaluna that's trained a little bit faster that can do things with Icy Wind. But for now, though, it looks like a pretty traditional start for both these trainers.
Sohaib Mufti with Incineroar, Cresselia in the lead versus Dylan Matthews, Iron Crown, and Indeedee.
So unlike some of the other Iron Crown we saw yesterday in the tournament, this Iron Crown is going to be that water type terrestrialization so it will be able to at least resist a lot of the attacks that the Incineroar can throw at it. However, it does not have access to the Terra Blast, so it won't be able to threaten a KO on the opposing Incineroar this turn. So Sohaib does have the opportunity here to at least keep the Incineroar around.
Terastallization right away, turn 1 for Dylan, turning the Iron Crown into a water type. Don't want to take any super effective dark attacks on the other end, or fire attacks that Sohaib could be throwing your way. Calm Mind right away to boost the special attack and special defense of this Iron Crown by 1 stage. Icy Wind does connect onto both of Dylan's Pokemon, lowering their speeds. Indeed, not really trained too fast usually, so not too big of a deal. But the Flare Blitz does go into the water typing, so great terastallization for Dylan because he took way less damage that time now. And Indeedee, essentially for free, just a little bit of chip, and then you're going to be slower anyway under Trick Room.
I like the Trick Room play there from Dylan, as he could have easily gone for an Imprison to shut down the opposing threat of Trick Room from Sohaib, but instead I think making a great prediction that Cresselia would opt for an Icy Wind, and then taking advantage of, well, I guess I'm going to be slower now because of the Icy Wind. Might as well twist the dimensions, and now I can even shut down the opportunity for you to twist them back with Imprison this turn.
One of the issues that Iron Crown is facing, even with your Calm Mind boost, is what we saw yesterday. When you don't have Terra Blast and you have Calm Mind in that 4th move slot, it still is very difficult to damage the Incineroar with Iron Crown. So he's just, Dylan's not even going to opt for it, and instead we'll use Tachyon Cutter into the Cresselia, bringing it down pretty low. Knockoff on Indeedee brings it very low into the red, but not enough for a KO. It will get rid of the Rocky Helmet, and Sohaib said, hey, I'm the one that clicks Trick Room around here, bring the dimensions back to normal.
It's interesting, though, that we're seeing both these trainers essentially ignore the non-psychic type Pokemon on the field, but it does make sense, as Dylan wants to ensure that Trick Room is not going to be available for a potential / probable Ursaluna in the back of Sohaib's party, whereas Sohaib wants to remove the Indeedee so that when the Ursaluna presumably makes an appearance, the speed control will be in his favor.
There's the Icy Wind connecting yet again onto both of Dylan's Pokemon and getting the knockout with a critical hit into the Indeedee there for it to go down. And now 2 times this Iron Crown has had its speed lowered, which does allow Incineroar to outspeed here, but it's into a water type, so it really doesn't do much damage. You will get a burn, which will help have a little bit of residual damage at the end of every turn, but it's not crucial since Iron Crown is not a physical attacker. There's the Tachyon Cutter, and both Trick Room users were KO'd this turn.
They were, but if Dylan wants to keep the Iron Crown on the field with that Calm Mind boost, which is doing a nice amount of boost to its damage output. I mean, you've seen just how much damage those Tachyon Cutters did to Cresselia, which is a very naturally bulky Pokemon.
Right.
It will have to stick around on the field with the 2 speed drops. Now, we do see that Dylan has the Ogerpon Wellspring in the back of his party, and it is holding Follow Me in its moveset, which means it will be able to also redirect attacks away. And what a great Pokemon to redirect attacks from when you have Water Absorb and you're staring down the Water-type Urshifu.
That's right, 2 Water-type Pokemon on the field right now against Urshifu. Rapid Strike, he finds it in a difficult spot. And look how Iron Crown is so much of a key piece on this team, Gabby, that you essentially need to rely on 2 redirecting Pokemon, Ogerpon and Indeedee, to make it work.
But that's okay if the Pokemon can carry your team. And Sohaib probably pressured to terastallize this Urshifu into its steel typing now, just to resist the threat of an expanding force, because otherwise that Urshifu is just going to be wiped out.
Right now, as a steel type Pokemon with this terastallization, both resisting expanding force and Tachyon Cutter. So very nice use of terastallization here. Ivy Cudgel, though, into the Incineroar is super effective and gets the knockout. Even without the critical hit, probably still gets there.
Exactly, and I think honestly the threat of the Follow Me alone is enough to keep Urshifu from using the Surging Strikes. Close combat will be enough to pick up the KO onto that Iron Crown, and with the special and physical defense drops in return, I think that's a great trade for Sohaib, as now Dylan is not only down to to his final 2 Pokemon alongside of Sohaib, you know that you have this advantage where you have this really great physical attacker with your Shifu, and you now have the fastest Pokemon on the field in the Fluttermane.
Yeah, Fluttermane is ready to go in this spot, can hit the Urshifu single strike super effectively with a Moonblast, but now that Urshifu Rapid Strike for Sohaib has turned into a Steel type, you gotta be worried about a close combat.
You do, but if you're able to land the Moonblast against the opposing Dark type Urshifu, it's gonna be 4 times weak even. It's still Dark fighting. That's gonna be a easy knockout. You do have to worry about the redirection, of course, but Dylan is on the back foot right now. You need to be dealing damage.
Choice Specs Dazzling Gleam gets the knockout. You can't get out of that with the Ogerpon. Usually would want to click a follow me, but Dazzling Gleam is a spread attack, so great call from Sohaib. You're gonna need Ivy Cudgel to have another critical hit, and he doesn't get it. Close combat into Ogerpon, claims the KO, and Sohaib Mufti is 1 game away from top cut.
Sohaib, they're making a great choice to lead the Cresselia, almost bluffing that he had his Ursaluna in the back, and then saving the Fluttermane with Choice Specs to essentially clean up the battle. I think that Dylan was also thinking along those lines, saving his Choice Band Urshifu as the final Pokemon. It was just really unfortunate that when you have a Urshifu and a Fluttermane on the field against each other, the Fluttermane always wins.
Yeah, and just unfortunately for Dylan, how the matchup roulette can go, Fluttermane can hold a bunch of different held items. He can use a bunch of different attacks because it is Choice Specs compared to Booster Energy or some of the other variants we see. It does allow Sohaib to have spot for Dazzling Gleam in the moveset.
Exactly, and if it wasn't even for the Choice Specs, that could have not been a KO onto that Urshifu as well. So overall, great team building for Sohaib and recognizing the win condition, honestly, from Team Preview. I think a lot of people with Choice Specs Fluttermane will try and lead that Pokemon to sort of let's say, soften up the opposing Pokemon to make it so that whatever is in the back of your party has an easier time of getting the KOs later on in the game. But Sohaib just did the inverse of that, ensuring that his strongest Pokemon was in the back to just lock in the win con.
Now I'm wondering on Dylan's end here, as you're gonna have to make an adjustment unless Sohaib's just gonna win this 2-0. But I do think Ogerpon Wellspring could really be very well primed in this matchup. Instead, if you don't lock into the side spam lead, I really like how it could be positioned here, as it does resist so many things with its typing.
And it also does some big damage against Sohaib's Pokemon as well, and I would love to see it terrestrialize to get that special defense boost.
Right, but we do not see it for now. It could be in the back, but Dylan's back's against the wall with Indeedee, Female, and Iron Crown, the duo that has brought him to 9-1. You want to rely on them to try to keep this run alive. Sohaib with Incineroar and Cresselia on the other end. So now we got the Icy Wind Mind Games, we have the Trick Room. It's all back just like game 1.
And unlike game 1, we did see Dylan use Trick Room to try and stop Sohaib from using Trick Room, but I do think that's not something Dylan's going to do a second time. I think that Sohaib did a great job bluffing that in the first game. I have Trick Room, and I'm going to Trick Room. I have an Ursaluna in the back. I don't think that's something you make a mistake of in the second game, especially when you do have Imprison. You can easily stop your opponent from that, and unless you think, all right, I think Dylan thinks that Sohaib's just not bluffing this time.
He says there's no way he didn't bring Ursaluna again and doesn't want to set up the Trick Room for his side, so Dylan is going to lock that in. And like game 1, terrestrializing Iron Crown right away makes total sense. The most important Pokemon on Dylan's team, you want to keep it healthy and take less damage from a Flare Blitz or knockoff going into that spot. There's the Psychic from Cresselia. It is into the Iron Crown, but with a Calm Mind boost, gonna really help it there. Doubling up both attacks and still doesn't even bring Iron Crown down under 50% HP, and it had a critical hit there too. Indeedee sets up Trick Room.
It's really interesting to see Dylan go for this a second time, knowing that he could have simply used Imprison and still stopped the opposing Trick Room, but it is what it is. He does have the option to just revert it once again. Iron Crown can just go for a Protect this turn if it wants to try and, you know, avoid any damage while he stops this. And of course, he could also have an Amoonguss or some other, actually no, he doesn't have Amoonguss. So he could have a slower Pokemon in the back that maybe could utilize this Trick Room as well. We have yet to see, but still, overall, this position really does benefit Sohaib.
2 games in a row, the knockoff does not get the one-hit KO, so indeed he has been trained well to endure that knockoff. And now he clicks Imprison, so Sohaib can no longer re-twist the dimensions back to normal. This Psychic does get the follow-up into Indeedee, however, I guess, well, it's no longer on the field to imprison the Cresselia, so if it did stick around, could have worked out. But a Calm Mind boosted Tachyon Cutter into the Cresselia brings it down to around 30% HP remaining.
So I think Dylan's endgame here is essentially hoping that Sohaib has the Urshifu and the Fluttermane in the back of his party once again, and knowing that the Ogerpon is going to be slower than the Fluttermane for sure, and can essentially ignore the Urshifu. I keep mixing up my bears, excuse me.
Urshifu,
yeah. Can ignore that Urshifu, then as long as the Twisted Dimensions are in play, you should have the advantage. But you have to get through these 2 Pokemon first, and sometimes that can take those 5 turns in and of itself.
Yeah, at this point, Sohaib might want to just, you know, try to preserve that information for as long as he can. Maybe there is a potential with the U-turn access on Incineroar to bring one of those Pokemon in the back a little bit safer by using a U-turn in the middle of the turn. But it's just going to be a double protect here, or Spiky Shield, from the Ogerpon, and Iron Crown not taking any damage. Flare Blitz goes into the Spiky Shield, so similar to a Rocky Helmet or something like that. If you use a contact move into Spiky Shield, you will take some recoil damage, and Psychic into Cresselia, or from Cresselia, doesn't do anything. Important to note, if you're wondering why Cresselia is not doing a lot of damage, Cresselia has Levitate, so it is not getting a Psychic Terrain boost.
Great call out there. I think that's really important to keep an eye on. And the other thing to keep an eye on here is the fact that Sohaib did go for the double into that Ogerpon. I think that's also an indication that we might be right with the whole theory that it is going to be those faster Pokemon in the back for Sohaib, and that Ogerpon being the potential slowest Pokemon in this endgame with Trick Room up on the field is the thing to worry about.
Flare Blitz into Ogerpon with a critical hit. That's a neutral hit, but it sure didn't feel like it. Cresselia, Psychic follow-up, the double. Didn't go for a double Spiky Shield, and you're going to get knocked out on this turn. So now it's up to Iron Crown, who fortunately didn't take any damage and will be able to respond by KOing Cresselia.
All right, so the Twisted Dimensions are still in play. Cresselia has been knocked out, and Dylan's final Pokemon is revealed against the opposing Urshifu. It's going to be Tornadus.
Tornadus, a very notoriously, famously fast Pokemon, while Trick Room is currently up. So now you have to stall out your own turns of Trick Room here.
I mean, we don't know how these Pokemon have been trained, of course, but if we're just looking at the base speed of these Pokemon in play, Tornadus is just naturally faster than the opposing Urshifu. So you can't protect in front of an Urshifu, so you kind of just have to go for the opposing Bleak Wind, and maybe your Iron Crown is slower. It's tough to say.
Incineroar will switch out on this turn. Understanding that Psychic Terrain is going to end soon, so you'll be able to fake out soon enough. And yes, Sohaib has doubled up on the Bears in Game 2. Urshifu Rapid Strike and Ursaluna on the field at the same time. Terra Steel going to be just like he did in Game 1, getting out of that flying weakness here. And that Psychic weakness, Expanding Force. Ursaluna never stood a chance. Thanks for playing, buddy. One-hit KO, Calm Mind boosted, Expanding Force in Psychic Terrain. Here's the Surging Strikes into the Tornadus. This is a Focus Sash, which is completely irrelevant when you're guaranteed to get crit 3 times.
All right, well, the Ursaluna honestly did a lot there, though, by allowing the Incineroar to leave the field and come back, because now the Incineroar has found itself a little more time, and I think the more key thing is the fact that the Psychic Terrain has now expired. So while this Iron Crown can protect and avoid this turn of Fake Out, the Urshifu can just attack through that protect, so provided the close combat is going to be enough to pick up the KO onto this Pokemon, Sohaib should take the game.
There's the Fake Out, not even going to go for it. Close combat to secure the victory, and Sohaib Mufti has secured his position in top cut of the Houston Regional Championships.
That poor Ursaluna, it really did carry the game.
It did do a great job, though.
It did a great job.
It was really important to completely get knocked out on the switch in, but it did help, as you said, to bring the Fake Out because Incineroar was so crucial in that matchup.
Exactly. And I'm honestly, part of me is just glad I didn't misspeak at the end of the day. But, you know, it does sometimes work out, though, that your win condition is unfortunately just taking one of your Pokemon and just recognizing that, you know, you are a great Pokemon in and of yourself, but not now. I need the Fake Out. I need the ability to force this Pokemon to take a hit from my Urshifu, and knowing that they can't stop the Fake Out, they can't stop me from attacking with the Unseen Fist ability. I know I can land this KO because the Iron Crown has taken so much chip damage. This is my win con.
Critical hit, Flare Blitz into the bulky Ogerpon Wellspring to allow Psychic to get the knockout there with the double up. Absolutely huge for Sohaib. And so it really is a tough position when you're sometimes feel a little lost in the sauce turn to turn, right? You don't know what your opponent's Pokemon are. You don't know if they'd prefer Trick Room to be up. You're trying to counter your opponent's game plan, but sometimes you're countering right into what they want.
Exactly. But at the end of the day, you have to wonder if that critical hit on the Flare Blitz did make a little bit of a difference, and had the Ogerpon held on, what the game would look like. But that's just Pokemon. That's the game we play. And Dylan still does have one opportunity to win his next round to make it into top cut, so best of luck to him.
Absolutely, and I think one thing that round shows how difficult it is for size spam teams in a format dominated by Incineroar, the fact that they still are so prevalent goes to show how strong the core is despite its really, you know, glaring weakness.
Well, the thing is that if you are playing the Trick Room mind game, honestly, if you call it right, size spam can just run over the Ursaluna teams.
Right.
Like, I've played that matchup so many times practicing with my husband, and honestly, we're not playing the matchup, we're playing each other at the end of the day. To the point where we've stopped playing that matchup because I'm not playing like Iron Crown anymore, I'm playing Chalky. And it's just one of those things where if you can get a good read on how your opponent's playing, what your opponent's preferences are, then you really can figure out, okay, this is how I can win through this game, this is how I should play, this is the approach I need. Which is really interesting, and I think that's what's really cool about size spam, especially with Iron Crown, is that because there are so many ways you can run it.
The other wrinkle that really did help Sohaib here with the Urshifu being Terra Steel, that's an adjustment that we don't see very often, right? You can see maybe Terra Water or Stellar Terra like we saw in the previous round, but that if it's not just for the size spam matchup, it's for, you know, the Flutter mains that are all over the place as well. That was something that impacted which Pokemon were coming, because if Sohaib had, let's say, Terra Water or, you know, a different Terra Grass or something like that, it's not as helpful into those Psychic types.
Yeah, I think it's worth calling out that Colin Hires' version of the team also had Terra Steel on both the Urshifu and the Cresselia, like we saw here. And I think that's just, again, recognition that this matchup can be really difficult for the Ursaluna Trick Room teams, because you have to play the Trick Room mind game with size spam, and then also, you know, size spam is just very powerful. So.
And one thing, Abby, a lot of people try to like downplay the size spam core, right? And they're like, oh, you're just clicking follow me or helping and expanding force. As you can see, it's not that easy. It's very difficult.
You have
excuse me, you have Pokemon all over the speed spectrum, right? So you have Pokemon that want to be in Trick Room. You have super fast Pokemon like Iron Crown and Urshifu as well. You have Pokemon that want the terrain up, but then also Urshifu can't choose Choice Band, Sucker Punch if Psychic Terrain is up. It's not as simple as it looks.
I agree 100%, and honestly, I think it's one of my pet peeves when people sort of judge a book by its cover, let's say, with a team. I think that there is benefit to learning how to play every kind of team in a metagame. I think that finding the team that works for you is always a good thing. But at the same time, I don't think there's ever like an easy team to learn, because the way that your brain works is different than the way my brain works.
Right.
And, you know, maybe Galarian Moltres is a great Pokemon for your brain. Does not work in this brain. So someone who just naturally is drawn to a Psy-Spam team just looks at the world differently compared to how I look at the world, and it might be really easy to them, and maybe they make it look easy, and that's why, you know, it maybe has a certain reputation. But at the end of the day, you're absolutely right. There are a lot of moving parts there. It's very difficult to operate, and it's a very, you're absolutely right that it's a very difficult team to sort of get into those positions.
You know, I do, if I'm checking my notes here, I do think that is another famous Dweeism of don't judge a VGC book by its cover. I know Dwee's been saying that for a very, very long time, and we are ready to have some fun times with Sohaib. So over in the lounge, take it away.
Surprise, we're not in the lounge. I'm actually on the floor, Joe. I'm on the floor right now with Sohaib. Sohaib, congratulations. You've won your Swiss round. You're one step closer to making it to top cut. Can you tell me about how you're feeling right now?
It feels unreal. I'm just so happy to be here. It's just, it's unbelievable.
Let's talk about the match. I mean, when we were walking around prior to this interview, you were talking about how you thought that was a bad matchup. Can you tell me about your thought process?
Yeah, that matchup on paper looks horrible because of the Urshifu Dark. It's choice banded, and usually the way to play against Psy-Spam is to use your Cresselia, but choice band Urshifu puts a lot of pressure on you. So that's why I was a little nervous approaching that matchup.
You navigated that matchup really well between the Icy Wind and the Trick Room Mind games. Can you tell me about your thoughts going into that?
Yes, so in game one, my plan was that I will try to put as much damage as I can on the Iron Crowns, and usually in this tournament and in my practice, I noticed that most Iron Crowns were faster than my Urshifu. This was like actually the first Iron Crown that was slower than my Urshifu, so that was very, very surprising for me. But yeah, so my game plan in first game was that I'll try to put as much damage as I can on the Iron Crown and try to get rid of the Indeedee, so Urshifu and Ogre Pawn can, Urshifu and Flutter Main can take care of the last two Pokemon. Because I had a strong feeling that Urshifu Dark would be in the back, and I wanted to make sure that they waste their Terra on the Iron Crown.
You did not bring Ursaluna in game one, but then, you know, it did so much work in game two. You know, what was sort of like the process in coming up with Ursaluna in game two being the key piece?
Yes, because after game one, my opponent realized that, you know, my fast mode was putting a lot of pressure on them. So I knew that they would overcompensate for the Icy Wind pressure by setting up Trick Room and assuming that I have the Frailer Mons in the back. So that's why I brought the Ursaluna. It's just, I didn't get the opportunity to get a safe switch into the Ursaluna, but yeah, it just did its job to let my Instinct come back in for free. So, you know, I'm happy with it.
You brought Cresselia both games. You've been playing for such a long time. I think we both agree that Cresselia is one of the greatest Pokemon of all time if you think back all the way to all of its history. Can you tell me why Cresselia?
Psy-Spam, honestly. One of my really good friends, Richie, he, in our practice sets, beat me with Psy-Spam so many times without Cresselia. I had a Tornadus, and so I said, this is one archetype I cannot lose coming into this regional, so that's why I put in Cresselia, because it's just so bulky. It always consistently sets up Trick Room, and it just, like, as you saw in the match, it can take so many hits comfortably from Psy-Spam.
You live close by. You know, Houston's sort of like your new hometown. You've just recently moved here. Can I ask you, you know, how does it feel to be competing right now in Houston, somewhere that's so close to where you're currently living?
It feels amazing sleeping in your own bed, I'll be honest. Nothing beats that, so I'm super happy that they decided to host a regional here. It's funny, 2 months before the regional was announced here, I was driving by the convention center, so I was telling my mom that, you know, we have such a good convention center, why don't they host a regional here? So 2 months later, you know, they announced Houston Regional, so it was really funny.
You manifested this, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah, definitely.
Sierra's been asking this to all the players that have been interviewed so far. Since this is a regional in Texas, what Pokemon do you think would be able to pull off a cowboy hat the best? I know, I'm putting you on the spot right now.
Yeah. Honestly, it could be like... That's what I would say. Could be Ursaluna, or like Incineroar maybe. Even Incineroar, I think, it would suit it better, yeah.
both Ursaluna and Incineroar. So, hey, thank you so much for joining me. I'm going to go ahead and let you relax and center yourself before your next round. But before I let you go, any shout outs to the viewers?
Yeah, definitely shout out to the love of my life for always supporting me in this, my family for always supporting me, my friends, KD, Richie. Thank you guys for helping me prepare for my matchups, and all my friends that are supporting me. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Sohaib. I'm going to go ahead and let you relax. We're going to go ahead and throw it over to Evan for What's the Strat with Evan Lat. Take it away, Evan.
Hey, y'all. Welcome to What's the Strat with Evan Lat, bonus Gabby Snyder edition. Welcome to our little analyst cave over here.
Thank you for having me. I thought I'd swing by.
Yeah, you just got off the desk from that match. It was really fun to watch, and
Yeah.
I know you want to talk about these Trick Room teams.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly why I ran back here, actually.
Well, let's just go ahead and jump into it ASAP. Let's hop into team preview. We have Dylan Matthews versus Sohaib Mufti.
Yep.
Dylan here is going to be running that more traditional size spam team, but has some additional components to it. So it has that sort of the Landorus instead of the Regidrago for the big special damage. But here we go. Looking at this team, gotta shout out the Imprison, obviously, first and foremost. The adaptation we've seen from this style of team.
Yeah, and it was interesting to me as well that we didn't really get to see the Imprison there. I think that it's a huge threat on team preview, especially. It makes you always think, right? Like, there's always the threat, the Imprison, especially when you're running like a Trick Room team in particular.
Yeah.
Because you have to play like, well, are they going to reverse my Trick Room with Trick Room, or are they just going to shut me down? And I think that Indeedee especially is one of those really scary Imprison users, because it is going to be a little bit faster than a lot of the other Pokemon on the field, so you can't necessarily like, knock it out, let's say, before it gets the opportunity.
Absolutely, and I think one of the important things we have to shout out about this team that became very important during that set were the two Terra types here. So we have the Water Terra on Iron Crown, but also this Fire Terra that we never got to see on the single strike Urshifu, which Sohaib just called out, like, definitely made a concerted effort to pressure the Iron Crown to force that Terra so that the Urshifu in the back would not be able to Terra coming out. So that's really high-level play to realize, like, oh, I want to bring Fluttermane, but that means I have to force the Terra on the Iron Crown first.
And he was able to force that Terastallization because the Iron Crown didn't have access to Terra Blast, which I think was a great call from his part. Because normally, if you are running Terra Blast, you don't want the Terra Water in front of your Incineroar, right? Because then you either have to Terastallize your own Incineroar so that you can resist that attack, or you're trading your Incineroar for that Terastallization.
Let's hop into Sohaib's team here. This is the Cresselia adaptation of the Ursaluna teams, and we both love Porygon too, but Sohaib's right. It has a pretty nasty matchup into Size Spam, and Cresselia has a much better matchup there.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I literally said this on the opening yesterday, right? Like, I can't run Porygon 2 at my locals because of Size Spam. And I mean, especially with the Terra Steel on this Cresselia, like, it's able to just sit in front of Size Spam very, very comfortably, take those hits. And even though it can't necessarily benefit from the Psychic terrain for its own Psychic, like Joe was saying, because of that Levitate, it's really the bulk that you want in this situation.
Totally, and the other thing that's really important about Cresselia over Porygon 2 is it gets access to Icy Wind.
Yep.
So that gives you, lets you free up a slot. You don't necessarily have to run the Tornadus or have a booster speed Fluttermane running Icy Wind. You can put it on Cresselia, and that really opens up your options for a fast mode. And you could tell that Sohaib was really keen on exploiting that in this set. Really important for him to both be able to threaten Trick Room, but also show that he had a real threatening fast mode as well.
Yeah, I think the question of was it going to be fast or slow, especially with his lead in both games, was what really tripped Dylan up in the end.
Absolutely, and let's hop right into those leads for Game 1. This was, of course, a win and end. The Incineroar and Cresselia lead, staring down the Iron Crown and Indeedee leads here. This is, this is a classic Trick Room lead, right? If you have your Trick Room setter in Cresselia, you have the Incineroar that usually is able to threaten Fake Out pressure, but in this case is just able to threaten big damage onto either of these Pokemon, right? So a knockoff or Flare Blitz into the Iron Crown or a knockoff into the Indeedee, able to threaten big damage here, keeps that Cresselia safe. Seems like a perfect opportunity to set up Trick Room for yourself, right?
Oh, 100%.
you're exerting so much pressure here, but actually Sohaib decides that he does not want to set up Trick Room. Instead, goes for the Icy Wind from this Cresselia, forces out the Terra on the Iron Crown, like Sohaib mentioned, was going to be a key component of his strat. The Iron Crown is able to start getting the Calm Minds going, which has been very important for these Pokemon to actually deal enough damage. But like, this I think was a really crucial moment here.
It really was. Like, and I want to ask you, Evan, because I think everybody would sort of read this lead differently. Like, what would be your instinct to do here if you were the Sci-Spam player? Like, would you try and go for Trick Room? Would you try and go for Imprison?
I think I am almost certainly not going for... I am assuming they're going to try to set up Trick Room. So I am probably setting Imprison here.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, if I don't want Trick Room to go up, I would be using Imprison here. But I think what's really interesting here is that clearly these two players have played this matchup before.
100%.
Because what this shows me, when Icy Wind comes out from the Cresselia, shows me that Sohaib is going the fast mode. So definitely wants to keep the Iron Crown slower, keep the Indeedee slower, and whatever else is in the back. At this point, I'm thinking there's no Ursaluna in the back.
Yep.
So I was so impressed with Dylan for calling that out, reading the Icy Wind. It's kind of just like a guessing game at this point. You're just trying to guess what your opponent's going to do here. Of course, the damage comes out onto Iron Crown. It starts stacking up, especially with the burn that comes out on here.
Yep.
To sort of keep it on a little bit. That might have been a different game. I can't recall. But anyway, the Trick Room goes up here from Indeedee. So Dylan actually calling out that Trick Room would be beneficial for him.
Yeah, and I think that was honestly, like, you're absolutely right when you say it was a guess, because as far as we know, there was zero indication from either of these trainers that this is how this turn would play out.
Yeah, that lead could go either way.
It really
100%.
could have. Yeah, like, we could have seen a Trick Room to reverse a Trick Room. We could have seen an Imprison to stop a Trick Room. We could have seen the Cresselia switch out even. Like, there's so many different ways that turn could have played out. And the fact that Dylan was able to just rely on instinct to call that correctly in that turn one, to have that speed drop suddenly be advantageous to the Iron Crown was a great way for him to start the game off.
Absolutely, and I wish that Dylan had kept leaning into that instinct. You can see it right here. He's hovering it.
He
the
was
Imprison
thinking,
right here.
I was like, please, that would be so cool. Like, to be able to set up the Trick Room and then essentially block your opponent from reversing the dimensions would have been such a great play.
It would have been an incredible play, but unfortunately, it's a really hard play to make. Because if you are staring down this team that, again, has the Ursaluna on the team sheet, this is a lead that you lead if you're bringing Ursaluna.
Yep.
Almost every time.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it's also a lead that you lead if you're going to bring your fast mode almost every time.
Exactly.
It's so versatile and it's so adaptable to the moment. And Dylan, unfortunately, does not go for the Imprison and instead goes for the Follow Me on Indeedee to protect the Iron Crown from further damage. And it does manage to do that. Gets up a decent amount of damage with this Tachyon Cutter. I think the other option here would have been to just go for a Helping Hand to get the extra damage onto the Cresselia to knock that Pokemon out.
Yeah.
But clearly not too worried, or for whatever reason, is hedging his bets here, right? Like,
yeah.
Maybe if you have the Ursaluna in the back, I don't want Trick Room to stay up. Or if you do, I just want to stall it out, or...
Well, it also depends on how the Ursaluna's been trained, which we also have zero indication of at this point in time. I mean, some of these Ursaluna on these Icy Wind Cresselia teams have weird speeds.
Absolutely.
Like, I mean, weird complementary, by the way. Like, people have gone down rabbit holes to do the math so that after 2 Icy Winds, I outspeed this, but also in Trick Room, I underspeed this. And I have so much... love for the people who do that math that I can then shamelessly copy on my homework.
Yeah, it's so helpful to,
I know, right?
to have someone else do the math for you and
Shout
get the
out
speed
to
tiers.
Jake, by the way. Jake's my guy.
But you can see here, when Cresselia resets the Trick Room here, if I'm Dylan, this is kind of an uh-oh moment for me,
yes,
right?
Yes, 100%.
Especially knowing the Pokemon that I have in the back. It says that, oh, I have used my Terra on Iron Crown. I have Urshifu Single Strike in the back. If Sohaib doesn't want Trick Room up, Flutter Mane must be coming.
Yep, and it's It's hard too when you sort of get that first indication, right? Because you have the context that you know what's in the back of your party. You can start to sort of see where the battle's going. And you have to start then immediately pivoting to what can I get from this game?
Yeah.
Because you can certainly get information about this Flutter main. Knowing that it's choice specs, admittedly, there's only so much information you can get. You can maybe try and stall out the psychic terrain, so like a Sucker Punch damage calc could be helpful here, but there just ultimately wasn't really enough time for Dylan to salvage much.
Yeah. And in the end, the final Pokemon do come out, and it will be the Urshifu single strike. Sohaib is able to get damage off onto the Iron Crown, take it out using the Terra Steel Urshifu, and of course the Flutter Mane with the choice specs here. Ogerpon can't even protect the Urshifu with Follow Me because of the Dazzling Gleam. So just unfortunate checkmate here from Sohaib for Dylan, and just incredibly well played to be able to set up that trap. Like, it really was a trap that Sohaib set up for Dylan, and Dylan walked halfway in, or dodged it halfway, and then decided to go all the way into it.
Felt like something I do sometimes when you know you're walking and you dodge like the crack in the road, but then you trip on something else immediately afterwards. Not that I've done that, let's be real.
Who amongst us?
But no, I thought that he had the right idea though, that you were able to sort of identify, okay, well, with this lead, these were the possibilities. And I think going into game number 2, he had the same sort of gut instinct with the lead, right? It's just unfortunate that Sohaib was able to sort of make the same bluff, but just have a different outcome, which is exactly what you want to do with a team like this. You know, you want to be able to sort of put out the same front, but then have a completely different play style just to catch your opponents off guard.
Yeah, and you can see coming into this second game, the exact same leads here. It's going to be the Cresselia and Incineroar and the Indeedee and the Iron Crown for Dylan. And then this is where it gets really scary, because if you thought it was a guessing game in game 1, now it's also a guessing game in game 2, but with different more information. So like, all the same things are true that were true in game 1 here. This Incineroar still threatens big damage onto both of these, still is a perfect opportunity to set up Trick Room from the Cresselia, but also a perfect opportunity to sort of get those Calm Minds. If you think there's going to be another Icy Wind, you can go for the Trick Room, and if the fast mode's coming back again, you'll be happy to go along with that.
And to Cresselia's benefit as well, I think the nice thing about this lead into size spam is that it's so bulky. Even if Sohaib maybe doesn't make the most optimal play in this situation and Dylan ends up, you know, with the better trade for this turn, you have more ability to recover from it. Whereas with like Porygon 2 or maybe some other Trick Room setter, like, you just take so much damage in return with a bad call that you're just really on the back foot for the rest of the match.
Totally. And heading into turn 1, it's the exact same turn 1 with one important exception. Instead of going for the Icy Wind, Cresselia this time goes for a Psychic into the Iron Crown. And just like the Icy Wind was kind of a tell in game 1 that Sohaib maybe did not bring the Ursaluna, when Cresselia goes for this Psychic, no longer trying to lower the speed of Dylan's Pokemon, it tells me that Sohaib would kind of like Trick Room to be up, would kind of like to, is going to let Indeedee do whatever Indeedee wants to do here. And if Indeedee really just wanted to stop Trick Room, you would just use Imprison. But instead, Dylan is trying to go for the same read as in game 1, but misses this time.
Yeah, I interpreted this turn almost as Sohaib was okay waiting it out, and I didn't necessarily take this as the definitive, like, oh, the Ursaluna's in the back, even though I kept saying the wrong name of the wrong bear for most of this match for some unknown reason. I think subconsciously I just wanted it to be there. I took this as, okay, I have enough time here that I can see what you do, and then I can respond because of my natural bulk.
And this is the play that we wanted to see in game 1 coming out here in game 2. Indeedee sealing off the using Imprison to seal off the Trick Room from Cresselia. Doesn't last very long because it gets knocked out immediately, but does at least say that, hey, I'm going to make sure that Trick Room stays up. And you know, you do that when you think you have the speed advantage. That's Dylan saying, I think there's probably still the fast mode in the back.
Yep.
We see with the Tornadus, though, that there is a little bit of hedging the bets there as well. And this Ogerpon is actually really important because if there is Ursaluna in the back, as Sohaib sort of mentioned on the interview, this Ogerpon makes it really, really hard for Ursaluna to get a safe switch in. And in fact, makes it almost impossible for Ursaluna to get a safe switch in.
Yep, and I was also thinking as well, like depending on just how the rest of this game plays out, if Ogerpon is able to just stall out the remainder of these Trick Room turns, and if the Iron Crown is able to just utilize the Expanding Force to just keep the pressure up so Pokemon aren't necessarily switching in, then Ogerpon can really clean up after that, as it is going to be the fastest Pokemon around. And if you do make the substitution of the Ursaluna for the Fluttermane, then it is just the naturally fastest Pokemon, assuming it is, you know, invested in some speed.
Absolutely, and really interestingly here, Dylan does make an adaptation here, goes for a double protect on the Iron Crown and Ogerpon this turn, starts stalling out those turns of Trick Room, and those are going to become really, really important, especially when Dylan loses a turn of Trick Room, a turn of stall here with this critical hit from the Incineroar. Without that critical hit, this Cresselia will not be able to pick up the KO onto the Ogerpon, which means there is one more turn of having the Ogerpon on the field. The Ogerpon could have knocked out that Incineroar with the Ivy Cudgel. And just a whole different game happens here. You would have a double KO here. You would have the Ursaluna forced out and the Urshifu forced out with the final turn of Trick Room coming up.
Exactly, and that critical hit was just really unfortunate because of that, but at the same time, it's just, that's Pokemon for you at the end of the day, and it is what it is. I do think that Dylan was able to make a great sort of save here and try and bring it back, you know, being able to one-hit knock out the Ursaluna with the Expanding Force in a moment was really cool, and I think a good indication of what could have happened had we been in a different world. But unfortunately, we were not.
And unfortunately, what that means is that, you know, this Incineroar gets to switch out, gets to sacrifice the Ursaluna to stall out the Psychic Terrain with the additional pressure that the Urshifu is able to put on the field here with this Terra Steel, is able to survive an Expanding Force coming out from the Iron Crown and pick up the KO onto the Tornadus, which would have much rather been outside of Trick Room. Could have made something happen if it had been able to stall out just a little bit longer and not be forced out onto the field one turn early here. There's the Expanding Force that knocks out the Urshifu, or the Ursaluna rather. It is very difficult to keep the pairs
I'm just saying, they sound very similar, unfortunately, and especially when it's hitting maybe second coffee o'clock in the afternoon, sometimes it just gets a little confusing.
And importantly here, Trick Room's about to end, Terrain is ending, and that means that Incineroar gets to switch back in, has fake out pressure, and there is just nothing Iron Crown can do here. You know, as Sohaib mentioned, he's used to Iron Crowns being slower than Urshifu. It was very weird to see that or rather faster than Urshifu, was very surprised that his Urshifu was faster. But it didn't even matter in the end there because was able to get the fake out onto pressure onto Iron Crown and wrap that up and punch his ticket into top cut.
And honestly, I'm really excited to see that we get another one of these Cresselia Trick Room teams in top cut this week. I mean, I'm Trick Room biased, obviously, but it does also say a lot that so many Psy-Spam teams have made it this deep into the tournament. I do think that we have a good shot of seeing one in top 8, if not higher. So I'm
Iron
really,
Crown's very good.
It's very good, and I think that this presumably bulkier variant of it seems to be doing very well with Calm Mind to sort of make up the difference in the offense.
Absolutely.
So we'll see.
Let's continue to see what is going to develop here in Houston as we toss it back to our casters for our next round of Swiss here in Houston.
Thank you so much, Evan and Gabby. Yeehaw, dweehaw here behind the desk, joined by Aaron Zhang. Aaron, we're in our last round of Swiss.
We are, and we've got a banger to end things.
You're foreshadowing again.
You know,
You're always foreshadowing.
I just get too excited, Dewey, when I'm here with you.
Me too, Aaron. I appreciate that. I really do appreciate you. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at the Masters Swiss rankings here. Going into the final round of Swiss round 12 right now. Zach Immersion is currently the one and only
Zach,
undefeated. Shout out
11.
to NorCal VGC, basically, right?
He is, been in the scene for a couple of years and has piloted some of my favorite teams. I remember fighting against him at Vancouver Regionals in 2023, and he was using Belly Bolt there. He just, has some really, really awesome team building, and I would say his team, feels a little bit more standard for this event, but he has piloted just masterfully, right? Like, undefeated, has already secured himself a spot in Top Cut, likely has that bye as well. Of course, we've got Sohaib and Justin sitting at 10-1, also securing spots in Top Cut. Those are two, big names in VGC. Justin taking a really long break, not playing this season, and coming back full force. Of course, all of those players at 9-2 right now, fighting for a chance to continue their tournament lives.
Yeah, they need one more win in order to secure their spot in the Top Cut. Let's go ahead and take a look at some notable matches here in this final round of Swiss. There's so many top players here, and these are all very intense matches because you've fought so hard for 2 days, Aaron. 2 days.
2 days.
And you need one more win to make it to the Top Cut. Our featured match will be world champion Giovanni Siski versus Masahiro Taoka.
Yeah, so excited to get to see Gio play. He has had a really good season quietly. He hasn't really gone to that many events, but had, of course, made it to day 2 at EUIC as well as LAIC, and he has really shown why he's the world champion, right? And I think, he doesn't have to really play this season very seriously because he's already obviously qualified for the World Championships, but every event that he goes to is always making deep runs. And I think one of the things that I really like when watching Gio is when he plays the format, it feels like he often sticks with the same archetype and really masters it. And I think that was a key tenet to him winning the World Championships last season, where he was using Koraidon Lunala basically for the entirety of the regulation. And so he's been, I think, piloting his current team for quite a while as well. And as we take a look at his opponent, Masahiro just knocked Wolf Glick out of this tournament, defeating him in the previous round. He's got another world champion in front of him. Can he slay 2 different world champions on the path to Top Cut?
And you see both players right now, exchanging hellos, and it seems like they're all in good spirits. Masahiro qualified for the World Championships in 2024. Has been competing a little bit more in sort of these Western tournaments, right? He last competed at EUIC. The placements there weren't that great, but he's still coming out to these events, trying to get that invite through this Western circuit here. As let's go ahead and take a dive into Gio's team.
Gio, of course, using that super bulky Flutter Mane with that booster energy, no protect. It's a really disruptive Flutter Mane used for speed control. He's got some of the strongest offensive options in this format in Landorus Incarnate, as well as that Single Strike Urshifu. Single Strike Urshifu, actually, Dewey, it wasn't even in the top 12 of Pokemon yesterday, has made it into the top 12 Pokemon usage rates today, so, much better conversion rate overall. But you've got lots of good offense, but also some really strong defensive options in Incineroar, in that Ogerpon, and the Assault Vest triple electric type attack Raging Bolt with, just a lot of good offense and defense.
This is kind of the team that I expect more to see in Regulation F with that balance. I mean, Raging Bolt is such a sort of strong Pokemon, but I feel like we haven't seen that many, right? Like, I mean, yes, it is one of the top Pokemon, but I think of all the matches that we broadcast on stream, we saw it once, at least I remember vividly, with Lou versus Max, right?
Yep.
So I remember that Raging Bolt kind of being so powerful. So Gio is going to be piloting this Raging Bolt team, but yeah, a lot of heavy offense. And like you said, that Single Strike Urshifu, so strong.
Yeah, I think Landorus and Urshifu are going to be the 2 main Pokemon you'll point to for Pokemon that can secure one-hit knockouts. Otherwise, it's a lot of Pokemon that can do 30, 40% here and there, and then add the damage up. And so Landorus, to me, has been just one of the most impressive Pokemon throughout Scarlet and Violet VGC. We've even seen it dominate in restricted formats, and so is a Pokemon that, when positioned properly, can just dish out so much damage. But as we take a look at Masahiro's team, he's got a little bit more aggressive offense, especially when you look at that Chien-Pao Dragonite combination. My eyes are immediately drawn to Dragonite. It's got that inner focus. It's got that normal Terra choice band. And if you look at Gio's team, right, extreme speed with that normal Terra can be really powerful into Pokemon like Raging Bolt, Incineroar, Landorus, Ogerpon, and Urshifu, right? It's only the Flutter Mane with that Ghost typing that can be immune to it. And so the Dragonite Chien-Pao combination has been really a key duo throughout all of Scarlet and Violet VGC as well. Chien-Pao dropping defenses. Also notably, this is double dark type attack Chien-Pao. There's no Sacred Sword, and so that actually means that its matchup into Urshifu is a little bit less than you would normally hope for with that Sacred Sword. But overall, Masahiro, I think, also, has a lot of aggressive offense. And the other key tech that I want to call out is the Leer here on the Tornadus. Not a move that you see very frequently.
I mean, Leer's a pretty cool move, dropping, physical defense by one stage on both opponents' Pokemon.
Yep.
And especially boosted by that Prankster. Obviously, it's not going to matter if it hits into the Urshifu single strike over on Geo's side. So, and as well as that Incineroar, because, they had to kind of make Prankster not as strong as we used to remember it back in the day. So that is a pretty cool call out right there. And, this is a pretty physically attacking team, right? I mean, you're relying on a lot of your damage coming from the Chien-Pao, Dragonite, and that Urshifu, Tornadus, and Amoonguss. That's more so for support, right? You're never really picking those Pokemon as like, hey, I'm going to get out some pretty good offense. Yeah, Sludge Bomb's fine. Bleak Wind, is pretty important to be able to possibly make Focus Ashes or just get some spread damage out on the field if Tornadus has no better options. But yeah, that Leer, I think it's going to be a play. I mean, just softening up some of the targets for like the Dragonite, the Chien-Pao, or that Urshifu.
Yeah, one of the things I'm really curious about is, Tornadus is a really effective Pokemon in this format. It really does not like going up against Raging Bolt, especially Raging Bolts with Assault Vest, which is what Geo has, right? So we're going to start off the game, and it's going to be the Amoonguss here with the Urshifu.
Here we go. The winner of this will qualify for the top cut. Raging Bolt and Incineroar over on Geo's side, as Masahiro will lead with the Urshifu and the Amoonguss.
So the Amoonguss here, pressuring Spore immediately. Incineroar is safety goggles, right? So you won't be able to put that to sleep. And of course can fake out into the Amoonguss slot. So turn one, something like a fake out into Amoonguss, and then Raging Bolt just going for a Thunderbolt immediately feels pretty safe. If you're a Masahiro, then you might want to consider, protecting maybe even both of your Pokemon. You could also switch out here. The Urshifu's in kind of a weird spot, right? Because it just does not exert that much offensive pressure into Raging Bolt. Yes, it can threaten into the Incineroar slot, but, even if you protect this turn, going into turn two, like Raging Bolt is still applying a lot of pressure here, and you can see the potential to actually go for that Ghost Terra immediately. So saying with Ghost Terra, hey, now I just completely neutralize your Urshifu.
Yep, so it will be the Ghost Terra right here. Geo's Incineroar will become that Ghost typing, becomes immune to, and also will take those Surging Strikes way better. So just really playing on the defensive here, and this is a very smart terrestrialization, as you mentioned, as Urshifu on Masahiro's side will protect itself with that Detect, as Raging Bolt will go for a Dragon Pulse straight up into that Amoonguss, does a good chunk of damage, and here comes Incineroar going with a Flare Blitz, doubling into that slot, gets the KO from that turn. A huge piece of Masahiro's team has been removed. That Amoonguss is not going to be able to provide any support at all.
What a nice play by Geo on turn one. Opts to not actually go for the fake out option, saying, look, I think your Amoonguss is quite scary, and I'm just going to go for the knockout, right? And this is what I was saying. Urshifu already wasn't putting on much pressure into Raging Bolt, and by going for Ghost Terra, it's like the best you can do is getting a Surging Strikes into Incineroar, but it won't get the knockout because now it's kind of terrestrialized, right? So Masahiro could have gone for double protect on turn one just to bypass the threat of fake out, and then also would have seen the Incineroar commit Terra, but Geo goes for an explosive turn one, and it pays off really, really well.
Yeah, the Chien-Pao will replace the fallen Amoonguss here, so the defenses of all Pokemon on the field are now weakened, so this Urshifu will be striking much harder. The Chien-Pao does put some pressure onto the Raging Bolt, but of course it can also just get pretty heavily damaged back. Might even get KO'd if it can break the Focus Sash or get the Focus Sash broken.
Yeah, crucially for Masahiro, you do have Chien-Pao on the field, right? And so that threatens with a really powerful Ice Cold Crash into the Raging Bolt, and both of Geo's Pokemon are slower right now, so he is facing a lot of potential super effective damage this turn, and both of these Pokemon are at risk of fainting. We're not going to see any switches. Masahiro does pivot that Urshifu out, does not want to take a Thunderclap and just faint immediately. And there's the Dragonite, which I think is such a key Pokemon in this matchup.
What a key partnership right here between the Dragonite and that Chien-Pao. Looks like the Thunderclap will fail into the Dragonite slot as the Ice Crash connects onto that Raging Bolt. Big damage, but Raging Bolt hangs on with just a sliver of health, as Incineroar now will use Parting Shot and get to pivot, save that fake out for later, but most importantly, dropping that attack stat.
Yeah, part of the idea behind the Ghost Terra, by the way, was one, obviously to get around Urshifu Surging Strikes, but also to deal with Dragonite, right? I was talking about how Dragonite can feel like a really strong Pokemon in this matchup, especially with extreme speed, but now you see Geo effectively has two different Ghost-type Pokemon in Fluttermane and Incineroar. That's going to be a lot more more effective in dealing with extreme speed. So we did not see a crunch come out of that Chien-Pao. That would have been able to just knock out the Incineroar. Raging Bolt is such a bulky Pokemon that you do want to get damage onto it, especially because Urshifu certainly is not going to be super reliable in dealing with it, and so doesn't get the knockout, but Raging Bolt, crucially, still manages to hang on. Geo now taking some time to decide, do I want to switch into Flutter Mane? Do I want to switch into Urshifu? I think he's in a really nice spot, right? Because Masahiro does have 2 physical Pokemon out. He got the parting shot into the right slot, can pivot the Incineroar back in, get another Intimidate onto the Chien-Pao as well. And I think Flutter Mane, a nice switch in here, it is going to be the bulkier set, right? So now you can apply a lot of pressure, go for an Icy Wind potentially, right? Which would break the Focus Sash on the Chien-Pao and also deal damage into Dragonite. Could even aim for some speed control. So I think Geo right now in a really solid spot.
Yeah, one thing to note is that Chien-Pao still has its Focus Sash intact,
yep.
So Geo will have to maneuver around that. So, you know, revealing the Flutter Mane also kind of forces Masahiro to kind of like, you know, choose that move wisely. I mean, you got one shot with this Dragonite, you have to lock into a move. Obviously, Extreme Speed is so much harder to lock into now, especially since you know that Incineroar is in the back.
Yeah.
So tough call right here from Masahiro, and it's gonna be exciting to see, you know, what the decision is, right? What's this Dragonite gonna lock into? If it even locks into anything, or if it's just better off to switch out. It's already at 1 stage of decreased attack, so that's kind of, you know, mitigating that choice ban, and also like just puts you in a corner because now you have to lock in.
Yeah, I think it's like kind of the worst nightmare for Dragonite, right? Normally Dragonite's like, I just want a normal Terra and click Extreme Speed onto everything. Right now, you can't even click Extreme Speed with confidence at all, right? But with that parting shot as well, its damage is just really neutralized, so I think its best bet here is probably committing to that Aerial Ace. It doesn't feel that great, but, you know, the Flutter Mane still is at risk of getting knocked out by something like an Aerial Ace and a, you know, Ice Cold Crash going into that slot. So Dragonite's still going to commit the Terra here, right? And this is good from a defensive standpoint because now Flutter Mane's not going to deal super effective damage with either of its offensive moves.
Yeah, so Dragonite becomes the normal Terra type here, as Flutter Mane will go for the Icy Wind. Again, a great defensive Terra right there. Dragonite takes that way better than it would have if it did not Terrasilize. But most importantly, the speeds do drop here, so that Chien-Pao will be just a little slower. And here's a crunch into that Incineroar. Super effective damage, but that Intimidate paying off so well. And here's Dragonite with an Aerial Ace. That does pretty good damage down to that Flutter Mane, so good amount of damage being done, but, you know, of course, that Icy Wind is going to pay its dividends, right? That speed dropping on the Chien-Pao is going to be so important. Dragonite's kind of already middling in terms of speed, but, you know, it's still a good speed drop to get.
Yeah, I think that was a huge turn for Masahiro, though, right? Like, the crunch brings Incineroar solo, you still do a ton of damage to Flutter Mane, and the tough spot for Geo right now is, like, you're not exerting that much pressure with the Flutter Mane. You can't Moonblast ideally into, you know, the Chien-Pao slot. Geo last turn could have maybe gone for like Thunderclap plus Moonblast into the Chien-Pao to try to knock it out, but of course you're at risk of Chien-Pao protecting in that position, and so you can see Geo trying to get one last move off that Thunder Wave before he's able to feint, and Chien-Pao here protects, does not want to eat up a fake out this turn.
Yeah, Chien-Pao protecting itself. The Thunder Wave will land into that Dragonite, so Dragonite, I said earlier that it was a middling speed Pokemon. Now it is not a speed Pokemon at all. Incineroar goes for the Flare Blitz, will target down into that Chien-Pao Protect, so smart Protect right there to preserve that Chien-Pao, which is so... The opposing Dragonite is paralyzed and it cannot move, a message that players dread to see.
Yeah, big paralysis there. An Aerial Ace would have gotten a knockout onto either Pokemon there. And now Geo does have 2 things that threaten the Chien-Pao, right, with the Moonblast and the Flare Blitz. Chien-Pao here can go for a Sucker Punch, so it can try to knock out one of the 2 on the way out. Then the other one will likely knock out Chien-Pao. Dragonite could then get an Aerial Ace, so we could theoretically see 3 different Pokemon go down this turn. The question is, if you're Masahiro, are you okay with that trade, right? And there's not really much of an option, right, other than switching out. But if you switch out, you still are going to eat up a potential Moonblast here from the Flutter Mane. And so Geo kind of created this nice pin, and that paralysis was a big deal.
Yeah, or even possibly a Thunder Wave. But instead, Flutter Mane goes straight for the Moonblast, hits into that slot, gets a huge knockout right there. So much damage done. But, you know, it looks like Flutter Mane, I guess, you know, that's a pretty good trade for Geo, as Incineroar will go for a Flare Blitz now, hits into that Dragonite, no longer resisting it because it's now a normal type, and Incineroar, does it knock itself out with the recoil? It does, so now Dragonite, if it can move, can pick up the KO on this Flutter Mane, but how is it going to play out right here? Is Dragonite going to be able to move? It does, it connects with that Aerial Ace and gets the KO.
Okay, so yeah, Masahiro deciding, look, you know what, I'm going to sacrifice the Urshifu. I think Chien-Pao is better for me in this end game, not knowing what that final Pokemon is. It is going to be the Dark Urshifu, which I think is a very powerful option because right now you can just close combat either slot, and the Dragonite, of course, is locked into Aerial Ace. And so, yeah, I think Geo, yeah, putting himself into a really good position. Masahiro seemed kind of surprised that the Moonblast knocked out Urshifu, so I was wondering if he was expecting Fluttermane to have like no special attack investment. He's running super bulky Urshifu. Either way, though, gets the immediate knockout. So now Urshifu out on the field. It threatens, of course, a Thunderclap into either slot. Chien-Pao here, however, does have Sucker Punch, so you could Sucker Punch into the Raging Bolt, try to knock that out. Urshifu right now could close combat either Pokemon for a KO, and so I think with the Focus Sash intact, Geo should be in a really, really good spot.
Yeah, so that Focus Sash is so important. And that Icy Wind, again, breaking that Focus Sash on that Chien-Pao turns earlier,
yep.
kind of puts the writing on the wall here for Masahiro, right? Like, if that Chien-Pao had that Focus Sash intact, this game could play differently.
It would look different,
It would look completely different. And here's the Sucker Punch into that Raging Bolt, connects, gets the KO, but again, this Urshifu is going to get off 2 attacks right now. Looks like the Urshifu will be going for a close combat, targeting down into the Chien-Pao, gets the KO from that range. The defense drops happen, but that's not going to matter too much because of that Focus Sash. If Dragonite moves, sure, it'll go for an Aerial Ace, but the game's basically written right here, right? Geo's going to win this one. Dragonite does connect with the Aerial Ace, connects onto that Urshifu, brings it down to 1 hit point, but the next turn, of course, guess what? That Urshifu is going to come back, whatever move it wants to use to get the knockout.
1 HP is all you need here. So Dragonite, forced into an awkward position in this game, having to lock into Aerial Ace. I mean, the Aerial Ace was actually doing really reasonable damage throughout the course of the game, but I think this game highlights one of the nuisances of Fluttermane and Thunderwave in this format, right? Like, the difference between losing and winning that game was an extra attack, and of course, the Dragonite did get fully paralyzed earlier. And so I think the Fluttermane got into a really nice spot, right? Because it was able to, go for that Icy Wind. Dragonite was caught in a really awkward position where it kind of felt like it needed to, Terra defensively. And then, despite it being bulky Fluttermane, you can see that it still does apply good offensive pressure because Moonblast into both Chien-Pao and Urshifu is valuable.
Mm-hmm.
I think the thing is that, Geo started this game off with a huge lead. Amoonguss just went down immediately. I think Masahiro was trying to gamble a little bit on turn 1. If Amoonguss gets a Spore off into the Raging Bolt slot on turn 1, this game also probably starts looking really differently. So Masahiro took a risk. It didn't work out in game 1. I think the Amoonguss can still be a really pivotal piece in dealing with this matchup, though. I think the other thing is Masahiro probably now recognizes, okay, it's kind of hard for me to actually just click Extreme Speed into everything, especially because you've got the Ghost Terra on Incineroar as well, and you're willing to lean into that immediately.
Yeah, so I mean, turn 1 was pretty large, right? Just that incorrect identification from Masahiro being like, I'm gonna protect Urshifu right now. I think Geo's gonna target down my Urshifu. I must protect it. Instead, that became a huge swing right there. Basically, a free turn. Masahiro basically started this game with 3 Pokemon. He played this game with 3 Pokemon.
Yeah, and he still got really close, right? So yeah, I think if you go back to the drawing board and you think Geo is going to lead with Incineroar and Raging Bolt once again, then one of the questions is, what do you want to do, right? And Dragonite could be interesting. You could just go with Dragonite immediately because it's immune to that Fake Out, and you could just commit normal Terra right away. The question is then you want to click that Extreme Speed, right? Because let's say you lock into Extreme Speed, Incineroar could Ghost Terra, then you could switch Raging Bolt onto Fluttermane, and suddenly you've got 2 things that are immune to it. The advantage of Dragonite is having that immunity to Fake Out on turn 1 thanks to the Inner Focus. I actually thought, Urshifu Amoonguss was interesting because both Pokemon can be kind of annoying to deal with, but Masahiro just, completely gave up 1 Pokemon on turn 1. Let's say you just double protect. You run it back with Urshifu Amoonguss. You can double protect on turn 1, then Ghost Terra's already being committed, and then suddenly you are pressuring something like Spore with the Amoonguss on the subsequent turn. I do want to call out, though, that it's Water Terra Amoonguss, and so it's Thunderbolt plus Flare Blitz will always get really good coverage. It is going to indeed be the Dragonite lead this time, but Tornadus comes out, and a mix-up from Geo here as well, but Tornadus looks quite good into this.
Yeah, Urshifu and Ogerpon are the leads for Geo, so this Tornadus sitting pretty well right here. I talked earlier about how Bleak Windstorm's just some nice chip damage. Well, this is very good chip damage right here. Versus
this is just
Urshifu.
damage, brother.
Sorry that I misclassified the damage earlier, but I didn't think this positioning would happen to Aaron. I'm sorry I'm not as foreshadowing as you are.
Well, no, I mean, lots of mix-ups here, right? Geo completely switches it up as well, and Masahiro brings Tornadus into this matchup. Not the most intuitive Pokemon to bring, especially when you saw Raging Bolt previously, right? And so I think Geo right now caught in an awkward position because both Pokemon in the current state are, of course, going to be weak to flying, and so you can see Geo saying, look, you know what? I want to just commit my Terra here in Ogerpon. This makes me much more defensive, means I can likely survive the turn. I'm gonna land this Ivy Cudgel, but Tornadus pivots out. What is coming in right now? It's gonna be Amoonguss. That's a really nice switch by Masahiro.
Masahiro switching out that Amoonguss right here. Geo will terrestrialize that Ogerpon, will get that Embody aspect, but most importantly, losing that Grass typing just in case that Bleak Wind was gonna go in there, as well as protecting itself from the potential Aerial Ace that It looks so tempting to click right now. Does get a special defense boost because of that embody aspect, so that would have been nice going into the Bleak Wind Storm, as Urshifu will detect itself here, not wanting to take an Aerial Ace, as Dragonite does go for the Aerial Ace, hits into that Protect, and now Ogerpon will get to make a move now. It is going to be the Water-type Ivy Cudgel. It will land into the Amoonguss here, so, you know, good switch right there. You know, Amoonguss comes in pretty safely. It doesn't take that much damage, but that was a critical hit.
Yeah.
It does have a high critical hit rate.
It does, yeah. It makes it more challenging for Masahiro, though, because I think now you're vulnerable to Wicked Blow potentially just getting the knockout. Even if it doesn't, a double up, I think, will get the KO, because this isn't Citrus Berry on the Amoonguss, and that makes all the difference, because Amoonguss was really well positioned if that crit, I think, didn't come out. You then would be pressuring a Spore, right? Geo does have an answer into that Spore with the Incineroar and safety goggles in the back. You can see Geo considering, do I actually want to target the Amoonguss? Maybe I actually want to damage the Dragonite. Amoonguss might consider pivoting out right now, knowing that it's vulnerable to eating up a double up. So Geo's got a bunch of options, but that crit, I think, puts him in a nice spot. And you can see, yeah, he's, I think, aiming to try to just get the knockdown onto Dragonite right now.
Here's a Wicked Blow, connects onto the Dragonite. Dragonite hangs on, though. With about 30% health left. Here's an Aerial Ace into that Ogerpon, brings it to just above 50%, as Ogerpon will go for another Ivy Cudgel, trying to get rid of this Dragonite here. Isn't enough? It is enough to get the KO from that range, so big knockout from a huge offensive threat from that Dragonite, but most importantly, the Terrestrialization has not happened yet, so saving that for later on, as Amoonguss now will be able to start putting Pokemon to sleep, does go for the Spore into that Urshifu.
Yeah, so it ends up being the double to Dragonite. Ogerpon, by the way, there, Dewey, was quite slow, right? It moved actually after Urshifu as well as the Dragonite. So Dragonite does get some damage on the way out. Tornadus now out as well, right? And so with Ogerpon no longer being grass typing, Amoonguss could theoretically go for a Rage Powder to redirect an attack away from the Ogerpon, and then Tornadus can just start clicking Bleak Wind Storms. I think what's scary right now is then you are at mercy of Bleak Wind Storm, but this is, of course, going to be the Sharp Beak as well. So every Bleak Wind Storm really will do good amounts of damage. So I think, you know, one of the questions here is, does Masahiro just go kind of for the safe Rage Powder and keep clicking Bleak Wind Storm? You could also, for example, protect the Tornadus, switch your Amoonguss out, get Regenerator, get a stronger offensive option on the field, or Amoonguss could even just pressure with like a Spore right now. But the question is, do you really want to risk eating up an Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon onto Tornadus, because that can deal massive amounts of damage.
Especially with that high critical hit ratio, right?
And so, no Rage Powder here, potentially.
Urshifu takes the first turn of sleep. Here's a Bleak Wind Storm, connects with both Pokemon, brings Urshifu down to its Focus Sash. Good chunk of damage there onto that Ogerpon, again, thanks to that Sharp Beak. So Ogerpon barely hanging on here. Here's the Ivy Cudgel from that Ogerpon, connects into that Tornadus. How much damage is it going to do? Ooh, hangs on with about 30%, and here comes Amoonguss with another Spore. So very strong positioning right here for Masahiro to have both Pokemon on the other side fallen asleep.
Yeah, so the debate there is like, do I want to go for the Rage Powder? Because if I don't, then I, of course, can get a Spore off, but then you do risk that higher critical hit chance that you were talking about, Dewey. Without the critical hit, Tornadus is able to survive, and so Geo right now does have multiple Pokemon asleep. Of course, Urshifu's taken one turn of sleep, so it can wake up this turn, potentially go for Sucker Punch if it wants to. You can see Masahiro, or Geo considering targeting Masahiro's Amoonguss with a close combat here. You know, you could pressure Sucker Punch into Tornadus as well. Geo right now is trying to play toward this end game with Incineroar and Flutter Mane. I think the main thing that you want to be wary of is switching in, for example, and taking unnecessary damage, or even worse, eating up a Spore. So I think Geo right now probably content to just give up both of his Pokemon and get the switch-ins that he wants.
Yeah, and you know, the threat of Sucker Punch could be mitigated by a Rage Powder from the Amoonguss here, just in case that Urshifu does decide to wake up this turn. So Amoonguss does go for the Rage Powder. Urshifu will stay asleep, but it's still a very safe play for Masahiro to do, just to make sure that the Tornadus can get for that Bleak Wind Storm and gets the K on both Pokemon. So now it's going to come down to that Incineroar and that Flutter Mane versus the Tornadus and the Amoonguss with one more hidden Pokemon in the back. So what is going to be Geo's game plan here, and how is Geo going to maneuver? No Terrestrialization available, as that Ogerpon has already used it up, so now it's down to the last two Pokemon. But hey, these are two of the greatest Pokemon in all of VGC, Aaron. These are two of the GOATs.
Can they pull it off? They are going up against some of the other VGC GOATs in Tornadus and Amoonguss. So, you know, I think right now, the Flutter Mane, of course, is applying pressure. It's got that Icy Wind. This is, however, going to be Steel Terra Tornadus, right? So you can actually Steel Terra, despite it being as low as it is, to let it hang around for a little bit longer. Both Pokemon theoretically could go for Protect this turn as well to bypass Fake Out. And then the big question is really, what is Masahiro's final Pokemon, right? Because let's say it's Chien-Pao. you actually don't have good damage into the Incineroar, right? Incineroar by itself can do really well into Amoonguss, Tornadus, and Chien-Pao. And so if it is that Urshifu, I think Masahiro will be in much better position. And if it is Urshifu, what you can do is kind of just like protect, sacrifice Amoonguss, bring in Urshifu, set up Tailwind, and then just go for the Surging Strikes, right? And so, yeah, what is his final Pokemon? Because it could be like a one game from this point, or it could be really, really difficult. Geo, of course, can't protect here. He likes really playing aggressively with this Incineroar, and it is going to be protect from Tornadus. Make sure I don't get flinched by Fake Out this turn.
Yep, so no Covert Cloak. Might take a Fake Out, but it's going to be a double protect here, so no Fake Out whatsoever, as Fluttermane will use the Icy Wind. No Fake Out option even from Geo here, so Incineroar just going on the all-out offense, so it's going to be probably the Flare Blitz connecting into the Amoonguss Protect. So now it's no Fake Out, it's kind of a clean slate. You kind of see what Geo's plan was there. Yep. Not even going for the Fake Out. I think Geo does not like clicking the Fake Out button on this Incineroar.
So this turn is interesting, right? Because once again, we don't know what Masahiro's final Pokemon is, but I think the play that makes sense from his end is go for Steel Terra, Rage Powder with Amoonguss. That redirects a Moonblast away, a Thunder Wave away, right? And so it guarantees that your Tornadus can get a Bleak Wind Storm off. Fluttermane shouldn't be able to knock out Amoonguss either, right? And so that means that you would get a Bleak Wind Storm off. You need to start getting damage onto both of these Pokemon, and ideally you want Geo to knock out your Amoonguss. Should Amoonguss faint, you get the free switch into your final Pokemon. Maybe there's a world in which Geo then considers not taking the knockout intentionally to be, to not just get this free switch in, but Icy Wind here, of course, will pressure with damage on a Tornadus, and it is going to be the Terra commit here.
Yep, so the Steel Terrestrialization from the Tornadus to survive this Icy Wind. Amoonguss is going to serve so well right now to protect that Tornadus from the upcoming Flare Blitz. So here's Fluttermane's Icy Wind, connects with both Pokemon. Not much damage done at all, brings Amoonguss to under 50% health, so that Flare Blitz will easily clean up. The speeds will drop, so now this Tornadus will be slower than it was, and that's okay damage. That's okay damage. And huge speed drop right there against the Incineroar. Here's Incineroar going with a Flare Blitz, following up and getting the KO on to the Amoonguss. The Rocky Helmet and the Flare Blitz recoil will be important damage to get down onto that Incineroar, especially if that last Pokemon on Masahiro's side is that Chien-Pao, which is going to have a hard time breaking through this Incineroar.
Yeah, I mean, it's super crucial, right? Because earlier I was like, okay, Incineroar is in a really good position, but when you add the recoil from Flare Blitz, it is going to be that Chien-Pao as well. The combination of Flare Blitz plus the Rocky Helmet and Bleak Wind Storm crucially connecting. This Bleak Wind Storm has been so accurate, you know? If all your Sharp-Beak Bleak Wind Storms connect, it just feels absolutely amazing. And now there's been enough damage distributed where I think Masahiro should be in a really good spot, right? Like what you could go is just click Tailwind right now, ensure that you outspeed the Fluttermane. Chien-Pao could then crunch to guarantee the knockout on the Fluttermane, and Incineroar I don't think can handle both the Chien-Pao as well as the Tornadus. Your best bet then maybe would be Flare Blitz into Chien-Pao, get the burn, and then hope for a Bleak Wind Storm onto it. But I think we should see Masahiro take this game, and even though Incineroar was so healthy, just one Bleak Wind Storm and all this recoil damage means it's suddenly at just over 25%.
Yeah, and of course that Focus Sash on that Chien-Pao being preserved for the late game, you know, taking that extra hit is going to be so important just to, you know, kind of solidify the board state here. Tornadus will use the Tailwind. That allows that Chien-Pao to outspeed the Fluttermane, and here's a crunch into that slot, just like you predicted. Aaron gets the KO on that Fluttermane. 2v1. Incineroar does not have what it takes to seal the deal here for Geo, and guess what, Aaron? We're going to a Game 3.
Game 3. A knockoff comes out there. The idea hoping to, you know, if you Flare Blitz, you're just going to take up way too much recoil anyway. But yeah, Masahiro going with a very, very different combination here. The Dragonite Tornadus lead felt amazing given what Geo brought, right? And Geo actually dropped that Raging Bolt, which felt like a really good lead option in Game 1, especially because of the pressure that it was applying. A part of Raging Bolt's strength is, of course, scaring away Tornadus as well. So to see it not come out at all, I think Masahiro's probably very happy with the lead. To have something like in Thread and Bleak Wind Storm onto everything feels amazing, and Bleak Wind Storm was like just incredible throughout this one. When it doesn't miss, oh my goodness, like you're doing 40%, you know, it feels like to everything.
And of course, you know, that those possible speed drops, as long as you connect, right? Bleak Wind Storm, I apologize to all the Bleak Wind Storm believers in the beginning. I'm sorry, it's not just chip damage. This is serious damage
well,
now.
The Shark Beak is a huge difference maker, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
We saw as it was going up against Ogerpon, right? Ogerpon gets that special defense boost. Normally it takes more, probably an extra Bleak Wind Storm to get that knockout. We did see a critical hit there at the end. I'm not sure it mattered based on how much the first one did, but either way, it means that even after Ogerpon Terrace, you're still doing really reasonable damage. I think what the end game of the previous game showed me, though, is that like late game Incineroar from Geo's end can be really scary, especially if you're up against just Tornadus plus Chien-Pao. But yeah, Bleak Wind Storm is actually doing really good damage into it as well, thanks to that increased damage output. So now if you're in Geo's shoes, you got to think about, okay, what went wrong for me in that last game? And part of it was the lead, right? It felt like immediately he was pressured by the Tornadus plus Dragonite immensely. And so you could look towards, bringing that Raging Bolt back into the mix. You could potentially lead Fluttermane into that combination as well. I think maybe what's a little bit scary about Fluttermane is eating up something like a Choice Band Aerial Ace immediately from that Dragonite. But yeah, I think Raging Bolt is potentially one Pokemon to look towards once again for Geo.
Yeah, and if you're Masahiro, you must also be wondering, like, if that Raging Bolt comes to this Game 3, what's my best bet to try to knock out that Raging Bolt before it causes so many problems?
I also want to say, Geo has not brought Landorus out throughout the course of this set, and a Steel Terra Landorus actually looks like it could be pretty good defensively and offensively here. So, all right, it's a return to Game 1, and there's Landorus, yeah.
You predicted it, Aaron. It's the Landorus and the Raging Bolt over on Geo's side. Over on Masahiro's side, it is the Amoonguss and that Urshifu. So, I don't know. The Landorus is sitting all right. Like, it's fine, but the Raging Bolt is... it's kind of problematic.
Yeah, so here's the big question. Can Amoonguss get a Spore off in either slot right now, right? Because this is not Draco Meteor offensive Raging Bolt. Your best means of offense into Amoonguss is Dragon Pulse. I think there's a chance that Amoonguss, can be bulky enough to survive both the Earth Power and Dragon Pulse double up. Should that be the case and Amoonguss gets a Spore off, it would be absolutely deadly, right? Of course, you are applying a lot of pressure into both slots, but Urshifu, yeah, you can see Geo's like, you gotta deal with the Amoonguss. It actually just ends up being Rage Powder, so Masahiro's like, you know what? I'm not gonna go for the Spore. I want to guarantee a Surging Strikes into the Landorus slot. Landorus, though, crucially, being faster makes all the difference.
Huge damage from that Earth Power connects. The Urshifu will go for a Surging Strikes here. It's going to be 2 hits. 2 hits. Only 2 hits required to knock out that Landorus from that range, so... big offensive threat from Geo's side of the field removed as the Surging Strikes connects. And here's a Dragon Pulse from that Raging Bolt, connects into that Amoonguss and gets the KO. So a trade for a trade, really. Such a bulky Pokemon over on Masahiro's side, knocked out for a very huge offensive threat knocked out over on Geo's side.
Yeah, so in the end, it does end up being enough damage to knock out the Amoonguss. If, Masahiro was confident in the way the Amoonguss was trained, you could consider something like Protect and Spore, but as we see, it is enough. Masahiro also probably hoping that the Urshifu would be faster than Landorus. That ends up not being the case. So pretty aggressive trade on turn 1, but I think if you're Geo, you're probably pretty happy getting rid of Amoonguss, because Amoonguss is quite annoying for the Raging Bolt to deal with. Now you don't have to deal with the pressure of Spore. However, the question is, what did Masahiro bring in the back, right? We have a lot of offensive options in that Dragonite, in that Chien-Pao, and should Dragonite be committed in this game? Well, there's no Fluttermane as we see from Geo's remaining Pokemon, right? So makes the Dragonite that much more threatening. However, the converse is that it is threatened by a close combat from Urshifu. Does end up just being the Chien-Pao to hit the field.
Yeah, so that Sword of Ruin is going to be pretty important right now, dropping all the defensive stats. So the Raging Bolt will not have as much staying power. Of course, Chien-Pao will also threaten it with a very deadly Icicle Crash. That Focus Sash is going to be so important because, the Urshifu can just knock it out almost immediately.
How are the Urshifus trained is my question, right? If you are potentially faster with one than the other, it makes all the difference here. And you threaten with so much damage right now. There is a lot of damage pressure coming out, right? We know that the Raging Bolt is bulky enough to survive an Icicle Crash. And I like this. Okay, so it's actually committing to the Incineroar switch, and Incineroar neutralizes the Chien-Pao dramatically, going for that Electric Thera Thunderclap. Of course, the Urshifu on Masahiro's end does have a defensive Terra and Steel as well, so that's one way you could get around it. So you could, protect the Urshifu right now. You could also just go for Steel Terra, get a Surging Strikes off. So let's see. You probably don't want to really risk clicking Protect when you're staring down the Urshifu from the opposing side. That's switched out now, but Geo knows that he was applying pressure with it coming into this turn.
You never want to click Protect in front of an Urshifu.
Yep.
It's not fun to get hit through that Protect anyways, as the Raging Bolt will Terrestrialize.
Oh,
and here's a Raging Clap.
A huge turn for Geo.
Big Thunderclap here into that Urshifu for the big one-hit knockout. So really more offensive threats being removed over on Masahiro's side. Now the Chien-Pao will go for an Icicle Crash, but again, Raging Bolt, because it has Terrasilize, does not take super effective damage there, and that is not much damage at all. So compounding that with the Intimidate, wow, that is so little damage. And now Masahiro's down to his final 2 Pokemon, the Chien-Pao and the unrevealed 4th Pokemon in the back.
Is it that Dragonite? Because if so, this is as good of a position as you'll get throughout this entire set with normal Terra, Choice Band, Extreme Speed. There's no Flutter Mane, Incineroar cannot Ghost Terra. You do have 3 Pokemon in front of you that can click Extreme Speed into. However, the problem, and it is going to be the Dragonite, right? So I think this is going to be a really interesting endgame, right? The Raging Bolt actually went for that Electric Terra. Not sure if it needed to guarantee the knockout there, but, you know, Geo just not knowing how the Urshifu is trained, wanting to make sure I do as much damage as possible. You do, once again, pressure with Fake Out, but we've seen Geo just not click Fake Out really ever into the Dragonite. You could Parting Shot into it to decrease its stat. You could Knock Off to remove its Choice Band, which also drastically decreases its damage output. The Chien-Pao right now doesn't feel like it can really do that much other than, you know, go for Icicle Crash to deal some damage into the Raging Bolt. But yeah, this is as good of an opportunity as you'll get with the Dragonite to click that Extreme Speed. The question I have is, do you commit to it? Do you protect the Chien-Pao this turn, right? If Chien-Pao might be worried about eating up a Fake Out, and so let's see, it's going to be the Electro Web coming out here from the Raging Bolt. Terra
will be Terra here. Yep. So it's going to be the Dragonite that will Terrasilize into that normal type. And again, that Electric Terra was also a very nice defensive Terra too, because it blocks how much damage that Icicle Crash is. So now, how much damage is this Dragonite going to be able to deal out? Extreme Speed is such a strong option right here. It does go for the Extreme Speed. Will target down this Raging Bolt and... Oh! 2 hit points! Icicle Crash from the Chien-Pao hits in that Incineroar. It's not very effective, but what a huge survival there. Raging Bolt now goes for an Electro Web. Dragonite's not going to care too much because, you know, Extreme Speed is increased priority, as now the Chien-Pao will slow down just a little bit. So what a huge, huge survival right there from that Raging Bolt, as Incineroar knocks off that Choice Band and Dragonite hangs on, but most importantly loses that Choice Band. So wow, so clutch for Raging Bolt to hang on, and that should just be the game. In my head, I was like, it feels really close, you know, expecting the Raging Bolt to faint, but Raging Bolt just shows why it is such a menace in this format. It's so bulky, even with Choice Band, even with normal Terra, even with Sword of Rune, it is not enough. And so now both Pokemon have their speeds lowered. You've still got an Urshifu waiting in the back, and this is where the lack of something like a Sacred Sword on the Chien-Pao really hurts, right? Because like the Incineroar is just really well positioned, and with Choice Band removed on Dragonite, you are not exerting a ton of pressure. You do have Stomping Tantrum. You could click the Outrage as well, but you probably want to click the Extreme Speed. I mean, you could Sucker Punch Raging Bolt here, I guess, and then lock into, like, click Outrage maybe, but it is just going to be the Sucker Punch to start. Sucker Punch into that Raging Bolt, but again, the writing might be on the wall. That Urshifu is hiding in the back, well protected with that Focus Sash, and it looks like Giovanni Siski might be punching his ticket to the top cut here once these 2 Pokemon get knocked out. Here's an Outrage from that Dragonite, hits into that Incineroar. Incineroar hangs on, as Incineroar will go for a knockoff, knocking out that Dragonite on the spot. So now it's going to be Chien-Pao versus 2 more Pokemon. But again, Giovanni Siski moving on to the top cut here.
And I think Gio started this tournament 3-2, if I remember correctly. He had some early losses and has just been on an absolute tear, showing why he is our defending world champion, and mixes it up all 3 games, right? Adjusts his lead every time, bringing Landorus into the mix this time around, and just playing really, really nicely here. I think the key turn that I have to point to in this game was that Thunderclap call. You got the one-hit knockout onto Urshifu immediately. Had Urshifu protected there or maybe even switched out, the game would probably look pretty differently.
There it is.
But Gio really made some incredible calls throughout the course of this one. And your world champion will be moving on to top cut. Gio's won Worlds, but he's not won Regionals. So he's looking to add another championship to his belt, maybe just working backwards.
That's, yeah, you know, you love that. What is it? You build up to a regional championship, a national champion, or an IC.
Yep, and then
you win Worlds. Nah, how about you this? You win Worlds.
Just mix it, go, you know, randomized order.
Whatever order it is that you want to do. But Giovanni Siski punches his ticket to the top cut here at the Houston Regional Championships over Masahiro. And it was a really well-fought battle. I mean, such great adjustments from Gio in all 3 games, like you said. Never led the same thing all 3 times. I mean, this Landers, you know, did so much damage to the Mungas, but kind of got knocked out immediately. Instead, that Raging Bolt, though, so important, right? Games 1, Games 2, Raging Bolt played such a pivotal role in making sure that, you know, forcing Masahiro to kind of make moves, right? You got to respect the Thunderclap. You got to respect just how strong and how bulky this Raging Bolt is.
Yeah, absolutely. And The Raging Bolt was just so good, right? It was able to get one-hit knockouts and deal so much damage, was also surviving every attack thrown its way. And so it's part of the strength of these super bulky Assault Vest Raging Bolts. And you can see Gio with the little cheeky smile there. I really wanted to see how the game would have played out had that knockout happened, because I think I would still probably prefer to be in Gio's position, especially with you removing the item on the Dragonite and Urshifu then threatening with close combat across the board in the end game. But I think Gio probably knew the game was won as soon as he saw that survival. Masahiro's best bet, was to go for the outrage, hope for a critical hit there, and get a double knockout. But then you're still staring down a Urshifu, and at that point, both Pokemon's speeds have been dropped, and so you can pretty safely just close combat. And so, yeah, it was a real nail biter, and it was fun to see how both players were adjusting, because we saw, a lot of the Pokemon really hit the field throughout the course of the set.
Yeah, both players were in very good spirits at the end. I mean, both players were very friendly towards each other and stuff like that, and you love to see that, right? I mean, such a high-stakes match, but, you're still both able to enjoy the match that you face off against, and also just have fun, have smiles, have laughs.
Yeah. I'm still thinking, man, if the critical hit happened.
Are you running the numbers right now?
I am. Well,
are you
then
running
it's
the
like
numbers?
Urshifu's out on the field, so then you do have Sucker Punch and Icicle Crash, and I'm like, well, then, close combat will knock out either slot, so you probably want to close combat the Dragonite slot. But let's say you close combat Dragonite, then your defense is dropped, you eat up an Icicle Crash, then are you in Sucker Punch KO range the next turn? That's what I was thinking in my head, but,
there's a lot going on in your mind right now. There's a lot going on in your mind right now. It's okay, Aaron. Guess what? If you want to, we can actually watch that back. Did you know that we can actually watch that back?
I didn't.
Yeah. Do you know how we can watch that back?
Could it be with our good friend, Evan Lat?
Yeah, let's go ahead and throw it over to What's the Strat with Evan Lat
Welcome back to Watch It Back with Evan Lat, host of What's the Strat with Evan Lat. I am Evan Lat, and let's watch it back. Going right into team preview, we have our defending world champion Giovanni Siski facing down Masahiro Taoka, who has just defeated former world champion Wolf Click in the round before. This is an intense matchup. Gio, of course, has not won a regional championship despite being a world champion, as mentioned previously. So really looking to make his way into top cut. He has just done so and has the ability now to add a regional championship to his title belt. If we look at this team, Gio here has a pretty normal team that we're used to seeing, with a couple of exceptions. This Urshifu single strike has not been extremely common in the past, but has been fairly common here in Houston. The other thing that I'm interested in pointing out here is the Flutter Mane here. This is the really obnoxious booster energy, Icy Wind, Thunder Wave taunt variant of Flutter Mane. Typically, these run extremely defensive sets to be able to survive things like surging strikes from Urshifu, while being able to just sort of spread speed control and paralysis and disrupt the opponent's team quite a bit. But they do lack Protect, so it can put them in a kind of an iffy situation when you're up against other Pokemon that can, may want to stall out a turn. And the Moonblast typically isn't as powerful as some of the other Flutter Mane that we see running that move. Again, because you're investing so much in defenses to try and stay on the field to Thunder Wave and Icy Wind, it's pretty common when you see this Pokemon on an open team sheet to consider that, okay, they're probably not going to be hitting very hard, but they are going to be very difficult to remove. Going over into Masahiro's team here, this is our classic Chien-Pao Dragonite combination here, and I'm really excited that we actually get to see a Chien-Pao Dragonite team, because it's something that we've been talking about a little bit and has been extremely powerful ever since Chien-Pao was introduced to the meta, just because of the synergy between the Sword of Ruin and the Choice Band on Dragonite, especially with the normal terrestrialization. Gives you so much damage on your extreme speed, which is going to go before basically everything else in the game. Crucially here, Chien-Pao is running Crunch instead of Sacred Sword, which our casters called out a number of times. Makes you weaker into opposing Incineroar, but because you're running this Dragonite that really wants to use those normal, Terra normal extreme speeds, your worst nightmare is a Ghost on the other end of the team. So running Crunch here makes a lot of sense. You're really just trading off, are you going to be weaker against Steel Terra, or are you going to be better, against Steel Terra, or are you going to be better against Ghost Terra or Ghosts in general? And Masahiro has opted to go for Crunch, We did not all get to see it in this game, but you also have to shout out everyone's favorite Route 1 move, Leer here. This is a really cool tech, and I'm sad that we didn't get to see it, but it is something that I would encourage people to play with back home, because it is you can get some really nasty calcs if you can start dropping people's defense with Thundurus with Leer. Let's hop right into game 1 here. We have Gio and Masahiro on their win and in, and this is an awesome start to this set. You have Raging Bolt and Incineroar for Gio, and you have the Urshifu and Amoonguss for Masahiro. And look, this is, I'm going to try really hard to not just make this a Gio fan segment, but he has such perfect targeting in these first few turns here that's just honestly incredible. There is so much pressure being put down on Masahiro's side because of the Raging Bolt being able to threaten that Urshifu. But also, Masahiro has so many options to deal with this Raging Bolt as well. A Rage Powder would redirect the Thunderclap and make it useless. At the same time, you have Fake Out on Giovanni's side to block a Rage Powder or block the Urshifu from being able to go for an attack. But what is really important here is just that you get the targeting right, and that is exactly what Gio does. Gio is able to immediately identify the best possible options here. Goes for this Ghost Terra, which is maybe a little bit early, but is definitely hedging bets to make sure that the Urshifu is not able to just get a quick KO with Surging Strikes or a close combat onto the Incineroar, and does set you up later for a potential Dragonite Extreme Speed in the back. But Urshifu just goes for a Protect here, no Fake Out from Giovanni, instead doubles up into the Amoonguss and immediately takes this Pokemon out, just gets this turn absolutely 100% correct with absolutely no downsides here. Just completely wipes the Pokemon off the board from Masahiro's team, and that's a huge Pokemon off the board. Amoonguss can be so disruptive, especially with Rage Powder, but also with Spore, which we see in Game 2 take over the match. But in this one, Gio is able to identify that threat, immediately take it off the board, and just has a huge advantage going into turn 2. This is just turn 1 of the game. Now, additionally, we have some incredible training here on the Raging Bolt. Again, you have the threat of the Thunderclap, keeping that Urshifu from feeling safe on the field. Dragonite switches in here to try and get in for free, which it does. The Thunderclap does not connect. But from here, the Icicle Crash is not able to pick up a one-hit KO onto Raging Bolt. It actually survives still with 31 hit points, and Gio has a totally safe cover for the Thunderclap. If Urshifu switches out, most likely that Dragonite is coming in, and that means that a Parting Shot is going to be so important. And as the Flutter Mane comes in here, that Parting Shot, it's one of the only ways you can limit the damage of this Extreme Speed Dragonite. You can't intimidate it, but you can lower its attack via other means, like the Parting Shot. This allows Giovanni to get the Flutter Mane in, which is going to have the booster speed and booster energy boosting its speed, which allows it to outspeed everything on the field, is immune to the extreme speed, so immediately makes Masahiro not feel comfortable about being able to just sort of start spamming extreme speed immediately. And as you can see, I love this about Gio. One of the things that I'm glad that we get to see on his side, you can see that he takes his full time on every turn, basically, just to think through all of the different options. And there are so many different options to think through in this game. Now, from here, Masahiro actually makes a pretty incredible call here. The Raging Bolt is actually going to switch out for the Incineroar here as the Dragonite goes for a Terrassalization. When the Raging Bolt switches out, it's actually super safe for Masahiro to go for the Crunch in that spot no matter what. If Raging Bolt stays in, Crunch is still going to catch it. If Incineroar switches in, it's still going to catch it for super effective damage, but it's not enough damage to actually pick up the KO after the Intimidate. And there you see the power of the Parting Shot as well, keeping that Flutter Mane so healthy relatively. A little bit more damage. If you did not have the Intimidate, you might consider being able to, might be a roll, might be something else going on there for the damage on the Flutter Mane. But this is the turn where it really all turns around and just becomes Gio's game. This Fluttermane just wants to do something, realizes it's on its last legs, an Aerial Ace is going to pick it up. There's really no way it can stop it except for Thunder Wave. And this is what's so terrifying about this Fluttermane. And this is what, if you've ever played 2011 through 2013 of Pokemon VGC, you know that Thunder Wave and Paralysis is so terrifying because this is exactly what happens to you. A faster Pokemon paralyzes yours, and then you actually just don't get to play the game. And from that point, this Dragonite is so sad, doesn't get to KO the Fluttermane here, and that just gives Geo so much of an advantage to be able to take game 1. Heading into game 2, our players make some adjustments here. We're going with the Dragonite Tornadus lead for Masahiro and Urshifu and Ogerpon for Geo on his side. From here, you have a little bit of a positioning war, and what happens is you get the Amoonguss in, replacing the Dragonite, or replacing the Tornadus rather, and then from there you end up having a choice of targets. You can either target the Amoonguss or you can target the Dragonite here. And what Geo has decided to do is to double up on the Dragonite. And what that does is just leaves Amoonguss on the field. As we saw in game 1, it was so important to Geo to keep that Pokemon from getting rolling, most likely because he knew that he needed the threat of Thunderclap on Raging Bolt. So Amoonguss was a much higher priority in that game than maybe it was in this one. However, by leaving Amoonguss up on the field and doubling up into the Dragonite instead, this Amoonguss is able to start doing the other thing that it loves to do, put Pokemon to sleep. So even though Geo is going to get this KO onto Dragonite, the trade is that Amoonguss is going to be able to spore the Urshifu, and that's going to be big trouble for Giovanni throughout the rest of this game, especially when your Tornadus with a sharp beak hits all of your Bleak Wind Storms. From here, Urshifu has to spend its turn of sleep that it just got from the Spore, takes this Bleak Wind Storm, drops it down to Focus Sash previously, Ogerpon's asleep, Urshifu is not able to wake up on this turn here, and instead they both go down to massive Bleak Wind Storms as this Tornadus just keeps landing Bleak Wind Storm after Bleak Wind Storm. At this point, when you had the Urshifu and you have the Tornadus, or you have the Tornadus staring down the Urshifu and the Ogerpon, with the Amoonguss alongside, there is just no safe switch in. Like, no matter what, you're going to take big damage from that Bleak Wind Storm, or you're going to be potentially taking a status effect from the Spore from the Amoonguss. And so it's really hard to actually switch out or try to maneuver around, so Geo just kind of has to give up those Pokemon and maybe hope that that Urshifu is going to be able to wake up on that turn and then go ahead and survives that turn. Now, the Tornadus is going to be able to survive an Icy Wind here and still outspeed the Incineroar for even more Bleak Wind Storm damage. And then Checkmate comes out when Chien Pao switches in and gives Masahiro the tied up. Now, we could go into game 3 as well, but I think we would all rather see more Top Cut matches. So let's go ahead and toss it to the lounge and let's get ready for Top Cut.
Evan, I appreciate you wanting to send it over here, but I was really enjoying the What's the Strat with Evan Latt, so I wouldn't be opposed to running that segment for like the next hour.
We could watch it back.
Watch it back with a hat. There's a lot of things
with
going
Evan
on.
Latt.
Yeah.
And a cat.
A cat. Yeah, we can.
Incineroar's in every round.
That is true. That is true. Though maybe that's the cat that people don't want to be hanging around. But we had to leave Evan behind for a reason. We are almost ready with the Top Cut here at the Houston Regional Championships. So I want to take this opportunity to talk about some of the players as well, because we've seen a lot of really accomplished trainers be able to run through the competition and try and be able to keep on fighting to maybe find themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah, I believe we have 13 players who've made it through to Top Cut. If someone wants to jump in your ear and confirm that, that would be cool.
The suspense.
They said 13 is what they know.
Oh, beautiful.
I love it. I love these call-ins to production. Thank you so much. But I believe we have some player profiles as well to talk about a couple of these very accomplished trainers that have managed to make their way into the top cut here at Houston. So if we can get a couple of those rolling, that would be much appreciated, especially to a couple of these trainers we have had the opportunity to scout out during the day as well. Justin Burns was one we used to start off the day, and obviously Joe Brown, as the president of the Justin Burns fan club, like, you know that this is a very accomplished trainer.
Oh, captain, my captain. This is Justin Burns we're talking about, making a big splash his first event here in a little bit, and of course he makes top cut because that's what Justin Burns does. He's so versatile. This is way more hyper offensive. He was one of the leaders of the Calyrex Ice Rider Brigade back when the restricteds were around. Obviously can't use that right now, so has to switch it up with the genies.
But we saw him use that Chi-Yu incredibly well earlier on in today. I believe that was the Choice Specs variant Chi-Yu that we saw just do damage after damage. And you can see why he's in top cut. He was playing incredibly aggressively with this team, but that's just how you have to play right now in Regulation F. That pace was set really well in Seattle, and I think it's been kept up throughout this weekend. And we've seen some trainers attempt to slow it down with strategies like the Alolan Ninetales and Aurora Veil, and of course the giant fish in the room with Dondozo, but ultimately it does seem like hyper offense is winning out.
There has been so much hyper offense, and I mean, good reason too. It's one of those things that you kind of lead wrong into, and all of a sudden you just get completely rolled. So looking forward to see what type of run Justin Burns has ahead of him. But when we're talking about accomplished players and players who have played at the highest level, of course, we have to talk about our current world champion, Gio Siski, who we just saw take the win over on broadcast for his winning in. And I mean, this as well is a really aggressive team, and that how you lead and being able to put that pressure was something that Evan broke down really well in his segment, where that first game, Gio just had all of that pressure that was maybe, you know, not quite there in game 2, but then you re-see it in game 3, and such a great match for such a great player.
Exactly. I will admit, I do have to watch back Evan's commentary on the match because I was unable to hear it, but I do absolutely agree with your summary of Evan's commentary, where he was able to use that Raging Bolt in particular, I think, very well to put the pressure exactly where it needed to be. You know, the Thunderclap in particular in that game number 3, I think was really just a defining moment, which is something I heard Aaron say, and I'm sure Evan also would have confirmed that had he gotten to game 3 in his analysis, which I don't think happened. But still, you know, you can see why Giovanni is the current world champion, and I find it a little bit surprising he hasn't won anything other than Worlds just yet, but I feel like it's only a matter of time based on how he's playing today.
I mean, his 2025 season was a ramp up.
It was insane.
Yeah, where it was going from his friends and people who have played against him going, yo, Gio's actually really good, why isn't he getting more praise, to then becoming undeniable, getting those top cuts, into becoming your world champion. Such a calculating player as well. And of course, being a Texas local, for him to be able to make this run and even try and take the title here in Houston, he has spoken about how meaningful that would be, and it would be one step closer to trying to get the Triple Crown there for VGC. Someone else, though, we're really familiar with over on the broadcast team, it is none other than Yuki. Sometimes he has to give y'all a chance, come behind the caster desk instead. This time he is an Unleashed in Houston.
I just want to say real quick, Yuki, you have not come back here to say hi yet, and I'm assuming it's because you're doing so well, so maybe you don't come back here and say hi until you've won, question mark?
I'm emotionally torn here, Sierra. I think you can probably understand why. I'm very happy for our good friend Yuki, but some of the sprites on the screen are making me. I'm happy he's succeeding, but I wish he was succeeding with other Pokemon.
I will also say I don't think the slide is quite up to date, as he did make top cut in San Juan a couple weeks, if not last week, with the same exact team. So he has a lot of recent accomplishments with this core. You know, the Dondozo and Tatsugiri alongside of the Fluttermane and the Chi-Yu, and of course the Weezing kind of adds an additional wrench into this this, I don't even know what to call this. I want to say it's a 2-2-2, but it's like a 2-2-1-1 almost. And it's a really difficult team to play, as we've seen a very similar variant of this yesterday in day one played by someone else. You know, you have to worry about so many different things. You have to worry about the Dondozo and Tatsugiri, but then you also have the incredible pressure from the Chi-Yu and the Fluttermane. And then on top of all that, you have Weezing essentially able to shut down and punish a lot of your counters to those Pokemon. So overall, in the right hands, this is a very scary team to face up against.
I mean, we've seen more and more Dondozo popping up in Houston than I feel like we've seen in a moment. Maybe it's because more of the success, but it has been undeniable so far. What else is undeniable is the success coming out from Zach Immersion. This has been an incredible run that he's managed to string together. We saw him, yes.
I love his profile. That's really good.
I love that. Let's have more goofy player pictures, y'all. But I mean, this is a team that has a lot of power behind it. We've managed to see him make runs before, but it's been a minute, but he's back.
But I mean, we love the photo, but that Solgaleo really is iconically attached to Zach Immersion when he burst onto the scene in Vancouver 2022 as the regional finalist. He was using Solgaleo in that double restricted format where it was not a common Pokemon. He had a really interesting team and had to fight his way, to show that he could do and had what it took to make it here in VGC. And now, all these years later, every time you see him, it's always a delight on stream because he always has some fun tech, some interesting wrinkle added to his team here, like you see with the Torkoal on the with the Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, and Farigiraf. So I'm always a big fan of watching Zach when he does attend tournaments because he always comes up with fun teams.
Especially, too, we've seen a lot more of this Regidrago on something with the Tornadus or something that can help it speed up a little bit, but instead this different take on it I'm a really, really big fan of. There's a couple of other players here that have made their way into Top Cut, but we're going to reveal the bracket instead and have an opportunity to talk about all of them as we have this secured. It looks like we got 3 buys into our top 8. Congratulations, Soab, Dylan, and for Zach. Looking at the other matches,
beat Zach last round for the #1 seed.
Which is crazy. These matches, though, Carson versus Yuki is amazing. Gio and Kian are really good friends, so playing up against each other for the round of 16 is a tough one.
Yeah, I believe I also see Lucy Fleming versus Stephen Morioka, Brandon Davis versus Benjamin Harlan, and Nicholas Morales versus Justin Burns.
That's a good one, too.
That's a regional champion showdown right there.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a tough buy-in round to get into that top 8.
Are you sure we can't stream all of these? Please,
we gotta get
really
the side TVs back. Like, we gotta get all these people on a TV and then all y'all out there with phones so I can go back and watch them later.
Oh, this is gonna be a brutal top 16, and the way that some of these matches can really kind of gear up, I'm really intrigued that whoever is going to be going up against Zach, that is going to be an absolute banger of a match, and I cannot absolutely wait. I think we're almost ready to get gearing up here, but yeah, it's about time to get started with Top Cut.
All right, well, I think that we're going to have a great time, so I'm glad we get to at least see all of top 8, right? Like, we can't see all of top 16, but we got all top 8 coming.
Yeah, and I think really seeing the bracket like that, seeing that things in life have a way, they tend to work themselves out. We were wondering how the event was going to go at the beginning, what trainers were showing up in Houston. We look at that bracket, it tended to be pretty stacked, so I think we lucked out.
Yeah, I mean, we had a couple of regional winners on there. Do we think we're getting a repeat regional champion, a new regional champion?
I actually think we're gonna get a new regional champion. I'm feeling someone brand new today.
Who was previously a world champion, or someone who's getting their first title for the first time?
I think either of those stories would be great.
All right.
Well, Justin Burns already won 2, so he's getting his 3rd today, Sierra.
Don't jinx it.
The fan club over here with the pom-poms ready.
The newsletter, I'm going to be in trouble in the newsletter if I send it out and I just jinxed our captain.
I think that's a wood table, knock on wood. You got this.
That actually does look like wood, so.
So perfect, you're set. No jinxing of the players here, but I cannot wait to see what match we have in store, and I cannot wait to get started with the match. So let's not delay any further. Let's send it over to Aaron and Dewey to get started with the Top Cut here in Houston.
Thank you so much, Sierra, Dewey Ha, and Aaron Zhang back here again behind the desk. Aaron, it's Top Cut time.
It's time. But you know what, Dewey, I always get too excited. I start talking about the matchup immediately. I do the foreshadowing, so I'm gonna let you take it this time.
We have an exciting match for you all. A very exciting match for you all. It's, you know, players that are pretty familiar to the stream. How's that for foreshadowing?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
like
players that we've seen play on stream before. How's that for foreshadowing?
Also very good.
All right, cool. Thank you for the notes, Aaron. I really appreciate it. Let's take a quick look at the top 12 Pokemon of the most popular Pokemon here in Phase 2. You know, let's take a quick look and break it down. I mean, you saw that the Single Strike Urshifu wasn't exactly one of the more popular Pokemon to make it in Phase 1, but look at it here. It's back. It's sitting there in the top 12, Aaron. Right there, right there.
Right there, yep. And we saw Geo, of course, use it to win on stream just in the previous round. A couple interesting inclusions here as well, the Iron Crown being so prevalent, actually making it into the graphic. Feels like Iron Crown is primarily on, you know, a similar team archetype, but we did see it get second at EUIC, which I think greatly influenced the metagame, and we've seen it on stream multiple times as well. Notably, you'll notice Pokemon like Rillaboom have not made the cut. Chiyu we've seen on stream a couple times, but also has not made the cutoff here. So the Iron Crown Indeedee, you know, really sneaking up here, and I think, yeah, Dark Urshifu converting incredibly well after not making it until the top 12 yesterday.
Yeah, and you know, you said it already, and I'm really surprised by it. But we've seen a lot of Iron Crown on broadcast too, and I'm happy to see that it's finally made it into, you know, the top 12 Pokemon of Phase 2. Looking back at Geo's team, we mentioned it. All 6 of his Pokemon are actually on this thing. So you know, it's one of those things where you can just pick 6 of these top 12 Pokemon, probably make a team out of it. Yeah, you might want to pair it up, you know, some 2-2-2s, or as, you know, Joe and Gabby had mentioned, like a 2-2-1-1. 2-2-1-1-1-1. Well, guess what? My team might just be 1-1-1-1-1. All 6 just single Pokemon.
Single Pokemon,
Single Pokemon
okay.
that just operate well on their own. But were there any one-off Pokemon that made it to Phase 2 that kind of caught you by surprise? Or maybe not one-off, but other Pokemon here that you see, that you don't see necessarily on this that you think are going to do pretty well?
Yeah, I mean, I think Dondozo has had a big resurgence at this event. I believe there are 2 different Dondozos in Top Cut, and it's been a sneaky Pokemon throughout the course of this metagame. It got second at a regional championship over in Europe, and you know, it is not a common enough team and strategy for it to like make it onto the graphic, but I think has the, you know, firepower to do very, very well. Kanto Ninetales is another Pokemon that we have not featured on stream yet, but there were 2 different Kanto Ninetales in Day 2. I think Slitherwing, unfortunately, did not make it into Top Cut, but did make its first Day 2 performance ever in VGC history, so that was really impressive. But yeah.
Sierra can remove it from her board now.
Yep, and I think you were telling me, Dewey, there might be a Primarina in this Top Cut as well.
There is a Primarina in this Top Cut being piloted by Lucy Fleming, who made it to the Top Cut. So, you know, it's exciting to see a Primarina. I think that it always has a lot of potential. You know, Water Fairy is a pretty cool typing, and you know, it has a pretty good move pool to it, and it's like pretty bulky, right? So like, it's pretty exciting to see it. I think the Pokemon I'm most excited for to see in this Top Cut, Aaron, is a Pokemon that we've talked about a lot. We've talked about it so much. We've been talking about it for almost 16 years now. Cresselia. Cresselia is in the Top Cut. I think that's going to be my pick. I think Sohive is going to be taking that Cresselia team and bringing it all the way to the top. I think Cresselia is going to win another regional championship. I think Cresselia, you heard it here first. I'm saying it right now. Cresselia is going to win this whole thing.
I like it. I'm trying to, you know, run the numbers. I don't know if there's I think there's only 1 Cresselia in all of Top Cut as well. So that means, Dewey, you are betting all in.
All
on
in.
One player.
All in.
All in.
Mm-hmm. All in.
But
all in on Cresselia.
He has been on an incredible run throughout the course of the event. I mean, even making just like Incineroar Cresselia look really good and playing the guessing game of, am I going to have this Ursaluna in the back? Ursaluna actually notably not making it into this graphic as well. But, you know, has been a Pokemon that has won an international championship in this format. But maybe not the most easiest Pokemon to execute, right? And normally it has to be built in a way that's supported by speed control. One of the popular ways we've seen it is supported by both Tailwind and Trick Room. Porygon 2 and Cresselia, the main Trick Room users, but of course Farigiraf can be used as well. And then Tornadus has been a popular partner for it as well. But the Tornadus, Porygon, Ursaluna compositions that were kind of getting popular going into EUIC actually have not really made a super deep run here. I don't think there's a single one of them in the Top Cut, which I'm actually a little bit surprised to see.
Yeah, Aaron, actually, we haven't actually had a chance to talk about it too, but, you know, one of the Pokemon that you predicted was that Porygon 2 Ursaluna team, but you know, it's not doing too well, right? I guess my team's not there either, but I mean, what does that matter, right?
So Dondozo would have been my other pick because I have, you know, used the team that we'll see here from Yuki the Dondozo one of the premier Dondozo players in North America, piloting this team from EUIC, got top cut at one of the special events just recently as well. He's going to be going up against Carson Confer, who is a longtime VGC veteran, one of the very few players who's won a regional, international, and world championship in this game. His world championship victory was in the seniors division, but of course he top cut Nashville as well in 2018. And he has Kanto Ninetales on his team, although looking at the matchup, I'm not sure it's going to come out in this one.
Wow, Aaron, that foreshadowing from earlier when you were talking about that Kanto Ninetales. Wow, you're so good. I need you to teach me the ways of foreshadowing. But yes, we have two very strong players on the stage right now. Carson Confer, no stranger to this stage at all, using that team of Farigiraf, the Fluttermane, the Ninetales, the Ogerpon wearing the Cornerstone mask, the Urshifu single strike style, and the Tornadus in its incarnate form.
So pretty unique kind of hyper-offensive team here. We have to start out by talking about Ninetales because it is, of course, one of the few Pokemon that can set up the Sun through its ability Drought. Torkoal is normally used as a Sun setter, but the problem with Torkoal is that it is incredibly slow. It only really functions well when Trick Room is set up. What Ninetales allows you to do is have a much faster pace mode, right? Its base speed is actually quite good, so you can lead with something like Ninetales and Fluttermane and still accomplish a ton in terms of damage output. Ghost Terra means that you can be immune to Fake Out immediately, so Ninetales plus Fluttermane, Ghost Terra turn 1 means suddenly, hey, I can just really do explosive damage. I think in this matchup in particular, as we saw Yuki's team earlier, I don't expect Ninetales to be as relevant of a player, specifically because you are up against Dondozo, and this is kind of a nightmare to go up against. For Dozo, the advantage of Ninetales is also maybe being able to offer like a helping hand, but I think Pokemon to point to in this matchup are definitely Tornadus, Urshifu, Ogerpon, and Fluttermane. They just are all really solid damage dealers.
And you like dealing damage.
We do like dealing damage.
That's one of the key tenets
to, yeah, that's right. Dewey's tenets.
Deal damage, so that way you knock out their Pokemon before they can knock out yours. But yeah, I mean, that Ninetales with the Drought, very much more a fast option for Carson over that Torkoal, as you've already mentioned. Of course, over on the other side, Yuki piloting a Dondozo team. As you mentioned, Yuki, a premier Dondozo pilot, using the team of Dondozo, Chi-Yu, Tatsugiri, Fluttermane, Galarian, Weezing, and Dragonite, as the players now will exchange their team sheets as we get into team preview. There's the team that I've already read off, but let's take a deeper dive into this team right here with Dondozo.
So, Yuki is a player that was, preparing for EUIC. He's, one of the premier players in in North America, and also is, one of our casters. And when he was preparing for EUIC, he was like, look, I don't have a lot of time. And he was watching Marcus Ko, who had a phenomenal performance over in Europe, getting second at a regional championship. And he was like, wait, okay, I feel like Dondozo is actually really well positioned in the metagame right now. And so he brought it to EUIC. He felt really confident with the team. He felt so confident that I basically ran the exact same team, being friends with Yuki, because I was like, wow, this team does feel really good. I think the thing is, like, Dondozo has been very well positioned in the metagame, and a lot of teams honestly just are not very well equipped to deal with it. Part of what makes it really challenging to fight against is that there's so many different modes that you can go with, right? You've obviously got Dozo Tatsu, but Weezing is a really common lead with this team. Leading Weezing with Chi-Yu, for example, was a really premier duo. Of course, what the Weezing aims to do is just spread poison. A single toxic spikes can just make it so much easier for Dondozo to blow through the game. Fluttermane allows you to have a fast mode with speed control, right? Fluttermane, Chi-Yu being a lead combination on this team as well. And Dragonite is kind of this like missing sixth piece. It doesn't come out as frequently, but can be really valuable in closing out games, and is particularly strong into the balance teams that we see with double fake out from Pokemon like Incineroar as well as Rillaboom. But I think when we look at this matchup, Weezing probably a really pivotal Pokemon in shutting down the abilities. That means no Prankster, no Drought. Weezing Chi-Yu, for example, being a really fire explosive lead. And then I think Dondozo on Yuki's team just looks really good. So let's get into it.
Yep, here we go. Yuki will lead with the Dondozo and that Weezing, while it will be the Tornadus and the Ogerpon over on Carson's side. So all abilities are now turned off because of that neutralizing gas.
So I think the thing is that Dondozo's Terra here is going to be that Grass Terra. Now, if you Grass Terra, you suddenly become weak to that Bleak Wind Storm, right? And so Carson is exerting a lot of offensive pressure into it immediately. Yuki could go for something like Protect on Dondozo and just Poison Gas, get the poisons down, of course, and start just chipping away at things, and then consider switching out the next turn and then, Grass Terraing anyway. The question then, I have is, like, can Carson get a knockout right now? You could go for something like a Bleak Wind Storm and an ID Cudgel, try to target the Weezing, but Weezing is an incredibly bulky Pokemon. It's got that Citrus Berry, which normally ensures that he can get a single attack off here. So looks like Carson actually opting for the Tailwind option, saying, look, I want to ensure that if you switch into Tatsugiri, I will still outpace you. It is going to be the immediate switch into Tatsu.
Yeah, so the abilities will now turn back on because the Weezing has switched out. It is going to be that Tatsugiri with that commander will go ahead and combine with that Dondozo and give those boosts that Dondozo loves to see so much. Now it's going to be a 1v2 situation until that Dondozo gets knocked out. So there's the boost. You know, it's always nice to see Dondozo get those boosts. It's basically just now really bulky, really fast, and really heavy hitting.
It's got everything going for it. It is going to be that Tailwind though, right? So Carson actually does have the speed advantage going into these next couple of turns, but baits out the Ivy Cudgel. This is one of the hardest things about fighting against Dondozo, and a huge wave crash. Although this will mean a lot of recoil damage.
Yep, with the critical hit on top, extra damage, you know, 2 stages of increased attack as well as that critical hit, for sure getting a KO, but how much recoil is it going to do? About quarter to its health there from that Dondozo, so really smart play to switch out that Weezing, kind of have that Ivy Cudgel just miss that target.
Yeah, so now, however, Tailwind is set up, and you've got Dark Urshifu out, right? This is one of the strongest options you can have against Dondozo because you get that critical hit guaranteed, which of course ignores the boosts. Ideally, I think when you're in a situation against Dondozo, you want to sequence it in a way where you like knock out Dondozo first, and then another Pokemon can knock out Tatsugiri. Ogerpon presumably is faster here, right? And so not sure that Carson will be able to accomplish that, but he's okay with that, right? Because he set up Tailwind. It was really important to get that initial Tailwind up, because now what it means is he has a major speed advantage, right? Dark Terror, Wicked Blow, plus Ivy Cudgel should knock out Dondozo. One turn of Tailwind is down, but then the Urshifu is just, you know, putting on so much offensive pressure in subsequent turns. And so I think Yuki likely won't get any more value out of this Dondozo, and then it's a question of how can he stall out these remaining Tailwind turns.
Yeah, so the Urshifu will Terrasilize into that Dark type to really have these Wicked Blows be more wicked in this case, so trying to get as much damage down as possible here. Ogerpon will connect with that Ivy Cudgel into that Dondozo. No critical hit there, but we see how important those boosts are. Here's the Wicked Blow into that Dondozo. Is it going to be enough to get the KO from that range? And it is. Huge, huge knockout right there to knock out that Dondozo. Kind of the cornerstone of Yuki's team right here. Tatsugiri will go ahead and pop out, and again, as you mentioned, the sequencing didn't line up, but the important thing is that Dondozo has been knocked out.
It's been knocked out. You've still got multiple turns of Tailwind, and this Weezing in the back is not one that carries a Fairy type attack. There's no Play Rough, there's no Dazzling Gleam, so it's not exerting the most amount of offensive pressure into Urshifu. Now, Weezing, of course, does have that neutralizing gas, so allows you to shut down abilities, which can be helpful, especially against the Urshifu, but Yuki's kind of caught in an awkward position right now. I think he probably wanted to get more value out of Dondozo, and trading Dondozo for Tornadus is probably not super ideal. So Yuki is going to bring his defensive option in Weezing out right now. He's looking to try to stall out these remaining couple of turns of Tailwind, but Carson right now in a really strong offensive spot. And of course, we saw his final Pokemon. It's going to be that Fluttermane in the back as well, which is honestly a really scary Pokemon. I think with Dondozo eliminated, Fluttermane is also very well positioned in this end game. So this is kind of the awkward component of using Dozo, right? If the Dozo itself is eliminated, Tatsugiri and Weezing often can feel like they're not applying too much offensive pressure out on the field.
Yeah, so the Weezing will allow, you know, Yuki's team to protect in front of this Urshifu, so that's kind of helpful to help stall out these remaining turns of Tailwind, but, you know, it's not the pieces that you really want to see if you're on Yuki's side of the field. Tatsugiri will protect itself here. Again, does not want to take too much damage, and you know it might be a pretty strong form of offense for later on, as the Ivy Cudgel will connect into that Galarian Weezing, and the Wicked Blow does land into that Tatsugiri Protect.
So Sludge Bomb ends up coming out here into the Ogerpon, does decent damage though, does not get a poison, and you can see Carson just get confident to launch another Dark Terra Wicked Blow here. I mean, Dark Terra just so powerful on this Urshifu. The Ivy Cudgel did just under 50% of that Weezing, so I wonder what the roll is on it, because if you get a higher roll, then you just get the knockout. It'd be perfect for Carson, right? So, you know, Yuki has one more turn of Tailwind to stall out here. You could go for another Protect, but then the question is, how are you ever dealing enough damage, right? Once again, like, Yuki really wants to ideally get his 4 Pokemon on the field healthy. Should it be that Chiyu? Should it be that Fluttermane? Or should it be that Dragonite? But it's really tough, right? Basically, it feels like you can't switch out right now. Should you switch out, you are just going to give up a Pokemon or take way too much damage. Could go for a double Protect with Tatsugiri, but not sure that even really accomplishes very much. And so it is going to attempt the double Protect, but doesn't get it.
It's going to go ahead and fail right there, so that Tatsugiri will not be able to protect itself from this Wicked Blow. Ivy Cudgel connects into that Weezing, and Weezing hangs on with just a sliver of health, but it will get to munch away at that Citrus Berry and heal back at least some of its health. might not be out of range of that next Ivy Cudgel, but again, here's that Wicked Blow into that Tatsugiri and gets KO, so now Yuki's down to his final 2 Pokemon, that Galarian Weezing, and still one more unrevealed Pokemon in the back, as Weezing now will go for a Poison Gas, and Ogerpon dodges the attack, so now Urshifu will be poisoned and slowly whittle away.
Yeah, this is one of the downsides of using Weezing. Poison Gas is a move that's not fully accurate, right? But I will say Carson already has built up a huge lead, so we'll see how impactful that miss ends up mattering, because the reality is that Weezing at this point can spread poison, it can Sludge Bomb for a little bit of damage. What is Yuki's final Pokemon going to be? It is going to be the Flutter Mane here, which is not a great Pokemon, right? Because like you do face the risk of just eating up Sucker Punch right now. Terra has not been committed on Yuki's end, so he likely will want to click that Fairy Terra with Flutter Mane, increase your damage output of Moonblast while also, you know, having a resistance to Sucker Punch. But you know what the final Pokemon is on Carson's end? It's his own Flutter Mane. That's going to be a really, really powerful option here. He knows he's got Choice Specs just waiting in the back, and I'm thinking maybe Dark Terra Sucker Punch plus, you know, Specs Dazzling Gleam could be enough. The reality is you could just Moonblast as well, because I think you can just ignore the Weezing at this point. It's basically only really spreading poison. So I think Yuki just didn't really have a lot of offense in the end game here. We'll see if he's able to accomplish much here, but I think it's really tough because the Weezing is kind of just, not doing very much right now.
Yeah, it's kind of just sitting there. Yeah, the neutralizing gas is nice, but at the same time, it's like, what is the damage being done? You're not really keeping up with that damage trade with that Dark Terra Urshifu over on the other side. Yuki's Flutter Mane will Terrasilize here, will go for that Terra boosted Moonblast now. Will be able to connect, knock out that Ogerpon from that range, but again, this Urshifu will now be able to strike and get a knockout of its choosing. It will be Urshifu going for that Wicked Blow now. It will land into that Flutter Mane and does about 50%, so again, that's still a lot of damage being dealt for not much damage being dealt back in return. The Weezing will go for a Sludge Bomb, connects onto that Urshifu. Urshifu goes down to under 25%, but again, this Flutter Mane that's been hiding in the back is going to now be revealed, and that should do it, really.
Yeah, crucially going for Wicked Blow rather than Sucker Punch, saying, look, I know that you only have Moonblast, there's no Dazzling Gleam, so in order for you to knock out my Urshifu, you'll have to Moonblast that slot. If you Moonblast that slot, though, it means my Ogerpon gets a big attack off, right? So saying, look, I think you can only knock out one of my 2 Pokemon, and I want to deal as much damage as possible to your Flutter Mane to set up my Flutter Mane for success. I think Yuki right now is in a position where he likely will want to contemplate going for, if you get a double Protect off with Flutter Mane, then the Urshifu will just faint from the poison, right? So that's one potential line that you can take. Carson, as you can see, hovering the Wicked Blow. The question is, who do you want to target here? Because there's a world in which like the Flutter Mane protects, but then the Weezing just attacks here, right? And so he's actually going to launch the target into the Weezing slot and then committing the Shadow Ball here. It is going to protect from Flutter Mane. Is it protect from Weezing as well?
And it looks like the Weezing will also follow suit and protect. So just really trying to rack up these poison ticks, right? Like really just trying to stall out this Urshifu, kind of get into a better position of 2 versus 1 instead of this 2v2. So we'll need another, double protect from both Pokemon in order to kind of come out with this turn and have that Urshifu get knocked out from poison. So it's close, I guess. Like, do you go for it? Do you go for that double protect?
I think you have to.
You have to, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I think both Pokemon here, I wouldn't be surprised to see both of Yuki's Pokemon attempt to double protect right now. So let's see if he's able to get it. Double protects can be so huge, especially for this Dondozo composition, because the poison damage really, really adds up.
And here we go.
Oh,
no
it's not
protect
even
at all.
Wow.
Here's a Shadow Ball from that Flutter Mane on Carson's side. Gets the KO over onto the Flutter Mane on Yuki's side. So no double protects there. Not really, maybe seeing a different line right now, but it looks like that might just do it. The Urshifu will go for a Wicked Blow and connect into that Weezing, and it looks like Carson is going to go ahead and take game 1 here of this first round of Top Cut.
So I want to explain the lack of the double protects, because we were talking about that a lot, but I think part of what Yuki was probably thinking is, hey, maybe my Flutter Mane is faster than yours, right? Yuki is running a booster energy set. Normally it's going to be speed booster on these teams. So he's thinking, well, your Choice Specs Flutter Mane, I've seen a lot of the Specs Flutter Manes that like don't actually invest a ton in speed because you like counteract with bulk, and you've also got Tailwind on your team. So he's thinking, well, you keep clicking Wicked Blow, right? Like maybe I just outspeed you this turn and I could just like get damage off, but ends up not being the case. Carson does manage to get that first hit off and conserving his Flutter Mane really nicely. And I think as we look at game 1, basically the key takeaway is I felt like Yuki just didn't have enough damage outside of Dondozo, and Dondozo went down way too quickly, right? He combined immediately. Turn 1, he could have gone for something like protecting with Dondozo, maybe get that poison gas off to start the game off, then switch in the following turn. So I think Carson, was really happy to trade the Tornadus, get the Urshifu in, and Dark Terror Urshifu is just an absolute menace in this matchup. Does so much damage across the board.
Yeah, those really powerful Wicked Blows going to be so important to kind of keep up with, especially since that's going to be a huge way for Carson to be able to deal with the Dondozo once it combines with that Tatsugiri, right?
Yep.
I mean, the Dark type Terra Wicked Blow hit so much, but most importantly bypasses those defense boosts. That's one of the problems with Dondozo. It kind of just sits on the field with those boosts and, you know, kind of just sits there. You can compound that with recovery. You know, you don't really have that option for recovery with Yuki's set, but, you know, you really want to be able to burst down that Dondozo as fast as possible, and Urshifu is definitely proving that point.
Yeah, I think I would be surprised to see Carson mix up the 4 Pokemon. He might mix up the order. I think Ninetales and Ferrograph are just not very bringable in this matchup. And from Yuki's end, I think the 4 Pokemon makes sense. I think Chi-Yu could be a reasonable adjustment as a lead with that Weezing, and it is going to be Chi-Yu.
Yeah, so Weezing and Chi-Yu for Yuki, and looks like Carson will actually change it up as well with the Tornadus and the Ogerpon.
That's the same lead from the last one.
Same leads?
Yeah.
My memory's not what it used to be, Aaron.
It's all right, Dewey. You know, that's what happens. We're getting old here. But, you know, the reality is I think, like, Tornadus Ogerpon just a pretty safe lead here, right? Like, you still exert a ton of offensive pressure here. I think the main thing if you're Yuki is you might be thinking, do I want to protect, right, with the Chi-Yu? And, like, so... You can bait out damage, right, and let Weezing start spreading the poisons. You see Carson thinking, okay, I can just Icy Wind. That would break your Focus Sash on Chi-Yu. That would drop your speed as well. He's looking to just knock it out on turn 1. So should he commit to this play? The big question is, does Yuki go for the safe Protect, right? Because you could pretty easily Protect and go for a Poison Gas right now. And it's no Protect coming out!
Just
Carson
an Icy
is so
Wind
happy
here.
about that.
Carson going for the Icy Wind, going to go ahead and slow down that Chi-Yu and that Galarian Weezing. Very important speed drops right here as Ogerpon will now go for an Ivy Cudgel, hits into that Chi-Yu and gets the big knockout from that range. So what a very crucial Icy Wind that was. So now that Chi-Yu goes down, it was a critical hit, but I'm pretty sure that critical hit was just extra damage on top. Now it looks like it will be Weezing setting up those Toxic Spikes now. So 1 layer of Toxic Spikes has been set down. So whenever Carson's Pokemon switch in, they will be getting poison.
Yeah,
just regular poison.
Dream turn 1 there, I think, right? Like Yuki was saying, I think the Protect is so obvious. I didn't Protect in game 1 either when I had a Pokemon next to Weezing. Surely you expect me to go for it. I think Carson's like, well, I'm already up a game and I can get a lot of value by getting a knockout here immediately. And so I think Carson off to a really strong start now can get this Tailwind up as well. Having that speed control is such a big difference maker against Dondozo because it means that Dozo often will get like 1 last attack off. Yuki also crucially went for that Toxic Spikes. The idea behind Toxic Spikes is saying, look, I think I really want to get the poison down, especially onto your Urshifu in this end game, right? But right now, Carson just in a really, really commanding position. Dondozo's going to protect this turn, but we saw what Carson committed to. It's going to be the Tailwind. That's always safe. It's guaranteed. And I think the reality is with Ogerpon here, you can always go for the Ivy Cudgel into Weezing. It's a perfect 2-turn start for Carson in this game.
Yeah, so the Ivy Cudgel will activate the Citrus Berry over on the Galarian Weezing, but what great sequencing last turn from Carson to be able to go for that Ice Wind, break that Sash, and get the KO. Here, Weezing goes for a Poison Gas now. It will connect with that Tornadus and the Ogerpon, so it will slowly chip away at both of those Pokemon. So this is a little bit of a better position because both Pokemon are poisoned as that Dondozo is still sitting pretty right there.
It just feels kind of over to me, though, if Carson hits his moves, right? Because this next turn, you can just go for Power Whip plus Bleak Wind Storm into a Dondozo. Dondozo probably has to Terra to get around the Power Whip, or you don't Terra and you just eat a super effective Power Whip, right? Both of these moves are inaccurate. Yuki probably has to commit switching Weezing out into Tatsugiri right now. The other play you could go for is like double Protect Dozo and get a Sludge Bomb off with Weezing, but that doesn't really advance your game state that much anyway. So I think Yuki is probably hoping for a miss at this point from the slightly inaccurate attacks from Carson's end. And then the main decision you have to make is, do I still commit the Grass Terra, right? By committing Grass Terra means that I become weaker to Bleak Wind Storm, but it means not taking as much damage from Power Whip. And of course, Power Whip is single target while Bleak Wind is going to be spread. So Carson is going to switch. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Terra come out here. Either way, though, the Dozo, as long as the moves connect, will still take a ton of damage, enough where a Dark Terra Wicked Blow likely will finish it off.
Yeah, so the Tatsugiri will take the field here. We'll go ahead and combine with that Dondozo. So now, again, the Commander boost will happen. All nice stat boost right there for Dondozo after, you know, getting the snack away at that tasty Tatsugiri. So, yeah, like you said, what is Yuki thinking about here? What is the bigger threat? Tornadus will go for Bleak Wind Storm, does connect with that Dondozo. You know, a little bit of damage right there, but now here comes the big Power Whip, connects on that Dondozo, and that's so much damage. Brings it down to about 30% of its health. Ogerpon does take damage from that, you know, recoil from the Rocky Helmet, but here is an order up onto that Tornadus, and you know, that's one attack boost, but at the same time, it's like, dude, how much staying power does this Dondozo have? Not much at all.
Yeah, I do, you know, think it was important to go for order up there rather than something like a wave crash. Had a knockout happen, then Carson gets the free switch in into Urshifu, and I think then with Tailwind up, it's just, you know, like completely over. Now there's 2 turns of Tailwind left, right? I think like what Yuki ideally wants to position for is to stall out Tailwind. You can protect this turn. You get some poison damage. I mean, it's still really tricky, right? And at this point, Carson's done enough damage where he's like, I don't even have to risk missing Power Whip. I'm just going to go for Ivy Cudgel. And so it is going to be protect, at least stall out 1 turn and get some poison damage off. But then this next turn might just determine the game.
Yeah, so here's 1 protect. Bleak Windstorm will just go ahead and hit into the protect and the miss on that Tatsugiri slot. Whatever move the Ogerpon does as well. So now Yuki might have to go for a double protect in order to solve the Trick Room. You don't really want to take that KO because of the fact that, well, I think a double protect is a pretty solid play here.
I think it's the play that makes the most sense, where then Tornadus would then feint from poison. You could also hope for like Bleak Wind to miss and Ivy Cudgel to not deal enough damage and then get a knockout that way. So, you know, one thing Carson could theoretically do is switch out the Tornadus to like try to set up another Tailwind if he wants to, but he'd rather just go for the damage. So let's see, does Yuki commit to a double protect, or is he going to just hope for the potential Bleak Wind miss and try to knock out the Ogerpon and then have Tornadus feint from poison as well?
Yeah, but even then, you know, if that Urshifu is in the back, it does have that Focus Sash too, so that's kind of...
But it will be broken from the Toxic Spikes.
After 1 turn of protect.
Yep.
After 1 turn of protect, so there's a lot that's going to have to come down to this. Looks like now it will be the Dondozo terrestrializing. It will go into that grass type to take the potential Power Whip better, but you know, you are also taking more super effective damage from a Bleak Wind. It is going to
terrestrialize. One hit, I think if it hits, it's just over.
Bleak Wind, does it connect with the Dondozo?
Okay,
It dodges it. Okay, all right. Yuki hanging on here. Here comes an Ivy Cudgel. Connects in that Dondozo and just hangs on with a sliver of health. Here's an Earthquake. It will obviously miss the Tornadus, but importantly, it will go ahead and get the KO onto that Ogerpon. Tornadus will go ahead and get knocked out from the poison residual damage there. So now Dondozo is sitting pretty right here.
We definitely have a game, yeah. I think Yuki there going for the Grass Tower, basically saying, like, I know that I need you to miss the Bleak Wind anyway, and this way at least I have coverage against the Power Whip, right, which you might choose to angle and go back into. So he does get the miss. Like I was saying, I think you definitely need that miss. It's still really tough, though, because you were staring down Urshifu and Fluttermane. Yes, they are poisoned, but Ogerpon can, of course, just threaten, Urshifu can threaten Sucker Punch onto the Dondozo. Ogerpon has fainted, but it's really done its job already. And Fluttermane, of course, can then just knock out the Tatsugiri as it gets popped back out, right? And so if you're Carson, you can just go for something like the Sucker Punch and lock into a Moonblast as well. Then the thing for Yuki is, like, maybe you just keep clicking Protect and you keep hoping that the poison damage chips away, right? Like, you do have Tatsugiri here in the end game. You do have the Weezing as well. Looks like it's actually, commit to the Shadow Ball potentially here instead. But either way, the Urshifu just in such a good position. It's actually going to be the commit to the double up here. I think part of the idea is like, okay, the Fluttermane is likely just very, very fast. So knowing, okay, I'll just move first before your Dondozo, get the knockout onto that, and then Urshifu just knocks out, the Tatsu as it gets ejected.
Yeah, so Carson will terrestrialize. It will be that Urshifu becoming the Dark type Urshifu. Just really trying to just maximize the amount of damage that this Urshifu can do. Probably going to be following up into that Tatsugiri. After the Dondozo, gets knocked out. So here's a protect from that Dondozo. Gonna wait for some poison chip damage to fall upon both this Fluttermane and that Urshifu, as the Shadow Ball will be the move that is locked into for that Fluttermane, as now Urshifu will go for a Wicked Blow. It will connect onto that Dondozo, so it can't protect itself from that.
Yep, it can't, and so Dondozo will faint now. Yuki no longer has Tyranids, down to the two most kind of defensive options in the Tatsugiri and the Weezing. Now, once again, Tatsugiri can at least protect in front of the Wicked Blow, but of course Weezing has already taken some chip damage from earlier in the battle as well. So with the poison damage adding up, right, if Yuki is able to get the balls correctly, like, is there a chance for him to win this one? And he's just taking a lot of damage across the board, and the Wicked Blow will be able to just obliterate the Tatsugiri. So I think you can just Shadow Ball here into the Weezing and then Wicked Blow into the Tatsugiri. What Yuki's probably hoping for then, and you can see Carson's like, well, I think you have to protect your Tatsugiri here, so he's thinking about targeting the Weezing. I think it's probably still safe to target Tatsu because Sludge Bomb isn't going to do like the most amount of damage to Urshifu.
Not at all.
Okay, and yeah, so Carson just kind of locks in the safe option there. Tatsu is going to protect, though, so Carson was probably thinking, I could have won the game there maybe on the spot, but I don't think it's worth the risk.
Not at all, as Weezing will also protect itself right there. So, you know, just trying to get as much poison damage down onto the field as possible. Fluttermane will use Shadow Ball into that Galarian Weezing, and then Carson will go ahead and use the Wicked Blow into that Tatsugiri slot. So really trying to knock out that Weezing in order to be able to open up that Protect, or, you know, unleash the Unseen Fist again, right?
Yeah. But, you know, committing the double protect here, it's likely, I think, Let's Spec Shadow Ball and Wicked Blow might both just get the knockout here. The main question I had is, like, can the Weezing potentially survive a Shadow Ball and then get a Sludge Bomb off into Urshifu? That feels like kind of the main path into, you know, coming back into this one. Tatsugiri, of course, this way does have Helping Hand as well, but if you go for a Helping Hand, it means that you're just giving up the Tatsugiri that turn, right? So this is, once again, one of the tough things about playing in these end games when you haven't distributed enough damage. So let's see, does Yuki go for a double protect with that Tatsugiri, and if he gets it, does the Weezing manage to get a Sludge Bomb off into Urshifu?
Yeah, so that's going to be key, but again, as you continue to use Protect, it decays. The success rate does decay.
Doesn't get the double.
Does not get the double there, so now this Tatsugiri is going to be extremely vulnerable. Fluttermane will connect with the Shadow Ball into the Galarian Weezing. Not enough to hang on. Urshifu now will follow up with that Wicked Blow. Gonna hit into that Tatsugiri and easily get the one-hit KO from that range, but again, I think you're right, Aaron. I think, you know, playing passive with that double protect made Yuki miss that opportunity to go for the Sludge Bomb that hits into that Urshifu, but I guess it wouldn't have mattered anyways because it wouldn't have gotten the KO barring a critical hit.
Yeah, it was quite close here, so I think it was always going to be tricky for Yuki, but by committing to the double protect, it meant the following turn Shadow Ball plus Wicked Blow was quite safe, and even had he gotten the double, he would have likely needed another protect from the Chi-Yu. So yeah. Weezing gonna protect here, gonna stall out with a little bit more poison. You know, with poison and protect, there's always a way, no matter how unlikely it be. But of course, Fluttermane is just one attack away from knocking out this Weezing at this point.
You have to play to your outs, and Yuki's identifying the out right now is that Yuki must continue to protect until the poison chips away at that Fluttermane. So it's gonna be like 5 or 6 turns. It's gonna be 5 or 6 more turns of protect. Yuki needs to hit 5 or 6 more protects in a row. The odds of that are really low. Aaron, can you run the numbers for me really fast?
I mean, it's if we need 5, right? It's every subsequent protect is 1 in 3, right? Times 1 in 3, so 9, 27, 81, and okay, well, we don't even need to get there because
there it is, the failure right there. Thank you for the quick math lesson, though, as Carson connects with the Shadow Ball, and we'll move on to your top 8 here at the Houston Regional Championships. What a battle between these two trainers. I mean, Carson identified what he needed to do to deal with Yuki's Dondozo team. You know, you mentioned it that Yuki is a premier Dondozo player, but Carson maneuvered through that match completely expertly.
Yeah, I think the 4 that he brought were the absolute correct 4. I think the Tornadus Ogerpon lead was right as well, and I think Carson had a huge lead after turn 1 in both games, right? Like, being able to set up Tailwind just makes all the difference. Like, the combination of Tailwind plus Grass Ogerpon, Rock Ogerpon, plus Dark Urshifu is kind of nasty to deal with, right? And especially, like, these games still were quite close if you think about, like, the margin at the end of the day, but the key thing was, like, Yuki was not playing down a Pokemon, essentially, it felt like, especially in this game, right? Probably looks very differently if Carson makes the read that Chi-Yu is going to protect on turn 1 and doubles up into Weezing. Chi-Yu, tries to go for the Heat Wave there, or maybe an Overheat, for example, does not manage to get the attack off, and so Yuki taking a risk, but Carson saying, you know what, I'm just going to call you out on it. And at the end of the day, like, the Dondozo was not able to accomplish a ton. Able to keep themselves in this one because of that Bleak Windstorm miss. And so part of the scary thing about Carson's team is that you are vulnerable to, of course, missing your moves. But Dark Urshifu, just such an amazing Pokemon. Probably one of the best Pokemon to have in the metagame into a Dondozo composition, because guaranteeing that critical hit, having that way to just ignore the boost is so big. Combining that with Tailwind, just such a strong, powerful combination. But Yuki started this tournament 1-2. He won 9 sets in a row to make it to top cut. He has now had back-to-back top cuts with this team after getting top 8. I believe it was the San Juan special event quite recently as well. So
just a couple weeks ago.
Exactly. He's been on an amazing, amazing tear, and should have really solidified his run as he tries to qualify for the World Championship. So amazing job done by him. And I think Carson is, of course, one of the biggest veterans in VGC, as he's won it all, at so many different levels. He won a regionals in the previous season as well, looking to get another regional title under his belt. And
kind of a span, right? I mean, Carson's won since like 2016 all the way till 2025, so that's pretty impressive. Just the longevity of Carson in competing, right? Like, not just not just recent years, but also in the past. And not just in the past, but also in recent years.
Exactly.
Not like us, Aaron.
You know, well, Carson, he's yeah, I feel like I haven't seen him compete as much this season, but every time he's at an event, he's just on. I know he's, you know, like a really, he's really good at both grinding at the game, but also having like really effective like meta calls, right? And like, I think one of the strengths of him as a player is like being able to identify, look, I think this team is really well positioned to most of the teams in the format. He's really good at coming up with game plans as well. And, you know, the team he's using is not exactly the most standard team, right? Like, yes, it has a lot of components that we see. Sure, Tornadus, Fluttermane are common, but it seems like, you know, the Fluttermane is very, very speedy based on how that set played out. He's also got the Ninetales. I wish we got to see it make an appearance. I'm hoping it comes out in some of the other games. And then, of course, he's also got the Imprison Photograph. So it's kind of a new take on Tornadus Tailwind Hyper Offense. And it was really, yeah, just a beauty to watch him play.
Yeah, more to come, though. That was only the top 16. We still have the rest of top 8. But before we go, let's go ahead and do one of my favorite things, co-creation, Aaron. As much as I like co-creating with you, let's go ahead and throw it over to one of my favorite collaborations of all time. Let's go ahead and take it away with What's the Strat with Evan Ladd, crossing over with the Joe Brown Breakdown.
It's the crossover event of a century that everyone has been clamoring for. My name is Evan Ladd. Welcome to What's the Strat with Evan Ladd. Joe Brown's here from the Joe Brown Breakdown. How you feeling?
It's the Analyst cinematic universe is really expanding.
The ACU. We haven't rolled out the roadmap yet for the next 10 years of Analyst-esque segments, but I'm on it. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be great.
Well, that was, speaking of great things, that was a great match. I love watching Yuki play that Toxic Dondozo style. He's one of the originators of the entire strategy, going all the way back to the Oceania International Championships, where he was one of the first people to run Mortal Spin on Glamora alongside Dondozo, and of course has continued to update it over the years. Unfortunately, met his match in another Dozo enthusiast, Carson Confer here.
Yeah, it's almost tough that you want to have your information advantage. You want to put your opponent in positions that he's unaware of what decisions you can make as your Dondozo Tatsugiri core. But of all the trainers in all the world, he happened to run into Carson, one of the Dozo masters, who was one step ahead of him.
Yeah, and speaking of being one step ahead, this first turn of Game 1, Yuki is going to immediately combine the Dondozo and the Tatsugiri here, switching out the Weezing, is hoping that just the pressure of Weezing is going to lead targeting into that Pokemon, and that's going to be enough. In fact, he does catch Carson trying to target down the Tatsugiri, but Carson is so smart here, has the perfect cover for it, goes for the Tailwind and goes for the Ivy Cudgel into the Tatsugiri slot. So if into the Weezing slot. So if Weezing stays in, damage goes down onto Weezing. If Weezing switches out to Tatsugiri, you get Tailwind up, which is what's going to happen here as the Tornadus goes down to a Wave Crash, and then it's basically all over from there.
At this point, Carson is basically trading his Tornadus for whatever result. It's not going to be a perfect turn, and we heard Aaron talk about at the end of Game 2, you're not having the perfect prediction and you're up 100-0. It is, if you switch, I have this covered. If you stay in, I have this covered. If you protect, I have Tailwind set up anyway. So really smart play out of Carson to understand, to pin Yuki in the situation that no matter what decision you make, I'm going to be in the advantage.
Absolutely, and it's this next turn where Carson is able to just blow the whole game wide open here. Of course, you really want to be able to get some damage onto the Tatsugiri when it pops out of the Dondozo, but more importantly, you just want to get that Dondozo off the field, and there is no better combination of Pokemon to do that than this Ogerpon, which has a neutral Ivy Cudgel into it. Cornerstones and, of course, Teal Mask are the only ones that can have the high crit rate neutrally into Dondozo, and you have the guaranteed crits coming out from the Wicked Blow alongside the Terra Dark that we're about to see come out right now. It's all over for Dozo, and Dozo just trades for Tornadus.
And this is really the strat, Evan Ladd, against Dondozo teams, is you're not trying to set up, you're not trying to toxic it down, you're not trying to have long, drawn out turns. You want brute force damage. Ivy Cudgel, you have the crit chances, didn't get the crit there, but Wicked Blow has you covered in the critical hit category. You know that you really have to take out Dondozo, because if it sits there with Commander Boost for 2, 3, 4 turns, it's going to wipe your whole team.
Yeah, and this is just the story of Game 1. Dondozo doesn't get anything done. And unfortunately, that means that Yuki goes down early in the set 1-0. Going into game 3, we are going to see the Tornadus on turn 1 actually goes on the offensive instead of going for the Tailwind, because there's no Dozo on the field, don't have to do it immediately. Goes for the Icy Wind to break the Focus Sash onto that Chi-Yu, and then the double up from the Cornerstone Ogerpon knocks out a huge damage threat from Yuki's team. And these Toxic Dondozo teams, they're really great at stalling out and getting chip damage through the poison, but then you need something to clean it up afterwards, or you need to make everything weak so that they are vulnerable to the poison to begin with.
Yeah, Carson really just put Yuki in a really difficult decision in that spot with the Chi-Yu, because if you're expecting him to attack into the Chi-Yu spot and you protect, then you're gonna be on top. And so I think Yuki, because he was at the disadvantage of losing game 1, felt as if he had to maybe make some momentum, make a play, and Carson, again, being on top of things, does not have to click Tailwind until Dondozo is actually on the field. So if Yuki was expecting a Tailwind Ivy Cudgel turn and you live on your Focus Sash, using the Icy Wind to break the Sash and then let Cudgel take the knockout was really smart.
Absolutely, and all Yuki gets out of that is a layer of toxic spikes and then the poison gas on this turn. But Carson is just happy to step on the gas with the Tailwind and let these Pokemon take their damage, take their shots at the Weezing, and the poison damage will add up over time. But again, there is no other Pokemon. You only have the Dondozo, the Weezing, and the Tatsugiri remaining to deal damage to these Pokemon. You need something to be able to clean up a little bit more. If that Chi-Yu had been able to get off maybe even one Heat Wave in this game, ignoring the Bleak Wind miss that happened on the Dondozo as well, but like just that a little bit of extra damage pushed over the edge, Yuki may have been able to force a game 3 here.
Right, and even maybe preserving your Terra for Chi-Yu later on, right? Switching it out. There's always the crazy play of the double swap into Dondozo Tatsugiri in the back, and I think Weezing is so frustrating for people to deal with, and that's why a lot of players will over-index into it, because Carson really does have very valuable abilities that are being turned off. Unseen Fist, Beads of Ruin, Prankster, right? These are things that you would think, in theory, Carson would want to deal with the Galarian Weezing as fast as possible, but he understands, one, with just the natural speed Tornadus and Ogerpon Cornerstone have in general, that they don't necessarily need their abilities turned on right now. I'll deal with the nuisance of Weezing after Chi-Yu and Dondozo are gone.
All right, well, Joe, thank you so much for that appetizer, that taste of the Joe Brown breakdown. It's great to have you here at What's the Strat?
Hey, look, what up with that? You know what I mean?
What up with that? What's the Strat? Let's go ahead to the lounge where we've got Carson Confer talking with Sierra.
Yeah, you two are having too much fun in there. You guys need to chill a little bit, because I have none other than Carson Confer here to talk a little bit more about that match. Top 8 as well. Hello, how are you doing? How are you feeling going to top 8?
I'm feeling great. It's been a while since I was in Top Cut, so it feels very nice to be here.
I mean, when we do see you make the runs, though, like you go like for the top, and something that was talked about was the meta call, looking at Sacramento and how you kind of have like a read on these tournaments and stuff. Your team seems to be performing really well. Love the Dark Urshifu. Like, what was your preparation and thought process coming into this tournament, specifically around this evolving meta?
Yeah, so it's kind of a bit of a long story, but I'll try to go quick. Seattle, I brought a size spam team with like Iron Crown, and I went 5-3. I'd been doing really good online with it, but did poorly in the tournament. And then last weekend, I tried once more with the size spam. I played a online grassroots tournament, and I went 4-3. And so I decided like it's time to just like cut my losses and find a new team for the tournament. So I ended up finding a team that night from a player named Zach Knight, who had went 7-5 at Seattle. And it was a really cool team with like Ninetales and Indeedee Male Sneasler, and it was something I was pretty interested in. I played a bunch of games with it. It felt amazing, but there was just like one matchup that I could not beat, and it was Ursaluna Trick Room. And so I thought I was going to play a lot. I actually haven't played any, or maybe I played one today, but I just like made it my quest to be able to fix this team and like find a way to beat Ursaluna Trick Room. So I ended up putting on an Imprisoned Fergaraf, since the Indeedee Male was mostly there just to set psychic terrain. It was Choice Scarf Expanding Force, but it died a lot when it switched in just because it's so frail. And Farig was able to block the priority and stick around a bit longer. And then the last piece that I ended up adding was Cornerstone, I had a bunch of like very specific criteria that I wanted it to meet, and I've just been so happy with my choice of that last Mon. I think it's been my most used this tournament, so just really happy with how quickly the prep came together. I made the initial sketch of this version of the team on Tuesday night, and
oh, wow,
things have really come together quickly.
I mean, the confidence with the team, what we got to see on broadcast definitely seems there, because that was a pretty commanding set. We were kind of curious. We've seen a lot of this Dondozo Tatsugiri with the Weezing specifically at this tournament too. That was the second one that you faced today. You got the back-to-back.
Yeah.
Do you feel as confident in the matchup as the match looked itself? Because that was really clean.
Yeah, I feel like my Dondozo matchup's pretty good. I've got a lot of tools that are good into it. I've got Torn obviously is nice because I can go before the Dondozo, especially since they all are running Jolly now. Cornerstone is nice because it's hard to kill. Like, it always takes 2 hits to kill, and usually it's strong into Dozo's partners like Chi, Flutter, Chin Pao, Dragonite. All of those Pokemon are not great into Cornerstone, so it's really helpful there. And then obviously you got Power Whip for the Dozo. And then Flutter and Dark Ursh are just 2 of like the stereotypical Mons that are good into Dondozo, since Flutter goes first and hits it hard, and Dark Ursh obviously hits through Protect and crits, so can't ask for much more than that.
It does just way too much damage. I want to talk a little bit about the match, specifically about that game 2, because you're up 1, and then right away we get to see an Icy win, Ivy Cudgel, KO, momentum lead. Like, there's no worries about a Protect to swap, just figured you're ahead, like.
Yeah, and I thought if he swapped or like protected and did something with the Weezing, like, it wasn't going to be that impactful compared to how impactful it would be for me positively if I killed the Chi-Yu right away. And if I over-predict and the Chi-Yu ends up getting an overheat on my Cornerstone, he has neutralizing gas out, so it'll go through the Sturdy and kill me. And so I was pretty scared of something like that happening, and I thought it was much better just to like take something from the Weezing and let it do whatever it wants and just focus on killing that Chi-Yu, because like the only way he doesn't take damage is if he does Dondozo for the Weezing and then Tatsu for the Chi-Yu. And then like I've got my Torn and my Cornerstone ready to like Tailwind and Power Whip or Ivy Cudgel.
There's all the different options to deal with the Dondozo.
Yeah, there's just a lot that I can do into that team, so I feel pretty confident into it. Yuki played really well, and he got into a spot where, like, with a little bit of better luck, he could win. And like in this matchup, I think that's pretty admirable, since I definitely have a very positive matchup here. And then my round 12, Joseph Selmer also, he won a game, and he was able to like force a turn 1 50-50 each game, but I ended up winning 2 of those.
Okay, and then that's all you need to be able to lock this up. Now you're in top 8. Looking ahead, how are you feeling about the completion of this tournament run? Because it's only a couple rounds away.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about this tournament and my ability to do well in my other rounds. But you know, it's a big tournament. There's a lot of good players in this top cut, so we'll see.
I mean, just a little bit longer till we get to see your top 8. But before you go and we get started, is there any final shout-outs that you have?
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to shout out my wife, Sydney. She's watching at home. She couldn't come this weekend, and my family's also watching, so shout out to them. And then Francesco Piopero, Marcus Dion, Justin Burns, and Zach Knight all helped me prepare for this tournament. None of them ended up using the same team as me, or 2 of them didn't even come, but they all helped me a little bit along the way, so very grateful for their assistance.
I mean, the team is awesome. You had some great help. So, Carson, best of luck going on forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. As for us, it's time to get started with the top 8 here in Houston. So let's send it back over to your casters to get it started.
Thank you very much, Sierra. Congratulations to Carson moving on to top 8 here at the Houston Regional Championships. And Gabby, it's time. There's only 8 trainers remaining. We started with, I think it was roughly 700 trainers yesterday, and we take a look at where we are now.
Only 8 trainers are remaining, and we get to feature every single one of these top 8 matches. So if you haven't gotten your snacks and your drinks and your comfy chair all set to go, you want to do it right now, because you're not going to want to miss any bit of this action. And We're going to be starting with Sohaib Mufti and Benjamin Harlan up at the top of the bracket, and where we go from there, nobody knows.
Hey, we'll find out. Where we're going, we're going to have fun. We're going to be watching some great VGC. Sohaib, the #1 seed, beat Zach Emersian in that last round of Swiss, where Zach was undefeated. So Sohaib is sitting very confidently here as the top seed of the tournament right now against Benjamin Harlan, who had to win that asymmetrical round just to make it to top 8.
And Sohaib, no stranger to the finals of the regional championships and the top cut as well, having been here several times in the past. Benjamin, though, this is going to be his first top 8 placement after making it to top 32 several times last year and already once in Toronto just a couple months ago.
And Sohaib also got top 16 at NAIC a few years ago, but he's being modest with the accomplishments there. Talking about that Moon Room duo of Cresselia and Ursaluna, but there's some things that on the other end that could really pressure that, like a Whimsicott could throw a wrench into your plan.
Yeah, I think pressure's going to be the name of the game, not just because this is top 8 here in Houston, but let's go ahead and take a look at what you called it, the Moon Room, I believe?
Really, because Cresselia's, the moon, Ursaluna's moon base. They're just big fans of the moon.
And they are big fans of speed control, with Cresselia packing both the Icy Wind and Trick Room, allowing it to either twist the dimensions entirely to reverse the speeds of the Pokemon on the field, or just lower speeds by 1 stage with Icy Wind. And we saw Sohaib earlier on in this tournament use Icy Wind in particular to control the speed on the field and almost fake his opponent out, making them think that he was going to have a slower start to the game, lead your fake out user plus the Cresselia, fake out Trick Room. It's tried and true for a reason, but then have his faster Pokemon in the back and keep his opponents guessing. And I think he's gonna have to keep Benjamin guessing, as Benjamin's team is very, very aggressive.
Yeah, and let's see how Benjamin can handle Sohaib's team as they exchange their team sheets here. Remember, all games in VGC are open team sheets. You know the Pokemon, the moves, their ability, and held items, but you don't know how they're trained. We don't know how fast the Chien-Pao is. We don't know how strong Entei or Golden Go, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Regidrago, or Whimsicott are.
But with a Choice Band, a Metal Coat, a Life Orb,
you can make some healthy guesses.
You can make some very informed and healthy guesses. These Pokemon are here to do damage, and they are going to do it well. Golden Go with Nasty Plot, the Life Orb on the Regidrago, plus Dragon Energy and the Dragon's Maw ability to boost that damage even further. Benjamin's team is built around making sure not only can his Pokemon do damage, but they can do it fast with that Whimsicott support, Tailwind and Fake Tears to lower the special defense on the opposing side of the field. And if you're worried about being hit by an attack to stop dealing that damage, you also have Follow Me support on that Ogerpon Wellspring.
I really like the Chien-Pao Stellar Terra. It's one of the Pokemon in this format that does effectively use it. We have seen Urshifus, we have seen Fluttermanes, and a couple of other things, but it does feel like Chien-Pao is very much a jack of all trades, where it feels equally likely to click any of those 3 attacks there, so Stellar makes so much sense.
It really does, and I think the one thing that Benjamin has going for him in this matchup is that because all of his Pokemon can threaten so much damage against Sohaib's Pokemon, it is going to be one of those matchups where it really is going to be, in this case, Golden Go's game to deal a lot of damage as we get this match started.
Let's see top 8 of the Houston Regional Championships. Benjamin Harlan with Whimsicott Golden Go versus Sohaib Mufti with Urshifu and Incineroar.
Admittedly, the Incineroar out in the lead for Sohaib is the perfect counter to this Golden Go, is already going to threaten it with either the knockoff or a Flare Blitz. Can't really fake it out, but you don't really have to in this position. If Benjamin wants to keep that Pokemon around, it's a switch or a terrestrialization. In this case, it's a switch.
That's right, Golden Go swapping into Ogerpon Wellspring, one of the Pokemon that has really risen in usage throughout the Regulation F. Up to 30% of the Phase 2 players are using Ogerpon Wellspring. And it's going to take a close combat on the switch, and they thought maybe Surging Strikes was going to go there, but no, just taking 70% of its HP right away on turn 1. The boosted damage from the Life Orb as well, and knock off doesn't get the KO. Ogerpon barely hanging on.
I think Sohaib making a great prediction there. The close combat would have connected with the Golden Go had it terastallized, and had it not terastallized, knockoff would have done a ton of damage to that Pokemon. Catching the Ogerpon on the switch is almost even better because that is a huge tool now for Benjamin that is going to be removed from the game almost immediately. That Urshifu will be taking some damage this turn, as with the Tailwind up on the field, Ogerpon is almost guaranteed to move first and could easily knock that Pokemon out if it so chooses, but he has to think very carefully on how he's going to use it, and I like how Sohaib is saving that Urshifu for later as a result.
Amoonguss swapping into the Urshifu position on the field, so a little more defensive option for Sohaib on this turn. And we'll have our first terastallization of this set as Sohaib terastallizing Incineroar into a grass type. We saw this in his previous stream set, terastallizing Incineroar both games. Moonblast for Whimsicott into the Amoonguss, resisting as a poison type, so hardly takes any damage. Does get a special attack drop, could be crucial for those sludge bombs later on. And then the Ivy Cudgel goes from super effective to resisted. U-turn, claiming the KO, and gives Sohaib momentum because now he can bring another Pokemon onto the field without taking damage.
But it can't necessarily be that Urshifu now that Sohaib knows that the Whimsicott was targeting it down with the Moonblast. So Flutter Mane here is a great adjustment, as it's not necessarily going to be threatened by a knockout from the Whimsicott. Now with Tailwind still in play and with Golden Go as still a big threat to that Flutter Mane, Sohaib has to think really carefully about how this turn is going to move forward. The Metal Coat will boost Make It Rain very, very powerfully, if you will. So I don't think this Flutter Mane can stick around for long, but maybe if you just reveal the Flutter Mane and then immediately switch it out, you can at least force the Golden Go, if it does go for a Make It Rain, to lower its special attack by a couple stages, and then it's going to be a lot weaker moving forwards.
All right, but one of the ways to counteract the Make It Rain special attack drops is with fake tears on Whimsicott, lowering your opponent's special defense, so you're kind of trading at the same rate there. Incineroar does swap into that Flutter Mane position like we were talking about. Amoonguss protecting itself from any fake tears or whatever Whimsicott wants to go for, and that is exactly what Benjamin decides. No fake tears this turn. Amoonguss is riding high. Make It Rain will go only into the Incineroar, who's holding an Assault Vest, so very bulky Pokemon, brings it down to just under half HP.
But that's good to know. That's how much damage it's going to do after the terastallization. I think that does mean that with a fake tears drop into the Incineroar, had it been at full power, that could have been a KO. So good information for Benjamin moving forwards.
And now on this, so we saw Sohaib actually lock in very quick there.
Yeah.
The double target into Whimsicott, it's either you're gonna get the KO with Sludge Bomb and Flare Blitz, or whatever would switch in would take a lot of damage. But now Whimsicott terastallizing into an electric type, no longer weak to the Flare Blitz from Incineroar. You don't see Terra Electric Whimsicott too often, but it's crying all over the field with those fake tears. Incineroar losing his special defense and getting KO'd.
But I love the terastallization of the Whimsicott here, as it's such a key piece, knowing that there still is the Urshifu in the back of Sohaib's party.
Yeah, that was an awesome play from Benjamin. Now the Sludge Bomb also no longer super effective, as it's not a grass type, right? Tailwind peters out, but Whimsicott is chilling and is ready to click Tailwind yet again next turn.
You have to be a little bit careful though, because now this Whimsicott is going to be a little bit more vulnerable to, let's say, a Surging Strikes from that Urshifu, but ultimately it will still have the speed advantage here, regardless if it sets up Tailwind or if it goes for Moonblast, because it is just naturally faster. But still, seeing a defensive terastallization on a Whimsicott is such a cool thing from Benjamin's team.
Golden Go swapping out for Benjamin, revealing his fourth Pokemon that he brought in Game 1, and it's Regidrago. It takes a lot of damage this turn. You're not going to be able to click Dragon Energy, because that's based off of how much HP you have remaining, but it does click Tailwind for Whimsicott, and and now these are neutral surging strikes, as Gabby was calling out. You don't often see water attacks into a Whimsicott doing too much damage, but when you're Terra Electric, that's exactly what happens. Benjamin will trade his Whimsicott down to his last 2 Pokemon. Amoonguss did click Spore this turn, though, as Regidrago swapped onto the field, so that means that when this Spore connects, Regidrago is forced to burn that first turn of sleep next turn.
That is unfortunate for the Regidrago, but it does have other attacks that don't deal damage based off of the percentage of health remaining. So, you know, we've seen just how much a Draco Meteor can turn the tides from Regidrago, especially with all of those boosts. So it's not necessarily the end of the world if it is forced to take a couple of hits because of the
Rage Patter from Amoonguss will redirect any single target attacks that were going in Amoonguss's or Urshifu's direction towards the Amoonguss. Regidrago has to use that or be asleep this first turn. And now Shadow Ball from Golden Go into Amoonguss brings it very low, but not enough for the knockout. Now Sohaib can respond with the surging strikes into the Golden Go. 3 consecutive critical hits, but it's not enough for the KO. Golden Go hangs on in the red.
Golden Go hanging on does mean that it is able to pick up a potential knockout onto the Amoonguss this turn, which is exactly why Sohaib goes to the Protect here, hoping that Benjamin just naturally targeted it with another Shadow Ball.
Aqua Jet into the Golden Go. Priority attack takes it down. Benjamin finally only has Regidrago remaining. Does it wake up on this turn? If you go for a spread attack, you don't care about the Protect, but no, Regidrago is snoozing.
There's 1 turn of Tailwind remaining, and Regidrago is slightly more likely to wake up this turn.
Detect from Urshifu, because once Tailwind expires, then Urshifu will be faster. Regidrago finally wakes up. Dragon Energy at full HP. Going to be very strong, but Amoonguss is already of such low HP that it doesn't even matter. Any attack would have knocked it out. Sohaib is now able to freely switch Fluttermane onto the field and just 1 KO away from winning game 1.
And with Tailwind expiring as well, this ensures that Fluttermane will be moving first, and it'll be easily able to pick up that KO. And even if Tailwind was still on the field and Regidrago was moving faster, the only non-Dragon type move it has is Earth Power, which won't be doing super effective damage against the Fluttermane. I mean, chances are, because it's a Choice Spec variant, it's probably not going to be too bulky, and that could have guaranteed a 1-hit knockout, but it's just not something you want to risk, especially if you don't have to.
So Benjamin taking his time. Sohaib as well with the 2-to-1 Pokemon advantage, and there's the 2 great Pokemon you want on your side. Moonblast from Fluttermane, super effective into the Dragon. Reggie there gets the KO, and Sohaib 1 game away from moving on to top 4.
Sohaib correctly identifying that despite the fact that he's running a Moonroom team, I think Amoonguss is, well, I guess Amoonguss.
It was super important.
It was super important. You know, Benjamin's team doesn't really have a great answer to Spore once the Ogerpon Wellspring is removed from the field, and that's exactly what we saw very early on in the game for Benjamin. You know, if Ogerpon is able to keep its grass typing and use Follow Me to redirect the Spores, all of a sudden that's no longer something that works for Sohaib. But once the Ogerpon was knocked out, and once that Spore was able to connect with the Regidrago on that switch-in, all of a sudden your most powerful attacker in that endgame just was forced to try and wake up. It just did not make it in time. Going into game number 2, you could certainly hope that's not the case again, and maybe things work out a little bit differently. But I think you have to instead alter your strategy entirely and have a better answer to that Amoonguss.
Gabby, don't think that Amoonguss pun went over my head. I'm very proud of you.
Okay.
So,
I
also,
made it too obvious,
I appreciate it. I appreciate it there. On Benjamin's, I'm thinking, Gabby, a lot of times, how often do we see the Pokemon, the frail Pokemon that sets up Tailwind, let it get knocked out, let it get out of the way, and let Regidrago onto the field while Tailwind is up? I loved the Terra Electric. It was awesome in the moment, but then Whimsicott just overstayed its welcome, and Regidrago Golden Go could not take advantage of the Tailwind.
Well, Golden Go was also in a pretty pressured position as well at the beginning of the game, and it really was forced to switch out and switch around to try and find better alignment against Sohaib's Pokemon. You could try and just lead the Regidrago initially alongside of the Whimsicott to set up the Tailwind, threaten the immediate Dragon Energy and the Fake Tears, and that's exactly what we see here from Benjamin as the adjustment.
Whimsicott, Regidrago, a patented duo in Regulation F. We have that Prankster, Tailwind, and Sohaib said, you want to boost your speed? That's on you. I want to slow things down with Cresselia Incineroar.
And on the one hand, Fake Out Trick Room is looking pretty nice here, all things considered. But if Benjamin wants to dedicate his Terrestrialization to that Regidrago, it can become a Ghost type. It cannot be flinched. And Whimsicott carrying the Covert Cloak as well cannot be stopped. So I don't know if this Cresselia is trained to take a Dragon Energy at -2 special defense, but maybe Sohaib knows.
This Cresselia we're talking about, one of the bulkiest legendary Pokemon of all time. And now, it was a Psychic type for 30 years. Now it's a Steel type here. Not 30, literally, you know, from Diamond and Pearl. But the Fake Tears is -2 special defense, but it will be resisted Dragon attack into the Cresselia. It only takes half HP, so it sticks around. And we know it's going to move last because the Incineroar is faster, knocking off that Life Orb. Regidrago is going to do even less damage for the rest of this game. Twisted Dimensions are up, and Cresselia has now made the slow Pokemon move first.
But Benjamin critically did not use his Terrestrialization just yet, and was not called out with a Fake Out buy-in. So he still has that resource available to him. He still has the opportunity now to try and stall through a few turns of Trick Room. And because Whimsicott knows Encore, Cresselia is forced to switch out so it doesn't use Trick Room a second time.
That's exactly what happens. Benjamin encores the Urshifu, but since it just swapped in, it will fail. And no Terra Electric means Whimsicott is one-hit KO'd in this game. No more Prankster support for Benjamin. Incineroar takes so much recoil damage, but not enough to knock itself out. Draco Meteor on the switch in. No Life Orb necessary. That's just, that Urshifu is gone.
You cover your bases. You either encore the Cresselia into a second Trick Room, potentially knock it out with the Draco Meteor, or you knock out whatever comes in on the switch. It was a good call from Sohaib to send in the Urshifu rather than the Ursaluna, who really prefers the Trick Room in this situation. However, now that the Ursaluna is on the field, it only needs to protect one turn, activate the Flame Orb, activate Guts, and then it has 3 more turns of Trick Room to really take control of this match.
Ogerpon Wellspring, though, does have 2 super effective moves it can use against Ursaluna, right? With Water and Grass, Ursaluna no longer able to Terrestrialize out of those weaknesses. Regidrago also not hurting itself with Life Orb anymore since it was knocked off, so there's no recoil to get itself closer to knocking itself out from damage. But this Incineroar is just going on the offensive, all set. All day we've seen Sohaib just clicking Flare Blitz every turn, knocking itself out, bringing Wellspring under 50% HP here, and it will let the Cresselia come back onto the field.
And Benjamin really critically here being able to call the passive turns, or excuse me, Benjamin very critically here being able to call the passive turns from Sohaib, not using Protect or Spiky Shield this turn, giving him the opportunity to go for it now, as really his win condition at this point in time is stall out the remainder of Trick Room, outspeed the Ursaluna so that he can then either stop the Cresselia from resetting the Trick Room and then go on the offense and hopefully knock out that Ursaluna as soon as possible.
Cresselia did click Lunar Blessing, which will recover both of Sohaib's Pokemon's HP by 25% and also clear any status conditions at the end of the turn. The Flame Orb will come back for Ursaluna, so that's why they love this combo so much. Regidrago and Ogerpon going to protect, just like Gabby was talking about. He needs to make it through the Trick Room. Earthquake is free next to the levitating Cresselia, so that's why they have such good synergy together, because you can Earthquake next to your own teammate, and it doesn't need to protect to avoid the damage. But there's no damage anyway because of the double protect, so there's only healing this turn.
I was gonna say, and it doesn't need to terastallize either, but in this matchup, it really did need to terastallize regardless, as that steel typing really is helping Cresselia out with the Regidrago on the opposing side of the field. Now, we are in the final turn of Trick Room here, and I am very curious if Benjamin is going to try and go for a double protect in this situation, or if we're gonna see him switch out the Regidrago to reset the Draco Meteor special attack drops and just let whatever Pokemon comes in take that Earthquake from the Ursaluna.
Now would be the time because Benjamin still has 3.
He got the double.
He gets the double protect on Regidrago, 30% chance, and Regidrago will take no damage from this Earthquake. And of course, Ogerpon Wellspring, a bulky Pokemon and a grass type, is going to take the Earthquake very well, but it's such low HP, it's not enough for a KO. Ogerpon hangs on. Cresselia will Lunar Blessing to get even healthier, nearly close back up to full HP, but Trick Room has expired, or will expire at the end of the turn.
Oh.
Power Whip almost gets there. Ursaluna hangs on at 8 HP. Lunar Blessing doesn't matter. Flame Orb reactivates, and it's got 1 turn, but it's super slow.
It's super slow, but the Cresselia basically back at full health, and with that steel typing,
but Ursaluna can't, protect to let Trick Room go up because Flame Orb will knock it out.
True. You're absolutely right. I think if you are Sohaib, you just go for the Lunar Blessing here and just hope for the best, as I think Benjamin is going to try and double into this Cresselia to stop this beat control, as a second Trick Room here would be absolutely devastating. I don't think he has the resources to get through 5 more turns of Trick Room.
Ogerpon Wellspring terastallizing here, using that Embody Aspect ability, boosting its special defense by 1 stage. Not too relevant when you're such low HP, but it will let you do more damage with your IV Cudgels. Ursaluna protecting itself. Regidrago with the Earth Power into Ursaluna, not doing any damage thanks to the Protect. And there's the IV Cudgel from Ogerpon into this bulky Cresselia. How much does it do? No critical hit, means it did roughly around 40% HP to the Cresselia, who is healing both itself and Ursaluna here. So Flame Orb does not knock itself out.
Exactly, and that was the safe play there. So you do have enough breathing room now to...
Now does Ursaluna have to go for the double protect just like Regidrago did?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's breathing room, right? It's not exactly great, but you just hope for the best. And knowing that Regidrago switches out here and knowing that the Ogerpon did at least target the Cresselia the previous turn, that does mean there is a chance that Benjamin did not target the Ursaluna.
Ursaluna goes for the double protect, but he doesn't get it. Sohaib not able to get the luck Benjamin had earlier this game. Ivy Cudgel correctly targeting the Ursaluna. That was the biggest threat remaining on Sohaib's side, and it's no longer available. Cresselia clicking Trick Room this turn will twist the dimensions, but it will be a 3v1.
And unfortunately for Cresselia, as the one standing in this situation, Psychic is just not going to do enough damage to a Dragon-type Pokemon, nor a Steel Ghost-type Pokemon in that Golden Go. And while it certainly could use Lunar Blessing a couple more times to keep things interesting, you do have to deal damage to win a game of Pokemon at the end of the day. So I like how Sohaib is taking a little extra time here to think, as reflecting on how that match went. I think in reflecting on the adjustments that Benjamin made, you want to give yourself every single second possible.
Yeah, Benjamin forcing a game 3 here in the top 8. The next game winner will move on to top 4 in Houston. So much credit to Benjamin with his adjustments, not over-indexing and and terastallizing the Whimsicott, trying to just make it through the Trick Room turns, and thankfully that double protect from Regidrago allowed him to get there.
And had we seen a double protect on Sohaib's side of the field as well, we would be looking at a very different game. So really, the story of game 2 of this set, I think, was double protect.
And Ogerpon Wellspring, really, because it's so look at it, didn't really take too much damage from that Earthquake, as it does resist the ground attacks. And the reason he had to click Earthquake, right, is because you can follow me and redirect a single target attack away from the Regidrago. So That's one of the things that's so difficult when you are under Trick Room. It feels like you really have, it's 5 turns of Trick Room.
Yep.
The first turn setting it up.
Yep.
So you ideally you have 4 turns to win the game most often, and Sohaib just needed a 6th turn somehow.
Well, I mean, you say that you have those turns to win the game, but I think the interesting thing about Sohaib's team is that you can run it sort of like split between Trick Room and fast Pokemon, and I'm curious if we're going to see him pivot to the fast mode entirely, or if we're going to see him try and split it just a little bit again.
Incineroar, Cresselia versus Whimsicott and Regidrago here for Benjamin and Sohaib. One team very fast, the other one very slow.
All right, so we've seen him use this lead before in multiple different ways. We've seen him use it as an indication that he brought his faster Pokemon in the back. We saw him use it last game as an indication that he did have that Ursaluna and that he wanted Trick Room on the field. You know, does have to terrestrialize that Cresselia once again, but that Steel typing really helped it out as it was able to stay on the field that entire game.
No swaps from either trainer here, and Cresselia will terrestrialize yet again into a Steel type. Now resisting dragon attacks and still completely immune to the earth power thanks to its levitate ability. Right away, Whimsicott goes for the fake tears, harshly lowering the special defense of Cresselia. It's a dragon energy hitting both of Sohaib's Pokemon, bringing Cress around 50% of its HP remaining. Now Incineroar with the Flare Blitz into Whimsicott. No Encore anymore for Benjamin to really disrupt Cresselia under Trick Room now that it's going to get it set up.
And there's the adaptation from Sohaib as he went for the knockoff into the Regidrago in Game 2, assuming there might be a Ghost-type terrestrialization and to also remove the Life Orb so that it couldn't do additional damage.
Now Ogerpon Wellspring will swap onto the field. It's way healthier. It's at full HP this time, so a terrestrialization to get that special defense boost would actually be much more valuable than it was last game.
It absolutely would, and I think the nice thing about this position for Sohaib as well is that you can still go for the knockoff into the Regidrago before it can attack. Now that the dimensions are twisted, the Incineroar is guaranteed to move first.
Double protect on Benjamin's side, which means both Pokemon individually protecting. Not the same double protect we saw last game of Regidrago clicking it 2 turns in a row. It could be confusing the way it's worded. This is the 2nd turn of Trick Room, so that means through that protect, Benjamin has to make it through 3 more turns of these twisted dimensions.
But Cresselia and Incineroar are not the big attackers that the Ursaluna and I guess technically the Urshifu are from Sohaib's side of the field. These Pokemon are a lot easier to slow down.
Ogerpon Wellspring not terrestrializing, but does click follow me to redirect attacks. Knock off into Ogerpon. You can't knock off the held item because that's what changes how Ogerpon is designed, so it does not do a lot of damage. And a Dragon Energy gets a double KO. Cresselia goes down, but in the opposite way where you want your Tailwind user to get knocked out so you can use the Tailwind attackers, you want Cresselia to go down so your Trick Room attackers can get in.
You do, but there's no opportunity now to reset the twisted dimensions once they expire. So we do get to see the final 2 Pokemon for Sohaib, and once again, it will be the Ursaluna and the Urshifu, which does mean that Benjamin is going to have a little bit of a tougher time trying to stall through the remainder of these Trick Room turns thanks to Unseen Fist.
2 turns of Trick Room remaining.
Yep.
He got 1 double protect earlier, but you can't do that, as you mentioned, because Urshifu is pressuring you. So if you have a passive protect turn, all it does is allow Urshifu to get free damage off.
It does, and it's probably going to favor the close combat here, knowing that Ogerpon has not terrestrialized away from the water's absorbability yet. And really, given the Regidrago's reliance on Dragon Energy so far, I wouldn't be surprised to see it try and go for it again, even though a Draco Meteor connecting with either of these 2 Pokemon, probably a knockout.
Urshifu detecting, which gives away that Ursaluna clicks Earthquake. There is no Flame Orb boost. There is no Guts active right now. This is just regular damage into both of Benjamin's Pokemon, and it does a lot to Regidrago, but hardly any to the Ogerpon. Power Whip goes into Urshifu's Protect, though, so he does no damage there. And now Dragon Energy on such a low HP Pokemon is going to hit Ursaluna, but nothing to Urshifu, and really hardly anything on Ursaluna.
But every little bit bit of chip damage counts, as there is no longer Lunar Blessing around to heal up that Ursaluna. And once Trick Room has expired, that Ursaluna is going to be in big trouble by whatever Pokemon Benjamin has in the back, as it is likely the slowest Pokemon around.
How do you make it through this turn? You need to protect to end Trick Room, but you can't protect in front of Urshifu.
You cannot protect in front of Urshifu, but also Sohaib, Earthquaking into yourself is a very risky move. If you know how your Urshifu is trained here and you can survive it, then this might be the winning play, but this is a big risk for Sohaib.
And Golden Go just swapped in as a Steel type with the potential Earthquake on the horizon. Ogerpon's Spiky Shield will not take any damage on this last turn of Trick Room, but Urshifu is taking one for the team as Golden Go swaps in to a certain knockout. Urshifu hangs on as the Twisted Dimensions expire, and now Benjamin down to his last two Pokemon. Urshifu, close combat, make that one Pokemon Unseen Fist. Sohaib's 1 KO away from top 4.
Benjamin had to go for that switch there, though, as there was no other way for the Regidrago to make it out of that turn undamaged, like you were saying, Joe. It could not protect, and honestly, the way that Golden Go was going to do damage against these two Pokemon was not looking that great either, but unfortunately, you really want the Dragon Energy to be powered up in this position. You want to be able to do that spread damage to pick up the KO on the Urshifu and the Ursaluna, but the damage just isn't there.
Surging strikes from this Urshifu, and Sohaib will surge his way into top 4 in Houston.
A risky play at the end of the day. You never want to attack into your own Pokemon, but knowing just how much damage on average that's going to do and just having the confidence in your plays is sometimes all it takes.
Yeah, I mean, there's a crazy world if you crit your own Urshifu and knock it out, and then all Regidrago needs to do is land the Draco Meteor into Ursaluna. Very high risk, but incredibly high reward for him as the #1 seed in the tournament.
And I mean, you can see why, though. He is the #1 seed, as his play here was just incredible. You know, Benjamin really, I think, had him on a bit of the back foot here, as he was able to start the game out really strong, having the that double knockout with the Dragon Energy on the Regidrago, being able to hold on to the Life Orb for so long, but just having the confidence in the Ursaluna and in the Urshifu, going for the Earthquake on that turn when the Ursaluna could have just protected to get the Flame Orb at full health. Those are all great calls from Sohaib.
It's kind of funny to see Urshifu being used nearly like Galarian Wheezing there, like you're turning off the ability to protect because of Unseen Fist. And we talked in Sohaib's loss in game 2, Gabby, we said did not get enough advantage from Ursaluna under the Trick Room turns. That game, he got 3 turns to actually use.
Exactly, and it was all he needed, those 3 turns. Like you were saying, so you just had to win the game in those 3 turns. You just gotta win the game before the Twisted Dimensions expire. Like, it's not 100% rule, obviously, but that is how it does operate a lot of times. And then the way that his team is constructed, right? You get through Trick Room, even if your Ursaluna and Cresselia get knocked out, then you have fast Pokemon like Urshifu and Fluttermane to clean up once it comes back to normal. Exactly, and it's a really strong team because of that. I think a lot of people's Trick Room counters, I mean, you saw it on Benjamin's team, it really was just that Encore on the Whimsicott trying to force Cresselia out on off the field after it used Trick Room, so maybe you could catch whatever came in with a knockout, and then you can find yourself more time through the remainder of the Trick Room turns. But at the end of the day, there wasn't time, and maybe if your opponent has a Moongus, well, yeah, that's a great Trick Room counter, but oh no, Ursaluna has Flame Orb, and now all of a sudden a Moongus isn't looking that great either. Like, I think Ursaluna has just been this, like, piece that Trick Room teams have been missing for a while, especially in this Amoonguss metagame. And this team, especially with, again, as much as I hate to say it as a Porygon 2 person, this Cresselia just, it really is working out well.
As a Cresselia person, I do appreciate that it's working out for Sohaib here, but like, I think Sohaib is just, he's really being unconventional. He's being, it's hard for your opponents to anticipate what moves you're going to make, right? Think of some of the unconventional things he's done in his 2 stream sets. He's clicking buttons with Incineroar. There's no fake out. Like, It's there, but he's not clicking it. He's going for Flare Blitz. He's going for damage. He's using Ursaluna as an attacker without Flame Orb, without Guts active. He's attacking his own Pokemon to get knockouts on the other side. It's almost like, how can you prepare for that strategy when it's so out of left field?
I actually think that's how you have to play this team, honestly. Like, as someone who's been playing this team, that's how you play this team. Like, it's so consistent to expect your opponent to play that way, to assume you're going to do those moves. I would love to hear from Sohaib himself if he's been counting on people making those plays throughout his run. So why don't we go into the lounge and hear it from himself?
Thanks, Gabby. Joe, I'm here with Sohaib. After that match, you're in top 4. How's it feel?
It feels unbelievable. I still can't believe I made it this far.
That is just an incredible run you've put together. And I want to talk about the match because it still seems like you're shaking after though, and like talk me through it.
So his team is really, really scary against my team. He has all the tools to beat both of my modes, but the thing is he has to call those modes right. So that's what I tried to do game 1, where I went the fast mode, where I figured he will be trying to counter the Ursaluna Cresselia mode. So that I feel like I caught him by surprise by bringing Amogus and Flurrymane in the end game. So, and in the game 2, then my plan was to use Cresselia and Bear mode to beat him. So that's why I'm a little nervous, because I almost messed up the game 2. So I figured that, you know, after I messed up the game 2, he will catch on to my play, what mode I will bring. So that's why just a little nervous.
I mean, how do you approach that game 3 then, where you're like, okay, shoot, my opponent knows what I can go for now. I don't feel like I necessarily did what I needed to game 2. Like, how do you approach that game 3 to make sure you can still get that win?
Sure. So after the game 2, even though I lost, I felt like I was in a lot of control. So, and I felt like I was doing good damage. So I felt confident in that. I said that, and I also thought about that. I lost that game, so I figured that, you know, he might think that I might not go again that mode. I might go with the safer mode that won me the game. So it just felt like a safer bet there.
And when we got into that game as well, I feel like the turn that really solidified it, we get to see a Golden Go switch in as you click a nice little Earthquake. Was that, you think, just like the most defining turn? Did you already feel ahead and it was kind of just like a desperate play needed, or?
That was definitely the way the board state had played out. That was like definitely the play I needed to make at that moment. It's the thing I was really nervous about was that I hope I don't crit my own Urshifu because I needed it to stay around a little longer. So yeah, that was the only thing that was going in my head. I was like, please don't crit, please don't crit. Yeah.
Where normally you're like, yes, please critical.
Crit, yeah, exactly.
I mean, when you spoke to Dwee earlier, you had talked about the fact that you've recently moved to Houston and you kind of manifested a regional being here. Did you ever manifest winning the Houston Regionals?
Honestly, that was just a dream, and I just came here to have fun and figured that, you know, this is the end of the regulation, so just to try my best, you know. But now it seems like a real possibility.
I mean, just a couple of matches away, trying your best, definitely paying off. I'll make sure you can get an opportunity to get some rest, but before I let you go, I'm sure you had an opportunity for shout-outs later, but if there's any more that you want to make or anyone you want to thank a second time.
Yeah, no, just shout-outs to my soulmate, my family. They all support me always, my friends. All of you guys know who you are, so sorry, I'm just a little shaken up if I forgot about you. I'm sorry.
That's the best one, just you know who you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Covers everyone.
Exactly.
Congrats on this win. Best of luck going on for top 4. As for us, crazy 3-game set. So let's break it down just a little bit more with What's the Strat with Evan Latt.
Thanks, Sierra. It's time for What's the Strat with Evan Latt Highlight Edition. We're going to breeze right on through this so that we can get you to as much Pokemon action as quickly as possible. I'm definitely going to do that, but obviously the highlight was the side Earthquake, the self-Earthquake, you know, into the Urshifu. But in order to really understand that play, we have to go back to Game 2. Here we are on Game 2. This is the final turn of Trick Room. While you can see that Sohaib has Guts activated on the Ursaluna, goes for the Earthquake, has the Regidrago next to the Ogerpon Wellspring, exactly the situation he ended up in Game 3. But this Earthquake does not do enough damage to the Ogerpon. It hangs on with just a sliver of health. Cresselia doesn't confirm the KO on the Ogerpon and instead goes for the Lunar Blessing to heal itself back up, and as well leaves the Ursaluna open to this big power whip from the Ogerpon. And from there, Sohaib is just trying to catch up over and over and over with Lunar Blessings and just can't catch up, and Benjamin is able to take this win and force a Game 3. Now, let's fast forward to Game 3. We end up in a very similar situation. This time we have the Urshifu next to the Ursaluna under Trick Room with the Regidrago and the Ogerpon Wellspring. Now, this is an Earthquake, but it is not the Earthquake that you're probably thinking it is. This is actually the Earthquake before the Earthquake that we're talking about. This is so important because when you're in this position, Ursaluna is likely going to try to protect to get Guts. That's what everyone thinks Ursaluna wants to do here. So instead, Sohaib goes on the offensive, and he needs to do that because if you look at the health bars on this Ogerpon, that was not enough damage. That was not enough health. It was too much health for the Ogerpon to survive. If Sohaib had not gone for this Earthquake, the side Earthquake would not have mattered. Ogerpon would have still survived that Guts boosted Earthquake, and then you would not have had the additional firepower that you really needed from it. So looking forward, you go back through, you get the not very effective hit onto the Ogerpon. Ogerpon whiffs into the Urshifu here, and then it's just kind of all over here. There's now so much more pressure onto the Ogerpon here. The Regidrago takes all of that damage, weakens the dragon energy, and now Ursaluna is so much healthier here on this turn. And this is because Sohaib did not go for the passive play, instead went for the offensive play and still got the Guts boost for free. And now Sohaib is able to confirm the KO on Ogerpon with the close combat, even through a spiky shield here. Or even if it didn't go through, still would have been a KO. And now, even better, you catch the Golden Go on the switch in. And that is exactly how you have to play this kind of team, because you really need to get all of the damage you possibly can under Trick Room. And sometimes that means dealing damage to your partner Pokemon as well. And you know what? That's just kind of how it works out sometimes. That's our first top 4, our first semifinalist here in Houston. How about we find out who our next one is, and let's go back to our casters.
How about we do that, Evan? Sounds like a great plan here. Joe Brown, Gabby Snyder for our second top 8 matchup here at the Houston Regional Championships. And I hope it lives up to the expectations of that last set.
I hope so too, because that was such an incredible match. And if you're just tuning in now, go check out the YouTube channel, the Pokemon YouTube channel tomorrow to catch up on that match, because right now, today.
Yeah, you stay with us today.
You stay with us right now today, as we're going to be going and jumping into our next top 8 match from the top to the bottom. Carson Confer versus Lucy Fleming. Sohaib Mufti just making his way into top 4.
Yeah, Sohaib has to wait a while now, but he gets to rest. He gets to see how the rest of top 4 is going to face out. Some really great names here. I can't wait to see how the rest of this bracket is going to be. But Carson Confer, we just had in that last round of the
top 16.
The asymmetrical top cut round. So has the experience already of being on stream here in Houston.
Also the experience of being on stream
in general.
So why don't we go ahead and get to the stage if our players are ready and get this round started.
That sounds pretty good to me, because we've had a lot of fun action this weekend. We're having a great we've had a really fun closeout of Regulation F. I know there's been some pros and cons of people this 2.0, so it's a Reg F 2.0, but I think this has been a fun send-off, Gabby.
I think Regulation F was the friends we made along the way, Joe Brown.
I think that's what it's been. I think that's the key to VGC. Another dweeism, another dweegc saying he's been saying for years.
Yeah, because Regulation F has existed ever since the dawn of VGC.
Since the dawn of VGC. It's been a couple years. It's been a couple seasons that we could have been saying it theoretically.
Well, I mean, but we've always had Regulation F. I mean, I remember back in my day,
back in your
waiting
day,
in line at the mall for Journey Across America, I was thinking to myself, man, how am I going to beat that Raging Bolt?
Yeah, I was going to say, back when you had Raging Bolt on your Game Boy Advance, you know? Oh, man, crazy. Crazy. Do you think about back then, you know, you're standing in line, you're journeying across America, and then you're like, wow, there's a Pokemon that you can't protect in front of. There's a Pokemon that has an electric sucker punch.
I should have been thinking that because I ultimately lost because I did not have Protect on my team.
No, Gabby! That's the VGC staple.
Well, see, I learned a very tough lesson that day, Joe Brown, and hopefully that's a lesson that Carson nor Lucy has to learn in this finals matchup, as it looks like our players have their headsets on and we can go ahead and start breaking down this match for you.
Carson Confer, former senior world champion, regional champion, and international champion as well, versus Lucy Fleming. Landers Therian, we used to say Incarnate in this format, but switching it up here with Lucy going with the intimidating Landers.
Yeah, both these trainers bringing something just a little bit different. Of course, Carson having the Alolan, or not the Alolan Ninetales,
the original
Ninetales, yes. The one that you can go ahead and encounter in Fire Red and Leaf Green.
That's right.
If you're waiting in line in 2006. But no, this is a really fun team. You know, we heard Carson talk about it a little bit earlier on and how just figuring out what piece this team was missing in order to defeat Dondozo. And while that won't necessarily come up in this matchup, in that interview, Carson said that Ogerpon Cornerstone was like his MVP of the tournament. And I do think that Cornerstone Ogerpon is going to be the MVP of this matchup, as it matches up so well into a majority of Lucy's Pokemon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very important, as there is the one water type that would resist Ninetales damage in the Primarina that we'll talk about in a little bit, and that's what the Ivy Cudgel and the Power Whip, more importantly, would be able to handle there, as we saw him beating Dondozo as a water type, needing the help for Power Whip.
Yeah, and for Lucy, I mean, her team is interesting in the sense that I think she has a lot more to benefit from a sunny day, which is why her Tornadus has a sunny day.
Right.
Is able to manually set up the weather, as opposed to Carson, who would have to have that Ninetales on the field with the Drought ability. And I think as a result, you know, that Tornadus, if weather is a strategy that Lucy wants to bring, Tornadus is going to be the Pokemon to bring for that. The other Pokemon on Lucy's team, you know, the Chi-Yu will benefit from that sun a lot. We have the photosynthesis ability on the Raging Bolt, but a lot of these Pokemon are just around to sort of deal consistently good damage. You know, position the Landorus Therian with the Choice Band in front of any Pokemon with a nice speed boost, Tailwind boost even. Rock Slide, man.
Yeah,
that's a good one. That's a classic, right?
And if anyone is wondering, that is correct. That is Aqua Jet Primarina. That is not, you know, not what you would expect to see from a Primarina set, but you know, it's not the throat spray version, right? This is a citrus berry, potentially more bulky. You have Haze for your Dondozo matchups or any other nasty plot users, and that could be pretty cool.
You also have Haze for your own Overheat and your own Draco Meteor.
That's right.
Why just use it on your opponents when you can benefit from it yourself?
Hey, that's a great point, because you can keep clicking Overheat every turn and not have the downside of it.
Exactly. So I am really curious to see just how much weather is going to come into play in this matchup. When I was first looking at this teams, my instinct was honestly not that much, but we'll have to see as we get things started.
Here is the Kanto Ninetales setting up the sun. We see Alolan Ninetales way more often in VGC, so really cool of Carson to bring the original version, the fire type, activating photosynthesis on Fluttermane versus Tornadus and Landorus.
Lucy has the benefit of having speed control up on the field with the Tornadus and the Tailwind, and Landorus is going to like having that a lot. Fluttermane, I think, not finding the position it was looking for as a result. You know, Carson has the opportunity to go for a helping hand to boost that Fluttermane's Choice Specs attack, and that can remove a lot of the metagame in and of itself. So I like the switch here to keep it safe. The question is just how much are these Pokemon going to take in damage in return?
Carson swapping his Tornadus onto the field to match Lucy's. So now they both have access to Prankster Tailwind. Lucy does click Tailwind on this turn, doubling her Pokemon speed for the next 4 turns. Earthquake, though, gonna have 2 other flying types on the field and a Protect, so not doing any damage. That is choice banned for Lander, so it is locked into Earthquake.
Would have been a great choice against both the Fluttermane and the Ninetales, but unfortunately will not be the move of choice here. And I think as a result, Lucy really needs to consider possibly switching out that Pokemon in this position. You know, it will only take 1 turn for the Tornadus on Carson's side of the field to tie up the speeds, and now that the Ninetales is up to speed, it's only a matter of time before it starts dealing big damage with Overheat.
Bleakwind Storm does connect and get the speed drop on Ninetales, which allows Landorus to now outspeed this Ninetales and hit super effectively with Earthquake, knocking it out. Ninetales never even gets to attack, just protects, gets its speed dropped, and gets KO'd. You spoke too soon, Gabby.
I did speak too soon. You're absolutely right. But that's one piece of the board removed in Lucy's favor, but does now open the opportunity for Ogerpon to take its place. And Ogerpon with the Ivy Cudgel will again still be threatening good damage against the Tornadus and the Landorus. Landorus could still just stay on the field and use Earthquake. I mean, there's nothing really stopping it from doing so at this point in time. You're not going to be able to do any damage to the opposing Tornadus, but at the same time, the Tornadus isn't really threatening you either, especially if you Terrasilize.
Right, going from 4 times weak to Icy Wind to now resisting the Icy Wind here as a Steel type. Lucy will protect her Tornadus on this turn. This should be the 3rd turn of Tailwind for her and 2nd for Carson. Ogerpon saying, hey, I like your Protect, I will Spiky Shield myself. So that means Lucy's not going to do any damage, and Icy Wind, if it connects into the Landorus, is hardly going to do any damage. More importantly, oh, it even dodges there, so Landorus does not have its speed dropped.
And Lander is still just completely able to hang out on the field for yet another turn and continue to go for those Earthquakes. And I think we've seen a lot of people take advantage of this position throughout the tournament this weekend. If you have a Pokemon that it might not be doing its optimal amount of damage throughout the game, but if it's not threatened and it can just stay around and threaten big Earthquakes until the end of the game, it's still going to be able to get a lot of pressure, and it's going to add up over time.
Lucy going for the slow and steady option here with the Landers. Ivy Cudgel into Tornadus, knocks it out on Lucy's last turn of Tailwind as well. So you had to go for the double target, right? Needed Icy Wind to break the Focus Sash for Lucy's Tornadus to allow Ivy Cudgel to get the knockout there. Ogerpon takes that hit, not very well since it is a choice-banded neutral Earthquake from Landers, an incredibly strong Pokemon.
And also now forces this Landorus to consider switching out, as you really do not want to be Earthquaking into Raging Bolt.
Yeah, this is not the Sohei Ursaluna situation.
It isn't. I mean, you could. I don't want to go down that road though, because Raging Bolt with the sun up on the field and with a Thunderclap into the opposing Tornadus, if it attacks, like there is a world where that play could work in your favor. I don't know if we want to go down that road.
You're also not free to Thunderclap, as Ogerpon Cornerstone has Follow Me, so it's also a very dangerous play. Lucy has 2 Pokemon, but I think Carson's perspective, the likelihood that both of them attack this turn is probably low.
It's probably low, but if you are able to make that call,
we'll see what happens here. Lucy will swap out her Terrasilize Landorus to reset its attack and get locked into something later on. Did bring Primarina here in game 1. Bleakwind Storm, Primarina dodges. It hits the Raging Bolt, resisted as it's an electric Pokemon there. No speed drop. Ivy Cudgel into Primarina, and that is a lot of damage, even with the Citrus Berry. Looking at where it ended up there, just above 50%, would be a 2-hit KO. Electro Web does take down the Tornadus, and Ogerpon hangs on at 14.
A much safer play than we were just considering, as now with both Tornadus removed, with no more Tailwind in play, and with Electro Web being the only remaining speed control in play for Lucy, And having the Pokemon advantage now as well. Yes, there is going to be a Flutter Mane with choice specs in play, but with the Steel typing on the Landorus on the opposing side of the field, all you really have to do is find a way to remove the threat of Follow Me in this position, and so you can go for maybe potentially a Thunderclap to try and land into that Flutter Mane. And even if that's not the win condition you're going for, another Earthquake should be pretty comfortable once the Landorus returns to the field.
Carson debating if he wants to lock into a Fairy or a Ghost attack. Obviously, Fairy will help against this Assault Vest. Raging Bolt, super effective. Moonblast there, but then you're locked against a Steel type Landorus on the other end.
I mean, it's really interesting here, and I really like how Carson's playing this, as I think having the Ogerpon on the field to threaten going for Follow Me is enough to keep Lucy from using it.
Aqua Jet into the Flutter Mane does a little bit of damage. Shadow Ball hardly does anything into the Raging Bolt, and now Electro Web is going to hit in both of, or excuse me, because Ogerpon Spiky Shields just the Flutter Mane, lowering Flutter Mane speed.
And Flutter Mane cannot lock into a Fairy type attack because of the Steel Terastallization on the Landorus in the back of Lucy's party.
And it also can't protect from a Thunderclap. You still worry about the Follow Me Mind games, but goes for the double protect, doesn't get it. Aqua Jet priority pre-Marina, cleaning up knockouts here in top 8 of Houston Regionals, taking down Cornerstone. Flutter Mane with the Shadow Ball into the pre-Marina, and it hangs on. Not even enough for the knockout. Now a critical hit to boot.
Yeah, Primarina is surprisingly a bulky Pokemon. I think a lot of people forget that, as it is not the most popular starter type Pokemon.
Yeah, that's a huge win there for Lucy Fleming. The use of Primarina, the use of choice banded Landorus with 2 Tornadoes on the field the whole time, said, I don't care, I'm clicking Earthquake.
And that was really all the Landorus needed to do, as it was a threat on the field. It was able to stay on the field, and it was able to utilize its Terastallization to lock in the win condition as soon as the Ninetales was gone. Right? That was the only Fire-type attacker that Carson had. It was really the only Pokemon that could threaten the super effective damage against the now Steel-type Landorus. And as just keeping it in the back of your party until all the other threats were gone meant that the win condition was essentially locked in.
Yeah, really gutsy to terrestrialize, you know, the Steel typing when Ninetales does exist on the team, right? You do have a potential fire threat on the other end, but it worked out for Lucy there. I think a lot of the time Lucy was targeting into either the spread attack of Earthquake or going after Ogerpon, because once she clears out Ogerpon, then you're free to Thunderclap.
You're free to Thunderclap, you're free to target with the Aqua Jet wherever you need it to go. Flutter Mane's speed is no longer a problem in that situation. Now, Carson does have a couple of adjustments he can make if he wants to, you know, take advantage of how Lucy was playing that matchup. I think the one that's jumping out to me the most is just bringing that single striker Shifu into play, because all of a sudden, if you're able to lock in that Steel type Terastallization again on the Landorus, you have a Pokemon that can hit it with close combat. You know, that Wicked Blow as well is going to be looking really nice into that Pokemon, and it's not going to be as threatened by those big attacks since it's holding a Focus Sash.
I also do like the idea for Carson to lead Tornadus instead of swapping it on the field turn 1 like he did in game 1, because then you force the immediate terrestrialization from Landorus, because it cannot, you know, it does not enjoy taking a 4-time super effective Icy Wind, which, as you're talking about, once it is locked into a Steel typing, allows your Urshifu or your Ninetales to do more damage.
Exactly. I think the Ninetales Flutter Mane lead from Carson was just hoping that he could catch Lucy a little bit off guard with like a Helping Hand Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam in the sun, but with this lead on the field, that's not the case.
Well, thank you to Lucy's lead, and then on Carson's end, it is Tornadus and Ogerpon. This was a duo that Carson used incredibly well in the asymmetrical top cut round.
Ogerpon with the Intimidate on it, though, will be doing less damage unless it can hit a critical hit, which, I mean, Ivy Cudgel does have a higher chance to do so. Landorus is going to be threatened to terrestrialize, like you were mentioning. I'm curious if Lucy's going to lock into it turn 1.
And I do even wonder, even through the Intimidate, as long as Icy Wind connects right into the Tornadus to break the Focus Sash, the combination of Icy Wind and Ivy Cudgel, even intimidated, if it is enough, into a potentially frail Tornadus that's running a Focus Sash and not a lot of defensive investment. Bleak Windstorm goes first, connecting onto both of Carson's Pokemon. Does not get a speed drop onto either spot. Now you have the Icy Wind hitting Lucy, slowing down both Landorus and Tornadus, their speeds by 1 stage apiece. You'd have traditionally the Ogerpon Cornerstone would be the next fastest Pokemon. That's exactly what happens. Even through Intimidate, Tornadus goes down. Lucy will not get Tailwind here.
But this Landorus now has the opportunity to attack, and it switches things up.
Rock Slide, the classic. Both Tornadus go down here on turn 1.
And with only 1 turn of speed drops in play, there's no Tailwind for Carson or Lucy, but there is still Electro Web as the Raging Bolt is revealed.
Now Urshifu does come here for Carson. You did talk about adjusting with the single strike, Gabby. It's here, and it is now faster than Landorus.
It is now faster than Landorus, and Landorus cannot protect in front of it for many reasons in this matchup. Lucy will be forced to switch that Pokemon out if she wants to try and land an Electro Web to lower its speed, to get Landorus' speed back and to try and make things a little bit more favorable. But Carson can also then counter with a switch of his own. So Carson is still in the driver's seat here, as he knows what move Lucy's locked into with that Landorus. He knows basically what this Raging Bolt's going to try to do this turn.
Landorus does swap out for Lucy, so now she will reveal her 4th Pokemon here in Game 2, and it's the Primarina, just like it was in Game 1. Urshifu with a Detect. Lucy might want to prioritize getting rid of the Cornerstone, because once you get rid of this Power Whip, no, Carson with the Power Whip, 1-hit KO, Primarina taken out on the swap.
A great prediction there from Carson, relying on knowledge from Game 1 to get that KO.
Electro Web protecting Urshifu so he won't have his speed dropped, and it's resisted into the grass typing on Cornerstone, so Ogerpon gets to stick around for another turn.
Landorus coming in now does mean it will get another Intimidate down onto the Ogerpon, and it will intimidate Urshifu, which will weaken close combat at least. But we've seen Carson like to rely on Terra Dark Wicked Blow a lot with this Pokemon. So even if the close combat, if it gets the KO on Landorus, that'll be great. And then you can go ahead and Terrestrialize later. There's still plenty of options for this Pokemon, even with the Intimidate, and there's still a Pokemon in the back for him as well.
No Terra just yet, just a Follow Me finally to redirect any single target attacks away. Rock Slide, Urshifu avoids the Rock Slide, and so does Ogerpon. Landorus pulling out all the classics in this game with the double Rock Slide miss. Close combat knocks it out. Really tough turn for Lucy.
And with just that Raging Bolt left standing, it can potentially knock out the Ogerpon this turn. Thunderbolt certainly with that switch up will, but in a 2v1 situation and with a Fluttermane possibly waiting in the back of Carson's party, that is going to be an easy way to clean up the game for Carson, bringing us into game number 3.
And I think even with the Rock Slides, right, Carson just had such a great turn with the Primarina switch in anyway. Lucy was on the back foot there, was trying to, you know, make a positive play, but Carson was just so ahead anyway. Now with 2 full HP Pokemon into against this Raging Bolt, looks so strong to force the game 3.
And even if that Landorus had stayed in for that Power Whip, it's not the worst play, as getting some damage down in a position where the Ogerpon had already taken so much damage, you know, knowing that you had that Urshifu available for you in the future to go for like that big hit with the close combat eventually, like it wasn't the worst, or it wasn't the riskiest play to make, and it just happened to pay off so well when that switch did come through.
Little optimization here, Carson deciding to, it gets canceled anyway, but was going for Terra Fairy Moonblast instead of Terra Dark on the Wicked Blow, just thinking to do more because of the choice specs. Exactly. Either way, he was gonna get the knockout there, and Carson and Lucy are going to game 3.
Carson taking what he learned in game number 1 and applying it perfectly to game number 2. Again, adjusting the lead here, getting that early knockout on the Tornadoes to ensure that this Landorus was never really comfortable clicking Earthquake throughout this game like we saw in game number 1. And of course, we saw, even though there was the return KO on the opposing Tornadoes, this Landorus just never, again, found the positioning it wanted.
So now with Lucy having to make the adjustments, right? With Carson having, you know, the great predictions and just, we even talked about the start of game 2, force Terra Steel out early immediately. So then this close combat from Urshifu gets the KO. Is this a situation where you can't rely on Landers because it's a liability in front of Icy Wind. It's a reliability when you Terra Steel for the close combat, and it's a reliability when Rock Slide doesn't land.
Yes, and unfortunately, it does so much damage. Even though it's a liability, it's very tempting to bring it time and time again because it is, you know, such a big Pokemon.
And Intimidate's so huge.
And Intimidate is so huge, especially when you're staring down this Ogerpon Cornerstone, which, again, was Carson's most valuable Pokemon throughout the tournament so far. Like, Carson, I don't think he's necessarily pressured to make any Pokemon adjustments or really any lead adjustments, just seeing how far ahead he was in that game. Whereas Lucy really has to take a moment here and think if I think you keep the Landorus around, but my question is Primarina really the Pokemon here to bring?
Or if you are going to bring Primarina, bring it in a non-cheeky situation, right? Not where you're trying to swap to eat an Icy Wind that you think is going to happen or something, right? Have it on the field in a better position. You're not just going for Aqua Jets. You're not trying to catch your opponent off guard. This is Carson Comfer. This is one of the strongest trainers in North America. He's going to be prepared for whatever strategy you throw. And so Lucy Fleming, Carson Comfer, the winner of this match, move on to top 4.
Well, we see that Landorus once again from Lucy, but standing next to a Raging Bolt, that is going to make those Earthquakes so much harder.
But it's going to get a free Photosynthesis boost saying, thank you, Ninetales, for setting up the sun for me.
That is going to help this Raging Bolt deal a significant amount of damage more, but you do have to wonder here if the trade-off is worth it, as this Ninetales can also take advantage of the sun and its incredibly high special attack stat and the Life Orb to deal some big damage of its own.
Landorus swapping out for Lucy, so it will be a Primarina yet again. There's no Ogerpon to hit it with a super effective grass attack on this turn. Carson protecting Tornadus, doesn't want to get hit with a Thunderbolt. Overheat in the sun into Primarina is resisted, and it takes that very well, lowering Ninetales special attack by 2 stages. Now the Thunderbolt from Raging Bolt does go towards Tornadus.
But going for the Thunderbolt there, especially with Overheat on the Ninetales, is okay, as this Ninetales now is going to be doing a lot less damage to the Dragon and Water-type Pokemon that Lucy has on the opposing side of the field. And while Carson can opt to try and set speed up on his side of the field with a Tailwind, or maybe go for that Icy Wind onto the Raging Bolt in particular, you are still in a position where an Electro Web could match those speed drops, and the Primarina can start adding up some more damage on its own side of the field. You could also just go for Haze and another Thunderbolt if you wanted to on Primarina. You would have to worry about the Ninetales perhaps getting that special attack reset, but with the Sun Boost, Thunderbolt could just knock out the Ninetales.
Ninetales is pretty much forced to switch this turn, as you're talking about, because of those special attack drops. Going to be doing really pitiful damage if it stayed in. So Ogerpon Cornerstone will take its place, and a full passive turn from Carson. No damage as Tornadus is clicking Tailwind on the way out. Knows the Thunderbolt's coming in that direction. 1-hit KO. Now Carson can bring one of his other Pokemon in under these Tailwind turns. Primarina with the Moonblast brings Ogerpon down under half HP.
That is a nice 2-hit knockout to have, and unfortunately, though, we know the Power Whip in return is going to be a 1-hit knockout, and now this Fluttermane has the benefit of Tailwind, has the benefit of Sun, and has Choice Specs. This is 2 very scary Pokemon to be staring down.
Primarina, right, does have Terra Grass if you are worried for the situation there.
I don't think you're worried about the Ogerpon anymore, though, with the Fluttermane standing next to it.
Yeah, there is a bigger threat, a threat that needs to be dealt with quicker. But the Raging Bolt is still full HP. They both have photosynthesis boost, both the Fluttermane and the Raging Bolt here. There's a lot of potential damage that could be coming out this turn.
Exactly, and as cool as the Primarina is, and knowing that Moonblast would pick up the KO on the Ogerpon if it's allowed to stick around for another turn, Terra Fairy, Choice Specs, Fluttermane in the sun, Dazzling Gleam, Moonblast. I think Dazzling Gleam in this position is the move you need. That's going to deal so much damage. Lucy has to terrestrialize the Raging Bolt to even stand a chance.
One Terra for another in game 3. Terra Fairy Raging Bolt no longer weak to Fluttermane's Fairy attacks. Now it is neutral. It's the Moonblast, not the Dazzling Gleam. Single target into Raging Bolt, brings it under half HP. It would be a 2-hit KO. It gets a special attack drop. Ivy Cudgel doesn't need the crit. No, it gets there anyway. Raging Bolt terrestrialized and never attacked. It's up to Primarina, Landorus, and whatever Lucy's last Pokemon is to get a chance at top 4. There's the Moonblast, no special attack drop in response.
But Fluttermane has taken enough damage that if the Landorus can come back on the field and go for an Earthquake, that should be enough to pick up the knockout on both Pokemon simultaneously. So there are 2 turns of Tailwinds remaining for Carson. We see the Tornadus on Lucy's side of the field, still at full health, still has Focus Sash in play. There's still a game going here, Joe.
Absolutely. Tornadus doesn't mind Landorus being locked into Earthquake, right? So Tornadus is also going to be able to stagger the Tailwinds to allow Lucy to have 2 turns later of a Tailwinds where her Pokemon would outspeed Carson's.
Yeah, and the nice thing about this position for Lucy is that only one Pokemon can really attack one Pokemon here, as Primarina could also pick up the knockout here if it's left alone.
Fluttermane with the Moonblast into Primarina, knocking it out, but this does mean Tornadus didn't get hit by that Choice Specs. But Ogerpon, Ivy Cudgel is going to hit Tornadus, bringing it down to its Focus Sash. You're not worried about a knockout because at full HP, you can never get KO'd thanks to the Focus Sash. Now the Bleak Windstorm takes care of Cornerstone, brings Fluttermane down really low, and now when Landorus swaps in, the Genie duo can do what they do best, Tailwind and Earthquake.
But with Tailwind still up on the field for Carson, this Landorus is still in a tough spot, as all this Fluttermane needs to do is land a single attack into that Choice Band Pokemon.
One last turn. Landorus cannot protect. The Choice Band means it has to go for an attack, even if Tornadus clicks Tailwind to double the speed. Carson's Pokemon speed is doubled already. Lucy doesn't even go for the Tailwind. It's Choice Specs. Landorus hanging on with just a pixel of HP. Landorus, if it dodged the Heat Wave, that could have been massive, but instead, Ninetales and Carson Confer are using the Heat to come on or bring in to top 4 in Houston.
Down to the absolute wire there. That Landorus trying its best to hold on through that Moonblast, but unfortunately was not able to find the final attack needed to pick up those last 2 KOs. And I think Carson showcasing just why he's made it top cut, to top cut, to top cut, time and time again, being able to keep his cool in what was a very, very tough and very close situation.
Oof, that was a crazy match. I love game 3s. Gabby and Lucy and Carson lived up to the hype there. At this turn where Lucy terrestrializing, hoping Carson doesn't double target, hope that the Power Whip goes towards Primarina. Instead, great call by Carson to just double target the Assault Vested Pokemon, knowing that you outspeed.
Yeah, and even if the terrestrialization didn't happen that turn, and had it been available for the Landorus later on in that matchup, the Heat Wave still would have been as big of a threat, right? Because it would have been doing super effective damage, and the Sun Boost would have still been there as well.
Ivy Cudgel brings Tornadus down to the Focus Sash, the Bleak Windstorm. I mean, who knows? It may be Lucy makes different decisions if she does get a speed drop onto the Fluttermane, right? But instead doesn't click Tailwind because, as you mentioned, Carson would outspeed no matter what for the turn. No Heat Wave. There's just so many aspects of that game. A razor-thin margin, which is determining who moves on to top 4 and who stays in top 8.
But it's so important that you know those chances, right?
Yeah.
Because you have to, you recognize if you're Lucy that you're not going to outspeed this turn, even if you do use Tailwind, and your best shot will be hope that you can survive the Moonblast, hope that Ninetales either doesn't attack. You know, helping hand Moonblast was also something that could have been on the table that turn, and then all of a sudden you have to worry about Bleak Windstorm. Well, Bleak Wind certainly would pick up the KO on the Fluttermane, but now, you know, Ninetales, how's that interaction going to work? Like, you have to just recognize that there are all those chances that could happen. You know, Heat Wave could have missed, like you were saying, and you have to give yourself the best shot. And I think Lucy did an incredible job of doing that, and congratulations to her for getting her first top 8 at a regional championship.
Yeah, no, I really like the team. It was a lot of fun. We get to see Landorus. We see, you know, Pre-Marina doing some really cool Aqua Jet things there. I wish Lucy the best. Hope to see more in Regulation I. See what Lucy can cook up with the restricteds coming back. But for now, we're going to be going back to Evan Latt for a breakdown of that top 8 match.
Hey y'all, what an exciting Top Cut match we had there again. I love watching Carson play, and getting to see Lucy play that set as well was extremely fun. Really excited to take a look more in depth at this. Of course, we had a 3-game set, which is what we always like to see, a 3-game set. It gives us the most to talk about. It's the most exciting part of these tournaments and why we love playing best of 3. But as we look in, let's go ahead and look at the deciding moment here on Game 2, which was the moment where, under pressure, Carson is able to make the perfect call out here. Carson has set up a situation where the Landorus on Lucy's side has taken an Icy Wind, so it is at reduced speed, which means it feels forced to switch out because it is threatened by the Urshifu Dart. And in doing so, opens up a pristine opportunity for Carson to get a call. Could just go for a close combat into that slot because that would be totally safe and free. The Landorus is terrestrialized into the steel typing, would be knocked out immediately, and probably deal decent damage to whatever is in the back. However, Carson knows from Game 1 that Lucy most likely has brought the Pre-Marina, and this Landorus is going to be so important moving forward for Lucy that she's going to need to protect that Pokemon, need to keep that Intimidate up to have a shot, potentially get some flinches with Rock Slide to continue on into this Game 2. So what does Carson do? Carson totally reads the room here. Knows that Lucy is going to be switching in that Pre-Marina. Not only does Carson get this correct, but also goes for the Detect on Urshifu to protect itself from the Electro Web coming out from this Raging Bolt. The Power Whip picks up a one-hit KO. Ogerpon even survives this Electro Web from the Raging Bolt, meaning the Follow Me pressure remains on the field for Carson. And Urshifu has not taken any damage. Focus Sash is still intact and is able to prevent itself from losing a point of speed here. And that's huge because now Landorus comes back in and oops. I would really have loved Urshifu to have lost its Focus Sash here and be even slower, but no, it is not enough. Urshifu still has Focus Sash, still has Ogerpon on the field next to it to be able to use Follow Me, protect that Urshifu from a Thunderclap from the Raging Bolt. And the Landorus just goes for kind of the Hail Mary Rock Slide, and unfortunately, this is kind of just what happens when you run Landorus. You do sometimes just double miss your Rock Slides, and there's the close combat on the Urshifu, really locking this game up for Carson. And that's momentum that he would carry on into Game 3, where it was just a really clutch back and forth, just swing after swing, slug after slug for both of these competitors. It's a really exciting match to watch. It's something that we don't see a lot of, getting one of those real back and forth, really heavy hitter offensive matches, but we have been seeing quite a bit more of it at this tournament. So hopefully we'll see some more great action like that in the rest of our top 4. For now, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will have our second set of top 8 matches.
We love Pokemon and we love family. That's why we have the Morioka family here. Steven, who we talked to earlier on day 1, as well as Mama Morioka. We got Mirka here. First off, we already talked to you. I wanted to talk to you. How has Houston been so far for you?
Oh, it's been great, as I am happy he's into tomorrow, so.
Not just into tomorrow, you're 8-0. So how are you feeling about that?
Feeling really good about that, confident going into tomorrow. It's a great feeling being undefeated in this first phase of the tournament, but got to complete, stay confident, still maintain focus going into day 2, and yeah, just very excited.
And now, with Steven being 8-0, you get to watch. Are you more nervous for him, more excited for him, especially as he's so close to top cut?
I am excited for him because he's waiting for that long time ago. So he's been going just below getting into the second day, and now he deserves it, I think.
He's been playing so well, so it's definitely deserved. Now, I loved hearing about the travel you two do and competing together. So I want to know, what it means to you to be able to travel around with your son and play Pokemon.
Oh, it's great. My other son who used to play with us too and travel with us, and we just took family vacations from going from East to West Coast to the tournaments, and even traveling twice to Hawaii for the Worlds as a family.
That is awesome. And I mean, we talked a little bit too, but I want to talk a little bit more what it means to be able to have your family's support, to be able to do this, because that's not an experience that everyone gets to have at these events.
Yeah, it means a lot that we just have the family supporting one another, and we just get to have fun and turn a lot of these regional or just any of these tournaments into essentially family vacations and road trips and flights and stuff. We got like she just mentioned, we went to Hawaii. We've done some trips to Poland for Pokemon specifically, and then also turned into family vacations, and then just a lot of road trips all around the North America, and it's just been a lot of fun.
And now, last question, and I'm sorry I didn't tell you this one before. Do you get to practice a lot of Pokemon with him? Is he bringing these teams and helping you along with? Are you teaching him?
I am not teaching him, he's teaching me, but I usually pick my team and he's getting mad at that because I like to play the Pokemon I like, and I just go for playing for fun, and he helped me to build them good. So, but I usually catch them.
The favorite Pokemon are always the best one. I'm with you here, okay? Especially, it's always best to win with your favorites. Now, I'll let you go, be able to relax for the night, but thank you both so much. I love seeing you both compete, and best of luck tomorrow.
Gotcha! Quixley! Pika Pika! Roy's ancient Pokeball resonated with my pendant.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 Houston VGC Regional Championships. It's been an exciting Phase 2. It's been an exciting Day 2 of broadcast, and now we are getting underway for the final 2 rounds of Top 8 here at the Houston Regional Championship. Before we move on, though, I gotta say that Badu way better than I do.
Itchy pollen, is that what it is? Feeling a little itchy right now.
That is. You are actually a professional at Pokemon trading cards now, aren't you? You know all the cards.
Dewey, I'm so glad you mentioned that. You know, I used to be a TCG player way back in the day, even before the VGC days, you know, as a wee junior in 2008. And then they introduced VGC, and back then the circuits actually used to operate independently of each other. But around 2012, we kind of combined TCG and VGC under one, you know, hood. And at regionals and nationals, you'd have to like pick one or the other to play. So then I transitioned over to VGC. But I got back into, you know, opening packs recently, and I've been on the hunt.
I could tell that you've been back into this, Aaron.
You've
asked for Ascended Heroes. We rip-packed on streams before, and I feel like, you know, it's okay. All right? You're gonna get the card that you really want one day.
One day.
One day.
Do you think it could be today?
Maybe. It could be today. What do you think?
Well, should we try?
I think you should try, yeah. Let me touch it for luck.
We should try, yeah.
Let me touch it for luck. All right, there you go. I think this is gonna be the hit, but
chat, if you're watching, bless me up.
You gotta let the chat see.
Oh yeah. Okay, wait, I gotta do the trick, right? Code card. Okay, here we go.
Okay, I like the darkness energy, sure. Yeah. All right, cool. All right.
Yeah.
Just a couple more cards. We're gonna see if Aaron gets the hit that he's looking for. Oddish. I love Oddish. All right.
Low kicks. Dawn.
Nice. I see some shiny back there, Aaron.
Oh man, could you believe it?
I see some shiny back there. There's the Darmanitan. Okay. All right, here we go. Breathe. Just breathe. Oh.
Wah, 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 wah.
We thought we had it. But it's okay. Moltres is still a pretty good Pokemon.
It is. It's okay. You know, it's not Galarian Moltres, so we don't get to see this one very often. But you know, thank you to the lovely staff here for giving us a chance. Sometimes a little bit of hope is all you need.
Was that okay? Did that you know fill the fix that you're looking for?
No, but I think watching this next game will give me the adrenaline that I need.
All right, well let's get that going then. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket right now. We just saw Sohaib and Carson Confer secure their spots into the top 4. They will be facing off in the top 4 upcoming after we figure out the rest of this bracket. We have Dylan Matthews versus Giovanni Siski and Justin Burns versus Zach Immersion coming up. So these are 2 matches that are very exciting. We've been able to see Dylan, Giovanni, Justin, and Zach on stream already. Zach, one of the undefeated players coming into Phase 2, as well as, you know, finishing extremely strong after an exciting set versus Aaron Brock yesterday. Justin Burns, we saw earlier on in Phase 2. You know, Justin is no stranger to the stream. He's a very high-level competitor. Hasn't really competed that much this season, but
first tournament of the season, actually.
First tournament of the season, and look at him. He's doing great.
And you know, if you win the tournament, you qualify for the World Championships. And so imagine your first event of the season, you come, you get your World Stick, and you're like, all right, I'm done. See you guys in San Francisco in a few months. Of course, so exciting to be able to feature our defending world champion, Gio. We've seen Gio a bunch throughout the season. He made it to Day 2 at LAIC, made it to Day 2 at EUIC, where he played Wolf Flick in the first round in Day 2. And here he is. I believe he started with a couple of early losses in this event and has really put on a phenomenal win streak since. And he's been, once again, rocking this same team of 6 for quite a while throughout this format.
Yeah, and we saw him compete in that win and in order to make it here into the top cut. Gio going so strong. We saw Dylan as well in Phase 2. Dylan coming off a couple of very strong finishes, just finishing in the top 4 of the 2026 Pittsburgh Regional Championships, but also still chasing that win. Both these players still chasing their first ever regional championship as we take a look deeper into their accomplishments, as well as a little sneak peek towards their teams.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of similar Pokemon here in the water, Ogerpon and Urshifu. By the way, one fun fact about Gio is that when he top 4'd the World Championships this year, that was his first ever medal or trophy placement, right? You get one for finishing top 4. You can see he's come really close at regionals, multiple top 8s before, but Worlds was the first event that he had ever won. What an event to choose to win, of course, in that stadium over in Anaheim. So he's looking for his first regionals medal, and if he wins here, he'll be able to get it. Dylan already has one, like you mentioned, from earlier this season, but as you mentioned, their teams We've got some similarities here, but also some pretty big differences. Of course, Dylan is using that Calm Mind Iron Crown. This is a big new meta development coming out of EUIC, and Geo is running this team that has a lot of good defense and offense, using the Landorus and the Dark Urshifu often to carry in terms of damage. The Raging Bolt super clutch from him in his previous match. So we take a quick look at Dylan's team once again. It's Inity, Iron Crown, Landorus, Ogerpon, Wellspring, Tornadus, and that single strike Urshifu with Choice Band.
Yeah, I mean, very heavily offensive. You know, you got two genies. They're not usually the genies that we're used to seeing, Aaron, from way back in our day, but it is still two genies in that Landorus as well as that Tornadus. I mean, we've seen Landorus have such a very powerful effect, and Landorus has a lot of great usage in this format, especially pairing up against any Raging Bolts.
Exactly, yeah, and Geo, of course, has Electric Terra, Assault Vest, Raging Bolt, so nothing better to deal with that than a Landorus with such powerful ground-type attacks. Dylan's team plays in a couple different ways, right? You can just go for early Tailwind with Tornadus and then use Landorus, use Urshifu to just really get knockout after knockout after knockout. You also obviously have the Indy Iron Crown combination where you can, get some Calm Minds up with the Iron Crown, then start clicking Expanding Force. The thing about this kind of Iron Crown set is without Terra Blast, you are a little bit more limited in terms of damage output. Geo's team, of course, does have Incineroar, and it has Dark Urshifu. So there are two different Pokemon that will be completely immune to that Expanding Force. So might make it a little bit tougher for Iron Crown to just fully thrive. Of course, Geo's team is really bulky. Raging Bolt, as we saw in his win and in, was able to survive multiple hits while also dishing out massive amounts of damage. Assault Vest on it, just such a good item, but is going to be a little bit weak to the opposing Landorus. This Flutter Mane on Geo's team, one of the kind of top sets from this regulation, being able to just be so disruptive with that Thunder Wave, offers really, really good speed control.
We saw in the win and in as well with Geo's Flutter Mane, that Thunder Wave came in so clutch. I mean, yeah, you're slowing down your opponent's team, making sure that, any sort of like Tailwind or other icy winds aren't really going to matter. But of course, there's always that chance of full paralysis as well, right? You're no stranger to that. What full paralysis feels like in a competitive match that determines so much.
Absolutely. And yeah, this Flutter Mane, I think, has really taken over the format here. So what will be interesting here is how both players lean into speed control. Geo's team is bulkier. He's got Thunder Wave as well as Electro Web. Dylan does have Tornadus with Tailwind and has Protect, right? So you can kind of protect if you are up against Incineroar's Fake Out and then set up Tailwind immediately afterwards. Choice Band Urshifu as well as the Life Orb Landorus will be two of Dylan's most powerful attackers. I think the big question mark I have is he going to lean into Iron Crown, right? Iron Crown can be good, especially if he gets a Calm Mind boost, then it matches up quite nicely into Ogerpon, Landorus, Raging Bolt, but the double Dark and Urshifu and Incineroar can be particularly scary to fight against. And the other thing is, if you normally want to bring Iron Crown, like you pair it with the Indeedee, but Indeedee also kind of feels awkward, I could see a world in which Dylan actually still just ends up bringing regular Iron Crown because Tachyon Cutter is so good into Flutter Mane, but it's going to be the Ogerpon, Raging Bolt lead to start.
And over on Dylan's side, it will be the Urshifu and the Tornadus. So that Raging Bolt right now exerting a lot of pressure onto the Tornadus on Dylan's side.
Tornadus here being able to just set up a Tailwind if it wants. However, the question is, do you really need to, right? And you can see Dylan considering just going for the offensive. We actually saw that Geo's Ogerpon was really slow earlier on stream, and so this might also, kind of factor into the decision-making, saying, look, I don't actually think I need the speed boost right now, and I know I've got Focus Sash, so let me look to just, get as much damage off as possible, maybe even pick up an early knockout.
Yeah, so now Dylan trying to decide what to do versus these leads right here. Very bulky leads, especially on the special defensive side with that Assault Vest and that Ogerpon, but that's why Dylan's expecting this Urshifu to be able to just punch some holes right into these two walls really over on Geo's side, as we will now see Terrestrialization from that Ogerpon, gonna get that Embody aspect, so gonna get a special defense boost, but most importantly also shake off that weakness to any potential Bleak Windstorm into that spot right now. So here we go. Going into this turn, Tornadus will connect with that Bleak Windstorm, but again, that does such little damage to the Raging Bolt and that Ogerpon because of that Embody aspect. Here comes a Wicked Blow into that Ogerpon. Ogerpon hangs on!
Close, but
just a sliver of health. And here comes Ogerpon to retaliate with an Ivy Cudgel. It will slam into that Urshifu. Does do a good chunk of damage, and here comes an Electro. Urshifu will hang on, Tornadus will hang on as well, but most importantly, the speeds are dropped over on the Urshifu and that Tornadus.
The bulk on Geo's team has just felt so clutch every time we see him play on stream. He's surviving just with a sliver of HP. So Dylan, as you can see, opting not to Tailwind on turn one because the Urshifu actually is indeed faster than the Ogerpon. Now, Dylan's like, okay, I want to make sure I at least get Tailwind up for the remainder of the game, especially because Geo might have that Flutter Mane waiting in the back, and with Speed Booster energy, it could be a huge nuisance to Ogerpon and Landorus. I think Dylan was really hoping to get a knockout there on turn 1 onto Ogerpon. It barely hangs on with the sliver of HP. And now it's a little bit scary, right? Because the Raging Bull, of course, is applying pressure with that Thunderclap onto either slot. This is Choice Band Urshifu, so you have to either click Close Combat or switch out. There's no ability to switch to the Sucker Punch, and so Dylan, recognizing that he is going to pivot out, does not want to eat up a Thunderclap. But let's see if Geo capitalizes off this and predicts it.
Ogerpon over on Dylan's side will take the field here. Tornadus will set up that Tailwind with its last moves, most likely, as it doesn't seem like it's going to be surviving this turn at all. Raging Bolt goes for the Thunderclap. It's going to fail into the switch or the Tornadus hit. And here comes an Ivy Cudgel. It looks like it's going to be the water absorbed from that Ogerpon, just taking it in. So great switch right there, getting up a Tailwind for essentially free.
Yeah, really nice. The question still is, how do you deal damage to this Raging Bolt, right? It is really well matched into all 3 Pokemon that Dylan has brought so far, and there's very little damage, right? Like, Raging Bolt, maybe the best Pokemon in the format to have against an Ogerpon and a Tornadus combination. So right now, what Dylan is hoping for is probably for a free switch in, right? And then they start dishing out damage into Raging Bolt. But Raging Bolt is just so difficult to deal with, and right now, there is not very much offensive pressure.
No, not at all. I mean, the Urshifu really is what, you know, you'd expect from Dylan's team to be able to punch these holes. I mean, we saw how much damage that Bleak Wind Storm did to the Ogerpon and that Raging Bull. So where's Dylan going to find that damage? Ogerpon on Dylan's side will Spiky Shield and try to avoid taking any hits this turn, as the Ogerpon over on Geo's side will also follow suit and protect itself with its own Spiky Shield. Now, Tornadus will use Bleak Wind Storm, will connect with that Raging Bolt. But again, we see how much damage that does because of that resist as well as that Assault Vest. Like, it's not much at all. Raging Bolt now will go for a Thunderbolt into that Spiky Shield. So really just a free Bleak Wind Storm. But again, that's not really doing much. Yes, every single chip of damage will probably matter in the end, but at the same time, it's like you need to start bursting these things down.
Yeah, it's subtle, but I think, you know, actually good for Geo to not take a knockout there. If you knock out Tornadus, we know that Dylan has Landorus as that final Pokemon. It gives a free switch in. So now Geo's actually burnt a couple of these Tailwind turns, right? You can see now he's kind of willing to push the go button, get that Landorus in position, and of course can switch it into any of these electric type attacks. That's going to be the most important Pokemon in dealing with Raging Bolts. So that's partially why Dylan was prioritizing knocking out Ogerpon so much on turn 1, because Ogerpon's quite annoying for Landorus. But Landorus finally hits the field.
Yeah, so Landorus will take the field here. Ogerpon over on Dylan's side will go for the Ivy Cudgel. Does get the KO on the Ogerpon on Geo's side, so the Terastallization is spent. But most importantly, that will allow Landorus to safely switch in there. So now this Raging Bolt will be able to take its move. It will go for a Thunderbolt. The Ogerpon takes it pretty well with the critical hit, and it hangs on with about 25% of its hit points remaining. So huge damage thanks to that critical hit, but most importantly, you know, it hangs on.
Does hang on. Landorus now has gotten into a fairly solid position. Geo, of course, could have Flutter Mane potentially in the back, which could Icy Wind the Landorus. Dylan still has his Terra available, and so this is going to be Terra Steel on the Landorus. Terra Steel, not a bad Terra to have into the Flutter Mane Raging Bolt combination, but should you Terra Steel, it does open yourself up to eating super effective attacks, namely from the Landorus as well as the Urshifu on Geo's end. So Geo's taking a little bit of time to think. The other thing is that Dylan now has conserve Tornadus, so has the ability to potentially set up another Tailwind, and has finally gotten Landorus into the right spot, right? So it is going to be Urshifu coming out here. The Ogerpon actually offering some really good redirection with that Follow Me. Yes, I ate that critical hit, but being able to even redirect one attack away, I think is a really, really big deal. So you can see, yeah, Dylan considering just going for Earth Power. It's also tempting to click Bleak Wind Storm in this position, but, or not the Bleak Wind Storm, the Sandsear Storm, yeah. But of course it could miss, right? And that would feel really, really bad, and it's also going to do less damage into Raging Bolt. And so it looks like Dylan is considering going for the switch, knowing that the Follow Me is so obvious. So let's see.
Yeah, looking at Dylan's team, like there's been so much damage dealt onto Dylan's team. Like, you know, all his Pokemon have been heavily hit. Ogerpon does switch out over on Dylan's side now. It will be replaced by the Urshifu, which has already taken its quite a licking here, as the Urshifu over on Geo's side will protect itself. Wants to stick around for just a little bit, as Landorus goes straight for the Earth Power in that Raging Bolt and gets the KO, so now Geo will be able to freely switch in that Flutter Mane in the back most likely.
Yeah, it's really.
If it is the Flutter main.
Let's see, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, you could see Dylan was, nodding as he saw the Urshifu detect, right? So it is going to be Flutter main here. He did open himself up to the potential of the Urshifu just attacking there, but Landorus, likely to be able to survive a Wicked Blow there anyway, saying, I'd rather, reposition a little bit here. So Tailwind now has ended. This is still kind of dicey, but yeah, I think what we might see Dylan attempt here is like sacrifice both Pokemon, get Tornadus back out, maybe then set up Tailwind again. I think what's scary here is like, do you have enough damage across the board, right? Because there is still the Focus Sash intact on the Urshifu, yeah. And the Flutter Mains on these teams are going to be extra bulky, right? So it won't go down to just one hit, and wow, okay. This is what we're seeing. It's going to be the potential Fire Terra here. The idea behind Fire Terra is solely to survive an Icy Wind from the Flutter main, right? Because I think if you are Geo right now, you're considering going for Icy Wind, and you could Icy Wind close combat into the Landorus slot, which would cover for a Steel Terra on the Landorus. That's kind of like the obvious play here. So it's a big gamble. Let's see.
Landorus will switch out over on Dylan's side. It will be replaced by the Ogre Pawn over on Dylan's side. Again, heavily damaged already. And here comes the Fire Terra to try to survive this one Icy Wind from this opposing Flutter main. It's a risk. You're committing your Terrestrialization right now for a chance to survive. Could be huge. Urshifu will go for a Sucker Punch in that Flutter main, does good damage there, brings it down to about 25%. Flutter main uses Icy Wind, but it's gonna miss. The Ogre Pawn does hit into the Urshifu. Urshifu hangs on with 1 HP!
The perfect Terra just to hang on with a sliver. It indeed is the Icy Wind close combat play I was talking about, and so, of course, had Urshifu not Terra there, then it would have fainted to the Icy Wind, but now could potentially get another Sucker Punch off. Of course, Geo then could go for a Sucker Punch of his own into the Urshifu, also doesn't have to click Icy Wind or Moonblast with that Flutter main. But yeah, it's rare that you see a Pokemon with 15 HP Terra, but it worked out here.
Yeah, and honestly, that Urshifu sticking around for just one more attack could be crucial. Either get the KO on that Flutter main or break that Focus Sash on the Urshifu, right? And then this also sets up Tornadus to be able to set up a Tailwind and allow that Landorus in the back to kind of like come back in and sweep up.
Exactly, yeah. I think what Dylan is setting up for is if I break the Focus Sash on Urshifu, Landorus then can potentially just get a knockout onto both, and I know I can survive one attack. I think the question is, can you maneuver this in a way where you don't have to rely on Sansir Storm? Ideally, you'd like to end the game with Earth Power, so like that is the big thing, but I think Dylan here has like a guaranteed Tailwind for sure. And you can Sucker Punch Flutter main, but Flutter main, of course, can click Thunder Wave here or could click Taunt and would make it moot. And so the question here for Geo is, do you predict the Sucker Punch into your own Urshifu? His Urshifu could just Sucker Punch as well, but of course with the Tailwind now, his Urshifu will once again regain the speed advantage.
There's the Tailwind from that Tornadus. Urshifu on Dylan's side will go for the Sucker Punch, break that Focus Sash over on Geo's Urshifu, as the Urshifu over on Geo's side will go ahead and Sucker Punch, but fail, as now Flutter main will go for an Icy Wind, will connect on both the Urshifu and the Tornadus. Tornadus does hang on as well, so Urshifu has served its job, dealt out a lot of damage on that Flutter main, as well as breaking that Focus Sash over on the Urshifu on Geo's side. So now it's going to be Tornadus and Landorus versus this Flutter main and this Urshifu.
Landorus, such a strong Pokemon here in this endgame. I mean, I think you can just Earth Power into the Flutter main here instead of, risking a miss, right? Like, that's the ideal endgame where you don't have to rely on that Sansir Storm. The Flutter main can't protect. You know you have the speed advantage. Sure, Urshifu could Sucker Punch or Wicked Blow into Landorus, but neither will get a knockout. And of course, Bleak Windstorm could just knock out the Urshifu. So really, really crucial for Dylan to have been able to break that Focus Sash on the previous turn. And yeah, the Tailwind plus Sucker Punch, a perfect play. Like, really, really nice maneuvering by Dylan in this one, both from the Fire Terra find as well as the subsequent turn. So, well, the question is, what can Geo really do at this point, right? I mean, even if you crit Sucker Punch onto Landorus, maybe, like, you crit Sucker Punch, Bleakwind misses, and then you, like, Sucker Punch Landorus again, and Bleakwind continues to miss. Maybe, like, that's the only out here, but I think Dylan going for what is the most straightforward play.
Yep, so there it is. Dylan will use Earth Power onto that Flutter main, does not want to risk any sort of Sansir Storm miss right there. And now the Tornadus will be able to move, does connect with that Bleak Windstorm, connects on that Urshifu, and Dylan Matthews takes game one here in this top 8 set.
Really nice. It felt like the early game was more in Geo's favor, especially with Ogre Pawn hanging on, but those two back-to-back really clutch turns. Fire Terra on Urshifu, baiting out the Icy Wind close combat into Landorus, and getting so much value out of Choice Band Urshifu that had such little HP was what allowed Dylan to secure that one.
Yeah, so really just, sticking in there, right? Like, it seemed like Geo was very well positioned. I mean, the damage output from Dylan's side of the field just wasn't really there at the start. But then, you know, again, these small ticks of damage just kept adding up, and most importantly, getting that Landers in at the right time with the correct, you know, partner Pokemon with it, right? Really just opened up the door for Dylan.
Yeah, I think the question if you're Geo then is, were the 4 Pokemon brings right? And I think they were okay, right? Like, Raging Bolt is very good into anything that's not named the Landers, and I think Dylan had to work really hard to find the positioning to get Landers out. If you are Geo, there are a couple of different things that you could have done the turn that Raging Bolt fainted, which was potentially have switched out, right? Fluttermane would have been able to at least take an Earth Power, and you could also make a Pokemon adjustment, right? If you had brought your own Landers, that's a Pokemon that can, of course, switch into opposing Earth Powers. I just think Landers might feel a little bit awkward to bring because it's like not actually that powerful into a lot of Dylan's team, and so it might feel, yeah, a little bit unintuitive. And so Geo might be happy running it back. Part of, you know, that mid to end game was also Dylan just making 2 really, really nice calls, right? That Fire Terra switch out play. That turn could have gone very differently if, imagine if Fluttermane just Moonblasted into Urshifu slot. Sure, you Terra, but you're at 15 HP, so you faint anyway. Suddenly you're down a Terra, and Geo's in a much better position with no Focus Sash on Urshifu being broken in the subsequent turn. So a lot of that felt like Geo probably had the right pieces, but Dylan just made some really nice calls. To do that when you are in top 8 against the defending world champion, really masterful play.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that angle to just Terra Fire to save it from the Icy Wind. So, you know, what happens if that wasn't, right? Like, yeah. I mean, you said it. What if it's a Moonblast instead? The Ogerpon on the other side would survive, though. So you do have to remember, like, you know, you have to think about that other moving piece, too. Like, what is Ogerpon going to do if it survives that Icy Wind? Yeah. What's it going to land into? It also could have easily just gone for a hit into the Urshifu as well to try to break that Focus Sash. But here we go. Jumping into Game 2 now. It's going to be the Raging Bolt and Ogerpon leads for Geo as the Tornadus and the Urshifu leads for Dylan.
So part of why Dylan's willing to lean into this lead duel so much, I think, is because he's like, look, I just want to get rid of the Ogerpon as quickly as possible. Once Ogerpon faints, that opens the door for my Landers to be much more effective, right? If Ogerpon is out, it can continuously go for Follow Me's, which then redirects the Earth Powers away from the Landers that we know is likely in the back. And so Dylan is like, look, I've got Urshifu, it's got Choice Band, you can't protect in front of it, I am just going to look to do as much damage as possible. And even if I don't knock you out, that's okay, right? Because it gets you close enough where then one more attack will get the knockout. And it also kind of forces the Terra out from Ogerpon, right? If Ogerpon doesn't Terra, well then you just probably faint to Bleak, but you will faint to Bleak Wind and Close Combat / Wicked Blow.
Yep, so Geo's Ogerpon will Terrasilize again, wants to be able to absorb these Bleak Wind Storms. The Embody aspect with that special defense boost also helps with taking those Bleak Wind Storms, but that Choice Banded Urshifu is going to be such a menace for this Ogerpon. Tornadus goes for a Bleak Wind Storm. It misses the Raging Bolt, but connects with that Ogerpon to get down some pretty decent damage there, as now here comes Urshifu with the Wicked Blow, hits the Ogerpon, gets a KO!
Oh my goodness!
That Embody aspect didn't matter for that at all, and like, wow, what a huge knockout right there, and that might open up the door for that Landers to take the field so much easier. Electro Web lands into the Tornadus and that Urshifu, gonna slow things down just a little bit, but wow, what a huge loss on Geo's side. Ogerpon being knocked out
on turn 1 and having committed the Terra, right? So turn 1 in game 1, we saw Ogerpon survive that double up, so, you know, likely a damage roll, but Dylan in a even better position than he was previously. It felt like the mid game of game 1 was really tense, though, and that could go either way, and so even though Geo is down his Ogerpon, he still got good damage off there on turn 1 and drop both Tornadus and Urshifu speed, right? So this opens the door for him to bring out something like that Fluttermane, which then would apply a lot of offensive pressure with Moonblast, for example. Of course, you also could bring out another offensive option like your own Urshifu. The thing, though, is that Dylan does get that Tailwind guaranteed with his Tornadus, and I think that makes the speeds kind of tricky, especially for that Fluttermane in the back. One thing Dylan could also consider doing, should Fluttermane come out right now, is switch that Urshifu out, set up Tailwind, and then get Urshifu back in, so then it can start clicking Wicked Blow into everything, because now you can't defensively Terra Fluttermane.
Yes, but what are you gonna, you know, try to switch that Urshifu out for, right? Like, what do you have in the back that can maybe come in safely? If you're expecting maybe a Thunder Wave or something like that, I mean, maybe that Landers is a great choice, but of course, on the other end of the hand, what if it's an Icy Wind and then you switch your Landers and take so much damage right there? So it might be an option to switch, but you have to be very careful as to what you select to switch in.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Ogerpon is probably the safer option here. Landers is tempting, right? But if you bring it out, and like you said, it eats up an Icy Wind, it's just so much damage and the speed is dropped. And so, yeah, Dylan is going for what I was kind of telegraphing, which was sacrifice Tornadus, bring out Ogerpon, get Tailwind up, then get Urshifu out next to Ogerpon, then start clicking Wicked Blow. And so I think the question then I have is, does Geo maybe, you know, not intentionally knock out Tornadus for a little bit just to prevent the free switch in back in immediately? Because kind of the worst nightmare is Tailwind, all turns of Tailwind still remaining, and then a choice band Urshifu being able to operate underneath.
Yeah, so Tornadus will use Tailwind here, gonna go ahead and boost the speed on Dylan's side of the field. Thunderclap from that Raging Bolt will fail into the switch or the Tailwind slot, as the Moonblast from that Flutter Mane will hit into that Ogerpon. So now, again, awkward positioning, right? That Tornadus has set up a Tailwind, but now what? There's not much offense going on Dylan's side. Yeah, Ogerpon can Ivy Cudgel, but at the same time, you really want those heavy hitters out.
Exactly, yeah, and this is where, like, you really wanted Tornadus to feint if you're Dylan, right? But Geo did what I was talking about, which was not giving that knockout over immediately. Now we're seeing the hover for the Water Terra Ivy Cudgel, trying to just, knock out Flutter Mane. You know, if you clear Flutter Mane, then Raging Bolt cannot really have any switches or defensive options to deal with Landorus. And so Dylan's trying to push the tempo of this game to get to a point where he knows Landorus can come out and just knock out that Raging Bolt. The main question by going for this play, if you're going to commit Water Terra, is does Geo just Thunderclap into you? That is super effective. You get the special defense boost, so I would think Water Ogerpon would survive, but critical hit, or I don't know, super high roll, maybe actually gets the knockout, and that would be a disaster.
Yep, it looks like the Ogerpon on Dylan's side will terrestrialize now, get that embody aspect, that special defense boost that is going to be so crucial here. Does now become weak to the Thunderclap now. Here's the Thunderclap into the Ogerpon. Ogerpon gets knocked out!
That's what I was saying!
Ogerpon gets knocked out, so basically using up that terrestrialization right there to not be able to save it for later on, but Flutter Mane will go for an Icy Wind now. It will connect onto that Tornadus, and Tornadus actually hangs on as well. So, you will get one switch, but what would have been nicer? 2 switches right there, as now the Bleak Windstorm does connect onto the Flutter Mane and that Raging Bull. So now, Dylan has to pick one Pokemon that he thinks will be the best swap in and try to take advantage of these next 2 turns of Tailwind.
Oh man, that feels like the game is just wide back open, right? It felt so favored for Dylan there, but Dylan getting a little bit greedy, trying to knock out that Flutter Mane, and ends up just eating up too much damage from the Raging Bolt. This Raging Bolt has felt so clutch from Geo this entire tournament. It is able to knock out everything while also surviving everything. So Dylan now goes into Urshifu, unable to Terra it. Of course, you can just go for Wicked Blow into the Flutter Mane slot, but what Geo can do then is switch Flutter Mane out into his Urshifu, conserving the Flutter Mane. So that's the big question. Do you go for that? Raging Bolt here, of course, could opt to Thunderclap into Tornadus to cover for a Bleak Wind Storm. But if you expect the Tornadus to switch into Landorus, you could just launch a Dragon Pulse or a Thunderbolt, for example, into either slot. You could also Thunderclap into Urshifu, but I don't think that would do enough damage to knock out. Or finally, you could just sacrifice your Flutter Mane, get the free switch into your final Pokemon. So lots of options here. I think Dylan's is kind of like the safe telegraphed option. And the question is, does Geo have a really strong response to it?
Yeah, so Geo now really trying to think this turn through, because it is going to be a very crucial turn, especially with everything that's happened. Flutter Mane will retreat on Geo's side now. It is going to be the Urshifu on Geo's side to replace that Flutter Mane, and it looks like Tornadus will switch out as well and go into that Landorus. So could be dangerous here. What did that Landorus switch into? Here comes Urshifu with a Wicked Blow. Importantly, breaks the Focus Sash on Geo's Urshifu, so that's not nothing. That is something. And here comes a Thunderbolt from that Raging Bolt, connects onto that Urshifu, and Urshifu hangs on with just 10 hit points.
So much damage, not enough to get the knockout, and now Landorus has finally once again found the position it's looking for, able to threaten with a lot of damage, of course, with that super effective Earth Power. Dylan is now left wondering, do I want to stay in here? It's choice banded, right? So you can't switch your moves. And it's awkward. The Wicked Blow is not going to deal a lot of damage, so you can see the hover actually into Sandsear Storm instead. The thing is, if you click Sandsear Storm, will it get the knockout onto Raging Bolt? I would not expect it to, right? And so Dylan is really being calculated right now, because he doesn't want to just switch Tornadus back in. Should you do that, you give up a late game Tailwind. Urshifu goes for the Detect here from Geo's end.
Yeah, so not going to take any damage at all, but what is Dylan going to get up to? It is going to be an Earth Power. Does land into that Urshifu Detect, so great idea from Geo to protect that Urshifu this turn. Here comes Urshifu on Dylan's side, going for a Wicked Blow, does land into that Raging Bolt and brings it down to under 25%. Dragon Pulse from that Raging Bolt hits into that Landorus and does a lot of damage as that Tailwind now peters out.
Yeah, now Landorus opting to think about protecting, but of course you could just get hit by a Wicked Blow should you go for this, and so it is feeling really tense. Like, the main question I have here is how the Urshifu and the Landorus are trained, right? Because Landorus is naturally faster, and so the Landorus here, should it be faster, of course, can threaten with an Earth Power or even a Sandsear Storm, but then you are also risking eating up a Sucker Punch potentially in the position. If you think Gio's going to Sucker Punch you by going for this Protect play, you bring out Tornadus, then you can set up Tailwind and attack afterwards. Like, I think Landorus should survive a Sucker Punch. I don't know. It really depends on how
going to be really close, yeah.
So Urshifu's going to make the pivot out here into Tornadus, but wow, this has felt so tense the entire set.
Yeah, so Tornadus will take the field. That allows the Urshifu over on Dylan's side to reset its move. Landorus will protect itself, not wanting to get hit.
Into it.
Yeah,
it's the Sucker Punch!
It's actually a Sucker Punch into a slot, right? It will fail. As Raging Bolt goes for a Thunderclap there, it will fail as well. Double priority. Basically, you know, you're really just hoping that your opponent's attacking there, but, you know, essentially a free switch, but it's still a precarious situation, right? I mean, you see the Raging Bolt go for that Thunderclap. You see the Sucker Punch as well.
Yep.
You have to maneuver around this.
Yeah, and so, okay, now Tornadus, of course, can click that Tailwind. All the Pokemon are such low HP, but Gio's still got to do the damage. And wow, it's going to be the switch potentially into Urshifu. You can see Dylan's considering it. I don't think going for Protect again would make a lot of sense. I think the plays that make the most sense are, yeah, either switch into Urshifu or just stay in and attack here and go for something like a Tailwind plus a Sandsear Storm. I don't know, if you switch into Urshifu here, though, you do risk losing both Pokemon immediately, but the hope is to bait Sucker Punch out into the Landorus slot.
Yeah, but Landorus now will switch out, so this is a really tough position to play from Dylan. Urshifu will take the field here as Urshifu on Gio's side will go for a Sucker Punch. It will fail. Now here comes the Thunderclap into the Tornadus and gets the KO. Tornadus trying to sneak a Bleak Wind Storm there, trying to knock out the Urshifu on Gio's side, but you know, now with access to both Thunderclap and Sucker Punch, that might be it.
Yeah, the big question I had here is whether or not Landorus ever had a chance of surviving Sucker Punch. It feels like Dylan thinks the answer is no, so given that, you know, kind of explains how he's played this endgame and was trying to, like, get Gio to mess up and not click Thunder Wave because, like, it felt like Tailwind was super obvious. So he's saying, look, if you don't click Thunderclap and I actually get this Bleak Wind and I knock out Urshifu, that's, like, the angle that I need, right? He was probably hoping for Raging Bolt to maybe Dragon Pulse into the Urshifu slot, but that's not what ends up happening. I think now Gio should be in a fairly commanding position.
Yeah, or possibly even go for a Thunderbolt in that slot, more into the Tornado slot, as Landorus on Dylan's side will protect itself as the Urshifu will go for a Sucker Punch into that slot right there. Looks like Urshifu will get to go for a Sucker Punch into the Raging Bolt there, so making sure that it can knock out that Raging Bolt. So now it's going to come down to the Flutter Mane over on Gio's side, but again, you know, that basically directs the Sucker Punch to that Flutter Mane slot. But then that Urshifu is still very much pressuring from Gio's side onto the Landorus with that Sucker Punch as well.
Yeah, crucially, like, the Urshifu just ignores the Sucker Punch on the opposing side, and, like, Flutter Mane doesn't have to click an attacking move here, or you could just Sucker Punch Dylan's Urshifu.
Yeah.
Just gets the knockout there, moves first, and then now Flutter Mane can Icy Wind and knock out the Landorus.
Yeah, so Gio clawing back, taking this game and forcing a Game 3 here in the top cut, in the top 8. Now it's coming down to it, Aaron. Game 3, win, and you're in the top 4.
It felt like Dylan had the advantage at multiple points there, but Gio did not give up. And man, that Thunderclap into that Ogerpon that had Terra, I think maybe it would have just been better for Dylan to not have Terra. He really wanted to just get the knockout that turn, which would then open the door for Landorus, I think, to win the game, but end up not being the case. But yeah, knowing that Bleak Wind and Wicked Blow can just knock out Ogerpon on turn 1, maybe that changes how both players approach this matchup and the leads, right? Because it means that that play is actually really scary for Gio to go up against.
Yeah, so now, yeah, I mean, does Gio pivot out though, right? Like that Ogerpon is pretty crucial in order to kind of like protect the Raging Bolt from that Landorus as well as scare it off. Can you know, maybe position that Ogerpon differently just so it doesn't have to go up? Or if you see the Tornadus and that Urshifu, you just have to be more mindful of that.
Yeah, the other thing I was thinking about is like, does Gio need to make any mix-ups in terms of Pokemon choices or even the leads, right? Like, I do think Ogerpon and Raging Bolt is quite safe overall because the idea is that, like, the Ogerpon just protects Raging Bolt super well. Dylan could theoretically lead with his own Landorus right away because then that would apply pressure into Raging Bolt and say, hey, even if you have your Ogerpon out, well, I can, like, Sandsear Storm anyway. But it's a little bit annoying because then, like, you still have to get through Ogerpon and deal damage to it, right? So the best way to knock out Ogerpon is kind of through this 1-2 punch of Tornadus plus Urshifu. Dylan hasn't opted into Iron Crown and Indy at all in this matchup, but I don't know. I just think they're very difficult to bring, right? Like, what can you really do when the Dark-type Pokemon hit the field? That being said, Geo has not brought Incineroar throughout the course of this, and into a, Assault Vest Raging Bolt and a Water Ogerpon, the Iron Crown's actually not terrible, but the thing is, like, do you really want to bring that and the NDD, right?
Yeah,
like,
it kind of forces, two of your other key pieces to kind of be left behind. The Incineroar on Geo's side doesn't really seem like it's going to be doing too much, right? The Intimidate, not going to matter too much. Urshifu can just bypass that with its Wicked Blows and stuff like that. And then the rest of the team is just mostly special attackers. Maybe that Ogerpon, if anything, but it doesn't seem like it. As now we get into Game 3 here, the same leads from before, but we know this is probably going to play out completely differently.
There is another option for Geo here, which is actually to still click Spiky Shield on Ogerpon despite going up against an Urshifu, and the logic behind that is solely so that you don't eat a Bleak Wind Storm up for Tornadus. Yeah, you'll take a lot of damage, but then you get to conserve your Terra, and then the Raging Bolt can get a Electro Web off, right? Like, Geo was off to a pretty big disadvantage in that previous game because he lost his Terra, and Ogerpon didn't really accomplish much on turn 1, so wondering if that's something he's considering. Otherwise, I think you could just go for the same plays as you have in games 1 and 2. We saw that it's like very different damage rolls, and so Geo knows how his Ogerpon is trained better than obviously any of us, and yeah, it is going to be a Terra commit to start.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Ogerpon again going for Terastallization. Yeah, just run it back. It's fine. It's what worked for Geo in Game 2. Why not go for it again? The Embody aspect and also getting that special defense boost, losing that grass typing now. Looks like Tornado's going for a Bleak Wind Storm and misses the Raging Bolt. Hits into the Ogerpon again, the same amount of damage that we saw last time. Ogerpon's speed will drop here as now Urshifu will go for a close combat instead of that Wicked Blow. Gonna go ahead and hit into that Ogerpon, get the KO. Urshifu's defenses will drop though, so maybe this will actually open up an opportunity where Urshifu gets knocked out, and then Dylan will be able to switch in his Pokemon more easily here. Here comes an Electro Web, does connect with both Pokemon. Urshifu takes a good amount of damage, of course, a lot of damage on that Tornadus, but most importantly getting those speed drops. So now Urshifu will probably succumb to the next attack that it takes.
I want to explain close combat really quickly there because, Wicked Blow obviously is, it's basically the same power with that critical hit. I think one thing that Dylan may have been covering for is Geo adapting and bringing Incineroar. What Incineroar would do is be able to switch it into a Wicked Blow, then pressure with Fake Out the following turn, which would have been perfect into Urshifu. Doesn't end up being a switch there for Geo, but Dylan's probably still happy, right? You got the same outcome, which was I got the knockout onto Ogerpon, I forced your Terror out, and last time around, it felt like Dylan kind of had the advantage from this position. The question is, how can he execute from this point onwards? That special defense drop on Urshifu does make it a pretty big liability because it means that you are now at risk getting one-shot by the Thunderclap from the opposing side. Geo, once again, can consider switching into his Flutter Mane, right? Then the question is, who do you switch out into, right? Like, we saw this happen last time, then we saw the Urshifu pivot out. You can, of course, switch it into that Water Ogerpon. One thing that I'm curious about is, does Dylan ever think about switching in Landorus? But the thing is, I think it would feel really bad to just, bring it out on an Icy Wind.
It's super risky, Aaron.
Yep.
It's super risky.
Super risky. Super risky.
But yeah, so, I mean...
Oh, okay, he's thinking about just attacking here. Tailwind close combat and says, you know what, go ahead, you can Thunderclap me.
I mean, this is what we talked about in Game 2, right? Yep. Where the Tornado sets up a Tailwind, but then, you don't really have much offense to go with it.
Exactly.
Now, instead, this Urshifu could get knocked out, and then Landorus might have 3 fresh turns of Tailwind to kind of, take advantage of, right? So this could be a pretty good position if this Urshifu gets knocked out. Yeah, it's not good for the Pokemon count, but it's very good for momentum.
So let's see, does Raging Bolt want to commit the Thunderclap here? A Choice Band close combat would do huge amounts of damage. Tailwind comes out here from the Tornadus to start.
Yep, and now the Urshifu will get... Nope, it's actually the Flutter Mane because of the speed drop. It will go for an Icy Wind here. Connects, knocks out the Tornadus. Urshifu does hang on. Critical hit does not matter at all. Urshifu now essentially at, neutral speed after 2 speed drops. Here comes the close combat from the Urshifu, hits into that Raging Ball. How much damage is it going to do? Does a really great chunk there, bringing it down to under 25%. Again, more defense drops, but it looks like this Urshifu will now get knocked out. It's down to Dylan's final 2 Pokemon versus this heavily damaged Raging Bolt, the Flutter Mane, and also you know, one more unrevealed Pokemon in the bag for Geo.
I'm actually not convinced the Icy Wind crit on Tornadus didn't matter depending on where Thunderbolt was going for, because I think what Geo was maybe hoping for was for Tornadus to survive the turn and only to get one free switch in. Now it's a double free switch in, which means that Dylan can very safely go for Ivy Cudgel plus Earth Power here, right? He's got all his offense out. I think the main question is, do you want to consider going for a Terra? You could also Ivy Cudgel, Flutter Mane, and Sandsear Storm. And the third option he's considering is, let me just double up into Flutter Mane, guaranteed a knockout there. Yeah, your Raging Bolt will get one attack off, but a Dragon Pulse won't knock out either slot. And so I think Dylan may be learning a little bit from that previous one. But yeah, I'm curious. I'm assuming the Raging Bolt was Thunderbolting into the Urshifu slot, expecting to switch out into Ogerpon. So it's going to be really tense, but I really like Dylan's position right now. I think he is in a solid spot. He has the speed control set up in his favor. He still has Terra available to him while Geo doesn't.
Yeah, and again, you know, taking advantage of those Tailwind turns is so crucial. Geo was very methodical in how, you know, Geo would attack the Pokemon in order to prevent sort of these situations. But here comes the Ogerpon. Ivy Cudgel hits into the Flutter Mane, does great damage right there, about 50%. And Landis will just double it up into the Flutter Mane and get the KO, kind of leaving that Raging Bolt behind because, you know, that Raging Bolt, you know, can't really do much to the Landers over on Dylan's side, barring a Dragon Pulse. Here comes a Thunderbolt onto the Ogerpon, you know, brings it to a little bit above 50%. So now it's going to be Geo's last Pokemon. It is that Urshifu with 2 more turns of Tailwind to go on Dylan's side.
Yeah, the 2 turns being so huge here. Dylan considering going for a Follow Me. Oh, Follow Me Sandsear, okay. I like have a little bit of pause there just because Sandsear can theoretically miss here, and I'm wondering if there's a world in which you need to go for this. Like, part of the scary thing is you are facing double priority in Sucker Punch and the Thunderclap, right? So Ogerpon might be a little bit worried about attacking here, but if you like protect your Ogerpon, you're at risk of eating up damage.
Here we go.
Okay, it's not gonna be Earth Power, it's gonna be the Sandsear Storm. I mean, I think as long as one of it hits, he is probably okay, but
I think the important thing is that this Urshifu needs to come out of this turn without that Focus Sash intact, right? Here comes Ogerpon going for the Follow Me right now. Gonna go ahead and redirect all the attacks towards it. Here comes the Thunderclap, will fail thanks to that Follow Me. Urshifu now will follow. No, it's actually, oh! It's the Sandsear Storm, no Sucker Punch right there, connects onto that Raging Bolt and does so much damage to that Urshifu, and it looks like Dylan might have what it takes to move onto the top 4.
Yeah, that should absolutely do it. Wicked Blow comes out here, and now Landers, of course, will be able to handle the Urshifu one-on-one. So, what a hard-fought battle here. I mean, I don't expect Wicked Blow to ever be able to get the knockout here. Urshifu, of course, should.
Yeah, here comes the Sucker Punch. Hits into that Landers, not even enough, not even a critical hit. And here comes the Landers Earth Power. Dylan Matthews is going to make it to the top 4 here at the Houston Regional Championships.
And we also got to see how much Sucker Punch did in that endgame, and it looked like it would have been enough to knock out Landers from the range that I was at in the end of Game 2. So that explains why, like, Dylan was probably like, there's no way I'm going to survive with this. It explains why he was playing the end of Game 2 the way he did. But, yeah. This time around, I think I am really curious if like we could go back to that Flutter Mane turn where the Icy Wind came out, because I think it's like the Tornadus was bulky enough to actually potentially survive from that range. If you don't give the free double switch in, it like maybe Geo's actually in a better position here. But fortunately, also for Dylan, Bleak Windstorm connects on that Ogerpon on turn 1. If you miss there, Ogerpon survives, and that can be a nightmare because it means it gets an attack off.
Yeah, and you know there was nothing there to redirect it, but. Again, you know, you called it out, the close combat, just in case of a switch, but here comes that turn that you're asking for, Aaron. Asking, you shall receive. There's the Icy Wind onto that Tornadus. It is a critical hit there.
Yeah, I think we had seen, what, an Icy Wind the turn before as well?
It was an Electro Whip.
Electro Whip, that's right, yeah. Tornadus had been Icy Wind at some point in this set, right? So I'm like, I don't remember how much damage it had done exactly previously. Geo may have also just been Thunderbolting the Tornadus slot. My guess, though, given like he didn't Thunderclap that turn, was predicting Urshifu to switch out, trying to get damage onto the switch in. And so either way, I think, you know, Dylan really happy to be able to get both of the right attackers out at the perfect time. Finally has all of the turns of Tailwind to capitalize. Kind of learning from Game 2 where it was awkward where the Tornadus was stuck on the field for a really long time. But what a really fun set. And I mean, Geo putting up such a good fight throughout all of it.
Top 8 finish for Geo, the current world champion. Not yet getting a regionals medal or trophy or award. So, you know, I mean, Geo's playing exceptionally well. We talked about it earlier on the broadcast that, you know, Geo started, you know, with a less than ideal start. I basically had to win a bunch of games straight in order to make it to the top cut, making all the way to the top 8. So congratulations to Geo. And Dylan continues on to the top 4. Dylan is playing exceptionally well. I mean, you go up against the current world champion, and then you basically have some very close games, and you see exactly how methodical Gio was in all of the turns, right? I mean, Dylan was selecting moves pretty fast.
Yeah.
But then, or, you know, Dylan was also making like pretty average selection turn times, basically. But then Gio was methodically thinking out, taking a couple more seconds just to really think things through. But Dylan, you know, pulled through.
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, the turn 1 alone was so dicey every time, right? Because we saw Ogerpon survive the double up in game 1. So I'm curious what exactly the damage calculations are. Someone's got to run the numbers out there, you know?
I think I know who's running that number.
Like, I would love to know what the, you know, percentage chance of those 2 attacks going into Ogerpon are of getting that knockout immediately. But I thought the matchup was interesting because we essentially saw the exact same 4 Pokemon brought in the same order every time, but all the games actually played out quite differently. And I think it made a lot of sense from both players. I don't know if there was like an immediate, obvious like adjustment for you to make in terms of like switching Pokemon options. And yeah, like it was really tense and a really fun one to watch.
Yeah, I was very happy that I got to cast that one with you, Aaron.
Thanks, man. I'm happy to cast any game with you, Dewey.
Oh, thanks, Aaron. But yeah, I mean, you just see how these little differences in variation in board state matter so much. I mean, just that last game being able to operate under, you know, more turns of Tailwind, right? Yep. Like, you were basically, you hate to see it, right? It goes for anything. Like, if you set up a Trick Room and then you don't have your Pokemon that are your sweepers out, instead you just got your, you know, support Pokemon and also your Trick Room setter, feels bad. Same with the Tailwind, right? So, you know, being able to take advantage of the full set of turns, you know, 3 or 4, depending on, you know, your board positioning and stuff like that, makes a huge difference, and that's what made the big difference in Game 3.
Absolutely.
But let's go ahead and hear from Dylan himself and see how he's feeling. Take it away, Sierra.
Thanks so much, UT. I'm here out on the floor with Dylan, who is now secured in top 4 of Houston. That was a crazy game. How are you feeling after that?
Very shaken up. My heart rate's crazy right now, but I'm happy to be here for the 3rd time this season.
So what has your heart racing? Is it the fact that you're up against a world champion? Is it the fact that it came down to a 3-game set that was wild? Is it the fact that you're back in a top 4? Like, what has you shaken?
All of the above, to be honest. Gio's an incredible player, very nice person as well. And the matchup was one that him and my great friend Daniel Yu had already played earlier in the tournament. So we both knew that we had a lot of prep going in, and I, you know, definitely considered doing a bunch of different things, but ultimately sticking with my lines was, I think, what got me there.
So what was a little bit of this plan going into this? Because obviously Tailwind is such a strong team, but something that can kind of derail that speed you have, you see a lot of priority moves come out. We got to see that come into effect a lot during the set. There was a lot of pressure coming out from these sucker punches, these thunderclaps. So how do you make sure that you can stay ahead of it and be able to close it out?
Right. It's very tricky with Landorus because it's an incredibly important Pokemon in the set because you need it to take a bunch of KOs, but even if it gets hit by like a stray Dragon Pulse or whatever, all of a sudden it's in Sucker Punch range, and like you can't always get the 50-50 mind games correct in that instance. So like it's all about protecting it, but also getting rid of the extremely bulky Ogerpon Wellspring. Like my Choice Band Urshifu has failed the KO on a lot of those this weekend. I think they're going just like the max bulk possible. So it's very tricky to get that double up. And in the game 2, I think I got very lucky with the Wicked Blow. I was a bit scared of like a Flutter swapping in, but ultimately just removing the Wellspring and getting some chip on the Bolt so my Lando can pick it up can be really important.
And I mean, that was an incredible 3-game set that we got to see with a lot coming out. You're now in top 4. I know earlier on this season, you did the back-to-back top 4s. We got to Pittsburgh, we got to Milwaukee. It's been a second top 4, so how are you feeling going into it?
I'm feeling incredible. I'm ready to hopefully time, especially with the team that I think you predicted as your 6 Mons for, I know one of the casters did.
Those are my Mons.
Yeah. So good call from you, I guess.
I knew it. I'm rooting for you now. I was awake. I was talking about a little bit of Rain Dance, but we don't have to talk about it. Your version's better. Last but not least, before we get to see you in the top 4, do you have any final words or any thanks to those friends that helped?
Yeah, for sure. First of all, shout out Triangle Area Trading Cards for sending me here. Happy to represent them and continue doing well. Shout out to Mark Morales, our local TO, great friend of mine, does a lot for our scene. Shout out to my beautiful girlfriend, Sarah, and all my friends that I'm here with, Bill, Alex, Andrew. Really just need a name. Everyone back home, Pokemon Go Club at NC State, all my other friends, you know who you are.
All those shout outs, love to hear it. Congratulations again on the top 4 and best of luck in your next match. As for us, our top 8s are almost done, but one more that we're almost ready to get to it. But for now, let's head over to Evan.
Friendship is ended with Slitherwing, and now Dylan is my best friend and the Iron Crown in DD team that he has just piloted into the top 4. Congratulations. And I think if there's only one moment that we're all going to remember from this set, it was perhaps the gutsiest terrestrialization I have seen in a long time. Let's take a look at it once more. You have this situation where you have the Landorus out and the not Ursaluna, the Urshifu single strike next to it. It's at 15 health. This Urshifu has 15 health, but Dylan really needs some additional turns of damage. Just needs one more hit onto these Pokemon to really start breaking through this Focus Sash and this very healthy, full health Flutter Mane. All of Dylan's Pokemon, there may be 4 of them here, but they're all in red health. They are all extremely damaged. So what do you do in that situation? You don't terrestrialize for damage. You don't go for, you know, an immunity for a terrestrialization. Instead, you go for the resistance on your 15 hit point Urshifu single strike. You go for the Terra Fire, staring down the Icy Wind coming out from this Flutter Mane. And in the end, it will pay off because you'll get this Sucker Punch off onto Flutter Mane, bringing it down to orange, and then the Icy Wind will connect onto the Urshifu, and you go from 15 to 1 hit point. That gives you 1 extra turn to go for another attack in this next turn coming up. And that is huge because this Urshifu still has Focus Sash, the Flutter Mane is still the fastest thing on the field, and you are going to be able to actually take home this win so close that Landorus needs to stay healthy. All of the other Pokemon would go down in a stiff breeze. And Dylan correctly identifies the play to go for that Terra Fire, and I wouldn't have seen it. I would have thought that was a lost cause, so congratulations to Dylan. And that's, of course, why he's in the top 4, and I'm here in our analyst cave. But we have one more top 4 competitor to uncover and find out who that will be. So Aaron, Dwee, tell me who it's going to be.
He's too good. Evan's too good with these puns, folks. Give him a round of applause in chat. Seriously, Evan, hold on.
Well, Aaron, you love saying what the matchup is. Go ahead. Why don't you tell the people who the next matchup is?
I can't wait for this one. We've got Justin Burns, the return of, against Zach Immersion, to determine who our final semi-finalist will be. Justin Burns, I believe, once again, this is his first event in the entire season, but he is one of the few players in North American VGC history that's won multiple regional championships. Of course, also got second at the North American International Championships many years ago. And for Zach, he has come really close to winning regionals. In fact, he has come as close as possible, finishing second place many years ago. He's gotten, you know, top 8, top 16 at regionals as well. So he's got another top cut to add to his belt, but I know he's hungry for that victory, right? He's really gotten close throughout so many different years, as you can see, and this is his first appearance in top cut after a couple of years.
We actually ran into him on the floor. You know, we saw him, we said hi, and then of course, you know, we asked him how he's feeling. He said he's kind of in disbelief that he's this far in the tournament, right? I mean, didn't have that expectation to make it this far. You know, didn't have this expectation to make it undefeated, let alone this far. So congratulations to him for making it, you know, surpassing expectations is always something really nice to have when you enter a tournament like this. But yeah, you know, it's Zach hasn't had the results in a while. Justin Burns is a threat in any competition that Justin enters, right?
Yep.
I think he's qualified for so many world championships, and Zach is really hungry for that win. But again, we talked about this is Justin's first ever regional. You win a regional, you go straight to Worlds, right? So how crazy would that be?
It would be absolutely crazy. Justin rocking this super offensive team. Tornado's hyper offense has kind of felt like the call for this event with so many players running it. You've got that Tornado's to set up, Tailwind, and then you've got so many Pokemon to capitalize from damage output, notably running the Choice Specs on Chiyu rather than something like Choice Scarf or Focus Sash to dish out even more damage. We saw it really just demolish things with single target overheats throughout the course of this event. And you basically got, you know, the strongest attackers that you can have in this format in Flutter Mane, in Landorus, in Urshifu, and Amoonguss to boot.
Yeah, hyper offense.
Hyper offense.
One of the key tenets of VGC. Knock out your opponent's Pokemon before they can knock out yours, right?
Yep, and the
best defense is an even better offense.
Exactly, and I think the thing to really watch out for here is the Tornadus enabling the speed control via Tailwind, right? Because what this allows Justin to do is suddenly outspeed everything on Zach's end. Zach actually does not have Tailwind on his team, so I expect Tornadus to be a pivotal Pokemon for Justin throughout the course of this matchup. All the Pokemon can dish out so much damage outside of the Amoonguss. One of the interesting questions is also, like, do you ever really want to bring in Amoonguss? I mean, it is going to have that Fairy Terra, so it gives you a second line of defense against the Regidrago from Zach's end. But if you're bringing Amoonguss, it means you are slowing down your offense substantially. On Zach's side, he's got 3 of the 6 same Pokemon.
Yeah, so Zach will be piloting the team of Amoonguss, Chi-Yu, Farigiraf, Fluttermane, Regidrago, and that Torkoal. You know, you mentioned that Justin's side of the field will very much appreciate, you know, that speed control in the form of Tailwind or just continuing to blast, you know, Zach's team with Icy Wind. But of course, the Farigiraf Trick Room option could be a play here if Zach feels like, you know, Tailwind's going to be too much, and maybe Zach will want to operate under the Trick Room mode with that Amoonguss, with that Torkoal to be able to take advantage of it.
Exactly, yeah. One of the leads I thought that would be really powerful for Justin to consider is Tornadus Chi-Yu, because you can pressure Tailwind, and even Choice Spec Snarl is actually really good in this matchup. Like, we talked about this when we featured Zach on stream earlier in day 1, but he's running all special Pokemon, right? And so Snarl is actually immensely good here because not only does it decrease the special attack, it's a Choice Spec Snarl from Chi-Yu, does a lot of damage as well. So Zach, knowing that he can't outpace the Tailwind, might want to consider the Trick Room route. The question then is, are you able to effectively set up Trick Room? Because yeah, you've got Farigiraf, it's got that Fairy Terra, so it helps around the dark type attacks, but can your Farigiraf survive something like a Choice Specs Overheat from the Chi-Yu, right?
It's very scary, and also Justin has the option to taunt as well, to kind of just shut down that Farigiraf with the, it kind of has that option to shut it down.
But it's Armor Tail, right? So Tornadus with the taunt.
Of course,
yeah, exactly.
Thanks, Aaron.
Yeah, got you, man. No problem.
Of course.
The main
I was just
thing
testing you.
Yeah, keeping me on my toes. I think the main question I have is, like, does Zach want to try to, you know, go punch for punch and try to just go with, like, the strong, fast mode of his team? I just don't think that it will be able to outpace Justin's side. If you want to go with the Trick Room angle, I think there's a world in which you can go with something like Farigiraf, Amoonguss, and Terra on turn 1.
And here we go. Farigiraf and Amoonguss leads for Zach, and Tornadus and Chi-Yu. So, all right, there's going to be a lot of damage coming out from Justin's side of the field while Zach tries to navigate and set up Trick Room right now. Gonna be really tough. The Amoonguss is Terra Fire, so it can, you know, possibly absorb an Overheat or a Heat Wave from the Chi-Yu, but at the same time, like, dude, that Chi-Yu, an Amoonguss doesn't like to see a Chi-Yu coming.
It doesn't, yeah. I mean, I think if you're Zach and you want the guaranteed Trick Room up, what you can do is Fire Terra Amoonguss turn 1 and go for something like Rage Powder into Trick Room. Yeah, you eat up a super effective Snarl, but then Trick Room at least does go up. I think, though, Justin brought the right response here, which is his own Amoonguss, right? This Amoonguss exists to really cover for Trick Room options, and the Chi-Yu here is just putting on so much pressure, right? I think there's also a world in which maybe Amoonguss just protects on turn 1, but then if you protect, Farigiraf just eats up so much damage. It's actually going to be a protect from the Farigiraf, and might just be a double protect to start off this game.
Yep, just want to try to see what Justin's going to do here, as Amoonguss will also protect, as well as, you know, kind of scout out what that Chi-Yu is going to lock itself into right here. So Chi-Yu is content to go for a Snarl. So that kind of shows that, you know, the Amoonguss doesn't have to necessarily use up its Terra yet, right? Can save that Terra Fire for later on, or maybe another Pokemon over on Zach's side, but it is going to be threatening because the Farigiraf will take a lot of damage from it, but also, most importantly, kind of, like, limit how much damage that Farigiraf can dish out again.
Yeah, I like this turn 1 by Zach a lot because you know you're just up against a choice Pokemon in Chi-Yu, so determining whether or not it's going to lock into Snarl or a Fire type attack means on turn 2 you can Terra with more confidence. You don't have to play that guessing game. So what this means now is Amoonguss on Zach's end does not have to Terra anymore, right? You actually are safe in front of a Chi-Yu, which is so weird to say. So what you could do now is, of course, Terra your Farigiraf and then launch Spore off from Amoonguss into the Chi-Yu. Zach's team does not really have any other really great defensive lines into Amoonguss, so you might just accept that you will fall asleep, and like both players might trade sleep here this turn.
Yeah, so Farigiraf will now terrestrialize into that Fairy type, so again, that Amoonguss is going to be putting on the pressure for a potential Spore into that Farigiraf slot. Chi-Yu will go for that Snarl now. Ooh, Farigiraf does dodge the attack. It will connect with that Amoonguss, and that's some pretty good damage. Farigiraf will just go on the offensive here. Will go ahead and Hyper Voice and consume that Throat Spray to kind of like allow itself to do more damage in the upcoming turns. as the Amoonguss over on Justin's side will go for a Spore, will go ahead and put that Farigiraf to sleep, will have to take its first turn of sleep next turn, as the Amoonguss over on Zach's side will also follow suit with a Spore of its own and put the Chi-Yu to sleep.
This game is kind of hilarious, I think, because both players' defense against Amoonguss is their own Amoonguss. There's no other like safety goggles, you know, grass-type Pokemon to switch into, and so there's no way to like kind of get around the Spore, right? So now it gets interesting because it's a question of, are you able to wake up quicker than your opponent? Farigiraf being able to dodge that Snarl is quite a big deal, though, right? Because it, first of all, prevents the special attack, or it does not deny that special attack boost. So should Farigiraf wake up sooner than later, we'll be able to dish out massive amounts of damage. Like Zach at this point is probably thinking, well, if I can knock out this Amoonguss and then set up Trick Room, I probably just win the game. But that's easier said than done because, first of all, you have to wake up with Farigiraf. And second of all, you know, Amoonguss could obviously just switch out, prevent itself from getting KO'd. But the game state is kind of awkward for both players right now because you don't really want to switch out your Pokemon. If you do, and the Amoonguss spores whatever's coming in, it's really bad. So I think we're going to just see both players burn sleep here.
Yeah, so Chi-Yu will take its first turn of sleep right now, as Farigiraf will also follow suit and take its first turn of sleep as well. Now it's going to be the Amoonguss on Justin's side going for a Sludge Bomb into the Amoonguss over on Zach's side. Zach's Amoonguss will go ahead and eat away at its Citrus Berry to heal back up, as now Amoonguss over on Zach's side using Spore, just covering for any potential switch.
Exactly. You know you're already snarled, and it's saying, look, if you do switch, I think I just get such a huge advantage that I find that more worth it than just going for a little bit of minimal damage, right? Crucially, with that Fairy Tera on Farigiraf, like, and the Beats of Rune on Chi-Yu, Sludge Bomb from Amoonguss will actually do quite reasonable damage into the opposing Farigiraf, and so it really does feel like, you know, if one person gets a 1-turn sleep and the other gets a 3-turn sleep, it would be a huge, huge advantage. So can either Pokemon wake up right now? Every extra turn that Chi-Yu stays asleep means another Snarl denied on the Farigiraf slot, allowing it to do kind of extra damage, right? So I think both players here are probably just praying, saying, I really, really hope I wake up right now.
It's been a long weekend, Aaron. Both these Pokemon are very sleepy here. Chi-Yu is still fast asleep. Now what happens with this Farigiraf? Is it going to be able to wake up? It's actually Sludge Bomb to get the KO from that range.
Okay.
Wow, a critical hit. Farigiraf that turn going for a Trick Room there.
Yep.
Since that Amoonguss moved beforehand. So a huge piece of Zach's team has been knocked out from that critical hit Sludge Bomb, as now Amoonguss over on Zach's side content to just continue to spore that slot, maybe again trying to punish a possible switch.
So I know I was hyping up Amoonguss a little bit, right? I was like, hey, now it's Fairy Tera and you'll do super effective damage and there's Beads of Ruin. But I did not think it would get a one-hit knockout there,
You gave it such a great helping hand from back here. You know, you gave it such strong words of affirmation.
It's a big knockout though, right? I mean, Zach, of course, may have not woken up that turn, but now it means there is no possibility of Trick Room, and I think Justin's probably feeling very good about that, right? It feels like Trick Room is the #1 win condition to deny from the opposing end. So even though Chi-Yu doesn't wake up, I think, yeah, Justin having the advantage here, it shows why Sludge Bomb is such a pivotal move on Amoonguss as well. Being able to actually deal damage is so big, and it's going to be a Chi-Yu from the opposing side now. As a reminder, Zach's Chi-Yu here is going to be the Choice Scarf Chi-Yu. So can, of course, threaten with some damage right now, but we've got Tera on Justin's end. There is Fairy Tera here on his own Amoonguss. His own Amoonguss has been moving before Zach's Amoonguss as well, so you could potentially Tera it, try to get the Spore off into the opposing slot, but looks like Justin's considering maybe just attacking or even protecting here. Or saying, hey, I'm going to get a Snarl off here, and with that Snarl, you won't be able to knock me out.
Yeah, and you know, this Chi-Yu on Justin's side has taken 2 turns of sleep already, so it does have the chance to wake up here, and what an awkward position though. Like, basically Zach lost Farigiraf, but Chi-Yu just kind of like was able to, you know, take a nice nap there for 2 turns, as Zach will retreat his Amoonguss and then switch out the Torkoal.
Okay.
Gonna go for some big damage here.
Big damage. And yeah, I mean, it's like the Chi-Yu on the opposing side will move first. Okay, Heat Wave does just connect and knocks out Amoonguss.
Gets the KO. Chi-Yu takes a lot of damage here. Is Chi-Yu gonna wake up this turn, or is it gonna go for the full sleep here? And it looks like Chi-Yu now will wake up. All right, now wakes up. Will go ahead and continue to Snarl. Looks like it's a miss. It's going to be on the Torkoal. Chi-Yu over on Zach's side will take that Snarl. Will get 1 stage of decreased special attack, but again, Heat Wave might get the KO there.
Yeah, but there's that Landorus waiting in the back, which is looking really scary, right? And when Tera committed on Zach's end, Landorus can just click Earth Power, Sandsear Storm into everything. So I think now, yeah, very safe from Justin's end to just Tailwind and Snarl. Part of the decision, I think, to not Tera the Amoonguss there was saying I might want to conserve it in the end game. And basically, I think I'd actually rather let Amoonguss feint at this point because I want my offense to start really, start hitting the field. And so, yeah, being able to get these extra snarls off is actually honestly quite nice as well. But I think what Justin is really setting up for is let me just get this Tailwind up, let me get Landorus out, and then let me just knock everything out with Landorus. Because at this point, you can one-shot both Torkoal and Chi-Yu with it.
Yeah, so smart positioning play from Justin in order to save that Landorus all the way in the back. And Torkoal will protect itself right here. Zach trying to find an out to try to steal away this game one after that Ferrograph getting knocked out here. Tailwind from the Tornadus will be set up, so now it's a matter of how Justin can position that Landorus to kind of come in safely and take advantage of these turns of Tailwind here, as the Snarl does connect onto the Chi-Yu. So now that Chi-Yu is at 2 stages of decreased special attack, essentially having it. And here comes a Heat Wave.
Still pretty good damage.
That's still pretty good damage. That Chi-Yu, though, does hang on because of the additional Snarl, and Tornadus does take about 50% there, so, not bad damage considering that it's 2 stages of decreased special attack, but again, now it's about getting that Landorus in and just cleaning up for Justin.
Yeah, the thing is, if you lose like both Pokemon here and you don't get a knockout onto the opposing side, Landorus then becomes a lot harder to execute in the end game, right? So if Bleakwind Storm, for example, just misses both Pokemon here, could be an absolute disaster, right? And so this is still kind of scary, I think, if you're in Justin's shoes. You are clicking what is a relatively inaccurate move, and Heat Wave is still doing reasonable damage. The sun is up, and you've got the Beads of Ruin as well. So while Landorus is kind of like the perfect final Pokemon to have here, we're going to see a helping hand here. So if Chi-Yu survives this turn, should get a double knockout, should it connect.
Yep, so there's the helping hand.
Oh, there's going to be a miss,
Storm.
and it's on the Chi-Yu!
Torkoal takes 50% from that Bleakwind Storm. Now the Chi-Yu over on Justin's side will be able to connect with that Snarl. Now Chi-Yu at 3 stages of decreased special attack. Now Chi-Yu has to connect on this Heat Wave from Zach's side here. It will be the Heat Wave. It does connect on both Pokemon, and it does get the double KO. So now it's going to be the Amoonguss and the Chi-Yu over on Zach's side versus Justin's lone Landorus that hasn't been revealed to Zach just yet.
Yeah, so I think, Justin should theoretically still have the advantage here, right? Like, Amoonguss should not be able to deal enough damage into the Landorus really ever, and the Chi-Yu here cannot protect. The Tailwind is up, so it's looking quite good. The main thing here is if you lock into or if you click the Sandsear Storm, you could miss on Chi-Yu. I mean, the other thing is the Chi-Yu on the opposing side is at, -3 special attack at this point, and so even if you are able to connect, like, it probably doesn't just get a knockout immediately here. But yeah, I mean, Zach has gotten it as close as I think he could given how things played out after that critical hit.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's tough because you don't really want to go for the Earth Power just in case, like, the Amoonguss will Rage Powder it away, but, once you knock out the Chi-Yu, it's essentially game, right? Like, that's the key right here, but it's a matter of how Justin's going to target it and what Zach does here. So Amoonguss will go for the Rage Powder here, and then Justin has to connect the Sandsear Storm right now. And here comes the Sandsear Storm. It's going to be the Amoonguss that dodges it, though, so Chi-Yu will go down. So a lot of misses right there on Justin's side of the field, but, it's still able to hang on. Wow.
Oh, man, yeah, ends up going for, and now with the Steel Terror, the game is 100% over, right? Because you will never deal damage with Sludge Bomb from Amoonguss, and so that's partially why Justin wanted to conserve his Terra. There was a world there which Amoonguss doesn't Rage Powder and then goes for Spore, and then you're hoping you just click Sandsear Storm, it misses Chi-Yu. Yeah. Exactly. If that happens and you actually put Landorus to sleep, suddenly I think Chi-Yu's in a winnable position, right? You then have to hit your Heat Waves, but this has been a crazy set. I mean, both players are running moves that are quite inaccurate. I do think that Sludge Bomb onto Ferrograph, getting that critical hit completely changed the course of this matchup because, like I said, I think Zach really wants to set up that Trick Room in order to win this, and he was able to play pretty good defense, but Amoonguss on Justin's end just so clutch.
Thinking back to turn 1, right? That first turn, the Ferrograph used it to go for a Hyper Voice to kind of give it that special attack boost, but at the same time, that kind of opened up an opportunity for Amoonguss to switch in and not allow the Ferrograph to be able to use that Trick Room ever.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's going to be something that Zach's going to think about going into the next game. Like, what if I did not go for that Hyper Voice and instead just immediately went for the Trick Room? But then also you need to make sure that you have your attackers there, right? I see where Zach's coming from, as the Amoonguss will now go for his Spore here. Gonna go ahead and put that Landorus to sleep, but that's gonna be, valuable time for Zach to try to think out what the next game's gonna be like, right?
Yeah, I think Tornadus Chi-Yu is just such a consistent lead from Justin's end, and I think Ferrograph Amoonguss works. Now, however, Zach has seen you are willing to switch into Amoonguss on turn 1. So if I'm in Zach's shoes, one play I would consider is turn 1, hard switch Amoonguss out into my own Torkoal, potentially, Fairy Terra for Graph, set up Trick Room. Then suddenly you've gotten a Torkoal out under Trick Room. I think the tough thing for Zach here is that there is not a very good line of defense into Choice Spec Snarl. It not only does damage, it also decreases your special attack. And the Tornadus lead from Justin's end means that if Zach wants to lead into the faster mode, i.e. Flutter Mane plus something, well, then you can just set up Tailwind and then Chi-Yu can dish out massive amounts of damage. So it is quite tricky here, but wow, that end game, I mean, it felt like Justin should have had control throughout all of it, and in the end it was enough, right? But it is scary because the team he is using has many moves that can't miss.
Zach now goes back to the drawing board again, but also, like, if you think about it, one thing that I was, thinking about it in my mind was, like, if you don't use the Hyper Voice first, you don't activate the Throat Spray, and then you won't be getting, the full extent of Farigrav's power under Trick Room, right? So I see where it's coming from, right? Like, yeah, the Amoonguss came in, that kind of, like, foiled Zach's plan, but I see where the Throat Spray play was coming in from. Get that boost, and then set up Trick Room the next turn.
Yeah, it feels like ideally for Zach, what you want to do in order to beat Justin's Amoonguss is you need like you set up Trick Room and then you have Torkoal and Amoonguss out on the field at the same time, because then what that happens is if Amoonguss doesn't Terra, then you just knock it out with Eruption, and if it does Terra, your Amoonguss will outspeed under Trick Room and then be able to spore the opposing Amoonguss should it commit to the Fairy Terra on its end, right? But that's a lot easier said than done. That means you have to have set up Trick Room, but then that means Farigrev also needs to no longer be on the field and Torkoal and Amoonguss need to be out simultaneously.
Zach's pulled off quite some plays in this tournament.
I mean, honestly, one of the craziest comebacks we had in this event earlier in day 1.
Even Zach couldn't believe it. So, I mean, if there's a player to do it right now in the field, it might be Zach versus Justin. So going now into game 2, Justin Burns kind of in control there, even though it looked like it could have possibly slipped away. But again, that Snarl versus Zach's entire team is so clutch. Dropping that special attack stat. I mean, that Chi-Yu was at -3 by the end of the game, right?
Exactly. So I'm going back to the drawing board. I think, you could, if you're Zach, go, run it back and say, well, I got pretty unlucky with that critical hit. There's the potential to switch into the Torkoal option, which I talked about. I think another route is you could bring your own Chi-Yu as the lead, right? Because Chi-Yu at least will be faster on Zach's end with that Choice Scarf. And yeah, here we go. It's going to be Chi-Yu.
Chi-Yu and Farigrev leads over on Zach's side, as it's going to be the Chi-Yu and the Tornadus leads over on Justin's side. So an adjustment here from Zach to be able to have that firepower off in the beginning of this game.
So this is interesting because I think Zach ideally wants to still set up that Trick Room, right? But what do you do with Chi-Yu right now? You could launch an Overheat into the opposing Tornadus slot, which would also cover for an Amoonguss switch-in. Could go for a Snarl of your own and say, hey, look, I'm just going to drop your stats before you move, right? And with that, then I don't feel the pressure to Terra my Farigrev here. And so a lot of options. I think if you're both players, you have to be very wary of like locking into a move and then, being stuck into it. But looks like Justin not willing to, want to switch out here. The Amoonguss switch in obviously would be at huge risk of dealing with fire type damage from Chi-Yu. So trying to actually go for some speed control here early. But that does face the risk of Tailwind,
right?
Yep.
Justin's going straight for the Tailwind, but Farigrev over on Zach's side will be a little bit more passive here. Will go for a Protect as the Tornadus on Justin's side does go for that Tailwind to get that speed boost over on his side of the team, as Chi-Yu over on Justin's side will go for an Overheat immediately into that Farigrev. So really smart play right there, as the Chi-Yu over on Zach's side will go for a Heat Wave. Does good damage to the Tornadus, but, Chi-Yu kind of like able to take that.
Yeah, so I was wondering, if it were Snarl there, maybe you do enough damage where Farigrev then can survive the next turn and then set up Trick Room. Now what's scary is this Chi-Yu having that Choice Scarf is essentially irrelevant. Choice Spec's Overheat's such a powerful attack. What is Zach's line of defense here? There's nothing that can reliably switch into both Overheat and Bleak Wind Storm, right? And so I think, the commit to Heat Wave, trying to just deal damage, maybe cover for an Amoonguss switch in, but now puts Zach in a really tough position. And this is the strength of that Choice Specs Chi-Yu. It gives you that extra damage output that you often need to secure one-hit knockouts rather than two-hit KOs. And so the main thing about Overheat is that it can miss, right? So there's a world in which Zach attempts to double protect.
No
he doesn't,
switch at all. Here's a Bleak Wind Storm. Connects onto both the Farigrev and that Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu will now go for the Overheat, does hit into that Farigrev and gets the big knockout. So Farigrev, again, getting knocked out before it can really do anything, but importantly, the Terrestrialization is still active over on Zach's side of the field, as the Chi-Yu on Zach's side now will get to go for an Overheat, picks up the KO on that Tornadus, brings Chi-Yu to a little over 50%, but again, we talked about this before, Aaron. Set up Tailwind, get your sweepers in.
Yep, and Landorus gets to come out once again. And, you know, turn 1 was kind of the big play, right? Like, to click Tailwind in the face of Trick Room feels kind of wild, but the reality is Choice Spike's Overheat is covering for Furgraph Trick Room. I mean, Trick Room is never going to go up if you just, like, knock it out, right? And so Zach's only line of defense would have been to protect Furgraph and Snarl there to try to set up Trick Room on the subsequent turn. I'm honestly even not sure, even if you get that Snarl, whether or not -1 Overheat and -1 Bleak Windstorm doubled up into Furgraph, like, it might still knock it out, honestly. But now Zach's in a really tough spot because, once again, he doesn't have the speed advantage in this game to begin with. Tailwind's already been set up on Justin's end, and now Justin gets that free switch it into Landorus. We did see Justin's final Pokemon, which is that Amoonguss, which is not going to be very offensive, and Chiu's at -2 special attack right now. So it's going to be Amoonguss coming in from Zach's end. This Amoonguss is that Fire Terra, though, so you are really vulnerable to just, yeah, Sandseer Storm plus the Overheat. There's really no defense here. You're just praying for misses.
Yeah, so the Sandseer Storm, could miss.
It could miss.
It could miss.
It could miss.
It could miss.
But if it doesn't miss, it's like this is such
it's a really tough spot.
Exactly, yeah. And it's because there is really no great way to get out of it from a defensive standpoint. Now, the Chiu, of course, could go for a Ghost Terra of its own, right? On Zach's end. That allows you to at least get around the super effective hit of the Sandseer Storm. And then you could get a Heat Wave off in return, but then another Sandseer Storm or Earth Power will knock you out subsequently. So if Justin connects his moves, I mean, he probably sees top 4 in his eyes. Chiu, however, is actually going to make the switch. Whatever is coming in, though, still going to eat up a good amount of damage, and it's going to be the Torkoal.
A slow
that is
Pokemon.
Not a Pokemon you want out against a Landorus and a Chiu.
Oh, man, that's going to be taking so much damage, as Amoonguss will protect itself here. So maybe just trying to set up a switch and sacrifice his Torkoal in order to allow Zach to, you know, have that Chiu do other things in the future here, as that Amoonguss will protect itself. Sandseer Storm from the Landers now will hit into that Amoonguss protect, but most importantly,
it does miss!
It does miss. It actually does miss the Torkoal. So now Torkoal gets out onto the field, but at the same time, Torkoal is not a speed Pokemon, Aaron.
Yep.
Especially not a speed Pokemon when your opponent has Tailwind up.
Oh, okay, so Zach gets a lifeline here. You can go for the same play, which is still Overheat plus Sandseer Storm, right? Covers for most options. Torkoal here does have the Eruption, so if you don't click Sandseer Storm, you are at risk of, like, if you click Earth Power, you are at risk of like a Rage Powder potentially, right? Yeah. Redirecting. And so, yeah, I think still fine to just Overheat and Sandseer Storm in this position. And once again, Justin's just hoping his moves connect right now. But I think you saw he was, like, considering maybe switching out, but I think right play to just stay in. Torkoal protects here.
So Torkoal will protect himself, doesn't want to take the Sandseer Storm, but what's going to happen here?
Oh,
Chiu goes for an Overheat and actually hits the Torkoal slot. So maybe expecting the Sandseer Storm not to knock it out from that range. So now Amoonguss actually will get to move and will get to do a Spore here. Okay, all right, Sandseer Storm connects onto the Amoonguss. That does so much damage, Aaron. Amoonguss, a very bulky Pokemon, but wow, that Sandseer Storm chunking that Amoonguss, but Amoonguss will get to heal back up. So now what is going to fall asleep? It's going to be the Landorus.
I mean, it felt like Justin had total control of this game, but by targeting down that Torkoal slot rather than Amoonguss, now the Torkoal actually in a really great position. I mean,
and the Tailwind peters out too.
Yeah, like you can just go for Rage Powder and Eruption right now, and I I don't know how Zach does it, man, but he found basically the one play, hoping that Justin would either miss or miss target, and the Overheat going into Torkoal rather than Amoonguss gives him that window of opportunity.
Wow. All right. All right. We just got ourselves a match, Aaron.
We have ourselves a match.
We just got ourselves a match.
I actually think the momentum completely swings into Zach's favor right now because Justin's final Pokemon is also going to be that Amoonguss that like has no offensive capabilities, right? Like Amoonguss is mainly valuable in this matchup to be able to Spore. So Chiu going to pivot out now saying, look, I want to reset. I don't want my special attack drops. But switching to Amoonguss, like what's stopping Rage Powder Eruption right now?
Absolutely nothing, Aaron.
That's right.
Absolutely nothing. Here's the Rage Powder, but, you know, what's it Rage Powdering away? Landorus still has to take his first turn of sleep, and here comes Torkoal. Here comes Torkoal. Slow and steady wins the race, Aaron.
Yep.
Going to be able to go for this huge eruption here. Torkoal operating outside of Trick Room, getting off an eruption to get 2 KOs just like that.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And Zach, I mean, it is truly a testament to how powerful his team is, right? You give him one opportunity.
One misplay, one opportunity, and that's it.
And Yeah, you can see Justin's like, okay, I've lost. I mean, this game would have been different if it were just overheat instantly Amoonguss slot, and I feel like it was probably safer to still target that slot. I'm trying to think, you know, yes, like Torkoal was scary, but with Sandsear Storm, you still just do so much damage into it, and maybe who's hedging for Amoonguss protecting there and covering for a potential Sandsear Storm miss, but yeah, allowing the Spore to go off there just completely turns the tides of the game here, and it's a testament to how powerful Landers and important Landers is in this matchup and how bad it is should it fall asleep. So I thought this game was over for sure, but a single Sandsear Storm miss and an overheat target into the other slot that protects, and Zach ends up bringing us to a game 3. You can see once again, his eyes are wide open. He's like, I don't know how I keep doing this. This reminds me exactly of game 2 against Aaron Brock in day 1, where he found one window of opportunity and he won that set. So let's see, we're going to game 3.
I think one thing about that, you know, overheat target into that Torkoal is that Justin probably didn't want to allow the possibility of that Torkoal for surviving that Sandsear Storm and just being able to go for a heat wave, which could do massive amounts of damage in the sun with that Weeds of Ruin out and active. So maybe that's what Justin was very scared about.
But wait, heat wave from
the Torkoal.
There's no heat wave on Torkoal, which
even
is why.
Then,
there's
even then, it could have been a weather ball. It could have been a weather ball. It could have been a weather ball. That's what I mean. But like, just trying to avoid that situation. Because like the Landers was sort of that key piece for Justin, right? Because Justin really needed that Landers in order to deal with the Chi-Yu that was hiding in the back that had retreated. So I'm guessing that's most likely what happened.
Yeah, either way, we're gonna go to a game 3. The question is, what do you do if you were Zach, right? Because it feels like he's still kind of been on the wrong end of turn 1 both times. Like I said, if you want to run it back with Chi-Yu Farigiraf, you could Snarl. If you want to run it back with Farigiraf and the Amoonguss, you could either hard switch into Torkoal immediately, or you could, you know, try to get a Spore off and just say, look, I got unlucky in game 1. And then the question is there a new lead combination that Zach could lead into for this final game? I'm not sure, right? Like,
I think the Farigiraf is a pretty strong option as long as Farigiraf can, you know, do something.
Yeah, like Fluttermane is interesting from Zach's end because it does have that Focus Sash. The reality, though, is just like eating up a Snarl feels really bad, right? The main thing I'm thinking about is, like, Justin was able to click Overheat and Tailwind in that previous game, knowing that you will get the knockdown onto Farigiraf and that the Chi-Yu on the opposing side isn't applying too much pressure. And it is going to be Chi-Yu Farigiraf once again. So, Tornadus Chi-Yu on Justin's end. The question now is, if you are Zach, do you want to mix it up this time and instead of going for that Heat Wave, commit to Protect and Snarl instead?
This is a tough decision, Aaron. This is a tough decision. I mean, just running it back with the same leads in game 3 after sort of like being in a position where you don't expect to win.
Yeah, like after turn 2, I was like, oh, this is just so good for Justin, right? And Justin probably recognizes that and is like, you know what, I can just make the same plays here again, right? Like, you can't always Tailwind and Overheat here, and like I said, I'm not even confident at -1 special attack, even with both of these being at -1 special attack, that Farigiraf survives the subsequent turn. If I'm in Zach's shoes, though, I probably go for Protect Snarl here, and there it starts.
So there's a Farigiraf going for Protect. Doesn't want to just automatically get knocked out this time. Tornadus will follow suit with a Tailwind here. So will the Snarl from the Chi-Yu on Zach's side hit? So Chi-Yu here over on Justin's side goes for that Overheat into that Protect. What does the Chi-Yu on Zach's side do? It's going to be a Snarl, and it connects with both. All right. So that's huge. That's huge there. This is completely different. A critical hit on that Chi-Yu, doing just a little bit more damage, but oh boy, Aaron, is that going to be enough for it to survive?
Yeah, and actually, it is the Covert Cloak on Tornadus, right? So it doesn't even eat up the special attack drop. So -1 Overheat plus a Bleak Wind Storm. The first question is, do both of these moves connect? If you miss a single one, then Farigiraf can get that Trick Room up. And if Trick Room goes up, a Torkoal under Trick Room is just so deadly here, right? So let's see. I'm thinking Farigiraf probably still faints here to this double up.
But, of course, Overheat is not 100% accurate. Neither is Bleak Wind Storm, so here we go.
If you are Zach, by the way, you could also switch Farigiraf out, say into your Amoonguss, sacrifice it just to get the Chi-Yu down to -2 special attack, then get Farigiraf back in. And
it is. It actually is the withdrawal.
It could be Torkoal as well, by the way, but
Torkoal will be a pretty safe switch, but then it won't be able to do much. Like, it can take these, but at the same time, it's not going to be able to dish out any damage. But most importantly, it is sort of like that bait, right? Tornadus does use Bleak Wind Storm. Chi-Yu dodges the attack, though. Torkoal takes so much damage from that. So now Torkoal will also take in this Overheat here. The sun boosting it, and Torkoal will be sacrificed. But most importantly, the special attack does drop. So now the Chi-Yu over on Zach's side does get to go for another Snarl here. So really trying to reduce the amount of damage. So now this Farigiraf can actually come in and safely set up a Trick Room. There's another critical hit on that Chi-Yu. So here we go. Now this Farigiraf looks like it has options.
So Farigiraf can come out, can set up that Trick Room, but then the question is, you have sacrificed your Torkoal, right? And Torkoal is so good in terms of offense into Amoonguss. If you set up Trick Room, then what's stopping Justin from getting his Amoonguss out and just sporing your entire team? It's kind of awkward, right?
It's very awkward.
So I think you're saying Zach like taking some time to think about this because he's like, okay, well, I gave up Torkoal. Like, I think that's why I was saying maybe like you just give up the Amoonguss there because Amoonguss like is
it's not the offensive powerhouse. You want your sweepers in, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because the thing is, it's awkward because should you set up that Trick Room, you don't have a ton of damage into Amoonguss, and Amoonguss on Justin's end becomes the fastest Pokemon under Trick Room. So Farigiraf is going to come back out. This poor Chi-Yu is at, what, -4 special attack at this point, but Justin can tend to just keep clicking. Oh, hold on! There's no Amoonguss in the back from Justin's end. That changes things. That changes things.
Aaron's back here furiously recalculating everything.
Well, it does, right? I mean, maybe that was a decision on Zach's end saying, look, I think you're not going to bring Amoonguss because it was the weak link for you in Game 2. And so if that is the case, now Zach can set up Trick Room, and with no Amoonguss on Justin's end, Farigiraf plus Amoonguss can't just go Spore, Hyper Voice, Spore, Psychic, or Psyshock, and dish out so much damage. So what a fun game we have here. So many adjustments from both ends. Justin trying to bring a little bit more offense to not get caught in the, that end game in Game 2, but does it end up punishing him here? The thing is, Zach doesn't know this yet. He doesn't know that there is no Amoonguss in the back.
But, well, yeah, that's true. It will reveal the Flutter Mane here. So Justin does show that the Flutter Mane is there. Kind of probably just like sending it out to kind of be sacrificed at this point, right? Because like, oh, no Trick Room yet. It is going to be a Protect, so it will be a Snarl from this Chi-Yu over here. Tornadus will go for a Bleak Windstorm, hits into that Farigiraf Protect, as now it does connect onto that Chi-Yu, chipping away at it, dealing about 40% of health to that Chi-Yu. Gets a big speed drop there as the Chi-Yu can tend to go for a Snarl, hits and knocks out that Tornadus. So, that's okay. All right, no Trick Room being set up yet. That's a little tough to see because like now that Chi-Yu can easily just come right back in and then just be able to threaten exactly what it was.
Yeah, no Trick Room from Zach's end there because I think he was saying, well, Justin, you've been switching to Amoonguss so many times. I think now you're going to go for it again. But now, perfect position for Justin. Tailwind still set up. You've got your two strongest attackers. Yeah, you can see commit to just going for Fairy, Terra, Dazzling Gleam. Let me just do as much damage off as possible. So just honestly could be the turn that propels Justin into the top 4. And this would probably be a different ballgame should we have seen Trick Room come out from Farigiraf last turn, but it would have been a really tough call to make knowing that Justin has been bringing Amoonguss consistently throughout the set. I love the decision for him to not bring it here. It means that he has a stronger offensive option in Flutter Mane, and he is so well positioned right now.
Yeah, so Justin right now looks like Justin is inching ever so close to that top 4 now. No Trick Room from that Farigiraf. Still one or two more turns of Tailwind, if I recall correctly here. Farigiraf is going to be forced to retreat here. It is going to be the Amoonguss that takes out, that is going to be replacing that Farigiraf. And here we go. It is time for Terrestrialization. It is going to be the Flutter Mane over on Justin's side of the field. Will Terrestrialize into that Fairy type and take those Snarls so much better.
Take it better, and of course, increase that damage output of that Fairy type damage. So Fairy, Terra, Dazzling Gleam. It's at -1, but Beads of Ruin is still active on the field. Does not get the knockout onto Chi-Yu, but Heat Wave comes out and it's a double hit. You can see Justin fist pumps. He knows that is it. That's going to propel him into top 4.
Yeah, that is a huge Heat Wave right there, knocking out the Chi-Yu over on Zach's side, as well as that Amoonguss, leaving that Farigiraf all alone by itself.
And wow, what a decision to just drop Amoonguss here in this final third game, saying I think Zach really, really has to respect that. Zach had the opportunity to potentially set up Trick Room. Had it been Trick Room the turn that it was to protect, this probably would have been a different game. But the thing about Justin's team is you position it, you get the right damage out, and sometimes it's just too much to deal with after one big turn. So now Flutter Mane and Chi-Yu, poor Farigiraf, won't be able to do it by itself.
Justin now connects with that Moonblast. Chi-Yu will follow suit. Here's the Moonblast from that Flutter Mane, does good damage, and Justin Burns is gonna move on to the top 4.
Oh, what a set. The fact that we got to that third game, so intense, right? It felt like Justin had won game 2 after the first 2 turns, but Sandsira missed, and then once again, yeah, the overheat going into the Torkoal slot gives Zach a window of opportunity. An amazing run by Zach, though. I think I've seen him pull some of the most fun comebacks throughout the course of this event, getting one big window of opportunity and completely turning the tides back into his side. And yeah, I think really fun to watch his hyper-offensive team operate. Unfortunately, I think Spec Snarl Chi is probably one of the worst sets for this team to go up against, and the fact that it was paired with Tailwind and Amoonguss meant that like Justin could always Tailwind safely while also clicking the Snarl and then still have Amoonguss as a backup answer into the Trick Room stuff.
Yeah, and not even that, but just like the Chi Yu exerting so much pressure with the overheat to start.
Yeah.
Like there was really no way for Zach to sort of prevent that overheat from coming in, so almost immediately, Zach had to pick Pokemon to send out to kind of just get knocked out immediately in order to sort of set up a position of that Frigga being able to set up that Trick Room. But ultimately, that Trick Room was just kind of warded off by that threat of Amoonguss, right? So, wow. Tough play. Tough call.
And I think Chi is an interesting Pokemon because we've seen so many different versions of it, right? We've seen like Choice Guard being used obviously a lot. We've seen Focus Sash being used, but the power of Choice Specs is one that cannot be underestimated. Having something that can get the one-hit knockout onto Pokemon like Farigiraf. I mean, we saw Overheat 1 KO and Ursaluna as well, right? That is just so much more burst damage on Pokemon that are normally bulky enough to survive big attacks from a lot of the Pokemon in the format. And so I really like the meta decision to opt for Choice Specs here rather than the Focus Sash or the Scarf. And I think it allows Justin to just play so aggressively. The main scary thing is every time you click that Overheat, you're probably just like praying a little bit, and you're just like, please don't miss, please don't miss.
I mean, there were opportunities for that, right? There was the Overheat as well as the Bleak Wind Storm. You know, we've seen some of those miss before, and of course the Sandsear Storm as well from that Landorus. I mean, sometimes moves are a little inaccurate for that extra bit of power, but sometimes those are very important for the calculations.
Yeah, and I will say, I think like Justin and the way he played it, like often can put himself in positions where even if you miss like one move, it's okay, right? It does feel really bad, but I would not be surprised if he has missed a lot of his moves throughout the course of this event, but at the end, he is still in top 4 because, I mean, in a best of 3, right? Like, more windows of opportunities, and ideally you find the paths where you don't click the moves that are 100%, or sorry, not 100% accurate. A lot of times you do have to click that Sandsear, that Bleak Wind, that Overheat, which is what's stressful, but man, when the moves hit, teams like this can just feel like unstoppable.
Yeah, and again, like, congratulations to Zach, top 8 here, exceeding expectations, but unfortunately just fell short in the top 8, but still such a strong finish. Congratulations to Zach, congratulations to Justin. Both very strong players, and remember, this is Justin's first tournament of the season.
He's 2 wins away from just automatically qualifying for Worlds. Like, what a crazy way to be.
You can't just say that out loud, Aaron. You can't just say that out loud.
Close.
He's getting close, but you can't say that.
2-time regional champion. How perfect would it be to win your 3rd regional championship and qualify for Worlds immediately off that? I'm just saying, like, there are only 2 people standing in front of his way on that path. Technically 3 people, but you know, two games, but
two matches. Yeah. Two matches. All right, I get you. I mean, top 4 at a regional championships, quite an accomplishment, right?
It is. I will say, like, the gap from top 8 to top 4, it feels so good to win that quarterfinal match because you then know that you are walking away with the medal. And, like, I feel like walking away with hardware, you know, is like one of the best feelings as a competitor because you're like, I have something that truly, like, showcases, like, I, like, did really well in this event. And so...
Are you sure it's the medal that really, you know, makes you more excited, or is it the number of packs that you win?
Oh, I think everyone gets 3 boxes at top 8. Yeah.
All right, cool. I just want to make sure.
But maybe the top 4 packs have the Charizard in them, you know?
Of course, Aaron, you're dying to open some more packs. I can already feel it.
You know, we didn't get a Charizard in that game, but we got 2 Chi-Yus, and that is as close as it gets, I feel like, in this format. And also, we were blessed with Charizard in previous regulations, right? And so that was super fun. A lot of fast-paced offense. So excited to hear from Justin as he returns to the VGC scene after taking quite a time off. And so let's throw it down to the interviews.
I'm out here on the floor with Justin Burns, who has now secured his spot top 4 Houston. Top 4, how does that feel?
Feels pretty good. It's been a while since I last played an event, so it's nice to come back. And I lost round 1 yesterday, and it was like, oh man, I must be really rusty. But you know, you won round 2, won round 3, and just kind of kept winning. And you know, here I am in top 4, I guess.
It's just the warm-up round, right? But you said that you haven't competed for a bit. We haven't seen you since Worlds, so what about Houston changed your mind?
So I was, I guess about 2 weeks ago, my friends were kind of talking about the threshold for Worlds invite, and they were like, oh, it's going to be like 800 or so championship points. And I'm like, wait a minute, I could definitely hit that in the, you know, there's like 5 regionals left, I guess 4 regionals left, and then NAIC, that's the best finish limit. So I was like, man, if I hit my best finish limit, I could definitely qualify. So, you know, I'm just gonna go to those and see if I can make Worlds and play on Pokemon Champions.
And I mean, if you win, you just get the direct invitation, right? So there's always that. Now, talking a little bit about the matchup, I feel like that was a really interesting one because we get to see some big KOs, we get to see the big momentum, and obviously Chi-Yu is Chi-Yu. It's not necessarily known for being the most reliable. So I'd love a little bit of your insight going into the match and how you feel like it played out.
Yeah, so it was, the most important thing was not letting Trick Room get up. And so Game 1 and Game 2, I had kind of back Amoonguss to kind of help prevent that in case it did go up. And I was really afraid of, you know, what if Scarf Chi-Yu plus like something else like Regidrago or Fluttermane, I'm kind of like in trouble if I don't lead Tornadus. So I had to lead Tornadus. I felt like I had to have Amoonguss in the back to help with Trick Room. But after Game 2, I realized I can pressure with Overheat to, you know, Oko on the Farigiraf. So I just kind of went all in on the offense with having Fluttermane back, Landorus back, and you know, there's a lot of inaccurate moves on the team, but I try to like click them early, because if you hit one, you're still in a good position. And there was a few times where I was like, okay, if I can hit one Sandsear, the situation's still manageable. And I hit all the ones that were important, so it was you know, good job to my Pokemon for, you know, not missing, but pretty happy about how that matchup went.
Here and now, you're on to top 4. Great accomplishment. How are you feeling knowing that there's 1-2 rounds of the tournament ahead?
Well, I'm just going to play another game, you know. Just focusing on the next game is, you know, important, and not taking it, you know, I'm not taking, you know, next opponents lightly. I'm just going to try to play my best and have fun. And it's, you know, my first event back, so I've had a good time just playing Pokemon.
I'm glad to hear. Last but not least, before we get to see you in your top 4 match, do you have any shout-outs or anyone you would like to thank? Any final words to those watching?
Yeah, shout-outs Emilio Forbes. It's his team. He built it. He's helped me a lot with matchups. So he's just a really smart player, very strong player. Just got a top 4 finish at Seattle with the team a few weeks ago. Shout out to, you know, my family watching at home. Shout out to, you know, all my friends online who've been supporting me. And yeah.
I mean, congratulations once again. Welcome back to Pokemon as well, and good luck in the top 4 match. As for us, it was a really fun match to watch, so we'll break it down a little bit more with What's the Strat with Evan Latt.
Thanks, Sierra. It is always good to see Justin out there competing, and I am glad to see that his confidence has only gotten higher after that break. Definitely be able to make Worlds if he keeps playing like this, even be able to make it in this tournament on its own. I got a couple of highlights for you from this match. I believe this is my final segment here behind the desk, so I do have 2 that I need to show. One of them's kind of just for me here, and you know, I'm a simple man. If I see an Amoonguss get a 1-hit KO, I gotta clip it. Look at this. The Sludge Bomb connects on Farigiraf. All of the hit points leave its body. A critical hit. We love to see it, and it's actually really important in this game. Like Justin mentioned, making sure that Trick Room does not go up is the most important thing when you're running one of these Tailwind teams. I believe that's also a Dwee VGC tenet. And really what you see there was kind of some desperation from Zach. The fact that Amoonguss went first before the Farigiraf means that Farigiraf was definitely trying to set up the Trick Room, but unfortunately, you don't get to set up Trick Room if you're in front of an Amoonguss, which can just knock you out in 1 hit with that Sludge Bomb. Our second highlight, I have to give a shout out to this Fluttermane finally showing up on the field here. Going to become a Fairy Terrestrialization and go for a 100% accurate spread move. That's right, Fluttermane deals consistent damage to both Pokemon on the field. If you're worried about heat waves, overheat, Sandsear Storms missing, Can I interest you in a Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam? And here it comes out from the Flutter main, deals consistent damage to both Pokemon, no stress, easy peasy. And of course, Chiyu hits the Heat Wave afterwards to wipe that one up, finish off that match, and send Justin Burns to our top 4. Gets some hardware, gets a medal, his first medal of the season in his first event of the season, and well on his way towards qualifying for the World Championships. However, we have 2 more rounds to go. 2 more rounds in our top 4 before we find our finalists. And then a 3rd match, our finals, will decide who is going to get that direct invitation and be our champion here in Houston, Texas. So let's not waste any more time. Let's get right to it. Casters, let's go back to you.
Thank you very much, Evan. And yes, 4 trainers remain here at the Houston Regional Championships. And I, Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder, will be covering the top 4 matchups here. There's some great names. I think there's a lot of awesome storylines here, Gabby. We have a first player, first tournament of the season for Justin. Other people trying to get their first ever regional championship. Carson trying to get another regional to his name. Everybody winning would be awesome.
Everybody winning would be awesome, but as they say, there can only be one. So we'll be starting off here with Sohaib versus Carson. We have to give Justin a little bit of a break after that incredible matchup. And we'll be checking in with his matchup against Dylan afterwards. So best of luck to all of these trainers. Congratulations to our top 8 finalists who gave us some incredible matches to watch. All of them were 2-1, which is something that I don't think has happened in a while, to be honest with you. Really incredible sets from everybody, but the action is only going to get more exciting from here.
Absolutely, and more dramatic. We love the drama here of Top Cut at a regional. Sohaib, the #1 seed in the entire tournament, beat Zach in the last round of Swiss to claim that title. So will he make it from Swiss to the ending as the 1 trainer remaining, or Carson Confer, one of the most storied and veteran VGC trainers in, the last decade or so, when you combine both divisions, one of the best to ever do it. Is he going to get another regional title? They still got to make it through this top 4 match first. That's how stressful this is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
All right, so let's head on over to the stage to see how they're feeling. See, are they cool, relaxed, composed? And they look like this is not their first rodeo. Boom, we got there. Because they both have many regional top cuts to their names, Gabby.
You just had that all queued up, ready to go, didn't you? But you're absolutely right. This is not their first rodeo, as both of these trainers are no stranger to top cut placements at regionals, if not higher level tournaments.
Yeah, Sohaib, originally from the New York, New Jersey area, but moved down here to Texas recently. So home in my heart would be Tri-State, but home for him now, a hometown regional in Houston here, putting on a big showing with this Moon Room team.
And Carson on the other side of the field, notably running a Sun team, but with that Kanto Ninetales being the Sun setter of choice, as opposed to Torkoal, who has really been making a name for itself in the Scarlet and Violet era as the drought user that a lot of trainers rely on. So both using some really fun teams, both approaching games really methodically. If you think back to the matches we've seen Sohaib play earlier on in the tournament, he's been relying a lot on that Cresselia and that Incineroar to start his games off and to force his opponents to guess what is in the back. Is it going to be the Ursaluna and the Amoonguss to go hardcore Trick Room? Is it going to be the Ursaluna and the Urshifu to be sort of Trick Room but also not? Is it going to be the Fluttermane and the Urshifu? We've seen him switch between these modes very gracefully. He's comfortable using this team in so many different ways. He can adjust on the fly.
Absolutely. Sohaib really having some unconventional matchups, making his opponents uncomfortable in their decisions. He was using Urshifu Rapid Strike as a Trick Room support Pokemon, just sitting next to Ursaluna, right, and punishing and saying, you can't protect, because if you do, you're going to take this. And so you force an attack, which allowed Ursaluna to do even more damage. He was attacking his own Pokemon with Earthquake. Anything is possible with Sohaib's team.
And he's going to need that versatility against Carson's own team, as Carson's team is very fast and very incredibly powerful. You have Fluttermane with Choice Specs, Photosynthesis in the sun will boost up its special attacker speed even higher. If you've seen Carson play before, you know the answer to that, but let's not spoil it so far for people just tuning in. The Ninetales as well can use Helping Hand to boost any attacks of these Pokemon even further. You have the Urshifu Single Strike with Wicked Blow and Terra Dark, and of course the Ogerpon Cornerstone. Carson's key Pokemon throughout this tournament has been doing so incredibly well for him. All of these Pokemon match up really well into Sohaib's Cresselia and Incineroar lead. If you think about it, even just the Ninetales and the Fluttermane alone, Shadow Ball threatens the Cresselia really well, and if it tries to Terastallize away from that, what's a fire type attack?
Right, in the sun with the Terra Steel would definitely be a problem. If you, as Gabby mentioned, if you're used to Torkoal as the Sunsetter in VGC, Ninetales and Torkoal could not be, more different. One is incredibly fast, one is incredibly slow, so Ninetales is fitting way better on this super speedy team like Tornadus, Urshifu, Ogerpon, and Fluttermane.
And I will say one thing I've seen some trainers do when they're playing against these more Trick Room-oriented teams is go on the offense against them immediately to try and get a lot of damage down on the field, just recognizing that there would be a bit of a slower start while their opponent tries to set up Trick Room, while their opponent tries to get that positioning where they need it. And a Helping Hand plus the Fluttermane, that could be an amazing way to get that start.
Sohaib Mufti versus Carson Confer, top 4 of the Houston Regional Championships. We got Fluttermane and Amoonguss versus Ogerpon and Farigiraf.
Carson relying on that Ogerpon and the Farigiraf to stop any potential fake outs thanks to the Armor Tail ability, and Ogerpon just bringing with it its very consistent attacking power with that Ivy Cudgel. But Sohaib showing yet another mode of this team. Has his own Fluttermane in the lead next to that Amoonguss, so we'll be able to threaten some Spores against the opposing Farigiraf. Will make Carson have to think twice about attacking this turn, and of course Fluttermane as well, ready to deal some damage.
Farigiraf gonna lend a Helping Hand to Ogerpon Cornerstone, boosting its damage this turn, presumably on an Ivy Cudgel. And yes, that's going into the Fluttermane, and that's a one-hit KO. Helping Hand boost, even without a crit, means Fluttermane is down for the rest of this game 1. Amoonguss does get to put Carson's Farigiraf to sleep this turn, though.
But that's a great trade for Carson, as Fluttermane is typically one of the biggest damage dealers that people will bring into a matchup. So with that Pokemon gone, and now the Urshifu forced to come out onto the field against an opposing Ogerpon that does no Power Whip, great spot for Carson to be in. You can't be put to sleep from Spore, you can't be redirected by Spore because you're still partially a Grass-type Pokemon. If you want to target that Urshifu down, it's going to be a pretty comfortable target.
Sohaib is definitely threatened by the Ogerpon Cornerstone since it is a water type with those grass attacks available for it. So using the Terastallizations, we're going to see to go from a Terra, or with Terra Steel. And it's one of really the few defensive Urshifus we've seen throughout the weekend here, or deciding to save it for a future turn. But it is an option for whenever you do keep yourself vulnerable to Terastallize. There's the Ivy Cudgel, no critical hit. Again, it means Amoonguss only takes about 40% of its HP. Farigiraf had to take that first turn of sleep, and now the Sludge Bomb into Ogerpon brings it down to the red.
Carson making the correct call there to target down that Amoonguss, but I think more importantly there, Sohaib being able to get that Ogerpon down into the red ensures that if Sohaib is able to land an attack against that Pokemon this turn, it will knock out, and that'll be one piece removed for Carson. The Farigiraf staying on the field asleep here is pretty good for Sohaib in the sense that it's not really accomplishing anything. You know, we saw it use Helping Hand really well in that first turn, and I think it really doesn't want to use Trick Room anymore because it only was there to stop Sohaib going for Trick Room. So at the end of the day, it's just going to try and boost up its partner, and if its partner's knocked out, that means no damage is going to come from that spot.
Amoonguss will swap out for Sohaib, so he will reveal his 4th Pokemon in Game 1. It is the Incineroar, Pokemon that was absolutely crucial in his prior sets on stream today, doing so much damage, getting full knockouts. really terrestrializing it very often. But instead, this time around, Sohaib will terrestrialize the Urshifu Rapid Strike into a Steel type. Now, no longer weak to Psychic, no longer weak to Grass like the two threats on Carson's end. Ivy Cudgel, though, on the Incineroar switch-in is super effective. Brings him down under half HP. Surging strikes into the Farigiraf is always going to critically strike 3 times, and he needed all 3 for that knockout.
Carson targeting down that Amoonguss spot to get all that damage down on that Incineroar is huge. Without the Farigiraf on the field, it does mean there is a turn of Fake Out here where Sohaib can try and land 1 more Surging Strikes against one of Carson's Pokemon, but ultimately that Ogerpon is still sitting pretty comfortably on the field.
Yeah, Ogerpon has taken a bit of a couple hits there, but as long as you have redirection, as long as you have the threat into Sohaib's problems, or Pokemon, you can be a problem.
Exactly, and knowing that Fluttermane can't be targeted by Fake Out as well, I think that he has a really good spot here to just go for his own Dazzling Gleam, do a good amount of damage to both these Pokemon. I guess you do have to worry about the fact that Urshifu's no longer weak to it, so Shadow Ball is probably the better attack overall, but still, Carson is very much in the driver's seat.
And we've seen so much of Sohaib's Flare Blitz Incineroar that they must have some sort of attack investment because of how strong it has been. So if you are going to allow that, as Aqua Jet takes the KO onto Ogerpon with its priority boosted speed there, you're going to take a big Flare Blitz in response potentially if you leave your Fluttermane open. There's the Shadow Ball that you were talking about. Choice specs Shadow Ball into Urshifu, and it doesn't need to be super effective because you can still just get the KO. Sohaib down his Urshifu in game 1, down to his final 2 Pokemon with the Amoonguss in the back. Knockoff here brings Fluttermane down pretty low and loses the choice specs.
But now Fluttermane can change its move of choice, so if it does want to switch things around, that is something available to it. Given the Pokemon on the field, I think that Shadow Ball probably is the better move of choice still because you want to be targeting down the Amoonguss, and knowing that your last Pokemon is that Urshifu single strike, that's going to be more than enough to handle the Incineroar once it's allowed to connect as an attack against it. Now, you are in a little bit of a troublesome spot where if Amoonguss is not knocked out this turn and can land a Spore against that Urshifu, you're going to be looking at a sleep turn determined match, which is not the best spot to be in. So Sohaib's win condition at this point in time is just hope Carson doubles into the Amoonguss, recognizing the threat of that Spore. You try to hope for a KO onto the Fluttermane, and then hope that you can then follow up with the Urshifu.
Now it's time to terrestrialize on Carson's end of the field. Urshifu single strike the Dark type variant, using Terra Dark to do even more damage with those wicked blows. The Shadow Ball from Fluttermane into Incineroar with no choice specs and ineffective does not do a lot of damage, but the follow-up Wicked Blow will be able to secure the knockout. He didn't care about the ineffective damage, he just wanted to make sure that it was just Amoonguss remaining on the field.
And Amoonguss alone will not do enough damage to pick up the KO on this Urshifu, provided it's able to stay asleep long or wake up in time.
Wait, I mean, at any point, right? It's just going to be too many Sludge Bombs to count here. We'll see how Shadow Ball does. Not too much. The choice specs is really carrying Carson's damage out, but that's something he has to be concerned about next game if Sohaib is able to get rid of that choice specs yet again. But he sees the writing on the wall. Going to get that forfeit in, and Carson wins game 1.
So Sohaib relying on the more offensive variant of that team, but Carson being able to match that offense with the Fluttermane and the Urshifu of his own. And I think the fact that he was able to then match that with his own Ogerpon and the Farigiraf just ultimately gave him the edge, as he had Pokemon, 2 more Pokemon that could really hold their own against Sohaib's own Pokemon. That it just felt like he just had the game in his hands time and time again. Those Ivy Cudgels from that Ogerpon, getting that damage down, even though the Farigiraf didn't really accomplish too much, that one helping hand to knock out the Fluttermane, I think, was enough to start him off on the right foot and just keep him there.
Yeah, great play by Carson to know his damage counts, knowing he needed the helping hand boost to take care of the Fluttermane. And I think another struggle that Sohaib is running into in this match, Gabby, is how strong the combination of Fluttermane and Urshifu single strike are into his Trick Room core, specifically the Cresselia.
Exactly. Like Cresselia, you want to bring Cresselia so you can use Trick Room and open up the board for Ursaluna to deal that big damage, because that's ultimately what this team really wants to do. You know, yes, you do have this fast mode, but as you can see, if you're not able to line those pieces up properly, it's just a very tough matchup to play through. But you don't want to be in front of the Fluttermane, you don't want to be in front of that Urshifu, and if you try and Terrastalize to get away from those weaknesses, all of a sudden you have to worry about a potential fire-type Pokemon in that Ninetales. It's a very tough matchup for Sohaib.
Oftentimes you'll see the person that loses game one being the one that makes the big adjustments. I wonder here from Carson's perspective, because you have the wiggle room, right? Is there any type of variance you can bring? Maybe you prefer a Tornadus lead this time around, or just something that Sohaib might not expect?
I don't think you take that risk going into this game, but if you want to just go full-on offense here, you certainly could try with that Ninetales and that Fluttermane.
There is Ninetales setting up the sun with its Drought ability, activating Fluttermane's Proto-Synthesis, boosting its speed here, making it, oh, it was already the fastest Pokemon, going to be even faster.
So even though these are different Pokemon, I think the game plan is still the same here, where you get that additional boost in damage, and now you're able to threaten a KO onto either the Urshifu or the Cresselia. So Sohaib really has to think through just which of his pieces on the board he wants to save, and in this case, it will be that Cresselia.
Yes, Cresselia going to be swapping out here on this turn. Incineroar taking its place, has the Assault Vest, so going to help against the two special attackers on Carson's end, but how much can it help, because they are so strong right now with a Life Orb in the sun as well as a Choice Specs. Shadow Ball though into the Dark type for Incineroar. He's gonna eat that like a champ, hardly take any damage, and the Overheat goes towards Incineroar too. A perfect swap, double targeting that switch in, and he doesn't even get to half HP.
Sohaib has found a way through the first turn here, and with the special attack drop on that Ninetales and with the Fluttermane locked into Shadow Ball, that does mean that Carson is not in the most comfortable position. The Ninetales does have Helping Hand, and we've seen just how much damage this Fluttermane can do. It's possible that a Helping Hand Shadow Ball into the Urshifu would be enough for the knockout, but if you had, let's say, a normal type Pokemon in the back of your party, that could swap into that spot and take that attack very comfortably. And by comfortably, I mean just not take any damage at all.
Yeah, for sure. Ursaluna, though, is going to be revealed for Sohaib, so now he has shown Carson all 4 Pokemon. And Ursaluna takes no damage from the Shadow Ball, just like you're saying, normal for a Ghost attack. The Overheat at -2 is going to do around 40%, so that is nothing to scoff at. But with the U-turn from Incineroar, now you're able to switch the Cresselia or the Urshifu back onto the field.
It is a little bit of a tough spot for that Cresselia to still be in, as there is always going to be the risk of a critical hit. There is also always going to be the risk of just things not necessarily going your way. But I like how Sohaib is going to take that risk to go for the Trick Room this turn. You know the Ninetales is at -4 special attack. Honestly, the instinct to just try and switch out that Ninetales to get the attack back is huge here, but I don't think Carson can take that opportunity. You have to go for the 2 attacks into the Cresselia. The Trick Room is very telegraphed here, and if Sohaib is able to get that Trick Room up, again, it's going to be a very tough game for Carson to win, so he has to take this risk.
Right, because Carson has to punish Sohaib while he has the speed advantage. If you take a passive turn of swapping out the Ninetales, no damage is worse than some damage. Now, with the Terra Steel, the Cresselia is able to get out of that Ghost weakness from the Choice Spec Shadow Ball, and Overheat is gonna do nothing. It completely misses Ursaluna with an Earthquake into both of Carson's Pokemon. Super effective on Ninetales and a double knockout.
And that was what is so great about that previous switch as well. As the Guts ability was activated, Carson's final 2 Pokemon are coming on the field just as Trick Room is set up.
perfect turn. This is a Trick Room player's, essentially you couldn't write it up any better for how you want to script a Trick Room turn to start.
There's a joke here about like sweet dreams and Cresselia being the dream Pokemon to Darkrai's nightmares, but I don't really have it handy right now.
We haven't gotten there yet.
We haven't
unlocked that joke yet.
Not yet, not yet.
Ogerpon Cornerstone going to be one of the last two Pokemon for Carson, and then it is Urshifu single strike. So you at least have your Sturdy as something that can try to be a menace for Ursaluna, because you can't knock it out in one hit.
You have Sturdy and you have Focus Sash, and you also have access to Detect and Spiky Shield. So in theory, that gives you one turn for the Protects, one turn for the Sashes, and then another turn for the Protects. So that will get you a decent chunk of the way through Trick Room. It's just what do you do on those turns that you're vulnerable is what's really going to make the difference for Carson.
Carson having to decide, already up a game, so he has the wiggle room. He can try to go for a different strategy. How can you make it through these turns of Trick Room? It's going to be with the help of Terrassalization on Urshifu single strike, turning it into a pure dark type, going to do more damage with those dark attacks like the Wicked Blow or Sucker Punch. But is he going to be able to get the chance? There is Terra Dark Sucker Punch into the Ursaluna. It's half HP.
Oh!
It hangs on at 2 HP. Facade in response for bringing it down to its Focus Sash. So Ursaluna is able to get one last attack on this turn, and with no Lunar Blessing, it's not going to heal up. Instead, the Psychic breaks Ogerpon Cornerstone's Sturdy and goes under half HP from the Ivy Cudgel. But Ursaluna does bring Urshifu down to the Sash for Incineroar to take that last hit point.
And bringing that Pokemon down to its Focus Sash and then subsequently breaking the Focus Sash on the opposing Ogerpon is the perfect position for Sohaib to be in. You send in your own Urshifu now, and while there is still redirection in play for Carson with the Ogerpon, he can no longer comfortably use Spiky Shield or Detect to stall out additional Trick Room turns.
Right, and now with a full health Urshifu here, and you have access to really strong attacks as well as Aqua Jet in theory if you don't want to care about the speed tiers, and your Incineroar in the back that once you take care of Urshifu, you don't have to worry about a close combat. You got to feel really confident for Sohaib.
You still have to play these turns a bit carefully, and that's why I really like getting the Intimidate down onto the Ogerpon in particular in this spot. Just making sure that if anything, shenanigansy happens here, you're giving yourself the best opportunity to survive a Power Whip.
Urshifu will Detect. Doesn't want to take any damage from the Incineroar. And the close combat into Ogerpon Cornerstone gets the knockout, meaning Carson's down to 1 HP left on his team on that Urshifu, and 3 Pokemon for Sohaib. So looks like we are going to be moving on to the game 3.
And good confirmation there that the Urshifu is slower than the opposing Cornerstone Ogerpon, as one would expect.
Right, typically how they are trained. And now just one little attack left. Carson taking a second, thinking, okay, I won without my Sun mode. I lost with the Sun mode. How does this impact us for game 3?
It's a good question, right? Because on paper, that was the perfect lead to counter this Cresselia. But the fact that Carson went immediately for those overheats and had all of those special attack drops, I think was what ultimately made that Ninetales just not very effective.
Yeah, because one of the things you brought up in team preview was that Cresselia doesn't want to turn into a Steel type in front of the Ninetales. But once the Ninetales is -4, you don't even care at that point.
I mean, you do if you're worried about a critical hit, but those are the kind of risks you have to take if you want to make it to the finals of a regional championship. You have to, you take every single opportunity to give yourself the best odds, but at the end of the day, you still take those risks and just hope that they happen in your favor.
So now both these trainers 1 game away from making the finals here in Houston. They both woke up this weekend. They decided, I'm going to be a menace. I'm going to be the best player in the field, but only one of them can potentially realize that goal after this game 3.
And I really do love that adjustment from Sohaib going for the Trick Room mode, and I really do think that Ursaluna is such a key piece of this matchup for him. I think the biggest question now is just how does he play the Ursaluna in a way that will guarantee the ability for it to come out on the field where the speed is in its favor. He could certainly try and rely on like Icy Wind instead of Trick Room, but I don't think Carson is gonna let him switch in that Incineroar for the Cresselia a second time. We saw in game 1, like you just mentioned, the Ogerpon Cornerstone in the lead. I think that's another great lead for him, maybe next to the Fluttermane this time. So you just make sure that you can always threaten that Cresselia or the Incineroar, depending on, you know, which Pokemon are revealed and which Pokemon are probable to switch around.
I do think another key factor in that game, Gabby, was that Carson's Fluttermane was choice locked into Shadow Ball, right? So you have Incineroar resisting that attack, Ursaluna swapping in and being completely immune to it. You want to have Shadow Ball for, say, the Cresselia, but there are so many other options, or even the Fluttermane, but there are so many options on Sohaib's team that don't mind eating a Shadow Ball.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there as well, but at the end of the day, it will allow you to at least threaten the biggest amount of damage onto that Cresselia, and you have to take that risk again, because if Trick Room is set up, all of a sudden, Ursaluna, it's his game.
Carson Comfer with a Farigiraf and Ogerpon Cornerstone lead, just like he had in game 1 versus Sohaib Mufti with Fluttermane and Cresselia.
Now, Carson's Farigiraf is really interesting in this position because while it could just use Trick Room to reverse the dimensions, it's one of those Farigirafs that's actually running Imprison, which can shut down Trick Room immediately. So Carson has a ton of pressure in this position. We saw him go for Helping Hand Ivy Cudgel against the Fluttermane lead in game 1 against Sohaib, but in this position in particular, I think you want to shut down the Cresselia more than you want to shut down the Fluttermane.
Neither trainers are going to switch out any Pokemon. They're all sticking in for this turn 1, and we're going to have Sohaib committing the Terastallization on turn 1. Terra, Fairy, Flutter, Mane with the Moonblast into Farigiraf. It's really strong, but not strong enough for a one-hit KO. Gets a special attack drop. Ivy Cudgel from Ogerpon Cornerstone into Fluttermane without the Helping Hand does not knock it out. Now Icy Wind from Cresselia, not enough to take down this Farigiraf. It does crucially connect onto Ogerpon Cornerstone, breaking its sturdy, and Farigiraf clicks Imprison on a turn that Sohaib did not Trick Room.
But Cresselia went for Icy Wind, which at least did some damage. You know, breaking the sturdy on the Ogerpon could pay off a lot depending on what Pokemon Sohaib has in the back. And honestly, if the Fluttermane just targets down the Ogerpon with the Moonblast this turn as well, that's now another threat that Sohaib has on the field. And we get the benefit of seeing what other Pokemon that he's brought to the matchup right now, so that's even bigger that he's broken that sturdy already. So it's great that the Imprison is active now, but given how low health Farigiraf has, it's not going to be active for much longer.
Right, it's going to be very tough for Carson to stop Sohaib from getting Trick Room up in this game. There's the Ogerpon. Adios, Cornerstone. No chance to crit this game. No chance to take out and trade with the Fluttermane. Instead, now a single target Icy Wind into Farigiraf. Still not enough. It's such little base power that it's able to finally take down the Fluttermane. Now a pure Fairy type, right? No longer Ghost, no longer immune to that Hyper Voice. Knocks it out. 3 Pokemon apiece. Carson's Farigiraf has been slowed 2 times, but he still has access to his Terastallization.
I'm really curious to see what Pokemon Carson's going to send in here, as if it is that Urshifu single strike that we've seen him bring, that Ursaluna is going to be in trouble.
Yeah, that's Urshifu, just like we're talking about before the last game, the close combats into Ursaluna or the Wicked Blows into Cresselia. You've already burnt your Terra from the Fluttermane that's been knocked out.
You have, but on the other hand, this Urshifu can only target one Pokemon down, and if you, hypothetically speaking, try to stop the Cresselia, and the Cresselia switches out, that could mean that this Ursaluna is able to land a very big attack even without that Guts ability. Now, I do think that Carson is going to try and prioritize the damage on the Ursaluna, as that is ultimately the scariest Pokemon on the field, and without access to Trick Room, it's going to take a couple of Icy Winds in order to make that Urshifu slower than the Ursaluna at the end of the day, but I think Sohaib's doing a great job of just trying to catch Carson off guard with this switch.
Sohaib just has to make a decision here. Is Carson going to close combat the Ursaluna or Wicked Blow the Cresselia? If it's Wicked Blow into the Cresselia, now there is an Incineroar in that spot that would take that a lot better. Carson terastallizing Urshifu single strike yet again. The damage boost to his dark attacks is going to be absolutely massive in this Game 3. You need all the damage you can get, including Helping Hand, amplifying it even more with the Wicked Blow from Carson, targeting down the Ursaluna. A critical hit like always, but this time around it is a one-hit KO.
With all of those damage multipliers, you don't even have to risk the defensive drops of a close combat. And the terastallization is defensive as well, as now Psychic would not do, or well, it wouldn't really do any damage anyways. But still, that was a great play from Carson, just recognizing that he had enough damage there, did not have to take an additional risk. These are the plays you need to make to become a regional champion.
This is absolutely great play. 2 games in this set, Gabby, that Carson has used this Farigiraf with Helping Hand. He knows his counts. He had a calculator. He knows he's run this, how much damage I need to do in this situation. A round of applause for the Helping Hand and close combat towards the Incineroar. Don't worry about an Intimidate when you have Helping Hand to negate it. That is another one-hit KO. And the Cresselia, I mean, you could do a few hit points of damage with Icy Wind, but you literally can't touch it with your Psychic.
You can't touch it, and that Urshifu has found its way, punched its way even into the finals here at Houston, just after a couple more turns. But we will get the reveal of Carson's final Pokemon while we enter the final turn of this game, and of course it will be that Flutter Mane once again.
Definitely makes the most sense, the most flexible. There is the forfeit. Congratulations to Sohaib for making it this far in top 4, but Carson Confer is going to move on to the finals of the Houston Regional Championships.
Carson identifying that Farigiraf really was the key Pokemon for him in Game 1 and once again in Game number 3. Being able to shut down that Cresselia thanks to the Imprison and then provide additional damage with a Helping Hand, and really that's all you need sometimes, that little extra damage boost to just make it so your opponent's damage counts don't come out the way that they want to come out, and you can get those knockouts, and that's all you need.
And Helping Hand is something, Gabby, that not every team has access to, right? So when you're team building, when you're working with your friends, when you're doing damage calculations, a lot of times you'll say, okay, what's this with a Sword of Ruin or a Beads of Ruin, or what is this with a close combat defense drop? You'll try to do calculations like that. A lot of times it appears as if people aren't really as prepared for how much damage a Terra Dark Wicked Blow with Helping Hand boost is going to do to my full HP Ursaluna.
And that move is so valuable to Carson. He has it twice on his team even, once with that Ninetales and once with the Farigiraf. So, I think Sohaib has a fantastic team as well. He played to every single out that he had in that matchup, but at the end of the day, that Cresselia was just pinned. It did not have the ability to get through the Urshifu, nor did it have the ability to get through the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, to try to boil the series down a little bit, where Sohaib was able to get so much value out of his Cresselia in the prior sets. This time around, the Trick Room was really not too viable of a strategy for him, and when you have a Trick Room team, that is what the Ursaluna has to rely on. Carson understood that is his win condition. That's what I need to stop.
Exactly, but still fantastic play from Sohaib. I really love that team. I really love how he was playing it. You called out just all the unconventional ways he was playing it. Really exciting to see throughout this weekend, but Carson Confer now on his way to the finals, on his way to potentially another regional championship title. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what happens. Also, all of our Top Gun sets have gone to Game 3, and I like that. I like that. And I'm going to like what happens on the other side of this break, because we'll have our second top 4 matchup coming soon.
I am here with Connor Swikart, the person who has made the first official Phase 2 here with Slitherwing. I've been watching the run all day. I've been rooting for you, and you've done it. Slitherwing's now in Phase 2. You're in Phase 2. How do you feel?
I feel great. I mean, this is my first tournament since Worlds. You know, I had a baby in December, so I've just like not really had any time to invest. So this was going to be a tournament that I came out and, you know, tried to have fun, bring something interesting, and was able to, you know, get Slitherwing the attention it deserves.
That's what I want to hear. Now, there's a couple of Pokemon that can be fun, you know, maybe are underappreciated, but why did you particularly go towards Slitherwing, and how were you able to even make it work to make Phase 2?
So Slitherwing's one of those mons where, you know, you look at the top 12 usage stats from any Reg F event, and you just go down the list, you're like, wow, well, it OHKOs that, and 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 it like OHKOs 10 of the 12 top usage mons, super effective, and the ones that it doesn't, like with a little bit of help, like Sword of Ruin or Sun Boost, like you can actually go and pick those up. So there's really not a lot of mons, like when you get the setup right, that can actually survive. And it's also got great defensive typing. Like Bug is such an underrated defensive type because you're resisting fighting, you're resisting grass, you know, all these like kind of types that are all over the place in this meta with Rillaboom and the Urshifus and stuff like that. And yeah, it seemed like it would be like a good call. I definitely had to test a lot of different spreads to figure out one that, you know, was surviving the things it needs to survive, but also was fast enough that, you know, it could make use of the setup help that it gets.
And then how has the tournament been today with it? Because I love the call out that it does OHKO a lot of the top 12, but I know the issue I've had is getting into the match and your opponent has multiple Pokemon. I've been kind of having issues with it. So how is it? Have you brought it to a lot of matches, or how has it performed?
Yeah, I would say that I brought it out of 8 sets today, I probably brought it to 6. And in those 6 sets, I had probably 4 or 5 games where I was picking up 3 KOs with it. You know, running Leech Life instead of First Impression gives you that extra little bit of survivability. So, you know, whereas you'd normally just be, you know, putting it out there to take a KO and then letting it die, you know, it gets it to stay around a little bit longer, and you can, you know, create pins and, you know, do all sorts of different things. So I think it's a mon that has definitely been not looked at quite enough. But I think we have not seen the end of Slitherwing. I think there will be more iterating on it.
I really, really hope so. Now, you're in Phase 2. How are you feeling going on into the competition tomorrow, especially since you'll kind of have a little bit more of an expectation of the meta and everything more than people expecting what you're able to do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not super worried about it. You know, I've got plenty of day 2s under my belt. You know, this is, I think, my 6th or 7th consecutive regional day 2. So, you know, it's one of those things where, you know, if you don't psych yourself out about it or like get yourself too caught up in your own narrative, then it's pretty easy to just kind of show up. And, you know, it means more to other people than it does to me. Like, I can't even tell you the amount of times today that somebody, like, we loaded into the game and somebody was like, oh, geez. Or like, just put their head in their hands and they were like, I don't even know what to do with that. So, you know, it's one of those things that, like, I'm more prepared than they are because they haven't seen it and I've seen what everybody's running. So, yeah.
I mean, I'm definitely excited to see that run. Even if you're like, nah, I want to see Slitherwing go far. But the event's wrapping up. People are going, so I'll keep this short. Finally, last but not least, do you have any shout-outs or anyone you'd like to thank or just final words before tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to my wife, Kelsey. She's not here this weekend because she's taking care of our baby, Tatum, who also shout out to Tatum. And yeah, just to all my friends, all of my Texas VGC friends and New Jersey and New York VGC friends who have been super supportive and, you know, always have kind words and reached out after we had the baby. And, you know, this is such a great community and I honestly am just so glad every day to be part of it.
I mean, being able to have family and then also have them cheering you on for a Pokemon event, that's just really wholesome. But best of luck going on into tomorrow. You're doing Slitherwing proud. And with that, I think I'm officially Slitherwing's second strongest soldier instead of strongest, but that is okay. We'll have to see how it all shakes up tomorrow.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are here in sunny Houston, Texas for the Houston Regional Championships. We had thousands of Pokemon fans throughout the weekend, 700 Masters for the Video Game Championships competing, and only technically 3 remaining as we have our other top 4 match. The winner of this match will face Carson Confer in the finals, Gabby.
And then there were 3.
And then there were 3.
Soon there will be 2, and then there will be 1.
The math is mathing.
The math is mathing. We don't need Aaron to help with that one, thankfully. But you're absolutely right. We are ready to start Dylan Matthews versus Justin Burns. This is our second top 4 match of the weekend, and what a match this is going to be.
This is going to be explosive. We have the Psy Spam core that has taken over Regulation F 2.0, our second go-round in this format, versus the offensive onslaught that Justin Burns can bring with the double Genies and Chi-Yu Flutter.
Yeah, Dylan fighting for his first appearance in the finals of a regional championship, while Justin, first event of the year / season, fighting for yet another regional champion title. So best of luck to both these trainers. Why don't we go ahead and break these teams down?
Just 2 more wins for Justin. He can go back into hibernation until Worlds if he gets there. But Dylan is standing in his way, says, no, I want the direct qualification to Worlds this summer with Indeedee, Iron Crown, Landorus Incarnate, Ogerpon Wellspring, Tornadus Incarnate, and Urshifu Single Strike.
Let's talk about the psychic terrain in the room, right? You see the Indeedee female, you see the Iron Crown at the top of the team sheet, and you have to ask yourself, is this the matchup for Psy Spam? You know, we've seen just how much damage these Iron Crowns can do, especially when you have one call Mind Boost next to them. But if you want to bring Iron Crown in this matchup, especially with the Chi-Yu on Justin's side of the field, I think you have to dedicate Terrestrialization to it. And then you have to ask yourself, well, is Iron Crown the best Pokemon to Terrestrialize in this matchup? And I'm going to be honest with you, Joe, that Fire-type Terrestrialization on the Urshifu Single Strike is looking mighty tempting.
Yeah, that looks pretty good when you have the Fire attackers on Justin's end. And of course, in the same scenario where Iron Crown struggles into Incineroar without Water Terra Blast, it'll still struggle into the Dark Fire Chi-Yu on the other side. So the trainers exchange team sheets, and we can take a look at Justin Burns and 2-time regional champion with Amoonguss, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Landorus Incarnate, Tornadus Incarnate, and Urshifu Rapid Strike. We got both Urshifus represented.
Yeah, I think Justin has a much clearer path forward in this matchup in the sense that he's pretty free to lead the Tornadus plus another attacker if that's how he wants to approach this matchup. You could also just go straight for the tried and true Fluttermane Chi-Yu, get ready to do a bunch of damage on the field with the combination of the Booster Energy Photosynthesis boost and of course Speeds of Ruin, Choice Specs Chi-Yu to do a ton of damage there, and just hope that you can sort of figure out Dylan's approach to the matchup. If you do catch him bringing that Psy Spam, either of those leads would really put you in a favorable position, as the Indeedee would try to set up Trick Room, but you can easily taunt it. You can just do a lot of damage and punish the Psy Spam that way. Justin has a lot of ways he can approach this matchup that Dylan is really going to be forced to respond to.
Dylan Matthews versus Justin Burns, top 4 of the Houston Regional Championships. Ogerpon, Wellspring, and Tornadus for Dylan versus Tornadus on Justin's end with this Photosynthesis special attack booster Fluttermane.
And yet again, the Ogerpon really going to need the Terrestrialization here, not only to get rid of its flying type attack weakness, but also to boost its special defense in front of that crazy powerful Fluttermane.
I love how fast Dylan locked in his moves. He's had time. He's had the opportunity to consider his game 1 game plan, and it is immediately using that Embody Aspect ability to Terrestrialize Ogerpon Wellspring, drop the flying weakness, so now you're just a water type, and boost your special defense by 1 stage in front of Justin Burns, 2 special attackers, and potentially a 3rd if there is a Chi-Yu sitting in the back. Icy Wind does connect for Justin's Tornadus onto both of Dylan's Pokemon, so they will have their speed lowered by 1 stage, and Dylan is going to try to respond, Fluttermane protecting itself, and Icy Wind does land there. So even though we've had the speed drops, they're all essentially the same at this point. Ogerpon with the Ivy Cudgel though, into the Tornadus, not the Fluttermane, and Tornadus goes down!
Fluttermane will be able to stick around this turn and guarantee that it is going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field, provided Dylan's own Tornadus does not set up Tailwind. And Justin sending out the Urshifu Rapid Strike here does make that Tailwind a very tempting target, as that would allow Ogerpon to outspeed and then get that Ivy Cudgel against the Fluttermane, which is going to be
protected.
Which just protected. It's either going to switch out or it's going to take a lot of damage from that attack.
Yeah, really tough spot for Justin after that first turn, trying to be conservative, trying to just find information in this set. What is Dylan? What are the threats that Dylan wants to go after? And it looks like he was more worried about the Tornadus than the Fluttermane.
Well, if you think that Dylan's thinking the same way you are, that Ivy Cudgel would have gone into the Fluttermane, right? So then Fluttermane has the benefit of the speed drops on the opposing side of the field. You have the benefit of that information. But instead now your Chi-Yu has to switch into a very dangerous board position.
Last turn, you could have expected an Ivy Cudgel into that Fluttermane spot. Now if an Ivy Cudgel goes into the Chi-Yu, it is certainly in trouble. Stellar Terra for Justin Burns, going to boost the damage of each of his attacks, his type of attacks, one time in this game. So one dark attack boost, one fighting attack damage boost. Ogerpon with the Ivy Cudgel towards this poor Chi-Yu, being brought in to take the brunt of this hit instead of the Fluttermane. And now the next fastest Pokemon, or since the Tornadus already went for an attack, the only one remaining is Stellar Terra. Close combat into Ogerpon with a critical hit. That is not a Wicked Blow. That's not Surging Strikes, Gabby. That is a regular crit.
But that Urshifu forced to rely on the Stellar Terrestrialization to deal the additional damage to knock out that Ogerpon in a single hit. As without that, the Fluttermane would have struggled to deal damage through that special defense boost.
Urshifu, single strike, gonna switch onto the field now for Dylan. Does have that choice band, so it is super strong, and the benefit of the Tailwind on its side.
Benefit of the Tailwind, and now an additional Icy Wind from Dylan and his own Tornadus.
Wicked Blow into Fluttermane is a critical hit. That one is always accounted for, and Justin's Fluttermane never stood a chance with that one-hit KO. Now it is just the Urshifu remaining against these really strong Pokemon, and Dylan still hasn't even revealed his fourth Pokemon. That's how far in the advantage he is right now. Here's a close combat. Didn't even need the Stellar Boost because it takes it out.
And it didn't even have the Stellar Boost, as it already used it on the previous turn. But overall, Justin will get the most key piece of information here, which is what is that final Pokemon.
At least, yes, that is a saving grace to see. It is Landorus Incarnate. You have the two genies remaining for Dylan here, so might as well get some info for you. The Stellar Boosted Aqua Jet into Landorus.
I mean, that was close.
That's not a knockout, but any other type of chip damage will take that down in a future game.
I mean, you throw an Icy Wind on top of that, and that's
right.
A knockout.
Yeah, so Dylan now one game away. That was explosive. That was quick. Dylan Matthews one victory away from moving on to the finals.
He's one victory away, but he gave up so much information to Justin there, especially with that Aqua Jet at the end, knowing that you just need a little bit of chip damage on top of that Aqua Jet. I mean, without Terrestrialization, knowing how weak the Landorus is to an Icy Wind, that probably could be a knockout anyways. We saw the Terrestrialization as well into that Ogerpon almost immediately. I think Justin now knows Dylan's game plan pretty solidly and can now adjust.
But we did talk about in prior times with Justin on, he does not have a lot of defensive options on his team besides the Amoonguss, obviously, which is very much threatened by a Bleak Wind Storm. So even if you know what your opponent's going to do, if you don't have the utility to switch around and try to punish it, it's going to be tough to get the victory.
Well, wise Deweyism once told me the best defense is a good offense. And if you remember at the beginning of this matchup, there was a little bit of a competition between these Tornadus to try and figure out who was going to win the speed control competition. And it was Dylan that ultimately won that, and that also gave him that, leg up in the rest of the game. If Justin's able to position his Tornadus so that he gets the Tailwind up, he has that speed advantage, and you don't switch your Chi-Yu in on a Water-type Ivy Cudgel, you're looking at a much different game.
Right, and I wonder if Amoonguss can be adjustment for Justin in this matchup, because you can, with that Rocky Helmet and resisting Ivy Cudgel, it'll be a lot easier to handle those hits. But Urshifu Tornadus for Justin, one more loss and he's out of the tournament. Tornadus and Ogerpon for Dylan.
And we see a huge adjustment waiting in the back of Dylan's party, possibly not waiting for much longer as he considers switching out the Tornadus and not going for a speed control competition at all, which I think is a very interesting choice to make here, as when you have two Tornadus staring each other down, a lot of times people will just immediately lock into Tailwind and just recognize, you know, we're not going to play the staggering Tailwind game. You know, I don't necessarily want to try and set up an Icy Wind here because I know you're going to set up an Icy Wind here. So Dylan deciding to change the formula entirely and set up Psychic Terrain.
Indeedy female swapping onto the field, setting up the Psychic Terrain and stopping any priority attacks from grounded Pokemon here. Ogerpon Wellspring will terrestrialize yet again, and it's such a sound strategy for Dylan, boosting your special defense by 1 stage on your bulky Ogerpon, and 5 of Justin's 6 Pokemon are special attackers. So you know, besides your Shifu, it is going to come up in this game. You will be attacked by these special attacks. The Rocky Helmet, though, from Indeedee is going to be doing a lot of recoil damage. Urshifu has to hit it 3 times with Surging Strikes, which means it tanks 3 Rocky Helmet ticks of recoil.
So not only are you stopping the priority attacks here, I think more importantly, you're going on the offense against both Pokemon on Justin's side of the field.
And this time around, without the Icy Wind chip damage, Tornadus does not get knocked out.
So I know Indeedee is known for using Follow Me a lot, but what if I told you there are 2 Pokemon on the field that can use Follow Me right now? You know, I think a lot of people would assume, especially with the Rocky Helmet, Indeedee would be the most likely Pokemon to use Follow Me, especially seeing how much recoil that did to the Urshifu. But Dylan, again, mixing up the game.
Good call, Gabby. You want to redirect those Surging Strikes away. Icy Wind is going to hit both, but barely do any damage to either of Dylan's Pokemon. And now Justin's attack has to go towards Ogerpon. It is close combat, though. Without the Stellar Terra, does not knock out Ogerpon.
And here is the big mix-up. I love this play from Dylan. Trick Room being used situationally here. Not only are you slower now because of the Icy Wind and, of course, the Tailwind on the opposing side of the field, think back to the Pokemon we saw Justin bring in game number 1. Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, Urshifu, all very naturally fast Pokemon. If you're running a naturally slow Iron Crown, all of a sudden Trick Room is a very viable strategy. You don't have to play the Tailwind game anymore.
Now Justin in a really tough spot. Indeedee learning from Ogerpon's Follow Me and now directing itself as the center of attention to allow this Ogerpon to click Ivy Cudgel and take care of Tornadus. Justin losing one of his most important supportive Pokemon on the team. This does allow the Urshifu to go for an attack, and that is the close combat towards Indeedee, but Indeedee has done its job. It's set up the Trick Room, it's tanked that close combat, and it has done 4 ticks of Rocky Helmet damage towards the Urshifu.
I was going to say, I think it almost put that Urshifu in knockout range from any other attack on Dylan's team. Certainly an expanding force from this Iron Crown.
Absolutely. Landorus Incarnate is going to be in this game for Justin, but it is a very fast Pokemon, and we have the Trick Room set up. At least Justin has not used the Terrestrialization yet. Remember, he did not Stellar Terra here, so he's probably saving it for Landorus or his 4th Pokemon.
Well, Landorus would be a great Pokemon to consider terrestrializing, as it does have a Steel-type terrestrialization, which would allow him to resist these Psychic-type attacks, and I think most importantly, fire back an Earth Power into the Iron Crown, which will be super effective and cannot be avoided other than a Follow Me from this Ogerpon. So you will have to use 1 Earth Power this turn to potentially get a knockout, or, you know, next turn, as we will be stalling out 1 turn of Trick Room here. But that is a way out of the game.
Ivy Cudgel from Dylan goes into that Landorus' Protect, so no damage here. An expanding force on this Iron Crown will be more than enough to knock out Justin's Urshifu. It's taking so much damage, it's super effective, and the 2 close combat defense and special defense drops anyway, which means Justin is down into his final 2 Pokemon, his last chance to force a Game 3 and keep his hopes alive in this top 4 set relies on the backs of Landorus and Chi-Yu.
Well, these are 2 Pokemon to have in this position, as Chi-Yu will not be taking damage from Psychic type attacks, and as we just discussed, Landorus should be able to deal with that Iron Crown eventually. So Justin, even though his Pokemon are the slowest on the field thanks to that Trick Room, is still in a very commanding position with the amount of offensive pressure he's bringing.
Time to terrestrialize Landorus Incarnate into a Steel type. Now would be resisting any psychic attacks in this direction, like the Expanding Force. Ogerpon with an Ivy Cudgel, no Protect here because the Chi-Yu is choice locked, which means it was never going to attack. Justin down to V3 right now. Landorus, the last chance he has. Single target Expanding Force, even though it is resisted, it sure doesn't feel that way. A 2-hit KO. Sandstream Storm hits on both of Dylan's Pokemon, and now it is 1v1.
Tornadus versus Landorus, a showdown of legendary potential here. 2 of the biggest titans from the Unova region now, battling it out to see who's going to move on to either Game 3 or the finals.
And Tornadus is full HP right now. Yes, Bleakwind Storm is resisted into the Steel typing, but he is low HP. There is 1 Trick Room turn remaining, so Tornadus actually has to protect so that you have to get out of your own Trick Room that you set up to allow Tornadus to be moving first afterwards.
You're absolutely right, and that's just great situational awareness there from Dylan, recognizing how Justin has trained this Landorus.
Bleakwind Storm!
That's gonna miss!
It misses! Landorus doesn't take any damage. Now you go for the Sludge Bomb, and that is a 2-hit KO. He's gonna click it again. Bleakwind does connect this time. It's resisted, and Justin's in the red. Justin with the Sludge Bomb into Tornadus will force a Game 3.
That Bleakwind Storm, unfortunately for Dylan, just kept him away from winning that match, but Justin is able to find his way into a game number 3 by a thread. But what an incredibly exciting game that was.
This is a heart-racing matchup between these 2. We're moving at a blistering pace. Dylan locking his moves in less than 2 seconds, pretty much every time. He knows his strategy. He knew it came down to the inaccurate Bleakwind Storm. And you know what? That's the benefit of winning Game 1, Gabby. You have that wiggle room. Now you can try to win it in Game 3.
But his surprise is gone. I mean, he brought the Psy Spam into this game number 2, and yes, there's a question of will he do it again in this game number 3, but overall, I think that Justin will be prepared, at least mentally, to face it down in a Game 3 situation. Whether or not he makes a big Pokemon adjustment for it is tough to say. I think that the Pokemon he brought were fine for the situation, had he been a little bit more prepared for it. So going into this game number 3, I think it's just a playstyle adjustment from him.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Chi-Yu has not been able to do anything, and couldn't protect under Trick Room. To be fair to Justin, you're not expecting your opponent to be clicking Trick Room in that spot, so all credit to Dylan for taking advantage of that. But I wonder, we saw just how crucial terrestrializing Landorus was in that scenario. It feels like the Terra is, I think, more important on Justin's end because it seems to be a bigger decision, where Dylan is like, you have 5 special attackers, I'm going to terrestrialize my Wellspring.
Yeah, I mean, and Dylan as well has been leading the Ogerpon Wellspring every single game to stop Chi-Yu from feeling comfortable being led in this game. So overall, I think recognizing just how big of a threat that Pokemon is and really keeping it afraid and scared off the field.
Double Genie lead for Justin. Tornadus, Ogerpon, Wellspring for Dylan. The winner of this Game 3 will face Carson Comfer in the Houston Regional Championship.
And once again, this Ogerpon finding itself in a position where it is very threatened to terrestrialize in this turn 1, but Dylan is very comfortable making this decision in all 3 games. What I'm curious about is whether or not Justin is going to account for that in his strategy.
What Justin said in his interview with Sierra was he likes clicking inaccurate moves early because it helps him determine later on what he needs to do for his game plan. Well,
All right.
Gabby, it's getting late early as there's not a lot of time left in this set. You're going to have to rely on some risky turns, especially with the special defense boosting on Ogerpon.
Well, we get 2 terrestrializations, and it's going to be the Landorus locking itself into the Steel type as the second one from Justin.
Going to resist Icy Wind, resist the Bleak Wind Storm, as well as take the Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel neutrally instead of super effectively. A lot of damage onto the Tornadus there by Icy Wind connecting, lowering both of Justin's Pokemon speed by 1 turn. Justin's gonna miss the Ogerpon with the Icy Wind. You still do hit the Tornadus, so you're matching each other's speed with the Prankster, both lowering your speed by 1 end. But where's the Ivy Cudgel going towards? The Landorus or the Tornadus? It's the Tornadus yet again, 3 games in a row. Dylan has targeted down the Tornadus with Ivy Cudgel.
But Justin now can match that with a Sludge Bomb of his own.
Into Tornadus, but doesn't get the KO. It hangs on in the red. Now Dylan will have the speed advantage with Prankster. Next turn, there is no priority that can stop him from clicking Tailwind.
But Fluttermane entering the field with a booster energy to boost its special attack once again does mean that Justin can start dealing significant amounts of damage to these Pokemon. Now, I do have to wonder here if Fluttermane is going to try and protect a turn to allow the Landorus to get some damage down onto the opposing side of the field, but it looks like it's actually the Landorus that's going to be protecting, leaving this Fluttermane vulnerable.
Landorus is protecting, meaning that if Dylan went for Ivy Cudgel into Fluttermane, Justin is going to have a really tough turn here, and that is exactly what happens. Is there a critical hit? It's a one-hit KO. Justin has no damage, a completely passive turn. Landorus protects as he watches his teammate get one-hit KO'd.
But Chi-Yu will be the final Pokemon, but again, it's going to be slower than this Ogerpon. I don't think this Chi-Yu is going to attack this set at all.
Chi-Yu, without the ability to protect in multiple games this set, has been a liability because you just get hit by the Terra Water Ogerpon every time. Simple decision for Dylan. Go for the Ivy Cudgel into the right slot 3 turns in a row and get 3 KOs.
Landorus is the final Pokemon standing in between Dylan and making his way into his first final placement at a regional championship, and Landorus is certainly going to make him take his time.
The special defense boost means Ogerpon can take that like a champ. It's 4v1. Landorus can't make this happen. That battle is conceded, and things are heating up in Houston as Dylan Matthews will face Carson Confer in the finals.
What an incredible match from Dylan. We didn't even see his final 2 Pokemon in that set. It was Ogerpon Wellspring's game the entire time.
100%.
100%.
All 3 games, Ogerpon Wellspring, and kudos to Dylan. Kudos to understanding your team matchup, to understanding the archetype, and not only your best option, but what Justin's best answers was, and it would have been the speed control of Tornadus. He had to delete it every single game in order for Ogerpon to clean up the Fluttermane, which is a one-hit KO, to clean up the Chi-Yu, and to force the Terra from Landorus. Really just Wellspring was perfectly positioned in this set.
Yeah, the special defense boost as well, just coming so in handy against all of Justin's special attackers. And I think there's a lot of good discourse in Regulation F about which Ogerpon to run, and Dylan making a great case for Fluttermane right now in the metagame.
Yeah, and the Ogerpon Wellspring is, I think, 30% usage on phase 2.
Yeah, it was very high.
Houston, so it is incredibly high. People are starting to understand as we wind down in this format just how valuable Ogerpon Wellspring is, both defensively with the special defense boost from a body aspect, and offensively into all of the big threats. The Ivy Cudgels, you didn't even need the critical hits because you're just going to the extra damage you get from being a water type Ray. The other thing, Gabby, by dropping your grass typing, you're no longer weak to Sludge Bomb.
Exactly. No, that Ogerpon was perfectly positioned in every way.
It is a little sad though. I will be honest. You know, we'll have to talk about it at the next quarterly meeting of the Justin Burns fan club. We'll have to figure out what went wrong in that set. But it's not really a Justin wrong. It is a pro Dylan.
I was gonna say I think Justin played that game very, very well. It was just the Ogerpon was again positioned perfect, and there just was only so much he could do to try and get around it.
Well, we know our finals is set, but before we get there, Sierra caught up with our junior and senior champions this weekend here in Houston. So let's take a look.
It's not just about the Masters division at any of these regional events, but we have the juniors and the seniors division going on as well. The junior finals, which are happening right now between Cameron Connor and Zach Thompson. Both very strong players, piloting really aggressive teams. We have the Tornadus for Cameron, as well as this Whimsicott and Ogrepon Heartflame for Zach. Both of them feeling confident about their team, and Cameron's been undefeated on the day, but the two have prior history, having faced off in top 8 at EUIC, and Zach knocking Cameron out of the tournament with what he described was a worse version of his current team. So now in the finals at Houston, it's time to see if this revised version of the team can take the win and who's going to be your Houston Juniors Regional Champion. I am here with the champion of your juniors division. We have Cameron Connor. How was the match? You've won again. Let's go.
I would say it was kind of, it's kind of like a medium difficulty. And it was the team was really hard to play against. But I do practice a lot. I've been preparing for this situation. Raging Bull Balistan has been very popular in the juniors VGC division and also Masters.
It really has been. And I mean, you went through Swiss and Top Cut. You went undefeated and then taking the championship. So how does that feel? Like, that's a really high level of play.
I don't know, it feels good.
It's just another day winning. What can I say? And you were saying now this is your third competition you won? Like, that is a really impressive run. That's a lot of medals.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so talk to me about that. How do you keep winning?
There's a thing called stacking practices. Basically, you stack. It's basically, so you know, like in basketball and like other sports, you have to stack practices. That's basically it for Pokemon.
Okay. We got bring it in the other sports. I love this mindset. Last but not least, I want to let you be able to go celebrate. Do you have any shout outs or final words?
To my parents, my mom and dad. To my brothers, Calvin Connor, who's currently knocked out of day 2 right now, but okay. And Mr. 2016, Corey Connor. And also my coach, Marco Silva. And also some friends that helped me during this tournament. Sam, Chalky, Carson. He won the last regional at Seattle.
I mean, that is a lot of really strong people to help you out. Last but not least, you got your 3 medals. When are you getting the 4th win?
Nationals.
Saving it for NAIC. I love it. Congratulations on the win. Best of luck to you. As for us, back to our competition. Right now, the finals of the senior division is happening between Hayes Neely and Nathan Kirkpatrick. Really exciting matchup with 2 very different teams, with Hayes piloting a more slower team, looking a lot more at these trick room options and powerful attackers. A team that he has described as being quite fun going throughout the tournament. Nathan, on the other hand, we see a little bit more of this tailwind, something a little bit more reminiscent of Regulation F. He didn't think he would quite make it this far, but now that he's in the finals, it's time to see the clash between these 2 players and these teams and who's going to come out on top. I am here with Nathan Kirkpatrick, your seniors division champion. You said you were nervous going into it, but you get the win. How was the finals?
It was very tense. I was scared, but I ended up winning 2-0, and I'm very proud of that.
Nice. That's a really strong win. So how are you able to accomplish that as well? I know that the teams were drastically different.
Yeah, I was just trying to over-prepare for that Reggie Drago Choice Scarf because it boomed me yesterday. But I made sure to always have like Rillaboom's Fake Out and terrain control available, and I think that's what clutched the win for me.
And then how does it feel being able to be a regional champion, especially too? I know you've started back in, you said January in 24 you started with locals?
Yeah, it feels unreal almost because I was like texting my friends the whole time, and one of them even came here for her first regionals. And I was just very excited because I didn't think I'd make it to even day 2, let alone the finals.
And then now you're the champion. So congratulations on the fantastic run. I want you to be able to go and celebrate with your friends too. But before I let you go, any shout outs or thanks for those who have helped you along the way?
Mainly my mom. She's my main shout out. And also my friend William, who has helped me every day for team building and to talk to.
We love the mom shout out over there. I see her smiling away. Congratulations again on the win. Looking forward to the next one.
Thank you so much, Sierra. We are now back here at the 2026 Houston Regional Championships. Dwee Ha and Aaron saying behind the desk. It's been an exciting top cut so far, and now, Aaron, guess what?
Guess what?
We're down to our final match.
Final match, 2 players remain. Tornadus Hyper Offense really has felt like it was the call for this event, as that was the remaining archetype of all 3 players. But as we take a quick look at the bracket, Dewey, I can't remember the last time we've seen every set be a 2-1 here.
It's been a long time, right? There's always that sort of mix-up, but I mean, with with hyper offensive teams, if something just doesn't go right, I mean, like with a lot of the Tornadus things, yeah, exactly. I mean, you miss one Bleak Wind Storm, all that could add up and maybe cost you a game, but yeah, 2 1s all around the board, so no quick 2-0s, but instead we're getting some very exciting best of 3 sets.
It has been so fun to watch, and we are just getting set up as our finalists get seated. For Carson Confer, he is a player that has reached the top so many times in VGC. And Senior Division World Champion, 2018 Latin American International Champion, Regional Champion last season. It's been on a tear.
And over on the other side, Dylan Matthews has come close. Dylan has made it to top cuts before, finishing as high as a top 4. So this is actually Dylan's strongest finish at a regional championship. So Dylan adding to the resume, a finalist here in Houston, but you know what would sound even better than a finalist, Aaron?
Champion.
Exactly. You got me there.
He's been having, honestly, an incredible season, though. Dylan is, I believe, 30th in terms of championship points in North America at the moment, right? So very much in striking distance of already solidifying his World Championship invite. After this event, I think likely will be qualified for Worlds, if not very, very close, even if he doesn't get the automatic invite. But I'm sure, both players are really, really looking to get that title champion, or championship title. And the matchup, I think, is going to be really interesting because it is this hyper-offensive Tornadus Tailwind, but both players do have a Trick Room user with Imprison as well.
Yeah. Imprison mind games are always tough, right? Like, you never want to be on the opposite end of Imprison, but like, that is a great way if you're kind of like trying to set up super hyper-offensive teams to just stop Trick Room from coming up, right? We've seen a lot of matchups before where it's just like, well, okay, you need a way to deal with the potential of the Trick Room, right? We saw that in the top 4 match, or sorry, the top 8 match between Zach and Justin, where, Trick Room was really one of Zach's options, but then the hyper offense was just too much. So then, Justin could easily just set up a Tailwind and just immediately deal so much damage onto the other side. So really just trying to find ways to make sure that your Tailwind is what matters the most in these matchups.
Yeah, I think the dynamic of this is always so interesting because it's so important about when you actually click that Tailwind. Both players have Tornadus with the exact same moveset. It's Bleak Wind Storm, Icy Wind, Tailwind, and Protect. But for Carson, he's got the Covert Cloak as we take a quick look at their teams. 2 different takes on Tornadus Tailwind offense. Of course, Carson using that Canto Ninetales to help set up the sun, deal massive amounts of damage, of course, enable that Fluttermane and Photosynthesis as well. Super decorated player. He's been in this game for over a decade. And on Dylan's end, come so close. Top 16, top 32, top 4. This is the furthest he's ever gone in a tournament, and he is one opponent away from winning it all.
Yeah, and, you see the Trick Room mode over on Carson's side. We mentioned it briefly, but, Dylan does have that Iron Crown and the Indeedee over on Dylan's side to kind of like do that side spam or also go a Trick Room mode if necessary. As now we take a look at Carson's team here. The Furgraph, the Fluttermane, the Ninetales, the Ogerpon, the Tornadus, and the Urshifu. The Urshifu single strike, such a very powerful option in order to try to punch holes into the opposing teams.
Yeah, Carson here, of course, just using some really fast Pokemon naturally in Fluttermane, Ogerpon, and Tornadus. And so basically, with Tailwind, you just ensure that you almost always go first with the team composition like this. The Farigiraf here is more to make sure that opposing Trick Rooms don't get set up, right? Because with the team as fast-paced as this, if Trick Room gets set up, you often will get crushed under it. So having the Imprison means that you can deny Trick Room from the opposing end. And so I think, the 2 key kind of setup Pokemon to pay attention to on Carson's end are going to be the Tornadus and the Farigiraf. The Tornadus here, of course, has the ability to set up Tailwind. That can help match Dylan's Tailwind. And that can be really helpful because Carson's Pokemon are a little bit bit faster paced than Dylan's, right? This Fluttermane and this Ogerpon will be really well positioned, and so should Dylan try to prioritize Tailwind as well, Fluttermane and Ogerpon will have the speed advantage, right? And so for Carson, one mode you can lean into is set up your Tailwind and just like outpace Dylan with your fastest Pokemon, but the Farigiraf is a big question mark, right? You might want to bring it because Dylan does have his own NDD with Trick Room. Should Trick Room get set up with NDD, should Carson not be able to deny that, it can spell some huge problems for him.
Yeah, and of course, you know, with the imprisons around, right? Like that also comes into play. Like if you're trying to deny your opponent Trick Room, then, you know, the faster imprison's gonna win out.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I guess like, yeah.
You can imprison the opposing imprison and then set up Trick Room afterwards. So a lot of complexity to it. Dylan running, you know, also what is a Tornadus offensive team, but the Pokemon are a little bit slower paced, right? Like Landers, Ogerpon, Urshifu are also pretty fast Pokemon in this format, but they're not as fast as, say, the Fluttermane, as well as the Rock Ogerpon, which is, you know, very heavily invested in speed.
Yeah, and of course the differences in the two Urshifu single strikes as well. Carson having a little bit more longevity with that Focus Sash. You know, we've seen a lot of times where the Focus Sash does like pay off because it forces like sort of like more attacks to be targeted down into that single strike Urshifu just to break that Focus Sash. But then over on Dylan's side, just pure power, right? With that choice band option, just really trying to punch more holes into Carson's team than the Urshifu over on Carson's can punch into Dylan's team.
Yeah, one of the things I think to pay attention to from Dylan's side is who do you Terra and when you commit to it, right? We saw in the previous match that Dylan played in, he was also up against an opposing Tornadus team. He really leaned into Tornadus plus Ogerpon and would just go for, you know, double up on turn one, knock out the opposing Tornadus, Terra the Ogerpon to get that special defense boost and, of course, do more damage. The thing is here, if you Terra your Ogerpon in the matchup, it do open up a brand new weakness to that grass typing, which means that the Ogerpon from Carson's end can just launch a Power Whip into it, right? Similarly, should Urshifu go for Fire Terra, Carson's Ogerpon can go for an Ivy Cudgel, which deals super effective damage. And so Dylan likely will be looking for a good defensive Terra in one key turn to make sure that he gets a pivotal knockout, but he has to be careful because often going for a Terra one turn will open up new weaknesses. So I think Carson naturally has the bigger speed advantage here. One of the things to pay attention to is that Tornadus item as well. You've got Covert Cloak on Carson's Tornadus, meaning that you will be immune to Icy Wind speed draws from the opposing sides. Both players' Tornaduses appear to be quite speedy as well, so that's one of the other questions, right? We've seen players sometimes just go for an Icy Wind, drop speed, get a knockout. Won't necessarily work against Carson, but here we go, game one.
The finals between Dylan and Carson. It's going to be the Ninetales and the Fluttermane leads over on Carson's side of the field, while it's going to be the Urshifu and the Tornadus over on Dylan's side. So here we go. The Ninetales activating the Sun and, of course, activating the Photosynthesis on that Fluttermane. So this Fluttermane is going to be hitting so hard right now.
Yeah, Carson, though, not opting to go for speed control here with the potential Tornadus, right? Which means Dylan on turn one can just go for Tailwind, Fire Terra defensively with the Urshifu, and launch a Wicked Blow into either slot here. Carson can try to either attack offensively with the Ninetales, or you could go for a Helping Hand, increase your damage output a little bit, but there's the Focus Sash on Tornadus anyway, so you can see he's opting for that Heat Wave option just to try to get the knockout onto Tornadus on turn one. For Dylan, the key question then is if you commit to that Fire Terra Wicked Blow play, who are you going to target with it?
Yeah, so now there will be a Terrestrialization committed. It is going to be the Fluttermane over on Carson's side of the field. So getting that Fairy typing, going to be able to shake off that neutral hit and make it resisted any attack from that Urshifu over on Dylan's side, as Dylan will also commit the Terrestrialization as well. Going to Terrestrialize the Urshifu into that Fire type to, you know, be defensive as well. So both Terrestrializations committed here on turn one of game one of the finals. So now here we go. Fluttermane going for the Dazzling Gleam spread damage here. Going to go hit into the Tornadus and the Urshifu, but because of that Terrestrialization, so important here, as the Tornadus will now go ahead and go for an Icy Wind, slow things down just a little bit. Huge speed drop on the Fluttermane, but most importantly, also a speed drop on that Ninetales to allow this Urshifu to go for a Wicked Blow into the Ninetales and gets the KO.
I really like that play by Dylan. So opting for Icy Wind instead of Tailwind, the one scary thing there is obviously you could miss Icy Wind, but it means that obviously one, you drop the speed immediately, and two, it means you've staggered Tailwind, right? It's not like you've now kind of spent a turn Tailwind and you can get this subsequent turn, right? And notably, you've dropped Fluttermane speed, so even if Tailwind goes up on both ends, Urshifu should be faster than the Fluttermane, right? So nice play on turn one. I think what's really important for both players is you got to make sure you click Tailwind before your Pokemon faints, because if you don't, then you will basically give up the entire speed advantage to the opposing side. So I think Dylan off to a quite nice turn 1 here, right? Yeah, you can just go for Tailwind now and launch the Wicked Blow from Urshifu into either slot. My question is whether or not the Choice Band Wicked Blow knocks out Tornadus. Is Carson's Tornadus trained in a way that can survive this hit? If not, there'll be 2 quick knockouts to start off this game.
Yeah, so right now, Carson debating on what option to do here, maybe going for that Tailwind, but like you said, you don't want to see your Tornadus go down without being able to set up a Tailwind at all. I mean, that's what Tornadus is really for, as Tornadus will instead switch out from Carson's side here and reveal the last Pokemon. It is going to be the Single Strike Urshifu that has been hiding in the back, as the Tornadus over on Dylan's side will set up a Tailwind right now and give that Urshifu that advantage on the speed. So here comes a Wicked Blow into that Urshifu slot on Carson's side, importantly breaking that Focus Sash right now, as the Flutter Mane content to just go for a Dazzling Gleam, so will be able to knock out that Tornadus and continue to chip away at that Urshifu.
Yeah, nicely done by Carson here, saying, look, there's no point in trying to match the Tailwind because I know I've already eaten up the speed drop, so I might as well play defensively. And with Urshifu being brought out, now you have 2 Pokemon that resist that Wicked Blow. This is Choice Band Urshifu on the opposing side, so now Carson, of course, can threaten a Sucker Punch into that slot this subsequent turn. So big question now is, what do you have if you are Dylan in the back, right? You do still have that speed advantage with Tailwind. You can bring out something really powerful, for example, like the Landorus. It's actually going to be Indeedee, and so the value of Indeedee here is that it does set up Psychic Terrain, which means that now you can no longer go for that Sucker Punch. It also means the Indeedee here, of course, has access to Helping Hand. You could go for something like Helping Hand plus Wicked Blow. Question is whether or not that gets a knockout onto the Flutter Mane. You know, it's Choice Band, it is boosted, and the Flutter Manes on these compositions aren't often like the bulkiest, but it is still resisting it, and so yeah, we'll have to see.
Yeah, indeed, it does also open up an opportunity for a potential Follow Me as well, to be able to redirect anything from the Urshifu over, from Carson's Urshifu over, but obviously, like, the Dazzling Gleam might just be enough to pick up the KO from that Urshifu right now too, right? So a lot, okay, just going straight for the Helping Hand here. How much damage will this Urshifu be able to deal? It is going to go for a Wicked Blow now in that Flutter Mane, gets the KO.
Knockout. Yeah, big knockout there. I think if you don't get that knockout, it feels like Carson actually probably just gets a double knockout in return. Flutter Mane now, of course, will faint. But Urshifu, of course, will get a big attack off here as well. It's going to be the Wicked Blow target, and it is going to target into the Indeedee, so a quick trade here.
Yeah, so Indeedee, very, very useful and very important to be able to set up that knockout onto the Terrestrialized Flutter Mane, but it pays the price, gets knocked out. So here we go now. It's going to be the final 2 Pokemon from each side. It's going to be the Landorus from Dylan's side, and of course that Tornadus that has already retreated into the back. So now, how is this turn gonna play out?
2 turns of Tailwind on the opposing end, so of course Carson now can set up his own Tailwind. You, of course, could click Protect with your Pokemon, but then you are protecting in front of an Urshifu, right? For Dylan, I think it makes a lot of sense to just launch the Wicked Blow into the Tornadus slot. The question is, with Landorus, do you want to maybe double up into the Tornadus if you don't think you'll get the knockout, or do you want to just launch the Earth Power here into Urshifu? There is also, you know, the option of just attacking here with Tornadus rather than going for the Tailwind, but I think Dylan having 2 turns of Tailwind is quite nice for him, and so we'll see if he's going to be able to like leverage that speed control enough to like take over the game. Right now, though, like the Choice Band Urshifu still looking really scary.
And Landorus over on Dylan's side connects with the Earth Power, picks up the easy KO on that Urshifu on Carson's side. It's just 1 Tornadus standing away from Dylan, clinching game 1 here, as Urshifu from Dylan's side will go for the Wicked Blow as well and get the KO. So Dylan goes up 1-0 here in this set.
And he just had the entire speed control, right? Throughout that entire game, it was just Tailwind, and Carson brought Tornadus, but never really clicked that Tailwind, never matched the speed, and Choice Band Urshifu was happy to just get knockout after knockout after knockout, right? So I think Carson's lead was pretty vulnerable to the Fire Terra Urshifu, so I think Dylan was 1 step ahead, having identified, hey, Tornadus plus Fire Urshifu is a really good lead. And I was talking about, hey, pay attention to these Terras, because should you Fire Terra into Urshifu, you become weak to Rock Ogerpon. Carson didn't bring the Rock Ogerpon into this game, right? And Ninetales honestly didn't contribute very much either. So I think if you are in Carson's shoes, a couple of different angles that you can consider. The first is like bringing the Tornadus out immediately, consider Tailwinding with it. You could also drop the Ninetales and replace it with Rock Ogerpon. So play, you know, to a similar early game where it's like, okay, Flutter Mane at least forces the Terra out of the Urshifu, then Rock Ogerpon can take over the game afterwards. But yeah, I think the Ninetales unfortunately didn't really contribute that much in that game, other than basically enabling photosynthesis, and Carson just never clicked Tailwind and really gave up full speed advantage.
Yeah, so now Carson needs to think about how Carson can manage that speed control, right? I mean, the Tornadus does have that covert cloak, as you mentioned, won't be susceptible to the potential icy wind. I mean, thinking back to it, Dylan's first turn was simply too good, right?
Yeah.
Like the
there
icy
wasn't
wind,
much counterplay to it.
No, the icy wind into that Ninetales, dropping its speed to ensure that the Urshifu on Dylan's side will be able to outspeed and pick up the KO, kind of just immediately put Dylan in the advantage, and then kind of like also having to switch in that Tornadus and then switching it out immediately kind of feels bad, right?
It feels really bad, and we saw Wicked Blow is so powerful, gets the one-hit knockout onto Tornadus. So I think if you're a person, like, there's a bunch of different angles you can take. The first is just a new lead adjustment, and I think like Tornadus Fluttermane is something that's appealing, right? And then bring Rock Ogre Pawn in the back with Urshifu, or you could run it back and play differently.
And it looks like we're going different modes from Dylan's side too. Looks like it's going to be the Fluttermane and the Ninetales, so no lead adjustment from Carson here, but it looks like Dylan is going to go ahead and switch over to the Eye Spam mode right here with that Iron Crown and the Indeedee.
Having a Calm Mind Water Terra Iron Crown is pretty nice in this position, right? So for example, on turn 1, what you could go for is immediately commit that Water Terra on the Iron Crown, go for a Follow Me with the Indeedee, or even a Trick Room if you wanted to, and get a Calm Mind off with the Iron Crown. The big question I have once again is, what does Carson have in the back, right? Because I was thinking, once again, Rock Ogre Pawn is so good once you cover for these Terras. And of course, the Iron Crown might feel threatened to Terra right now because of course you are facing so much offensive damage, especially the fire type damage here from the Ninetales. And you can see Carson's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to try to target down your Indeedee. I don't want Trick Room to get set up, and it's likely that you will commit a Terra onto your Iron Crown. So let me just like try to burst Indeedee down turn 1 with the Overheat combination. But it's not going to be a Terra. It's actually going to be Protect. But we know what Ninetales is doing, so does Indeedee just faint here?
So here we go. Fluttermane will connect with the Dazzling Gleam into that Indeedee. A little bit of passive play right now from Dylan, possibly hoping that Indeedee can get away with the Trick Room, but no, it's going to be an overheat into that Indeedee slot and gets a huge knockout.
It's a big, big turn 1 for Carson, right? It felt like Dylan had a middle ground play, which was Water Terra, Calm Mind, and Indeedee go for Trick Room and say, look, you can commit to one of the 2 slots, but you can't knock out both of them, but instead kind of just sacrifices Indeedee. However, this is still not terrible, right? Because now the Ninetales is at -2 special attack. You saw that the Iron Crown has now committed to locking into the Fluttermane is now committed to locking into Dazzling Gleam. A Tornadus, of course, can set up a Tailwind, get speed control up here, so you could go for something like a Tailwind plus, you know, Water Terra, Calm Mind is one option. You could also go for damage here immediately. The key thing that Iron Crown obviously has to watch out for is going to be that Urshifu in the back, right? Because it is going to be completely immune to the expanding force. So Dylan, you know, I think maybe wanting to set up Trick Room on turn 1 doesn't end up working out, but now has to Tornadus out, and Ninetales at -2 does feel a little bit awkward. I think for Dylan, though, it probably makes sense to commit the Terra here in Iron Crown now.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise we'll just get easily knocked out by, but no, no terrestrialization commit right there.
Will you get the knockout on Ninetales?
Tailwind goes up. Fluttermane will go for a Dazzling Gleam. Because it didn't terrestrialize, we'll take that easier from that Iron Crown. Here comes an Expanding Force from the Iron Crown. Is it enough to KO the Ninetales from that range? And it is.
Okay.
Big, big knockout right there. So smart play from Dylan, recognizing that if I terrestrialize just to be safe against that Ninetales, I'll actually take more damage from that Fluttermane with the Dazzling Gleam.
Exactly, yeah. So probably feeling pretty confident about that. Ninetales, of course, is not the bulkiest Pokemon. Not a very common Pokemon, though, right? It, like, is not one that people will often have prepared a lot for. However, now advantage in terms of damage output comes out to Dylan, right? You get a ton off there. Tornadus switches in. That's not a Pokemon that really loves taking Expanding Force either. Could go for a Steel Terra here with the Tornadus to, you know, gain a resistance. Or you can see Carson considering, look, I'm going to protect. I'm just going to, like, sacrifice the Fluttermane. Then I'll get my main attacker in, which is, of course, going to be that Dark Urshifu. But Carson has, you know, lost a couple Pokemon, or one Pokemon, and a lot of damage really quickly in this match.
Yeah, but, you know, you will stagger the turns of Tailwind, right, if Carson chooses to go for Tailwind here. So that's kind of advantageous because the Tailwind will be in Carson's advantage for a little bit. But it looks like Tornadus will protect itself here. So going for that option of sacrificing this Fluttermane, Fluttermane can tend to just go for a Dazzling Gleam, but smart play from Dylan to not allow more damage to go down onto that Tornadus. Will connect onto that Iron Crown, but it looks like Iron Crown now will go for a Tachyon Cutter. Ooh. And it does go into that Tornadus slot, though. No 2 hits there.
No 2 hits, but I think that's actually a big deal because you deny a free switch in, right?
Absolutely.
I think Carson was hoping for Urshifu to be able to come out safely, but now you can see he's hovering over this Steel Terra. If you don't Steel Terra, you actually probably just lose both Pokemon this turn. So opting for the Steel Terra, you get your Tailwind up. One of the key questions for Dylan then is there a world in which you actually switch out the Tornadus and then try to stagger Tailwind again? But it looks like the answer is going to be no. So the speed advantage will go over to Carson, I think, coming into this endgame now.
Yeah, so now the Terastallization has to be committed from Carson's side to be that Steel type. Does not want to sacrifice that Tornadus just yet, so unfortunate sequencing right there for Carson, as the Tornadus on Carson's side will go ahead and set up a Tailwind now as the Flutter Mane continues to use Dazzling Gleam, gets the KO on that Tornadus, chips Iron Crown down to below 50% of its hit points, but here comes another expanding force, or it's actually going for the Tachyon Cutter in that Tornadus. Here's 2 hits.
So let's see, what is Dylan's final Pokemon, right? Because the Terra is still available, and it is going to be the Landorus. So Steel Terra Landorus not bad. However, Dark Urshifu waiting in the back with speed control looks like it is really, really well matched into this end game, right? And so Carson here could just go for something like Dazzling Gleam plus a Bleak Wind Storm. With the Tailwind set up, then I think Dark Urshifu should be immensely well positioned. And so let's see. We double-checked the board state, 1 turn of Tailwind from the opposing side, but the good thing for Carson is he's got the speed advantage in his favor right now. Dylan's Tailwind is about to get stalled out as well, positioning Dark Urshifu really, really nicely. I think the main thing here is you don't want to risk switching in your Urshifu because that's kind of the primary win condition at this point. And now the Terra has been committed on the opposing side, presumably going to be that Steel Terra on the Landorus that helps this turn with resistances, but now that is going to be extra weak to close combat in the back.
Yep, so Steel Terastallization takes these Dazzling Gleams much better, and potential of a Bleak Wind Storm as well. Flutter Mane now uses Dazzling Gleam, chips away at that Iron Crown, chips away at that Landorus, and here comes a Bleak Wind Storm, connects with both Pokemon. 2 Steel types over on the other side, takes those pretty well. Iron Crown does get a speed drop, but again, the speed control is already there. Here's the Sandsear Storm, connects onto the Tornadus and the Flutter Mane, so connecting and getting the KOs. Now it's just that 1 single strike Urshifu with that Focus Sash intact in the bag.
Focus Sash intact, and you've got multiple turns of Tailwind to work with, right? You should be able to just get a knockout onto 1. The other Pokemon will maybe bring you down to, well, actually, I think you just target the Iron Crown because Tachyon Cutter obviously is a multi-hit move. Landorus can bring you down to 1 HP, but with 1 more turn of Tailwind afterwards, you just close combat Landorus, and it should go to a Game 3 at this point.
Yeah, so well played by Carson to kind of really get that speed control in the late game, right? Like, staggering those Tailwind turns was so important just to be able to ensure this end state right here.
Yep, exactly. So Wicked Blow into Iron Crown, right? You don't want to hit Attacking Cutter, get crit. That will get the knockout. Landorus will bring this down to Focus Sash, but with 1 last turn of Tailwind, close combat seals the deal.
Yep, so there it is. The Wicked Blow landing into the Iron Crown. Now getting that KO. Here's Landorus going for an Earth Power, bringing Urshifu down to its Focus Dash, but now Urshifu can easily just clean up with the ability to pick up the KO at this point.
And so Carson made a great adjustment, right? I mean, once again, I think so much of this matchup is basically when are you able to set up Tailwind, right? So close combat comes out and gets
Carson
so
sets up Game 3. Here we go, Aaron.
Yeah, like I think so much of this matchup feels like it is a question of when do you set up your Tailwind and are you able to get it to a point where your opponent can't really respond, right? So when you get the knockout onto Tornadus is a really big deal. Carson also started this game off with a free knockout, essentially, right? I think Dylan may be greeting with Indy a little bit too much on turn 1. Curious how it would have played out if it were, for example, just an immediate Water Terra Calm Mind on the first turn. You get both special attack and a special defense boost, which of course is really, really nice. The other thing to recognize here is that like the late game Dark Urshifu, incredibly powerful on Carson's end in an end game, especially under Tailwind. So I think, the Indy mix-up, cool, it enables the Psychic Terrain, but at the end of the day, it is a pretty liable slot, right? Because it is not going to do any damage. This Pokemon literally does not have any offensive moves. So if you're bringing Indy, you really either have to get value out of it by, for example, setting up the Imprison or, going for Helping Hand to boost up damage. But at the end of the day, I think Indy not able to contribute basically anything in that game other than boosting Iron Crown up a little bit. So if you're Dylan, I think maybe you go back to what worked in the first game. I think Carson has shown he really likes the Ninetales plus Flutter Mane lead combination in particular, so you could consider leading, for example, Landorus if you're Dylan. The Landorus, of course, can threaten both Pokemon, especially Earth Power into Ninetales. You could even read Flutter Mane going for a Fairy Terror or Protect in front of it turn 1, then Life Orb Sludge Bomb it. And so Landorus plus Tornadus is one lead mix-up that Dylan could consider, or going back to the Fire Urshifu.
Yep, so now we're coming down to the wire here, Aaron. Nail-biting Game 3, 2 hyper-offensive teams. Carson Confer versus Dylan Matthews. Carson no stranger to this stage before, has regional championships under his belt, has a world championship under his belt, has an international championship under his belt. Dylan Matthews over on the other side, you know, has gotten close before, has made it to the top 4. This is Dylan's strongest finish, and is it going to end in a championship for Dylan?
One game away for both of these players. Does Dylan make a mix-up once again? Does he go back to what worked in game 1? Do we see a Landers lead? It is going to be Iron Crown and NAD. So, okay, we're running it back from the previous game, and I think Dylan certainly must have learned from how that previous game played out, right? I was talking about potentially going for Water Terra, potentially going for Calm Mind. You could theoretically also just turn 1 go, you know, Helping Hand, Expanding Force. Try to get a double knockout immediately. So, a lot of options here from Dylan on turn 1.
But that could happen, right? Last game, the Indeedee just got immediately knocked out. Iron Crown kind of just played a little bit passive, but you know, do you want to commit the Water Terastallization right now to make sure?
Could it be Helping Hand Moonblast into Iron Crown, expecting Helping Hand Water Terra Expanding Force? Okay, it looks like it's going to be the Heat Wave block.
It's the safest play. This is game 3, Aaron. You don't want to have any chances here. All right.
We're okay. Here we go.
Terastallization committed now. It is going to be Carson's Flutter Mane to the Fairy type to get those boosts, as well as, yeah, you know, it's a very strong boost right now, just trying to get as much damage down onto the field as possible. And this time around, Dylan will commit the Terastallization as well. It is going to be the Iron Crown Terastallizing into that Water type. It is now taking neutral hits from any type of attack from the Moonblast here. And how much damage is this gonna do? Moonblast does go into that Iron Crown and hangs on with just a sliver of 190 so it follows up with the Heat Wave, and it misses the Iron Crown.
Are you kidding me?
Huge dodge right there. Burn happens onto the Indeedee, but now Iron Crown gets to go for a move. It is going to be the Calm Mind right here.
Is it Trick Room getting set up? That is the big question. If it is, I mean, you've got to think so, right? What other move could it possibly be clicking here?
And it is a Trick Room.
Oh, folks, we have quite the game here. I mean, that Heat Wave miss, definitely brutal. I think Carson recognizing, look, if you don't Terra, my Heat Wave is just going to deal super effective damage. You kind of have to Terra. I don't think you're going to make the same play like you did in the previous game, right? And so gets it right, but unfortunately misses that Heat Wave. That is one of the biggest downfalls of a Pokemon like Ninetales, where you have multiple inaccurate attacks. So really nice play by Carson, recognizing Dylan is not going to go for the same play as he did previously. Dylan, of course, could have just gone for Protect Trick Room once again. It actually would have worked out well here. Then the following turn, you can Helping Hand, Expanding Force. So big Heat Wave miss to start off the game. And now Iron Crown in a position to, of course, spam that Expanding Force, but the best switch in to an Expanding Force is going to be Dark Urshifu, and that's exactly what's coming out right now.
Urshifu will take the field here, will be able to be immune there, so no damage being dealt here, but you know, one nice thing is that Iron Crown does also have a special attack boost, so that's going to be pretty nice. Indeedee will be able to use Follow Me to draw away attacks, but I mean, Indeedee will only be able to take one attack from that Dark Urshifu, so I mean, yeah, Dylan got the Trick Room up, but right now, Dylan needs to identify a way to knock out this Urshifu to open up the door for that Iron Crown.
Yeah, I think perfect switching for Carson there. Dylan could have made a read and maybe gone for something like Helping Hand, Tacky, and Cutter. If you get that right and you knock out Urshifu, Expanding Force honestly kind of just clears the game, it feels like, at that point. So it's a really hard read to make, though, right? Like, are you willing to gamble your tournament life on it? The answer ends up being no. So really, really tense because, yeah, while Trick Room is set up, the Iron Crown is incredibly frail. I mean, he does have that Calm Mind boost as well, and so maybe you don't even need the Helping Hand, and the Tacking Cutter by itself can just get the knockout onto Urshifu. Dylan right now, however, has to make the right targeting, right? So he just ends up going for Follow Me, saying, look, I know that your Urshifu does not have spread moves, so this means I will be able to protect my Iron Crown.
Here's an Expanding Force, doesn't affect the Urshifu, but will be able to get the KO onto the Ninetales there, thanks to that Calm Mind boost. So Ninetales will fall, but now this Indeedee will also fall as well with this Wicked Blow from that Urshifu and gets the KO onto that Indeedee. So now Dylan will be able to switch in a fresh Pokemon to partner up with this Iron Crown, but at the same time, Carson will also be able to switch in something as well. So Dylan's going to have to identify what's the best way to try to maneuver around this Urshifu here.
It's the Landers coming out. I was thinking if it was the Urshifu on Dylan's end, you just like have so much damage, right? You can pressure with Attacking Cutter immediately, and then Wicked Blow. So Carson's probably a little bit happier to see that Landers over something like that Dark Urshifu. It makes me wonder if Dylan actually just dropped it in this one. Either way, though, Iron Crown, like, I can't express how big it was that it dodged that Heat Wave turn 1, because even with just a little bit of HP, it is such a menace under Trick Room, and Dylan having the slower Pokemon, like, he found the angle to set up Trick Room, and it has the pressure to deal so much damage.
Yeah, and that Rocky helmet from that Indeedee is coming in clutch as well.
Clutch.
Kind of breaking that focus, well, not kind of, it does break that focus dash on that Urshifu as well, so that Urshifu is not sitting as safe as Carson would like. Tornadus on Carson's side will protect itself here. Doesn't want to take any damage, as the Urshifu will also detect, wanting to see what Dylan is planning, as well as stalling out these turns of Trick Room, as the Expanding Force will now land into these Protect and Detects. And also we'll see what Landorus does this turn. Landorus does go for an Earth Power, does target down into that Urshifu, so just really trying to burst down all of Carson's team right now.
This is the turn, though, right? It feels like it's been so tense, but with one more turn of Trick Room left, can Carson stall it out effectively without taking too much damage? You are at risk of eating up just another Expanding Force and Earth Power this turn. So it feels like it favors Dylan pretty substantially right now. If you are Carson, you can consider clicking Protect again, right? The odds are not going to be in your favor, but if you get it, you can see he's hovering it. If you get it, it could be the difference maker. You, of course, could just also choose to attack here. Carson is deciding, do I want to risk it? It's a 1 in 3 chance. Should you go for Detect a second time here?
This
the time is running out.
It's going for it.
Oh, man.
It's going to be a Tailwind as the Trick Room expires. Urshifu goes for it. Detect does not get it. Carson not happy about that at all. Tornadus will be able to go for a Tailwind as the Trick Room expires now. And now here comes an Expanding Force from that Iron Crown. Doesn't affect the Urshifu, doesn't matter. Gets KO on that Tornadus. And here comes Landorus with an Earth Power into that Urshifu slot. It's just going to be the one Flutter Mane remaining on Carson's side. But Dylan bursting down all of Carson's team right now with this Iron Crown.
Okay, however, there is still a Flutter Mane now, you know, under Tailwind. Sunlight expires, no more Trick Room. Everything disappears, terrain also disappears, but Fairy Terra Flutter Mane, I mean, what is Dylan's final Pokemon, right? Because Flutter Mane right now can just start clicking Dazzling Gleam across the board. However, I mean, yeah, like, you will feint to attacking Cutter, right? And then Landorus will also get a super effective Sludge Bomb off here, so it feels like Dylan should be in good control here. Carson is betting it on this Dazzling Gleam. No other decisions for him to make in this game. It's just going to be Dazzling Gleam every turn. Dylan's got 2 different Pokemon with super effective hits here. And I think Landorus should be able to survive a Fairy Terra Specs Dazzling Gleam and retaliate back with the Sludge Bomb.
Yeah. Flutter Mane is pretty bulky on the specially defensive side, and of course there's always that chance for the crit now.
Ooh.
As the Landorus over on Dylan's side will retreat here, so saving that Landorus for a little bit later, as the Tornadus will take the field here, possibly trying to set up a Tailwind after this turn, if the Tornadus can survive here. So here's the Dazzling Gleam from that Flutter Mane, will land into that Tornadus that has just switched in. So trying to stall at the Tailwind as well as match the Tailwind, you know, as the Tornadus hangs on. That was close, though. If that was a critical hit, that might have gotten the KO there.
Yeah, 2 more turns of Tailwind crucially here, though, right? So I don't know. I was kind of surprised to actually see the Landorus switch out there. Maybe Dylan was afraid of getting crit, because the Tornadus does eat up a lot of damage here. And so, yeah, we'll protect stall to turn. It can't protect the next turn, though, right? So then you'll give up the Iron Crown here. Then what you can do the next turn is Tailwind plus Sludge Bomb, and then Sludge Bomb once again. 2 Sludge Bombs gets it. It's kind of the same position, just hoping to, yeah, not eat up a critical hit with the Landorus. But Tornadus being the final Pokemon makes perfect sense. I think otherwise we would have seen Dark Urshifu come out for a little bit earlier had Dylan brought that. So 1 more turn of Tailwind left on Carson's end. Once again, nothing for him to do. It is literally just click the Dazzling Gleam button every turn.
Yeah, so now Dylan will be able to set up a Tailwind as the Tornadus will kind of like go on its way out. And the Landorus can just protect itself, right? Just kind of operate in the Tailwind.
Yeah, I think
necessary.
you actually Sludge Bomb here
Just go for the Sludge Bomb?
you want the spread damage this turn.
Gotcha.
Yeah, to make sure that you don't just get 1 shot next turn. So
and here it is.
Dazzling Gleam comes out. Flutter Mane will outspeed this turn, but it won't outspeed next turn. Does it crit the Landorus? It doesn't! And Dylan knows he's got this regional championship on lock. Sludge Bomb will come out this turn. The next turn, Tailwind is stalled out, and it just gets the knockout anyway.
Dylan Matthews is your 2026 Houston Regional Champion. What an exciting match that was, Aaron. Dylan using that hyper offensive team, just being able to maneuver in and out, being able to deal with a lot of Carson's problematic Pokemon, but Dylan saw the end game. switch safely. Didn't even matter though. That Sludge Bomb was going to KO that Flutter Mane from that range. Congratulations to Dylan, your 2026 Houston Regional Champion.
And you saw how much damage Dazzling Gleam was doing, right? So critical hit would actually allow it to get the knockout onto Landers. I think what we were all wondering is the Life Orb Sludge Bomb enough to get a one-hit knockout on a Flutter Mane, right? And I think Dylan was kind of hedging for it, saying, look, even if I don't get the knockout now, I know with the Tailwind and the way I set it up, with one extra turn, I will deal enough damage. But the reason why he didn't protect there was because should you protect, yeah, you stall a Tailwind, and yeah, you outspeed, but let's say you don't get the knockout on Flutter Mane, survives with 1 HP, single target Dazzling Gleam, then can get the one-hit knockout onto the opposing Landorus. So really, really close finish. I think there was also a world in which Dylan could have just stayed in with the Landorus and gone for Sludge Bomb, and then you have an end game with Tornadus, but then you have to click Liquid Storm, which never feels good. So like the way that he maneuvered that. Heartbreaking Heat Wave miss there on turn 1 though, right? Because the Iron Crown got so much mileage and Carson made the perfect turn 1 play. Really, really figured out what he thought Dylan was going to do. It felt like he made the right turn 1 play against the lead in both games 2 and 3. But unfortunately for Ninetales, it was denied a regional championship here. And I have to say, I think if the Heat Wave misses, it's a very, very different game. But once again, when you use a Pokemon like Ninetales, that is the risk that you unfortunately have to take.
Heat Wave, Overheat, all moves that don't have 100% accuracy. So you see the excitement on Dylan's face right there after having many top finishes, right? Top 4s throughout this entire season, now finally able to capitalize and win a regional championship itself. Congratulations to you, Dylan. The Iron Crown, the Indeedee, such clutch Pokemon to have on your team, as well as just being able to maneuver, right? Like just having that finish.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Calm Mind Iron Crown I feel like was one of the top sets coming out of EUIC after it performed so incredibly well there. And so just single Calm Mind boost with booster energy, with Helping Hand, with Psychic Trade, you've got all these multipliers. It turns it into an absolute monster. And despite it, not having very much HP, just so powerful under Trick Room. But yeah, man, I mean, Carson, really, really amazing turn 1 play there in game 3. Amazing effort by Dylan there as well to end up closing it out. And what a fun set that we ended up seeing between these two players.
Yep, you see there, entered into the Hall of Fame, Aaron, the Indeedee, Iron Crown, Landorus, Ogerpon, Tornadus, and that Urshifu. Congratulations to both of these top players. Carson, probably going to come to another regional championship, probably going to do exceptionally well as well, but, Dylan can rest easy now. Dylan's, secured his invite to the World Championships.
He's officially gotten it, and he has done it in style. It was not an easy run. So many 2-1 victories, right? 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 in top 8, top 4 in finals, but he clutched it out, and he had to slay a lot of Tornadus teams on the way as well, right? It felt like Tornadus Tailwind was kind of the call for this event, and Dylan just, piloted it so nicely. I think Carson, honestly, running a fairly unique archetype with that Ninetales as well. Super cool to see that finally come out. So we take a quick look at the top 8 teams. Got a bunch of Regidragos here as well, but you can see there's a little bit of Tailwind everywhere, right? Like 5 of the 8 teams have Tailwind.
Yeah, and I think that's something that, some of us had predicted as, top teams that we would bring to this tournament. I believe Sierra picked Tornadus as her Tailwind setter. I actually picked Whimsicott as my Tailwind setter, while everybody else picked Porygon too.
Well, the Tornadus teams can also have Porygon too, so the variants of Tornadus that ended up on top in the end were the ones that, didn't have Porygon 2 here. So many different variants. As you can see, though, we have some Trick Room with the Cresselia or Saluna combination, and then kind of just a more good stuff team from Geo's end. And then, of course, Zach running this hyper offense team that didn't have Tailwind, but of course had a Trick Room component. So really, really fun to watch as we basically close out this regulation here in North America.
Yeah, and shout outs to Benjamin with the Entei, and of course shout outs to Lucy for the Primarina as well. So really cool, unique picks, also being able to make it into the top 8, and we were able to showcase all of them. So congratulations to all players here at the Houston Regional Championships. Well done throughout this entire weekend. This was such an exciting tournament to watch. Let's take a look at the top 12 Pokemon. Aaron, Iron Crown comes out on top.
Even though
it's number 12, it comes out on top.
Dark Urshifu as well. In day 1, it wasn't even in the top 12, and in day 2, we saw it on so many of the best teams, right? Whether it be Focus Sash or Choice Band. I was so impressed by Dark Urshifu throughout the course of this event. Like, the power of Wicked Blow truly is just unbelievable. And I think in a format where Amoonguss with Rocky Helmet and Water Ogerpon are really popular, like Water Urshifu sometimes can actually be a little bit hard to use, where a Dark Urshifu, can just really, really pack a punch. And so coming out of this, I'm like, okay, what are my key takeaways? I mean, first of all, Tornadus teams, there's a lot of different spins you can have on it. The Porygon 2 Ursaluna variants, maybe not as common right now. The more hyper-offensive sets are really, really scary, right? Max Speed Tornadus, I think, is something that seemed like it performed incredibly well in this event as well. And then Dark Urshifu, right? It is a Pokemon that certainly needs to really, really be respected, and it feels like it converted so well from having a lower usage rate in day 1 to just absolutely dominating in day 2, even despite not being the most common Pokemon in day 2.
Yeah, and this is the snapshot of Houston, but of course, Aaron, there are more tournaments to come. Our next tournament over in the European region, of course, Seville in March 28th and March 29th, the special championships in Seville. Aaron, have you ever been there?
I've never been there, but
it looks nice.
It looks beautiful, yeah.
Do you want to go on vacation with me?
I've been meaning to make it out to European regionals, Dewey, but I don't know. You want to play this regulation?
I'll wait for the next one. Which, of course, the next one is in Orlando. Beautiful, sunny, shiny Orlando, April 3rd to April 5th. That's going to be using the next regulation, right? Not Regulation F anymore.
Yep. We're going back, and so if you really love using your dual restricteds, like this is a time, right? We'll only have a few weeks of this format before we, of course, officially switch over to Pokemon Champions. But Orlando, of course, will be an exciting time as we revisit the dual restricted format. We haven't played or seen it since the World Championships in August of last year, so I think the teams will likely look quite similar from Worlds, but I'm sure some people will come up with some spice and bring some new things and innovate as well. So just a few weeks away from both of those events, and the season right now is really full force, right? We are having players who are accumulating a lot of championship points, and the race for Worlds is definitely heating up.
Yeah, and we talk about sort of like what we see at the beginning of the regulation. I mean, we expected to see a lot of Regulation F balance teams, but we didn't see a lot of that here. So maybe if we see how Regulation I plays out, it'll be more.
Yeah.
There will be more to happen, right? More development. I mean, who would have thought the world's winning team would have been Koraidon with Groupon?
Right, yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Right? How's that format going to develop? But, we never know. We're right now in the present. We're looking towards the future.
That's right.
So we can't predict that. Although you could foreshadow it.
I could foreshadow it, but I don't know. It's a little bit too far out.
It's a little too far out.
Yeah.
How close do you have to be in order for you to be able to foreshadow or predict it?
I don't know, man. Week of.
Week of?
Yeah. Week of.
All right, everybody check in on Aaron the week of to see how he thinks the format is gonna go ahead and play out. But guess what, Aaron? That's it for us. It's been such a pleasure to get to talk to you back here.
7 years later, after doing the World Championship Finals in 2019, here we are again. Great to have you here. And of course, thank you to all of you all for watching, to all the staff and everyone working it. But we're not done quite yet. We've got to throw it down to Sierra for an award ceremony.
We're going to go rip packs.
See you guys.
Thanks so much, you guys. You have been crushing it. But it's time to talk about the players who have been crushing it here, as it's time for our Houston Regional Championship Award Ceremony. First off, a big congratulations to Carson Confer with the second place. He's taking his medal and he's running to a flight to catch, which means we can get straight into our gold medal ceremony. And with that, big round of applause, everyone. I see friends out in the crowd. Let's welcome Dylan Matthews, your Houston Regional Champion, to the stage. Big congratulations, big smile. I hear some friends cheering so loud for you. What does it mean to be able to get this win?
Honestly, it feels weird taking it in the way I did. That's the luckiest heat wave dodge of my life, and Carson played phenomenally. Very great player, very nice person, but I'm so glad to finally take it home, regardless.
It's Pokemon. Sometimes those heat waves give, sometimes they take, but talk to me again about this weekend and this run. I mean, the team that you have is so Regulation F. It's something that there is belief in. I know that you worked on it hard with individuals, and you got to really show what it's capable of.
Yeah, first of all, shout out to Navjeet and his building group. I did take this from top 64 of Seattle. He had an incredible run there. We made some tweaks, of course, with the defensive Terra on the Urshifu, but pretty much everything else was as it came. Going into this event, I just thought Icy Wind Tornadus offense was gonna be super strong, and there were a lot of them cut, so I guess that turned out to be correct. And I also thought that Iron Crown was just super well positioned. This mod is just so broken. I was winning games left and right, and I was just this has to be the call. This has to be what I'm I'm bringing, and I can just dodge the mons that are like really tough for it, like King Gambit, Roaring Moon. Single King Gambit this weekend, and I played like 1 Roaring Moon and I won. So, or 2 actually, I think. But yeah, close enough.
Close enough. You had the call, you have the run, and with that, I mean, this has been an incredible season for you. We talked about those 2 top 4s that you got earlier on. You now have this victory. What does the rest of the season look like for you? Especially too, this is now your direct invitation to the World Championships.
Yeah, it feels phenomenal. I think I definitely would have had it with my points regardless, especially with my other 2 top 4s. I've just done like so incredible this season, like better than I ever thought I could have. So I'm very happy to be up here on stage and surrounded by all these people that I love, that I traveled with. So yeah, I'm excited for the rest. I'm excited for Pokemon Champions. And I'm excited for a few more tournaments before Worlds this season.
A chance to get more medals?
Yeah, for sure. And I'm excited to go to Worlds with my parents as well. My dad recently having like some kind of health concern. It was a little rough, but he's doing a great job recovering. He's almost fully back, and I can't wait to go travel with them to California. So.
I mean, that's going to be a great trip, and I know that you've made them proud with this victory today. Last but not least, we hear the support. You've talked about that support, but one last time, your final words.
Right. So first of all, shout out Triangle Area Trading Cards for sending me out here. I'm very happy to represent you guys. Very thankful for everything you do for us. Shout out to all my friends. I'll try and list them all this time. We got Daniel, Jackson, Andrew, Alex, Riley, Joey, Jay, so many more. I really hope I'm not forgetting more. Oh, from Raleigh, North Carolina, most of us. Yeah, and everyone from my hotel room, especially Daniel, that stayed with me, and helped me practice for this event. Shout out to my parents. Shout out to my beautiful girlfriend, Sarah. I love you. And Mark Morales, my GOAT, RTO, for doing everything to help us out.
I appreciate those shouting from the crowd to make sure you got every single shout out. And if you missed anyone, you just got to win another tournament. Congratulations on this run, Dylan. Go join your friends. Go celebrate. You deserve it. Big congratulations. Thank you. We love to hear the support. What an incredible run, and just what an incredible weekend of Pokemon it has been. Houston has been a fantastic time, and we still have a couple more events here. Still an opportunity for you to come out to the events as well, or if you just want to watch along, the action is certainly awesome. Check out Pokemon.com/broadcast for all of that. As well, if you need to go back and re-watch that match, because I know I certainly have to. It was so hype. You can do so. Follow the channels at YouTube for all of the VODs and Twitch for Going On for Forward. But now, that is it for our time in Houston. See everybody in a couple weeks for our next event in Orlando. Take care, trainers.